This video is going to be about the Java tutorial for beginners. It doesn't matter if you are a fresher and looking for a new job, or if you are a professional and want to upgrade your skill set and want to include Java as one of the programming languages in your resume. So stick with me till the end of this video as we are going to see the various coding examples in Java programming language along with the important notes so that you can revise the various concepts of Java programming language. Also, I have given the chapters for this video in the description section. So if you want to jump to a specific concept of the Java programming language, you can do so by accessing the chapters in the description section. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. So let's get started with this video and know more about the Java programming language. Java tutorials for beginners. So guys, by the end of this video series, you will be able to write perfect basic Java programs in order to meet your requirements. So guys, the very first video in this video series that we are going to learn about is how we can install Java on our machine and how can we write the first code in Java. So guys, before installing Java is a high-level programming language. So it is a programming language that you can use, and Java runs on a variety of platforms such as Windows, Mac OS and the various versions of Unix. Apart from this, you can also make mobile apps using Java in Android phones. So guys, Java programming language can be used in multiple applications. Java is a must for students and working professionals to become a great software engineer, especially when they are working in a software development domain. So guys, if you are in a field of computer science or information technology and you are a student right now, so it is very important that you learn Java so that it becomes very helpful for you in future. Along with that, if you are a working professional, then also you should know the basic concepts of Java and how you can use Java as a programming language in order to meet your requirements of the software. So guys, let us now move to the Java JDK installation, and I'll show you how you can easily install JDK on your machine. So guys, I have given the link over here of JDK. The same link I will give in the description section as well. So once you open this link, this page will get opened, and in this page you can see the different sections of the operating system. So in case your operating system is Linux, you can download one of these files, and if it is Windows, then you can come over here and download one of the installer files. So guys, this is the .exe file you can easily install on your Windows machine. Since I am working on Windows machine, I have already downloaded this .exe file and installed on my machine. Guys, after installing JDK and providing the path in the environment variables, you can easily verify whether JDK is installed on your machine or not. So if you are on Windows, you can go to command prompt, that is on start you can type cmd, and then guys over here you can type Java followed by a space character, and then we have hyphen, and then we have version. So guys, after pressing on enter, you can see open JDK version 1.8. Guys, it may so happen that the JDK version is installed when you are watching this video. So right now 1.8 is the version that I am using. In future you can use the updated JDK version as well. And guys, this is the confirmation that Java is successfully installed on your machine, and you can go ahead with writing of Java programs. Now guys, after installing Java, we have to install one of the IDEs. So either you can write in the simple notepad editor as well, but we also have other IDEs that will help us to write our Java programs effectively and efficiently. One of the IDE is Eclipse. So this is the link that I will be providing in the description section as well. Once you open that link, this is the page that is going to open, and then you can easily install Eclipse IDE on your machine. And guys, since I have already installed Eclipse IDE, this is the IDE that it will look like. Guys, I'm using the dark theme over here since I like the dark background, and also to help you guys if you are watching this video at night without any lights, so it should not put much pressure on your eyes. Guys, it is completely your preference whether you want to work in the light mode or in the dark mode. Now guys, we will see how we can write the very first code in Java. So writing first code, and you can see this is the syntax. That is, first we write public, which is the visibility. So guys, this we are going to learn in the upcoming videos as well. So no need to worry about what are these different things over here for now. But we will be using the features of this IDE in order to autocomplete few things, and this is one of them. So guys, no need to worry about this syntax and no need to memorize it as such. But then with practice, you will come to know what are the different keywords that you are supposed to use whenever you create a new class or a new method. So guys, after this visibility that is public, we have class keyword followed by the name of the class, and inside these curly braces, as you can see, this is the starting curly braces and this is the ending curly braces. Inside this we have a function. So this is public static void main. So guys, this is a function. Now this void means it is not returning anything. So with every function we should have a return type. In this case it is void, and then this is the arguments that it is passing to the main function. And after this function name we have open and close brackets, inside which we have the list of arguments that we can pass to the main function. And then guys, we are just printing this hello world over here using this system.out.println method. So guys, we will learn all this with the help of example now, so no need to worry, we will go step by step. So the very first thing that we come over here and do is create a Java project. So as you can see on the left, you can click on this create a Java project, and then you will be asked for a project name. So what we are going to do is we are going to type Java project, and then guys, there is no need to change any of the options over here, and then we are simply going to click finish. So this will create a project for us, and it is asking create module info.java. So I will say don't create for now. And guys, this is the project that we have created, that is Java project. So when we expand this, we just have to double click on this. So after double clicking, you can see the different folders that are present inside this Java project. So guys, this is the structure of the project explorer, and inside source all our Java codes will go. So guys, inside source we are going to write the very first code. So over here what we are going to do is this src folder, we are supposed to right click over here, and you can see this new option, and then under this new option you can select this class option. So as you can see, we are going to create a Java class. So we click on this, and then we are going to give the name of the Java class. So I will give the name as Java test class. And then guys, the next step over here is which method stubs would you like to create. So as you can see, we have public static void main. This function is already mentioned over here along with the parameter. So we can just tick this checkbox over here so that it automatically creates this function for us while creating this test class. So we are going to click on finish now. And guys, as you can see, we have the public class, that is Java test class, automatically written over here for us. And then we also have the public static void main. This is because we have checked that checkbox over there. We can simply remove this comment over here, and then I'll remove this. So guys, as you can see, these lines of codes were automatically written for us when we created a new Java project. Along with that, we created a new Java test class, and then we checked that checkbox of creating the main function as well. So guys, the only thing that we are supposed to do is inside this we are supposed to write this code. So what I'm going to do is type system, which starts with a capital S and then YSTEM. Guys, there is a very important feature of Eclipse. It helps us in order to autocomplete few of the keywords. When I type system, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hold the control key followed by pressing a spacebar key. So when I press this, as you can see, you can get the list of all the keywords which you can autocomplete. So guys, the very first keyword we want to use, and then followed by a dot. And then as you can see, it is automatically providing us some of the keywords that we can use. So out of this, we are going to use this out, that is out over here. We press enter and then followed by dot, and then we want to use the print statement. So guys, these are many methods that you can use. So in this list of method, we are going to use the print method over here, as you can see. So I can simply type print, and those methods that start with print keyword will be suggested to us. So guys, over here what we are going to do is I'm going to print the statement. So it is going to be print string. Guys, there is one important difference over here. As you can see, we have this print. We also have something called as println. So the only difference between print and println is the print statement will print the string, and then there will be no new line character. So it will not go to the new line character, whereas the println will automatically go to the new line character. So guys, I'll show you this with the help of example. So the very first example that we are going to take is of the println. So I will do println, and then we will print a string, that is the name of this YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners. So guys, let me save this code. So over here you can do save all. Guys, these are some of the icons that you can use in Eclipse. I did not find any way to increase the size of these icons. So in case you know about it, please comment in the comment section below. So guys, after saving this file, what we are going to do is we are supposed to run this file in order to check what this Java program will do for us. So guys, here you can see a run symbol. So when you hover over it, you can see run Java test class.java, and then besides it you have a drop down arrow as well. So when we click on that, you have run as well, and then inside this run as you can say Java application. So guys, it is the same thing. So when you press on Java application, this program will get executed. So let me press over here, that is Java application. So as you can see, the console can be seen over here by default. You can get this console at the bottom of the screen. So I'll just hold it and get it at the bottom of the screen. And in this way, you can see in the console that programming for beginners string got printed. And guys, in this way, we can write the very first code, that is printing a statement in the Java code. Now guys, let me show you another print statement over here. In order to make it more shortcut, what we can do is we can type SYSO. And then guys, we can hold the control key followed by the space bar key. So when we press this, you can see SISOUT. For this very first option, we are supposed to press enter. So we press enter and automatically the system.out.println statement will get written for you over here, and then you can write your string over here inside this double quotes. So guys, it is very important to note that the characters that we are writing, we have to provide inside these double quotes. So again, we are providing double quotes over here, and then we can type this is another statement. And then let me save this file and try running this code. So I'll press over here, run Java test class. So as you can see, we have two lines got printed over here, that is programming for beginners, and then this is another statement. Now guys, what is the difference between println and print? So as I told you, when we remove this ln part, so let me just remove this ln part over here and this ln part as well. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So let us see what will happen over here. So as you can see, programming for beginners. So this string got printed over here, but then the next statement, that is this is another statement, was continued on the same line over here. That means it did not go in the next line. So guys, in order to go to the next line after printing a specific string, we are supposed to provide the println statement. So let's say if we want programming for beginners to be printed, and then this is another statement string to be printed on the next line, then we are supposed to provide println statement for the very first string. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, programming for beginners got printed, and since we had provided println, the output control will go to the new line, and then the next string, that is this is another statement, will get printed on the second line. Now if we have any third statement, so it will be continued on the second line because we are using print method over here. And guys, in this way we can easily write the first Java code, understanding main method in Java. So guys, this is the entry point, that is the main method is the entry gate for program execution. So in every Java program, we have to have the main method, and this is the way that we write the main method as we have seen previously. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'll just remove this part, that is the main method, and I'll just keep public class Java test class. So how do we write the main method over here? The very first keyword that we write is public, which is a visibility, and then followed by space we have the static keyword. So static, and then we have the return type. So in this main method we are not returning anything, which means we are not returning any value from this function. So we write void and then space followed by the function name, that is main. And then guys, we have open and close brackets, and inside this bracket we have the list of strings that can be passed to this main method. So we have string, and then we have open and close square brackets. So guys, this is the way that we use the open and close brackets in order to expect that there will be a list of strings that will be provided to this main method, and then followed by the name of the argument. So we'll just put args. So this is nothing but this is the name of the argument. We can have any variable name over here. We can have arguments as well. So we can type arguments, and then followed by open and close curly braces, and inside this curly braces we will have our lines of codes. So guys, let us print something on the screen. So we will type SYSO, followed by we will hold the control key and then space bar key, and then after this list appears we will press enter. So as you can see, system.out.println got automatically written over here, and inside this we will type our string, that is programming for beginners. So guys, let me save this and try running this code. So as you can see, we have programming for beginners over here. Let's say we want to print the arguments that are being passed, but guys, over here we do not have any values being provided to the arguments over here, but still we can print something over here. So what we will do is, we will type the values of arguments are, and then colon, and then followed by, we can have another string that we can concatenate. So guys, concatenation is nothing but combining two strings or multiple strings. So in order to combine multiple strings, we provide a plus character, and then after this space we provide another string value. So let me show you with a string value over here. So let's say the values of arguments are, and we will type something over here. We will type not provided, and then let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, what we have done is, the values of arguments are, this is one string over here including the space after the colon, and then we have written not provided over here, which is a string that is concatenated to this string. And guys, in this way we can use this concatenation in order to combine multiple strings over here inside this println method. So guys, what we are going to do is, we are going to use this arguments variable over here. So I'll just copy, and whenever we are using the variables, there is no need to provide the double quotes. So without providing the double quotes, we will provide arguments. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the values of arguments are, so guys, basically what you need to understand over here is, in order to write the main method, we can write it in this way, that is public static void main followed by open and close brackets, and inside this it will take the list of strings that can be passed from a command prompt or from any other program. And guys, inside that we can have our lines of codes that will be printed on the screen, or some other arithmetic operations being done using the Java program. Java variables and data types. So guys, there are different data types in Java that we will learn about. So following are the types of variables in Java. So the very first type of variable is a local variable. So we are going to see the example of these data types as well, that is int, float, string, etc. So guys, int is nothing but this is the integer. So we can have integers like 1, 2, 3, or some negative numbers as well. Then we have float data types, which is nothing but it is having the decimal points as well. So we can have some values like 10.5 or 15.6. So these are floating numbers. And then we also have the string, that is the array of characters. So the combination of characters makes a string. And then there are many other data types as well. And then guys, we also have the class variables. So when we are going to learn about Java classes, we will know more about the class variables, which are static variables. And then we have the instance variables, which are non-static variables. So again, these belongs to the objects that we create using the Java classes. So guys, let us focus more about local variables in this video. So with the help of example, let us understand this. I'll just remove the previous line of code that we had written. So inside this main function, what we are going to do is, the very first variable that we are going to learn about is an integer variable. So guys, what we do is, let's say if we have a number 5. So how can we declare it inside a variable in such a way that the number can be used in future? So guys, we save it in a variable. So the very first thing that we provide is int data type. So int is nothing but it is a data type, and then followed by a space, and then the variable name. So let's say we have the variable name as number, and then we provide equal to sign, and then we provide the value, that is 5, and then we have semicolon. So guys, this is the way that we declare a variable of data type int, and we provide the value, that is integer in this case, using the equal to operator. And guys, let us say we want to print this number over here in the print statement. So what I will do is, let us quickly print this. So SYSO followed by holding of control key and pressing on space bar, and then followed by pressing enter. And then what we will do is, over here inside double quotes, we have the value of number is, and then we provide the name of the variable, that is number. Guys, it is important to note that after every line of code, it is important that we provide a semicolon. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the value of number is 5. So this got printed over here. Now it depends on the value of number, guys, what we provide over here. Let's say instead of 5, we want to provide the value of number as 11. We just come over here and change the value as 11 over here. And then let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the value of number is 11. So automatically this 11 number is getting printed over here, since we are referring to this particular variable for which the value is being assigned as 11. Guys, it is very important that we provide a semicolon after each line of code, since that is the syntax of Java programming. What if we don't provide a semicolon over here? So I have just removed a semicolon after this int number equal to 11 statement. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, it is telling us errors exist in required project, Java project, proceed with launch. So we say proceed. And as you can see, it is showing an error, exception in thread main Java lang error, unresolved compilation syntax error, insert semicolon to complete the block statements. And then it also provides us the line of code where the error exists. So guys, we can click over here and see where the error exists. So as you can see, this line got highlighted over here, and we can simply provide the semicolon. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, now there are no errors. The value of number is 11. Let us move to another variable. So let us say we have a float variable. So in order to define float, we simply remove this and we provide float and then followed by a number. And guys, this float data type allows us to provide a number with a decimal value. So let's say we have 15.6 as the float number. But guys, as you can see, it is providing a red underline over here. And when we hover over it, it says type mismatch, cannot convert double to float. So guys, whenever we are providing a decimal number, it is expecting that we provide the data type as double over here, which is another data type. So let us check this example for now, that is double. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the value of number is 15.6, and you can easily store the decimal values with the double data type. Now guys, what happens with the float number? So let me provide the float data type over here. And then as you can see, when we hover over it, it says add cast to float. So guys, there is something called as casting. So let me click over here. So as you can see, this is cast. So guys, what this thing is doing is it is converting this 15.6 double value into a float value. So float data types are also believed to store the decimal numbers as well. And this is the way that we do casting in Java programming. So let me save this file and try running this code. So it will successfully run and it will say the value of number is 15.6. Now guys, what if we only want to print 15? That is, irrespective of what kind of value we are getting. Let's say if we are getting this double or float value, but we want to store it in an integer. So the data type that we have to use is integer. But over here, since we are providing a decimal value, so as you can see 15.6, when we hover over it, it says type mismatch, cannot convert from double to int. So the value is double over here, but the data type that we are expecting in number to be stored is a integer data type. So what we can do is we can do casting. So we can provide open and close bracket. Inside this, we can provide int. So guys, as you can see, this is casting in Java programming, which means converting from one data type to another data type. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the value of number is, in this case, it is taking just 15. The 0.6 value is removed. And in this way, we can easily use the integer, float or double numbers. Now let us move to another data type. As you can see, we have another data type as string. So let us use this string data type in case of number. So we will provide string. So guys, this is the keyword. So the very first letter, that is S, is in capital. And then let's say we use the string that is str. And then we have to provide the string inside double quotes. So we use the double quotes and then we use programming for beginners. That is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe because you will get a lot of knowledge about programming languages. So guys, this is the way that we provide the string and then followed by the semicolon, as you can notice over here. So inside double quotes, we are having the string value. So let me just print this string value over here. So what we are going to do is we are just going to remove the entire content inside the println statement. So we just have open and close brackets, and what we are going to do is we are just going to use this variable that is str. I'll just copy and paste this over here. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, programming for beginners is getting printed. Now guys, let us say I want to change the value of this string after printing this programming for beginners. So I will come over here on the next line. I will provide the variable name again, that is str, and then assign it some other value. So I'll use equal to sign followed by double quotes, and inside this we will provide this is another statement. So guys, this string, that is this is another statement, will now get assigned to the string variable, and let's say we want to print the string variable again, that is str, after providing it a new value. So I'll just copy this line of code, that is system.out.println, and then paste this over here. So first we are printing this string with this value, and then we are printing the same string with another value. So let me save this file and try running this code. So guys, as you can see, programming for beginners, the very first value that was assigned to str, and then this is another statement. This string got assigned to str variable, and the same variable got printed over here. And guys, this is the importance of using the variables. We can assign them any values that we want at any time, at any line of code, and the same values can be used in order to print it or either do some kind of arithmetic operations as well. Guys, let me show you another important feature of Java. So we have something called as comments in Java. So what if you don't want some line of codes to be considered during the execution? So let's say we want to remove this line of statement, that is str equal to this is another statement, but we believe that we might have to use the same line of code in future. So what we can do is we can just comment out this line. So we just use the / 2 times. So as you can see, this / is used in order to comment a line of code. So once a line of code is commented, it will not be considered for execution. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, we have programming for beginners that is printed over here in this line of code, and then the next line of code in which we are assigning another value to this variable str. This line of code is not considered since we have commented it out, and then again the string value will be still programming for beginners because we have not assigned any other value to the string. Let me comment out this second print statement as well. So I'll just comment it. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, we just have programming for beginners, and when we remove these comments, so we'll save this and try running this. So as you can see, we have both the strings, programming for beginners, and then we have this is another statement being printed on console. So guys, these were some of the examples of variables and data types in Java, arithmetic operators in Java. So guys, these are some of the arithmetic operators in Java that we can use. So as you can see, we have addition operator, subtraction, multiplication, division, remainder, and then we can increment or decrement the values of the variables as well. So guys, let us understand all this with the help of examples. So guys, previously we have seen how we can define the integer variables. So we have to provide the int data type followed by the variable name. So let's say we have number 1 and equal to, we have the value of number as 5. And let us say guys, we have another number. So we provide int, and then we have number 2 equal to 10. And then guys, let us say we want to add both these numbers and print the addition of both these numbers over here on console. So what we are going to do is, we are having another variable of data type int, and then we have the variable name as sum, which will contain the sum of these two numbers. And then what we will do is, we will provide the variable names, that is number 1, and then we use this plus sign. This is the arithmetic operator that we can use in order to add numbers. So after the plus sign, we have another number, that is number 2, followed by semicolon. And guys, in this way we can add two numbers using the variable names. So as you can see, it is being assigned to the sum, and then what we will do is, we will just print the statement. So let me print this, the sum is, and then after this we have plus sign, and then followed by sum. Guys, it is important to note that we are providing the sum is, so this is the string, and then we are concatenating the value of the number over here with this plus sign. So the plus operator over here, it is for concatenation and it is not for adding two numbers. So the plus operator is having different functionalities based on the values that it is being used with. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, we have the sum is 15. So we can simply change the numbers over here. We can have 15, that is number 1, and we can have the number 2 as 12. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, we have the sum is 27, and in this way you can easily add two numbers. Guys, similarly we have other operators as well, that is subtraction. So we can easily subtract two numbers. So let's say we want number 1 minus number 2 and the difference being stored in a variable. So we provide the minus operator over here, and then let me change the variable name to difference, and let me just copy this and paste this over here instead of sum. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the sum is 3, so we missed to paste the difference over here as well. So the difference, so basically it is doing 15 minus 12, that is the difference will be 3. Let me save this file and try running this code. So the difference is 3 over here. In the same way we can do multiplication as well. So instead of this minus, we can provide the multiplication operator. So we have the product variable over here. So let me provide the variable name as product. Let me copy this, paste this over here, and we'll paste it to the variable name that is being used. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, it is doing the product is 180. That means 15 multiplied by 12, which is 180. Let us move to another operator. We have divide operator. So guys, over here we can easily divide the two numbers. So let's say we have number 1 divided by number 2. We will provide the variable name as division over here. Let me copy this and paste this over here and paste this over here. Now guys, let us see what will be the output of division when this number, that is 15, cannot be exactly be divided by this 12. So we'll just run this code. So as you can see, the division is 1. Guys, it is important to note over here that this will return the quotient of the division. So 15 divided by 12, in this case the quotient will be 1, and that is what is being printed over here in the division. So in order to get the remainder, we have another operator, that is percentage operator. So instead of this divide, we can have percentage. Let me change the variable name to remainder over here, and then we just copy this and paste this over here and paste this over here. Let me save this file and try running this code. So 15 divided by 12, the remainder will be 3, and in this way we can get the remainder as well. Now guys, two more important operators. These are increment and decrement. So this will just increment the value by 1, which means whatever value a variable is having, 1 will be added to that value and it will be stored in that particular variable. And this decrement is opposite to increment, so 1 will be subtracted from the variable's value. So let us understand this with the help of examples. So let's say we just have a number, that is number 1 equal to 15, and what if we just want to increment it? So what we can do is we can just put number 1 plus plus. So guys, this is the way we can use the increment, that is after the variable name we can provide the plus plus operator, that is the increment operator, and then we can provide the value is and then the name of the variable. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the value is 16. Guys, another way of providing this increment operator is instead of providing the plus plus operator after the variable, we can provide it before the variable as well. So we can do plus plus number 1 as well. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the value is 16, and in this way you can easily use the increment operator. Let's say you want to use a decrement operator. So instead of having plus plus, we can have minus minus and then variable. So we have the value is 14. So the value was 15, but now we have decremented it. So 1 was removed from it. So now the value is 14. So guys, in this way we can easily use the increment and decrement operators as well. Guys, there is a question for you over here. Let's say I want to increment the value of number 1 variable, but inside this println statement, what if I do number 1 plus plus over here? What will be the output? I want you to comment below the answer for this, that is what statement will be printed, the value is, so what number will be printed over here. So please comment below and let me know your answer. Conditional if else statement in Java programming. So guys, this is one of the important lessons that you should know in pretty much any programming language. So over here, what is the syntax is, we start with the if keyword followed by some condition inside this open and close brackets. So guys, the program execution flow goes in this way. So over here, Inside this, if we provide a condition and if that condition is true, then inside these curly braces, the lines of codes will get executed. So whenever the condition that we provide in the if statement is true, the control flow goes to the block of code that is inside these curly braces, or else when the condition is false inside this if statement, the control flow goes to the else part. So inside this else part, we have the curly braces and then we have another block of code that can be executed. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example over here. So let's say we have an integer. Let's say we have the integer as number. It is equal to 5. And then guys, we want to check whether a number that is provided in the variable number is less than 10 or not. So we can provide the if statement. So we have if statement followed by open and close brackets, and inside this we have to check the condition, that is this number. We have used this variable name followed by less than sign, and then we have the number that is 10 that we want to compare it with. So guys, what we are trying to do is we are going to check whether this number variable is less than this value, that is 10. Now guys, this is one of the relational operators. Similarly, we have many relational operators that we are going to learn in the upcoming videos as well. So no need to worry about it. For now, you just need to understand that we are checking whether this number is less than 10 or not. And then if it is less than 10, then we are going to print a statement. So let me print the statement as number is less than 10. And guys, this is a statement that will get printed over here. And if the number is not less than 10, which means it can be equal to 10 or greater than 10, so we have the else part. So after this if statement, as you can see, we have this if statement followed by the curly braces. After the closed curly braces, we can immediately have the else part. Now guys, this is optional. If you don't want to have the else part, you can just remove it and you can completely ignore it. We can also run our program with the if statement as well. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So guys, as you can see, number is less than 10 is getting printed over here. Now guys, what if we don't have the else part, but this condition is also not true? So for now it is true, but then let's say we change the number to 15, in which case the number is not less than 10. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, nothing got printed over here. This is because this condition was not true, that is number less than 10. This condition is false over here, and the control flow did not go inside this block in order to print this statement. And then after this, there was the end of the program. So guys, this is where we can use the else part. That is, if the condition in the if statement is false, we can have the else part. So we can put else, and then after this else, we have to provide open and close curly braces, and inside this we can have our statement. So let me print another statement over here. So we can say number is not less than 10. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So previously this string was not getting printed, but now since we are having the else part, the string, that is number is not less than 10, will get printed. So as you can see, number is not less than 10 is getting printed. Now let us change the number. Let's say the number is 9 over here, and let me save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, number is less than 10 because the value of the number is 9 over here. And in this way, we can easily use the if else statement in order to check a particular condition, and accordingly we can print some statements or do some manipulations as well. Let us now change the value over here to 10. And let me just save this file. So guys, what do you think, which statement will get printed? Whether the number is less than 10 or whether the number is not less than 10? I want you to answer in the comment section below. So consider this as a homework for you. Equality and relational operators in Java programming. So guys, these are some of the equality and relational operators that we can use. Mostly it is used between two numbers in order to compare them and to check whether the numbers are greater than or equal to each other or not. So guys, this is the first relational operator, that is greater than. So as you can see, this is a greater than symbol, and the example can be, let's say, a number a if it is greater than b, and if it is actually greater than b, then it will return true, or else if a is smaller than b, then it will return false. Guys, in the same way, we have the reverse of greater than, that is less than, and you can see this is the sign, and we have a less than b as the example, and then based on the number values, it will either return true or false. And in this way, guys, we have greater than or equal to, in which it will also check whether it is greater than or it can be equal to. Guys, the only important difference between this greater than or equal to and greater than is that it will also check whether this A is equal to B in this greater than or equal to. Whereas if A is equal to B over here, so still it will return false since we are not providing the equal to symbol over here. So this we will see with the help of example as well. Again we have less than or equal to, and then we have equal to equal to. If both the numbers, that is A and B, are equal, then it will return true, or else it will return false. And then in the end we have not equal to. So if they are not equal to each other, then it will return true. So guys, let us see all this with the help of example over here. So let's say we have two numbers, that is num1, it is equal to 10, and then we have another number, that is num2, it is equal to 20. Now guys, these relational operators are very much used with the combination of this if else statement which we have seen previously. So in the if condition, we have to provide the relational operator, and based on the outcome, if it is true, then this block of code will get executed, or else the control flow will go to the else part and this block of code will get executed. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So let's say we have the if statement, and then inside the brackets we have to provide the relational operators by using this numbers. So let's say num1 is less than num2. So first we will check whether the number is less than another number or not, and then what we will do is inside the open and close curly braces we will print the statement, that is num1 is less than num2. Since guys we are checking whether num1 is less than num2 or not, so num1 is less than num2 when this condition is true. And after this if condition we can also put else. Inside the curly braces we can put num1. I'll just copy the statement over here. So num1 is, we can put not less than num2. Since this condition becomes false, it will go in the else part. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, num1 is less than num2. So num1 is actually 10 and the num2 value is actually 20. So num1 is less than num2 over here. Now guys, let us change the value of this num2 in such a way that num1 is greater than num2. So num2 is equal to 5. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, num1 is not less than num2. Since this is checked whether 10 is less than 5 or not, no in this case. So this condition will become false over here, and then the control flow will go to the else part in which num1 is not less than num2 will get printed. Now guys, let us check the reverse of this, that is num1 greater than num2 or not. We will change a string over here, that is num1 is greater then num2, and then the same thing we will copy and paste this over here, that is it is not greater than num2. Let me just save this file and try running this code over here. So as we can see, num1 is greater than num2 because actually num1 which is 10 is greater than num2 which is equal to 5 over here. Now let me just change the value of this to 15, in which case num1 will not be greater than num2 in this case. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, num1 is not greater than num2. Now guys, what happens when we make the num1 and num2 equal to each other? So let me just change the value of num2 to 10, and then in this case it will check whether num1 is greater than num2 or not. In this case it is not, since it is equal to. So let me save this file and try running this code to see what happens. So as you can see, num1 is not greater than num2 in this case. That's because this condition is false and the control flow goes to the else part since it is equal to over here. Now what if we want to print this statement, num1 is greater than num2, when both the numbers are equal as well? So guys, in that case what we can do is we can use greater than or equal to. So in this case it will be checked whether num1 is actually greater than or equal to num2. And guys, in this example, yes, num1 is equal to num2. So in this case num1 is greater than num2 will get printed over here. What we will do is num1 is greater than or equal to. We will just change the string so that it becomes sensible over here. So we have changed the string. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, num1 is greater than or equal to num2. And what if it is not greater than or equal to? So let's say we will increase the num2 value by 1, that is 11. So in this case num1 is not greater than num2 over here, nor it is equal to. So num1 is not greater than num2 is getting printed since the control flow goes to the else part. Now guys, let us check the equality and not equal to relational operators. So what we will do is, let's say I'll put the values for both the numbers as equal. What I will do is I will just change the string, that is num1 over here is equal to num2, and then over here num1 is not equal to num2, not equal to num2. And then let me just save this file, and before running it I'll just change the relational operator over here, whereas num1 is equal to num2 or not. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, num1 is equal to num2. We have an extra is over here, so I'll just remove this. And what if we change the value in such a way that both the numbers are not equal? Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, num1 is not equal to num2, so over here the control flow goes. And guys, in order to print this statement over here, we can remove this equal to operator, and instead of that we can put not equal to operator. In this way, the num1 is not equal to num2. In this case, yes, it is not equal, and this thing will get printed. So let me just change the string to yes over here, and we will change the string to no over here. So what we are trying to do is num1 not equal to num2? Yes, it is not equal. So let me run this. So it is coming as yes, and when it becomes equal to, so let me just change this value of num2 to 10. In this case it is equal to, so is num1 not equal to num2? No, in this case, so it will go in the else part. So let me run this code. So as you can see, no is getting printed. And guys, in this way we can easily use the relational operators and quickly compare the numbers as far as Java programming is concerned. Assignment operators in Java programming. So guys, these are some of the assignment operators that we will see in this video. So the very first assignment operator is a very simple assignment operator that we have seen in the previous examples as well. The other ones are add and assignment. This means that the existing number will be added by a fixed value or some another variable, and then that number will be assigned to the variable. Similarly, we have subtract, multiply and divide and assignment. So guys, let us understand all these with the help of examples. So let us say we have this main method over here. I'll just clear the previous code, and then let's say we have integer, that is number over here, and then number is equal to 10. So guys, this is a very simple operator, and then let me just print this value. The value of number is, and then we provide the variable name, that is number. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So guys, it says the value of number is 10. So this is a very simple assignment operator that we can use, that is equal to. Now guys, let us say we want to add some number, that is to this particular number variable we want to add 5. So what we do usually is we provide number is equal to number plus 5. This we have already seen previously, that this is the way in which we can add some numbers to the existing variables. So this number will be taken, that is 10, and then plus 5, meaning we will be adding 5 over here to this existing number, and the sum of this operation will be assigned to this number variable, and the same number variable will be printed over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 15. Now guys, what will be the shortcut way in order to write the same line of code? And here is where we will use the add and assignment operator, that is plus equal to. So guys, over here, instead of doing equal to number plus 5, we can remove this part. That is, we can remove the number and the plus operator, and then we can provide the plus operator just before this equal to operator. So we have this add and assignment operator over here. So guys, what this will do is, I will just provide a comment over here, that is the number, it is equal to number plus 5. So what is happening over here is, first 5 will be added to this number, and then after the sum is found, the equal to operator is used over here in order to assign the sum to this number, and then the same number will get printed over here. So guys, this is the shorthand method that we can use in order to add the number and save the sum in the same variable itself. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 15, and in this way we can easily use the shorthand method. I'll change the number of 5 over here to 15. So let us see what will be the output of this code. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, value of number is 25. That's because the number was 10 initially and then we added 15 to that number. Guys, in the same way we have the minus and assignment operator as well. So this is subtraction. So instead of plus, we will put minus over here. I'll just remove this comment over here. So as we can see, we have 10 minus 15, which will be equal to minus 5. So the same should get printed. So as we can see, value of number is minus 5, and then in order to have the positive number, let's say we'll just remove 5 out of 10. So I've just changed this to 5. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 5. And in this way, we can easily use the subtract and assignment operator as well. Similarly, we have multiply and assignment. So instead of this subtract, we will put multiply over here. So it will be 10 multiplied by 5. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 50. So guys, this is same like we have number equal to number multiplied by 5. So this is a little lengthy process. You have to write a lot of characters over here. In order to have the shorthand method, we can use the multiply and then equal to operator over here. The another operator is divide. So in the same way, we can divide the two numbers as well. So it will be number divided by equal to 5. This means that the value of the number, that is 10, will be divided by 5, and then the result will be stored in the number itself. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 2. That is because 10 divided by 5. Now guys, what if the number that we have provided doesn't exactly divide the already existing value of the number? So let's say we change the value to 6 over here. In this case, we won't get a perfect quotient because the variable is of the integer type in this case. So we won't get a float number. So let me just save this file and try running this code to see what will happen. So as we can see, value of number is 1 in this case. And guys, always remember that division provides us the quotient value. In order to get the decimal value, we have to change the data type to double. So let's say we put double over here. So we have the double data type, and then we have 10 divided by 6. So we'll just save this file. I'll just remove this comment over here. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 1.66. and then the recurring numbers. And guys, in this way, in order to get the decimal number, we have to have the data type of the number appropriately. Let me just change this value to int over here. And now guys, what if we want to check the remainder, that is 10 divided by 6 is 1 in this case when the data type is int over here. Let me run this once again. So the value of number is 1. What if we want to get the remainder of this? So instead of this divide operator, we can have the percent operator, which will provide the remainder of the division of the two numbers. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of number is 4, that is 10 divided by 6, quotient is 1, remainder is 4. If we change this value to 8, then the remaining value will be 2 in this case. Let me run this code again. So as we can see, value of number is 2 in this case. And in this way, we can easily use the shorthand operators in order to quickly do some manipulation with the numbers or do some arithmetic operations with the numbers. Logical operators in Java programming. So guys, these are some of the logical operators. As we can see, the very first logical operator is the AND operator. And guys, these are used in conjunction with the other relational operators as well. So as we can see, in order to have a single relational operator, we can only put a single relational operator that is greater than or less than symbol. But guys, let us say we want to check multiple conditions, that is, let's say A is greater than B and B is also greater than B. In this case, we have to use the AND operator, that is one of the logical operators. In this case, if both the conditions are true, then it will go in the block of code that is being followed after this condition, or else it will return false and it will go in the else part. Another logical operator is the OR operator. In this case, again, it will check whether this condition is satisfied or this condition is satisfied. Now guys, the only big difference between this AND operator and the OR operator is that when we are using the AND operator, all the conditions should be true in order to go to the following block of code. Whereas in the OR operator, only one condition is required to be true in order to go to the following block of code. And then guys, we have the NOT operator as well. So this we will check with the help of examples. So guys, let us move to the examples over here. Let me just clear the screen over here. And then we have int num1, it is equal to 10 in this case. And then we have int num2, it is equal to 20 in this case. Now guys, let us say we want to use the AND operator over here. So let's say we provide if num1 is greater than 5, which is in this case, yes, it is greater than 5 since the value is 10 over here. We provide the AND operator in this way over here, that is 2 ampersand symbols over here, and then after the space we can provide the other number. Let's say num2 is greater than 10, and yes, in this case the num2 is actually greater than 10. So what we will do is we will provide the print statement. We can just provide it as yes, and then in the else part what we will do is we will provide the print statement as no in this case. So guys, what we are doing over here is whether num1 is greater than 5. So this is one condition. In this case, yes, it is greater than 5, and the next condition, that is num2 is greater than 10, and then yes, in this case num2 is actually greater than 10. So both the conditions are satisfying over here, and both the conditions will return true. So what this logical operator does is it will check whether both the conditions, that is this condition and this condition, is true, and if it is true, then this line of code will get executed, that is this block of code will get executed, or else the control flow will go in the else part, and then this block of code will get executed. Let me save this file and try running this code over here. So as we can see, yes is getting printed. Now guys, let us say we want to change the condition, or else we want to change the value in such a way that one of the conditions is false over here. So let's say num1 is greater than 5, we want to make it as false. So what I will do is I will change the value to 4. In this case, num1 is greater than 5, no, because num1 value is 4 in this case. So this false will be encountered and the control flow will go to the else part. So let me just save this file and try running this code over here. So as we can see, no is getting printed. Guys, similarly, let's say instead of this condition, that is the first condition, we make the second condition as false. So let me just change the value of num1 to 10 again, and now what we will do is we will make this condition as false, that is num2 greater than 10. It should be no in this case. So I'll put the value of num2 as 9. So 9 is not greater than 10 over here. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, no is again getting printed since this condition is false over here. And guys, in this way, whenever we are using the logical operator of AND, all the conditions should be satisfied in order to go to this block of code over here. Now guys, let me go back to the original values, that is num2 is 20 and num1 is 10. Let me save this file and try running this code. So both the conditions are getting satisfied. Num1 greater than 5, yes it is. Num2 greater than 10, yes it is. So yes is getting printed. Now guys, I'll show you another example with the OR operator. So instead of this AND, we will put OR. Now guys, I have told you the only difference between AND and OR is that in the OR operator, it expects only one condition to be satisfied. So at least one of them, either this condition or this condition, should get satisfied. If both the conditions are satisfied, then also it will execute this block of code. So let me just save this file and try running this code over here. So as we can see, yes is getting printed. Now guys, what we will do is we will put num1 greater than 5. We will change the value of num1 in such a way that this condition will return false. So let me go back to the num1 value and change it to 4 like we had done in the AND operator. And let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, yes is getting printed in this case, whereas if we change the operator to AND over here and save this file and try running this code, so it goes to the no, that is in the else part. That's because AND is expecting all the conditions to be satisfied. So over here, one condition is not getting satisfied, that is num1 is greater than 5. But in the OR, what we can do is, I'll just change this to OR, save this file and try running this code. Yes is getting printed over here. This yes, that's because when num1 is greater than 5 is checked, it returns false. But OR can expect the other condition to be true. So the control flow goes to this condition, that is num2 greater than 10, yes in this case, and this returns true. So any one condition is returning true. That means OR will help us to execute this block of code, that is in the if statement. And the same has happened over here. Yes is getting printed over here. Now what if this condition is also false? So let me just change this num2 to 9 in this case. And then let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, no is getting printed. So the control flow is coming to this else part. That's because num1 greater than 5, no in this case. Num2 is greater than 10, no in this case. So both the conditions are false over here. So the OR doesn't allow to go in this block of code, and hence the control flow goes to the else part. Now guys, there is another important operator, that is the not operator. So this will just reverse the condition. So over here, as we can see, this is false and this is false. That is the reason the control flow is not printing this statement. But what if we just surround these conditions with the open and close brackets? So this entire thing is false for now, but what we can do is we can reverse this condition over here, that is false over here in this case will become true. So we can do that using the not operator. So as we can see, this not we have provided. So what is happening over here is this part is false. So in short, this has become false. So not of false will become true in this case, and this line of code will get printed. So let me just undo this part. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, yes is getting printed over here. That's because we have done not over here. And in this way, we can easily use these logical operators based on the requirements. Conditional expressions in Java programming. So guys, this is one of the alternatives to the if else statement that we have seen previously. So the format is in this way. So we provide a condition first based on the relational operators that we have seen previously, and based on the condition a particular expression will get executed. So as you can see, this is the format. After the condition we can provide a question mark followed by the expression 1. So guys, what will happen is if the condition is true, then this expression 1 will get executed, or else if the condition is false, then this expression 2 will get executed. So this is the else part over here, which is expression 2, and this is the if part, that is expression 1, and in between we have a colon over here. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples. So as we can see over here, I'll just clear the previous code. So what we will do is we will define a number, that is a number variable, and it is 10. And then guys, what we will do is let us define a string over here where we will save the outcome, and then we will give the name as a result, and over here the condition that we will put is number greater than 5. So this is the condition, in which case yes, number is greater than 5. That's because number is 10 over here. And then after this condition, based on the conditional expression format, we have the question mark followed by the expression 1. So in this case we have yes, that is a string, that yes, the number is greater than 5, and if the number is not greater than 5, then after the colon we will have another statement as no. So these are the strings that will get stored in this result variable. So guys, what is happening over here is number is being checked, and if it is greater than 5, then yes will be returned and it will be stored in this result, or else no will be returned and it will be stored in the result. So guys, what we will do is we will print this statement over here. So result is, and then we have the result variable over here, that is result. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, result is yes. That is because is number greater than 5 in this case? Yes, in this case, since the number value is 10 over here. So yes is getting stored in this result, and this result we are printing over here as result is yes. Now let us change the value in such a way that this condition becomes false. So what I will do over here is I will set the number as 4. So is 4 greater than 5? No in this case. So this no string should get returned to this result variable. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, result is no. And guys, in this way we can easily use the conditional expression wherever there is a single string or a single result to be stored in a particular variable instead of a if else statement. Guys, there is another way to print this result over here. So instead of storing the result in this result variable, what I will do is I will remove this statement and I will put this conditional expression over here. I'll just cut this and paste this over here. So inside this print statement also we can have the conditional expression. So what this will do is it will just return yes or no in this case based on the condition whether it is true or false. Let me save this file and try running this code over here. So is number greater than 5 in this case? The value of number is 4 currently. So yes, 4 is not greater than 5 over here. So no will get printed. Now let me change the value in such a way the condition will get satisfied. So number is 6 over here. So number 6 greater than 5, yes. So this yes should be returned and it will be printed. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, yes is getting printed over here, and in this way we can easily use this conditional expression instead of if else statement if the return type is a single expression. So for loop in Java programming. Guys, as the name suggests, for loop meaning doing repetitive task continuously up to a certain limit. So guys, as we can see over here, if you want to print something, let's say we want to print the numbers from 0 to 5, and in this way we can use the for loop. Instead of having the multiple println statements, we can have just single println statement and change the value of the variable one at a time. And this is the format. We first declare a variable and assign a value to it, that is 0, and then after a semicolon we have the condition, that is up to which value the variable should go. So we can use a relational operator, less than, or also we can use the less than or equal to operator, and then we increment the variable value. So we can do I++, or we can increment it by any other value as well, and then we can print the value. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples. Now what we can do is, we'll clear the screen over here, and let's say I want to print the numbers from 0 to 5. So what I will do is, I will just provide the println statement, and over here I can provide the value as 0, and then I'll just copy and paste these up to 5. So guys, this is one of the ways, which is not the best way in order to print some numbers over here on the screen. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 is getting printed. But guys, as I said, this is not the best way that we can print these numbers over here. Let's say we want to print from 0 to 100. So we cannot have the 100 lines of code over here. Instead of that, we can have the efficient for loop do the task for us. So I'll just remove this lines of code, and what I will do is, we will use the for loop. So we have the for keyword, and then we have the open and close brackets, and inside this we will have the variable, that is, let's say int, that is going from I, it is equal to 0. So guys, this is the initialization part. So we have three parts in the for loop. So the first is initialization part, where we declare a variable and initialize a value to it, and then we have a conditional part. So as you can see, we have a relational operator that we can use in order to check for a condition, and then we have the incrementation part, which increments the variable value. We can provide all these things in the for loop. So inside this we have the declaration part, and then we have a semicolon followed by the condition. So condition will be I less than or equal to 5. That's because we want to print from 0 to 5. So it must be less than or equal to. So in order to include the value 5, we have to provide the equal to sign, and then semicolon followed by I++. And then inside this we have curly braces, and let us print the value of I. So what I will do is, I will provide the string, that is value of I is, and we have this variable name, that is I. So guys, what is happening over here is, the very first thing, that is initialization, I is equal to 0, and then after this the control flow will check for the condition whether I is less than or equal to 5. Yes it is, so it will go for the very first time inside these curly braces. So value of I is 0 will get printed. Now guys, what will happen is, after this close curly braces is getting encountered, the control flow will go to the incrementation part, because first it needs to increment before checking for the condition as well. So I++, meaning I will become 1 now, and then is 1 less than or equal to 5? Yes, in this case. So value of I will be 1, and then again the control flow encounters this closing curly braces, and then again we have I++, in which case it will be 2. So 2 is less than or equal to 5? Yes it is. So 2 will get printed, and in this way continuously in a loop I will go up to 5. And is 5 less than or equal to 5? Yes it is. 5 will get printed over here, and then after this curly braces, I++ will make the value of I equal to 6, and is 6 less than or equal to 5? No, in this case. So the control flow will come out of the loop and the program will end over here. So guys, let us save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, the values are printed over here. Let me just expand this. So value of I is 0, then value of I is 1, I is 2, 3, 4 and then 5, and then once the i's value becomes 6, this condition doesn't get satisfied and the control flow comes out of the loop. And guys, in this way we can easily use the for loop. Now guys, what if we want to check the latest value of I when the control flow comes out? So since the value of I is 6 now, so this 6 value should get printed. So let us confirm this with another print statement over here. What I will do is, over here we have latest value of I is, and then we have I over here. So let me save this file and try running this code. So I'll put latest. Let's run this code. So as we can see, error exists in required projects, Java project, proceed with launch, cancel. Let us see what is the error. So we have an error over here. I cannot be resolved to a variable. So guys, since we have provided the declaration of I within this for loop, so the context of this I variable is only within this for loop. So we cannot use this I variable outside of this for loop. So guys, in order to solve this problem, we have to declare the I variable before this for loop, that is outside this for loop. So we can do it in this way. So int I we have just declared over here, and then we are initializing it over here, that is I is equal to 0, and then this I can be used over here in this string, that is the latest value of I is I. So let me save this file and try running this code over here now. So as we can see, value of I is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5, and then we have latest value of I is 6, and that is because I had become 6 over here in this case. That is the reason why the control flow went out of the for loop. So guys, in this way we can easily use the for loop. Now guys, what if we don't want to print every number, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but instead we want to print the even numbers. So we know that I is 0 initially, so the next number that we want to print is 2, and then the next number that we want to print is 4. So what we can do is, instead of doing I++, which will just increment the value by 1, we can increment the value by 2 using I plus equal to operator, that is add and assign operator, and then we provide the value as 2 over here. So 0 will be printed first, and then it will be incremented by 2, and based on the condition those numbers will get printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code so that we can see the output. So as we can see, value of I is 0 initially, and then I is incremented by 2, and is 2 less than or equal to 5? Yes it is, so 2 will get printed, and then again incremented by 2, so 2 plus 2 it is 4. So is 4 less than or equal to 5? Yes it is, so 4 will get printed, and then plus 2, so 4 plus 2 it becomes 6. So is 6 less than or equal to 5? No in this case, so the control flow comes out, and then the latest value of I is 6 over here, which is getting printed over here. Guys, there is another important consideration. If you don't want to initialize inside this for loop, we can also initialize it outside. So we can remove this, and then we can initialize it over here. So as you can see, I equal to 0 we have initialized, and we have not provided the initialization over here. So let me save this file and try running this code. It should give us the same output, that is 0, 2 and then 4. Let us check another example where we want to print the odd numbers. So let's say I starts from 1, and then we increment it by 2 every time. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, we have 1 and then 3 and then 5 and then 7. All are the odd numbers. That's because we started with the odd number, that is 1, and then we incremented the value of I by 2 every time. So guys, in this way we can easily use the for loop in order to repeat some task multiple times. Guys, over here we have seen just the print statement. You can also do some arithmetic operations as well, like addition of numbers or subtraction of numbers as well. So any arithmetic operations or number manipulations can be done inside the for loop. Guys, it is very important that you practice on your own, so that based on the different inputs you can get the different outputs, and you will increase the level of understanding in Java programming. While loop in Java programming. So guys, this is the format of the while loop. It is similar to a for loop that we have seen previously. The only difference between for loop and while loop is that in the while loop we only provide the condition that we want the control statement to go inside these curly braces, whereas in the for loop we were also dealing with the initialization of the variable as well as is the incrementation part of the variable that we are using as a iterator. So guys, this is the format. After the while keyword, inside the brackets we have the condition up to which the iteration should go, and then inside these curly braces we have the block of code to get executed. So guys, this we are going to understand with the help of examples. Also guys, we are going to see the do while loop, which will help us in order to execute the block of code that is inside these curly braces at least once. So guys, what happens is, let's say if I is not less than 5 in this case during the first step, so no line of code will get executed from this block of code. But guys, the do keyword over here will help to execute this block of code over here at least once. And then guys, the while condition will help us check whether the condition is satisfying or not, and then going back again to the block of code after the do keyword. So guys, let us understand all this with the help of examples over here. So guys, first we will understand the while loop. So let us say we have an integer I, so I it is equal to 0. So we have to initialize the integer outside the while loop over here, because in the while loop we will only have the condition and the incrementation part. So guys, we have initialized the variable I over here. Now we want to print the first 5 numbers. So let's say we want to go from 0 to 4. So guys, what we will do is, after this while keyword we have the open and close brackets, and then what we will do is I less than or equal to 4. So we are including 0, so it will be 0 to 4, that means the first 5 numbers. And then guys, after this condition, that is I is less than or equal to 4, we will have the curly braces. So we have open and close curly braces, and then inside this, let us say we want to print the numbers, that is we want to print the I value. So guys, we will do system.out.println, and instead of this println, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the print, so that all the numbers will get printed on the same line. So guys, what we will do over here is we will put the value of I, that is I, and then we have to append it by a space character. So after the plus operator we will do double quotes and then a space character inside this double quote. So guys, what will happen is, first the value of I is 0, so the control flow will go to this while keyword, and then it will check whether I is less than or equal to 4. Yes, it is. So over here the I value will get printed, which is 0, and then after that space will get appended. And then again guys, in order to come back over here, before coming back to this condition again, we have to increment the value of I, or else it will be the infinite program just printing the 0 value of the I. So guys, over here we are incrementing the value of I by using I++ and then semicolon. So guys, what will happen is, after the 0 gets printed, I will be incremented by 1, so the value will be 1, and then again the control flow will go and check over here whether I is less than or equal to 4. Yes, in this case, since the I value is 1 right now, so 1 will get printed and space character will be appended. And then guys, I++, the value of I will be 2, and then again, is 2 less than or equal to 4? Yes, it is. So 2 will get printed, and in the similar way up to the value 4 will get printed. And once the value 4 is getting printed, I++ will make the value of I equal to 5 over here, and then the control flow will come back again to check whether the value of I, which is 5 right now, is it less than or equal to 4? No, in this case. So the control flow will come out of this while loop, and in this way we can easily print the numbers from 0 to 4. So guys, let us save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 5 numbers are getting printed over here. Now guys, let us say we want to print 10 numbers, that is 1 to 10. So what I will do is, instead of I equal to 0, I will make I equal to 1, and then what I will do is I is less than or equal to 10, including 10 as the number. Let us save this file and try running this code. So guys, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 10 numbers are getting printed over here. And in this way, we can easily use the while loop as an alternative of a for loop. So guys, it depends on you whether you want to use the for loop or a while loop. Now guys, another important variation over here of the while loop is a do while loop, which will help you to execute the block of code at least once. So guys, what I will do over here is, before showing you the example of a do while loop, what I will do is, the I value is 1 over here, and I want the condition to be I less than 1. So 1 is not included in this case. That means I can go to a maximum value of 0. So in this case, what will be the output? So let us save this file and try running this code to see what will be the output. So guys, as you can see, it shows terminated. That means nothing gets printed over here. That's because I value is 1 right now. and I less than 1, no in this case. So the control flow did not go inside this block of code in order to print this statement. Now guys, let us say we want to execute this block of code at least once, irrespective of what is the condition in the while loop that we have mentioned. So guys, what we will do is we will just cut this, and then after this block of code we will paste the while condition over here. So this is the way that we provide the do while loop, and before the block of code we have to provide the do keyword. So guys, what is happening over here? Do keyword will help the control flow go inside this block of code and execute this line of code, that is the value of I will get printed first, which is 1 right now, and then I plus plus. So the value of I will become 2 now, and then it will be checked whether I is less than 1 using this while keyword. Now guys, very important thing over here, whenever you're using a do while loop, after this while condition we have to provide a semicolon. So this is the syntax that we have to follow. So guys, let us save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 1 is getting printed. So the initial value of I was 1, which we were not able to print when we were putting just the while condition, in which case the condition was false initially. But the do while loop will help us in order to execute this block of code at least once, and that is the reason why this print statement got executed and the value of I got printed, that is 1. And then after I plus plus, the value of I will be 2, and then the while condition will be checked by the control flow. So is I less than 1? No in this case, because I's value is 2 right now. So the control flow will not go back to this block of code. Now guys, let us see another example in such a way that the control flow goes back to this block of code again inside this do keyword. So guys, what we will do is I equal to 1, and then what I can do is I less than 5. So let us see this. Let us save this file and try running this code. So how many numbers are getting printed? 1, 2, 3 and then 4. So once the I's value is 4, I plus plus will make the value as 5, and then inside this while condition we have I less than 5. No in this case, because 5 is not less than 5. So the control flow will come out of this block of code. And guys, in this way we can easily use the do while loop as well in order to execute the block of code at least once before checking the condition in the while loop. So control statements in Java programming. So guys, these are two of the most important keywords that we can use in the loops, that is break keyword and continue keyword. So guys, the functionality of the break keyword is it breaks the flow of execution in loops. So we are going to check this with the help of examples as well. And then the continue keyword is the opposite of the break keyword, which continues the flow of execution to the next iteration. So guys, let us understand both of these keywords with the help of example. So guys, what we will do is we will use a for loop in this case. Let me just clear the screen. So what I am going to do is we have a for loop, and inside this for loop we have int I. It is going from 0 and then I less than 10. That means it will go from the numbers 0 to 9. 10 is not included in this case since we have used the less than symbol, and then after semicolon we are doing I plus plus. Now guys, what we want to do is, irrespective of what condition we have put, that is in this case we have put I less than 10, that means the numbers will go from 0 to 9, but let's say we want to print only the numbers from 0 to 5. So what I am going to do over here is, let me just print the statement over here, that is print ln, and instead of this print ln we will just put the print so that we get all the numbers in one line. So guys, what I am going to do over here is I will put the value of I and then followed by a space character. So plus operator followed by double quotes and a space character inside these double quotes. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code so that we'll see what will be the output. So as you can see, the numbers 0 to 9 is getting printed and 10 is not included in this case. Now guys, let us say we just want to print the numbers from 0 to 5 and then we want to come out of this for loop. So what we can do is, once the i's value is 5 over here, the I, that is the value 5, will get printed, and after this we can have the if condition. So if I is equal to 5. So if the i's value is 5 currently, what we can do is we can break, that is come out of this loop. So guys, the break keyword works in this way. We can just provide the break keyword followed by the semicolon, that is the end of the line, and the control flow will come out of this loop inside which the break keyword is placed. So guys, let us understand this. Let us save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 0 to 5 is getting printed. That's because after the value of I is equal to 5, we are checking whether I is equal to 5 or not, and then it will break, that is, it will come out of the loop. So every time the execution is coming inside this loop, I is being checked whether it is equal to 5, and whenever it is not equal to 5, the control flow will not see this break statement, and this will help the control flow to go back to this for loop again. And we have seen the functionality of the for loop previously as well, and based on this break keyword, we can limit the number of digits that can be printed on the screen. Now guys, let us understand the functionality of another keyword, that is continue, which is opposite to the break keyword. So guys, let me clear this break keyword for now, and I'll just save this file and try running this code so that all the numbers get printed, that is 0 to 9. Now guys, what I want to do is I just want to print the odd numbers, that is 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. That means I don't want to print the even numbers that are present in between them. So guys, one way that I can do the same thing is by starting from the number 1 and then incrementing it by 2, which we have seen previously as well. But guys, we will use another method in order to achieve the same functionality using the continue keyword. So what I will do is, currently all the numbers are getting printed, that is 0 to 9. But what we can do is we can provide the if condition at the start of the for loop. So inside this if condition, we can check whether a number is an even number or an odd number. So what I can do is we can do I %2, which means I will get divided by 2, and then whatever the remainder is, that remainder will be returned in this condition, and then whatever remainder is there, we are going to check whether it is equal to 0 or not. So guys, if you know something about mathematics, so whenever you are dealing with even numbers, whenever you divide these even numbers by 2, the remainder will be always 0, and this is what we are trying to do. Whenever there is an even number, we divide it by 2 over here, and we are going to check whether the remainder is 0 or not. If it is an odd number, then the remainder will be 1. So in this case, the condition will be false. But whenever there is an even number, the remainder will be 0 in this case, and the condition will be true. And whenever there is a condition that is true in this case, what we are going to do is we are going to use the continue keyword. So guys, the functionality of the continue keyword is in this way. So whenever this condition is true, the control flow will encounter this continue keyword, and in whichever loop the continue keyword is present, it will make the control flow to go back at the starting of the loop over here. So again, all these conditions will get executed. So guys, the only important thing that you should know is whenever this continue keyword is encountered, the rest of the lines of code after this continue keyword will not get executed, but the control flow will automatically go to the start of the for loop, that is in this condition. So let me just save this file and try running this code in order to print only odd numbers. So as you can see, only odd numbers are getting printed over here, that is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That's because whenever the even numbers were encountered in this if condition, we placed the continue keyword, which will make the control flow go back to the for loop again, and in this way the even numbers were not getting printed. Now guys, let us do the opposite of this. Let's say we want to print the even numbers but not the odd numbers. So we have to make this condition true for even numbers, in which case whenever there is an odd number that is getting divided by 2, the remainder will be 1 every time. So we will make the value as 1 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, the odd numbers are left out and the even numbers are getting printed now, that is 0, 2, 4, 6 and then 8. And then after 8, the i's value is 9, in which case 9%2 is actually equal to 1, and then continue statement will make the control flow go back to this for loop, and then i's value will be incremented by 1, which will make the value of I equal to 10, and then is 10 less than 10? No, in this case. So the control flow will come out of this for loop. And guys, in this way we can easily use the break keywords and the continue keywords as well. Switch case in Java programming, and guys, this is one of the alternatives to the if else code, that is we can have the syntax in this way. So we have the switch keyword and then followed by, inside the brackets we have an expression. So usually it is kind of a number which we can check the value of. So guys, inside the curly braces, we have the case keyword followed by the value of the number that can be possibly equal to the expression that we have provided over here. And then if this value 1 is equal to this expression, so this block of code will get executed, whatever we provide the code over here. And then after that code, we have the break statement in order to come out of the switch block of code. In the similar way, we have multiple cases over here. So case value 2, and then we have the block of code, and then we have the break statement. And then guys, another important thing, if any of the case values doesn't match with the expression, so the control flow will go to this default keyword, and then whatever block of code is present over here, it will get executed. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples. So what I will do is, let's say we have the integer I that is defined as 1. So we are declaring a variable I and then initializing it with the value as 1 over here, and we are going to have a switch keyword over here. So inside the switch keyword, we are going to check the value of I. So what I will do is, I will provide the expression that is I over here inside these open and close brackets, and then we have curly braces, and inside these curly braces, as we have seen in the syntax, we have the case keyword followed by the value. So over here we have the case keyword followed by the value. So let's say we have the value as 0, and then we have a colon. So guys, this is the syntax. After the case keyword, we have a value, and then we have a colon over here, and then we can have the code over here. So the code can be in this way. We can have any block of code. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to print the value of I over here in the print statement. So I will get printed over here when it is 0. Guys, let us include a string over here as well in the print statement. So what I will do is, value of I is, and then we have a plus sign, and then we have the I variable, and then after this we have the break keyword followed by a semicolon, and then in this way, this is the first case statement. Similarly, we can have the multiple case statements as well. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and instead of 0, what we will have is, we will have 1. So guys, notice over here one thing, that we already defined case 0. So again we are defining case 0 over here. So if we hover over this red line, the compiler will tell us that this is a duplicate case. So guys, this is one of the important features of Eclipse, that it provides us the compiler errors as well. So we will change the case value to 1 in this case, and value of I is 1 will get printed. And then guys, let's say if it is not equal to 0 nor it is equal to 1, then we can have the default value over here. So we can have the default case and not the value. So we have the default case over here, and then we can just print this statement. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So are we supposed to provide a break statement after this default statement? It is not provided in this syntax currently. So we will check without providing the break statement in the default keyword over here. So the value of I, if it is not equal to 0 nor it is equal to 1, so I's value will be something else, and that will get printed over here. And guys, what we will do is, let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, value of I is 1. So currently what is happening is, we are passing the I's value to the switch case, and then inside this case is I's value 0, no in this case. So the control flow will go to the next statement, that is case 1. So is I's value 1 in this case? Yes it is. So it will just print the value of I, it is equal to 1. Guys, in order to make it more easy to understand, I'll just remove this I value over here, since it is always going to print either 0 or 1 in this case. So what we will do is, I will just provide the string as 0 over here, so that we exactly come to know that yes, this print statement is getting printed over here. And over here what we will do is, we will put the value as 1. So the string is 1. And over here we will put value of I is something else apart from 0 or 1. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 1 is getting printed. So this block of code is getting printed, and after the break statement, it comes out of the switch case. Guys, let us see what happens if this break statement is not provided. So let me just remove this break statement, and let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 1 is getting printed over here, but the control flow did not encounter the break keyword. So what is happening is, the control flow is also going to this default statement, and then this line is getting printed. As you can see, value of I is 1. So guys, it is very important that we provide the break statement whenever we are dealing with our actual requirements in Java programming. So we have provided the break statement. Now guys, what I will do is I will change the value of I to 0 now. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So 0 is getting printed, which means that the control flow was successfully able to encounter this case, that is 0, and then this print statement got executed. What if we remove the break keyword over here? Let me just remove this and save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 0 is getting printed, and then again control flow goes over here because the break statement was not encountered. So 1 will get printed again, and then break keyword got encountered. So it comes out of the switch case. So guys, it is very important that you provide the break keyword. And guys, let us see another example now. Neither it is 0 nor it is equal to 1. So I will provide the value of I as 5 now in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of I is 5. So 0 and 1, neither of the statements got printed over here. So the control flow went to this default part, and value of I is, so whatever value we provided, that is 5, got printed over here. And guys, in this way we can easily use the switch case and check what is the value, and based on the value of the variable we can provide the required print statement or do some arithmetic operations as well, depending on your requirements. Guys, in this example we have checked with the help of the integer data type, and we have provided the integer data type as the expression. Can we do the same thing with the string variables as well? So practice on your own regarding the string variable and providing the string expression over here and the string cases over here, and let me know in the comment section below whether we can provide the string variables with the switch expression. Arrays in Java programming. So guys, array is nothing but it is a collection of similar types of data. So let's say previously we have seen a single integer data type. So array can help us in order to store a list of integer data types. So over here, as you can see, we have int and then followed by open and close brackets. This means that we are trying to store an array. So array is nothing but it is the list of elements of the same data type. So this is the list of numbers, and in the other way we can also have the list of string as well. So for example, if we want to store the names of 100 people, then we can create an array of the string data type that can store 100 names, and these are some of the applications of the Java arrays. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples. Now we'll go to the Eclipse and I'll clear the screen over here. Now guys, in order to define a list of integer data type, first we will define the integer, a single integer, let's say I, it is equal to 10. And then if we want to print this integer, we simply do a println statement, and then value of I is, and then we have the plus operator, and then we have I. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, value of I is 10 over here. Now guys, let us say we want the list of numbers. Let's say we want the list of numbers from 1 to 5 to be stored in a variable. So we can use the array. So how we can define the array is, after this data type, we can have the open and close square brackets followed by the name of the variable. So we will give some sensible name to this variable, and over here what I will do is, let's say array of integers is the name that is given to this variable. And then how do we define this? We can quickly assign the variables to this array of integer. So we have the curly braces, open and close curly braces, and then we can have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So these numbers are separated by commas, as you can see, and this is the way we can provide the list of integer data type to a variable that is of type array. So guys, we will have a semicolon at the end, and let's say if we want to print this array of integers. So guys, if we directly provide the name of the variable, so in this case it is the array of integers. So let me just put the array of integers variable name over here inside this println statement. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So guys, as we can see, we are getting some garbage value. So this is nothing but the address of the first value of the array of integers. So guys, to make it more simple, I have a diagram for you over here. So as we can see, we have the list of integers over here. This is the first element, that is 12, and then we have 4, 5, 2 and then 5. So these are the 5 elements that are stored in the Java arrays. So guys, what is happening is, this is the variable name, that is age over here, and then we have the 0th element, as you can see, inside the square brackets, and then we have 1 and then 2, 3, 4. So these are nothing but these are the indices of the array elements. Now guys, what is happening behind the scene is, these elements are having their separate memory blocks. So all these values are stored in memory, and then the address of the very first element over here, that is 12, is being printed over here, as you can see. So this is the address. So whenever we want to refer to the elements of the array, so just by mentioning the variable name, we won't get the list of elements that are present in the variable. So we have to use these square brackets, as you can see, and inside these square brackets we have to use the position. So let's say we want to print the value 1. So after using this array of integer variable name, we are going to have the open and close square brackets, as you can see, and the array starts from the 0th index. So it starts from 0, which means the index of this value 1 is 0, and then we have 1, 2, 3 and then 4. So these are the indices. So guys, array of integer 0 will return us the value as 1. So let me just save this file and try running this code over here. So as you can see, 1 is getting printed. In the similar way, let's say we want to print the last element, that is value 5. So the index of this value 5 is 4. That's because the indices start from 0. So it is 0, 1, 2, 3 and then 4. So if we provide the value 4 as the index, so let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 5 is getting printed, and in this way we can easily access the elements of the array by using the variable name, that is array of integers, followed by open and close square bracket, and inside the square bracket we can have the index. Now guys, as we have seen previously, we can also use loops in order to iterate through these elements. So how we can do that? So I'll just remove this line of code over here, and what I will do is I will use the for loop, and for loop, it will go from integer I, it is equal to 0, and then I less than. Now guys, we have to provide some number over here, but we are not sure what is the length of this array. So guys, in order to get the length of the array, we have a property called length. So we can use the name of the variable, that is array of integers over here, and then followed by dot, and then we have something called as length property. So guys, this property will help us in order to get the number of elements that are present inside array, and then we have a semicolon and then I plus plus. Now guys, what is happening over here is I, that is starting from 0, and then it will go until the length of the array of integers. So what is the length of the array of integers? It will be the number of elements that are present over here in the array. And then what we are going to do is we are going to print the elements. So I am going to have system.out.println, and instead of this println, let's say we just want to print, because we want to print all the elements in a single line. And over here what we will do is we will have this array of integers. So array of integers, and then in order to access the elements of these arrays, we are going to have the square brackets, and then inside the square brackets we will have this index. So we will use this I variable that we are iterating, and then followed by a space character. So we have a plus sign, and then followed by double quotes, inside which we have a space character. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So guys, as we can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the elements of the array is getting printed. Now if we have just 3 elements over here, so I'll remove this 4 and 5. Let me just save this file. We need not have to change anything in the for loop, because we are using the array of integers dot length, which will automatically take the length of the array during the runtime. So let me just run this code. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3 is getting printed. And let us say if we have the number of elements as 10 over here. So let me just provide 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the values 10. So these are 1 to 10, that is the elements of this array of integers. So automatically array of integers dot length will provide the 10 as the length of the array. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 1, 2, 3 and then up to 10 is getting printed. And in this way we can easily use the arrays. This is the array of integers that we have seen. We can also use the arrays of string values as well. So instead of this integer array, we will have the string data type followed by open and close square brackets, and then we will have array of string over here, and then inside these array of a string we can have the list of string as well. So we will provide programming as the one string followed by comma, then we have another string as for, and then comma, and then inside double quotes we have beginners. So programming for beginners, these are the three strings that we have saved in the array of strings over here. And then we have array of string over here. Copy it in the for loop I less than array of string dot length. So array of string length will be returned over here. And then in the print statement as well, we will have array of string and then I as the iterator that will iterate through every string. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, programming for beginners is getting printed. Now let's say if we want to print all these strings in the separate lines, so we can have the println statement instead of just print statement over here. That is a print method over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, this println method is making each element of the array of string print in the next line. So programming for beginners, all the strings are getting printed on the new lines over here. And guys, in this way we can easily use the array of integers or array of strings or array of any data types based on your requirements. Multi-dimensional arrays in Java programming. So guys, a multi-dimensional array is nothing but it is an array of array. So previously we have seen a single dimensional array. That means we have just a list of elements present in a single row and the multiple columns. Now in multi-dimensional array guys, each element of a multi-dimensional array is an array itself. So to make it more easy for you to understand, we can call it as a matrix. So a matrix can be of 2 into 2, or this is another example of 3 into 4, wherein the first number, that is 3, is the number of rows and then 4 is the number of columns. So to make it more easy for this syntax to understand, we have another diagram over here. So as you can see, this is one array, that is row 1 we have. I'll just change the color. This is row 1 and then the entire row is having different columns, and then we have another row. So guys, only one row if we are having in an array, that is called a single dimensional array. But if we are having multiple rows, as you can see, we have row 2 as well and then we have row 3 as well. So this is called two-dimensional array because we are having rows over here in the x-axis and column over here in the y-axis. Whereas in a single dimensional array, we will only have one row in the x-axis and multiple columns in the y-axis. So this is called single dimensional array. So guys, that is the difference. So let us see this with the help of examples over here. Before going to examples, there is another important observation as far as syntax is concerned. As we can see, we have a open and close square brackets over here of a single dimensional array, whereas in a two-dimensional array, we will have two open and close brackets over here, and that is the difference when we are defining a matrix or a multi-dimensional array. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples over here. So let's say we have a matrix of integer data type. So we will have single open and close square brackets and then double open and close square brackets to define two-dimensional matrix or two-dimensional array. And then let's say we define the variable name as array, and then inside this we will have the two-dimensional matrix being defined over here. So guys, we can define it in this way. So let's say the first row is having 4 columns. So we can have the numbers as 1, 2, 3 and then 4. But guys, as we have seen in the definition, these are array of arrays. So these numbers have to be present inside the open and close curly braces. So we will have one curly braces that is open and close over here after defining all these elements. And then guys, this is the first row. So we have defined this row, that is row 1 of the multi-dimensional array. Now we will define the another row, that is the second row of the multi-dimensional array over here. So what I will do is, we are going to have a comma and then followed by again open and close curly braces, and then we will have another array. So let's say we have 11, 12, 13 and then 14. So as you can see, this is the second row of the multi-dimensional array, and it is also having 4 columns, that is 1, 2, 3 and then 4. And in this way we can have any number of rows being defined over here inside these multi-dimensional array. Now guys, after this open and close curly braces, the main open and close curly braces, we are going to have the end of statement over here, that is a semicolon. And let us say we want to print these numbers now. So previously we had seen, in order to access a single element inside a one-dimensional array, we used to provide the index inside the square brackets. Guys, similarly we have to use the index in both of these square brackets in order to access these elements. So let's say we want to access the element 14 over here, which is the last element of the second row and the fourth column. So guys, how we are going to print it is, we are going to have the print statement over here followed by we have this array, that is variable name, and then we will have the open and close brackets 2 times. Now guys, we have to provide the index of this 14 number. So as far as index is concerned, it is a 0th based index. So this is the 0th row and this is the first row. So we are referring to the first row over here based on the index. So we provide the index number as 1, and then we want to refer to this element, that is 14, but since the index starts from 0, so this 11th number is at the 0th index, and then 1, 2 and then 3. So the index that we will use in order to retrieve this 14th number is 3. So this column number will be 3 over here, and then let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 14 is getting printed. To make it more easy to understand, let us go back to this diagram. As you can see, the very first element is having 0, 0 as the index. This is 0, that is 0th row and the 0th column. And then again we have 0th row and the first column. Then we have 0th row and the second column, and 0th row and the third column, and in this way these are all 0th row elements, whereas the next row, that is the first row, it will start as 1 and then column number will be 0, and then we have row 1 and then column will be 1, and then we have row 1, column will be 2, and then row 1, column will be 3. In the same way, next we have row 2. Then as you can see, all these first numbers are 2, which are referring to second row based on the index, and these are the column numbers. So guys, using this interpretation, we can easily access all these elements over here inside the array. Now guys, how do we do it more efficiently? So again, we can use the loops over here. So what I will do is, we will use the for loop to make it more easy. So for, and the very first thing is int I, it is equal to 0, and then we have I less than the size of this array, that is equal to 4. So what I will do is I less than or equal to 4, and then we have I plus plus. Now guys, we are going to use the nesting for loop. That's because using this for loop, we will be able to iterate only the first row of the array. But in order to iterate over the second row of the array, we have to use the another for loop inside this for loop. So inside these curly braces, we will have another for loop, and then inside this we will use another variable, that is j. It is going from 0 and then j less than the number of columns over here. So columns are 4, so j is less than 4, and then j plus plus. Guys, there is a mistake that I did over here, that is I less than 4. This is incorrect. That's because this condition wants the number of rows that are present over here. So since the number of rows is 2 over here, so we are going to provide 2. So I is going to iterate from this row, and then the next it is going to iterate from this row, and then this j variable will iterate through these values based on the column numbers. And then inside this we have the curly braces, and then we can have system.out.println, but instead of this println, what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide the print, and then we will use this array variable name, and then we will use just the ith variable, which will refer to the row number, and then followed by the jth variable, which is going to refer the column number, and then followed by we are going to append the space character. So we have plus followed by the space character. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, we are having all the numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 11, 12, 13, 14. Now guys, in order to print this 11, 12, 13, 14 on the next line, what we are going to do is, the moment that this inner for loop is executed completely, that is going from 0 to 4, what we are going to do is we are going to provide a new line character. So how do we provide the new line character? We just have to provide system.out.println, and we don't print anything inside this, but this println will make the control flow go to the next line. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 11, 12, 13, 14. And guys, in this way, we can easily print the multi-dimensional arrays over here, as far as this is a 2-dimensional array. Guys, one important thing over here is we have hard-coded these values as far as conditions are concerned. So as you can see, we have provided the hard-coded value, that is 2 over here, and then another hard-coded value, that is 4 over here. In this case, let's say we have another row over here. So let's say we have open and close brackets, and then we have 21, 22, 23, and 24. So what will happen in this case? Let me just save this file and try running this code. to show you the output. So still only 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 11, 12, 13, 14, that is the first two rows are getting printed. That's because we have provided the hard-coded value that is 2 over here. The moment that we make it 3 over here, so as you can see I is less than 3, I'll just save this file and try running this code. So it will go from 0, 1 and then 2. So it will print these elements as well. So as you can see these elements are also getting printed. Now in order to remove this hard coding, what we can do is we can use the length property of the array. So we can just remove this. I'll provide array. I'll just copy this and paste this over here, dot length. So guys, what this will do is it will provide the length of the array. So the length of the array is what? This is 1, this is 2 and then this is 3. And then guys, again for this second condition as well, that is j less than 4, we will provide again the length property. So we will have the array, but the length property we will get by accessing one of the arrays. So guys, what we can do is we can refer to the 0th row, that is the first row over here, by using the open and close brackets, and then we have 0th row and then we have dot and then length. So guys, we are getting the length of the first row in this case, that is the first row is this and the length will be 4 in this case. So let me just save this file and try running this code over here. So as we can see, we are getting all the numbers. Now irrespective of what length we are getting, automatically the length will be derived from the array and all the numbers will get printed. So guys, let me just add another row over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here and change the value of these elements. So it is 31, 32, 33, 34. Let me just save this file. Now no need to change any condition over here since we are not providing any hard-coded values. So let me just run this code for you. So as we can see, all the numbers are getting printed 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 31, 32, 33 and 34. Let's say we want to add another column. So we have 5 elements. Instead of these 4 elements, we are having 5 elements now. So I'll put 5 over here. Then we have 15 over here. And then we have 25 over here. And then we have 35 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, 5th element is also being taken automatically. That's because we are providing the length of the first array. So it is getting the number of columns over here in the 2-dimensional array. So guys, in this way we can easily use this 2-dimensional array based on our requirements. And guys, it is very much important as far as competitive coding is concerned. There are many problems that will be solved using the 2-dimensional array and many other algorithms that are there in order to manipulate these numbers as well. So guys, you can practice on your own so that you can master using these Java programs of 2-dimensional array. For each loop in Java programming. So guys, this is the enhanced for loop that we are going to see in this video. So guys, the for each loop is used in order to iterate through the elements of arrays and collections like ArrayList. So previously we have seen the normal for loop that we can use in order to iterate through the array, and this is the format that we can use. That is, it is having the initialization part and then we are having the condition part and then we have the incrementation part. So these are the 3 things that we had used previously in the normal for loop in Java programming. But now guys, we can also use this enhanced for loop, which is little easy to understand and to write as well. So this is also called as the enhanced for loop. So guys, this is the format as we can see. The very first thing is the keyword that we are going to use, that is the for keyword, and then followed by inside the brackets we have the data type. So it can be an integer or the string data type as well, followed by the variable name that we are going to use, and then followed by a colon and then the variable name of the array that we are going to iterate through. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples over here. So let us say we have an array of integer. So we will define the array of integers and then we have the curly braces. So guys, we have seen previously that integer, that is a data type, followed by the open and close square brackets we have, and then we have the variable name, and then we can create an array of integers. So over here we are going to include 5 elements in this array. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5. So guys, how we used to use the normal for loop is we used to have the for keyword followed by integer and then I. It goes from 0 to I less than the length of the array. So we can use array dot length over here, that is a property, and then I plus plus, and then we can simply just print the elements inside the array. So we are going to print the elements by using the array variable and then followed by the index of the array elements. So guys, over here what we are going to do is the name of the array variable followed by open and close square brackets and then I. So I is going to iterate through the array elements, and then let's say we want to print on the same line, so we will use this print method over here instead of println, and then over here I will just provide the space character. So inside this double quotes we have a space character in order to separate all the elements of the array. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, all the elements that is 1 to 5 is getting printed. Now guys, let us see the enhanced for loop. The same thing can be done very efficiently with the enhanced for loop over here. So I'll just comment out this line over here. So this is a multi-line comment that I have provided, and we will use the same for keyword, but this time we are not going to provide all these three things, that is initialization, then condition and then incrementation, but instead of that we are going to provide int and then the variable I and then followed by a colon and then the name of the array. So we can provide this array, that is the name of the array, and then inside this we will have our print statement. So I will provide the print statement over here. So this is a print method that we are going to use, and the same array elements we are going to print. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then inside these square brackets I have to provide the I variable, since that is the iterator that is going to be used in order to iterate through the entire list of elements, and then followed by the space character over here. And then guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. So guys, as we can see, exception in thread main java lang and then array index out of bounds. So guys, here is a mistake that I have done over here. So instead of using this array variable along with the indices, so guys, what is happening over here is we don't have to iterate through these elements using the indices over here, that is the index. So basically this for each loop is helping us in order to iterate through the values of the list. So instead of this I going from 0 to 4 over here, that is the indices, as how it happens in the normal for loop, what is happening over here is the values are being assigned to this variable, that is I. So instead of providing this array and then I in the brackets, we just have to provide the I variable name, because it will have the values of this array elements. So guys, as we can see, I have provided the variable name, that is I over here, and then followed by the space character. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, 1 to 5 is getting printed. So guys, always remember, whenever we are using the for each loop and then providing the data type and then the variable name, so this variable will always have the values of the arrays and not the indices. Whereas the other normal for loop will go through the indices of the array and then it will print the array elements accordingly using the array variable name. So guys, let us see another example over here. Instead of 1 to 5, I will just include some more elements over here, that is 6, 7, 8, 9 and then 10. So there are total 10 elements now. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 1 to 10 is getting printed, and in this way we can easily use the for each loop. So guys, we have not initialized any variable over here. It's just that we are providing the data type, and then in this variable all the array elements that are present, those will be iterated one by one using this enhanced for loop. And guys, in this way either we can use the normal for loop, in which case we have to provide the length of the array and then we have to provide the incrementation part as well, or else we can use the enhanced for loop, in which we just have to iterate through the array. We can just provide the data type along with the variable name, and that variable name can be used in order to do some manipulation or print the statements inside the for loop. Let us take an example of a string over here. So let me just provide the string array, and then we have the same array variable name, and then let me just provide the string values over here. So let us say we have programming as one string, and then we have for, and then we have beginners. That is the name of the YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe. And then guys, over here what I will do is, instead of this integer we have to provide the string data type, and then inside the string data type let me just change the variable name to str, that is a string, and then we will just copy and paste this. So the variable name is same, that is array, and then using this str over here instead of I. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, programming for beginners, that is individual strings are getting printed over here, and instead of print, if let's say we want to use the println method. So what will happen is the individual strings that are present, these will be printed on the separate lines. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, all the strings are getting printed on the separate lines. And guys, in this way we can easily use the enhanced for loop, which is very easy to understand as well. Java class and objects in Java programming. So guys, Java is an object oriented programming language. So the core concept of the object oriented approach is to break complex problems into smaller objects. So guys, whenever you are going to work on your requirements, it is going to be a very much complex problem that you are trying to solve. So basically you are going to use the Java classes in order to break that complex problem into smaller objects, and then we can solve them easily independently as well. So guys, an object is an entity that has a state and a behavior. For example, a bicycle is an object. So basically it has states such as idle or first gear, etc. So a bicycle, it can either be an idle object or it can be on the first gear as well, or any other gear. And then the behavior, it includes whether it is braking or accelerating or any other behavior. So guys, similarly we have other objects as well which are going to have different states and different behaviors as well. Now guys, as we can see over here, we have the class format, and this is the syntax that we use in order to define a class. So basically we use the class keyword followed by the name of the class, in which case the starting character must be capital because that's the best practices that we follow in Java. And then we have different fields and methods inside the class. These fields and methods are enclosed within the curly braces, and guys, we are going to check this syntax with the help of example as well. And then we create the Java objects out of this class. So an object is nothing but it is called the instance of a class. So we can use objects in order to refer to these fields and methods. So guys, all these things we are going to check with the help of examples. So let me just move to the code now. So as we can see, we already have a class, that is Java test class over here, and then we have a method inside this, that is public static void main. So guys, inside this method we are going to access another class that we are going to create now. So guys, outside this class, that is Java test class, we are going to create another class. So we will use the keyword, that is class over here, followed by the name of the class. So guys, we can give the name of the class as animal because that is a class that we are going to create, and then after the name of the class we will have the open and close curly braces, inside which we will have the list of fields and the methods that we have seen in the class syntax. So guys, inside this, let us say we have one of the fields as the name of the animal. So the name of the animal should be of data type string. So we will have the data type, that is string over here, followed by the variable name, that is name. And then guys, let us say we have a method in order to print this name of the animal. So what we can do is, similar to how we have the void main over here, we can have the void return type and then the name of the method, that is display name. And then it will not take any parameters. So we will keep the parameters over here as blank, and then followed by open and close curly braces, and inside this we are just going to print the name of the animal. So this is a print statement followed by the name of the animal. So I'll just provide the string as name of animal is, and then followed by plus operator, and then this name variable name. So the same variable name we are going to use in the print statement over here. So guys, this is the content of this class, that is animal, that we have created. So to summarize, we have the class keyword followed by the name of the class, and then inside this class we have different fields and different methods. So for now we are just going to have one field, that is the name of the animal, and then we are going to have one method which is going to print the name of that animal. Now guys, in order to access these fields and methods, we have to use the objects of this class. Now how do we create the object of this class? So we have to use this class name. So I'll just copy this, and inside this main method we are going to create an instance of this class, and that is what we have defined over here, that is Java objects. The object is also called an instance of a class. So we are going to create the Java object over here. So we paste the name of the class that we have created followed by a space character, and just like how we create other variable names using string data type or the integer data type, we are creating another variable over here of the animal data type, which is a class. So over here what we are going to do is, we are going to create the object with the variable name as animal1, and then guys, followed by we have to use the equal to operator, and followed by the new keyword. So guys, this is important. This is the way in which we create the object of a particular class. After the new object, we have the class name that is to be used. So the class name, I have just pasted it over here, followed by open and close brackets and then semicolon. So guys, this is the syntax in which we create the object, that is animal1 object is created over here of the class animal, and we use the new operator followed by the class name. And then guys, in order to access the name of this class, we are going to use the variable name, that is this animal. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, animal1 variable name followed by a dot. So guys, this is very important. In order to access any of the content of the class animal, we have to use the dot operator. So after this dot operator, if we do control space, you can see the name field is getting suggested over here, and then the display name is also getting suggested over here. So we are going to use the name field, and then we are just going to set the name of the animal. So let's say one of the animals is dog. I'll just provide the name of the animal as dog and then followed by a semicolon. So the name field of this animal1 object is set as dog, and in order to access the name, we can use the display name method over here. So I'll just copy this and use this object again, that is animal1 dot display name. So the second option we have display name. So when the control flow comes over here, animal1 dot display name, so this method, that is display name, will be called and this print statement will get executed. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. So I'll just save this file. So as we can see, name of animal is dog. So in this way we can easily create the class and then followed by the contents of the class, that is some fields and then some of the methods, and use those content of the class using the variable names of the class. Guys, similarly, instead of this dog animal, we can use the cat animal as well. So whenever I provide the name as cat, and then I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is cat. So this time the name was set as cat for this variable, that is animal1, and the same thing got printed over here. Guys, in similar way, we can have multiple animal objects over here. So let me just copy this code. I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Instead of this animal1, we are going to have animal2, or else it will be a duplicate name that we are using, and the same object I'm just going to print it over here. So animal2 dot name, instead of cat over here, I will provide something else. So let us say we have the name of the animal as tiger. So the second animal, that is animal2, the name is tiger, and then animal2 dot display name will display the name string for this object, that is animal2. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is cat. So that is because the animal1 dot display name was called, and then we have name of animal is tiger. That is because animal2 dot display name was called. And guys, in this way we can easily use the classes in order to define our own set of fields and our own set of methods as well, and use those methods and fields in order to accomplish our task. So guys, that's it in this video. Hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the Java classes and objects. Please make sure that you practice on your own, so that on different inputs you can get different outputs and you can learn accordingly. Methods or functions in Java programming. So a method is nothing but it is a block of code that performs a specific task. So guys, suppose you need to create a program to create a circle and color it. So you can create two methods. That is, in order to solve this problem, you can have a method to draw the circle and another method to color the circle. Now after creating both these methods, you can call these methods multiple times. So let's say we want to create a circle with a radius 5 cm. So you can call this method with the radius as 5 cm and a new circle will be drawn for you. And in order to color the same circle, you can call this method and provide the parameter that is green. So this method will be called and the same circle will be colored as green. Now next time you want to create another circle, so this first method will be called again, and you need not have to repeat the same lines of code that is used in order to create a circle. So guys, that is the magic of functions or methods in Java programming. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples as well. Now dividing a complex problem into smaller chunks makes your program easy to understand and reusable. So guys, two important things over here: easy easy to understand and reusable. So guys, functions make your code easy to understand and help anyone else in order to understand what exactly you have written in your Java programming. And another importance is the reusability factor. So guys, you can use the same methods again and again to do the repetitive task. Now as far as the syntax of the Java method is concerned, as you can see, declaring a Java method over here, first of all, you can have a modifier and then we have the static keyword. So guys, these are optional things, but the most important thing is the return type. So we have seen previously, if the method doesn't return anything, we can provide void over here as the return type, or it can be any other data type such as integer or a string value or a double value as well, followed by the name of the method, and inside the open and close brackets we have parameters. So this is also not mandatory. It can also be blank, or it can have one parameter, or it can have two parameters, or any number of parameters, or you can also pass the array of elements as well. And then inside that we have the method body. So guys, let us understand all this with the help of examples over here. So on this Eclipse, I'll just clear the previous code over here. So guys, we will create a function in order to add two numbers. So over here, what we will do is, let's say we have void and then followed by add numbers as the method name. So guys, add numbers we have, and then inside the brackets we will have two numbers that will be passed from the main method from where the function will be called. So guys, over here we will have int a, and then we will have another integer, that is int b. So guys, these are the two parameters and these are the two numbers that we will be expecting whenever this method is called. And then inside this we will have the curly braces, and then followed by, let's say we have another integer, that is sum, and this will add these two numbers, that is a plus b. So this is a very simple functionality guys. We are going to have the void as the return type. This means that this function is not going to return anything, and then it is going to take parameters, that is two parameters, integer a and integer b, and what it will do is it will create the integer, that is sum, and assign it a value that will be the sum of these two numbers a plus b. And then what we will do is we will just print this number, that is println statement we will use, and then sum of numbers is, and then plus operator followed by the name of the variable, that is sum, in which the sum will be stored. So guys, this is the way in which we declare a function and also define the function. So we have already defined a function over here that will add two numbers and print the sum of those two numbers. Now guys, the only thing that is remaining is to call this function. So from main method we are going to call this function. So I'll just copy this add number over here and paste this over here, and inside this we are going to pass two numbers since it is expecting two numbers over here. So guys, let's say the first number I provide is 2 and then followed by comma, and then I'll provide another number, that is 3, and then we'll have semicolon over here. So guys, as we can see, we are getting a red underline over here. So it says cannot make a static reference to a non-static method add number. So guys, why we are getting this error over here? That's because we are trying to call a method from a main method which is static. So whenever we are calling any method from a static method over here, in which case we are calling from a static main method, so the method that we are calling must also be static over here, and that is what is being suggested over here. Change add number to static. So I'll just click over here. So as you can see, static keyword is being provided over here as the prefix, and then the rest of the things are same. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code to see what happens. So as we can see, sum of numbers is 5. That's because 2 and 3 we had passed to this method, and inside this method both the numbers were added and the value was stored in this sum, and the same value was printed over here using the println statement. So guys, let me show you another example. Let's say instead of these two numbers we have 10, 20 as the two numbers. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So the sum of 10 and 20 is expected, and as you can see, sum of numbers is 30. And in this way we can easily use the method in order to execute some lines of codes, in order to do some number manipulations or print some statements. Now guys, let us say you want to add more numbers apart from these numbers, that is 10 and 20. You want to print another addition of two numbers. So what I can do is I'll just copy this line of code, that is the function that is being called, and paste this over here, and then the other two numbers we will provide in these parentheses. So let's say we have 5 over here and 6 over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, sum of number is 30. That's because 10 and 20 were passed for the very first time, and then again the second time the same method was called with other two numbers, that is 5 and 6. So the sum of numbers is 11. So again the second time the method was called and the println statement got executed with the sum of 5 and 6 values. So guys, this is the importance of methods and functions. You can reuse them any number of times whenever you want. Guys, let me show you another example. Let's say instead of printing this sum of numbers in this add number over here, what we will do is whatever the addition of number is, that is whatever the value of sum is, we are going to pass it back to the main. So in order to do that, we are going to remove this void keyword over here, since we are going to return something. So guys, whenever we are going to return anything from a method, we are going to provide the data type of that value. So integer is the data type, and what I will do is I will just remove this line of code and I will provide the return keyword followed by the variable name, that is sum. So this sum is having the addition of these two numbers, and then the same value I am just returning using this return keyword back again to the function from where this function was called. Now guys, in order to receive this sum, we have to assign some value over here. So I'll just remove the second line of code, and this add number we will keep it as it is, and we are going to declare another variable over here, that is sum1 over here, as you can see, or instead of sum1 we can have total. So let's say int total and then add number, which means this function will be called with these two numbers, and then the sum of these numbers will get stored in this sum variable, and the same variable will be returned over here and will be assigned to this variable, that is total. Now guys, we can use this total in order to print the total of these two numbers. So let me just provide the print statement over here. So what we will do is total of numbers. So we will provide this string is and then plus operator followed by total variable name. So guys, what we are doing is instead of printing the number inside this add number method, we are just returning the value and printing in the main method from where the method was called, that is the add number method was called. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, total of numbers is 30. So it is going to have the same functionality, but in this case, instead of having the void return type, we are going to have the int return type. Similarly, we can have the other return types such as string or double values as well. So guys, it completely depends on your requirements, what kind of requirements you are having, and accordingly you can create different methods that you want based on the requirements as far as reusability and understandability of the code is concerned. Method overloading in Java programming. So guys, in Java, two or more methods can have the same name if they differ in parameters, different number of parameters they can have, or different types of parameters, or they can have both, that is different parameters and different types of parameters, then we call it as method overloading. So guys, it can so happen that you are having a function name and the same name is used in the multiple other functions as well, but the only difference between those functions are the parameters that they are taking. So as you can see in this example, all the four functions are having the same function name, whereas the parameters, the very first function is not having any parameter, the second function is having an integer parameter, the third function is having the double parameter, and the fourth function is having two parameters, that is one is integer and another one is float. So guys, in this scenario we can say that method overloading is taking place. And how do we call the provided function? Let's say we want to call this function with an integer data type. So how do we call this? So guys, whenever we are calling the function, we have to provide the appropriate parameter in order for the control statement to go to the exact function that is intended. So guys, we will see all this with the help of examples, but to make it more clear, all it depends on the parameter and the type of parameter that we are providing while calling the function, and accordingly the control statement will match with the required function name and will execute the code in that function name. So over here I have provided some more details why method overloading. So guys, suppose you have to perform the addition of given numbers, but there can be any number of arguments. So let's say either 2 or 3 arguments for simplicity. So in order to accomplish the task, you can create two methods, that is sum to num, that means it is going to take two numbers, or else you can also create sum 3 num, which is going to take 3 integers, and then it depends on your function calling whether you are calling the function with the 2 parameters or calling the function with the 3 parameters. So guys, over here function overloading is not occurring since the function name is different. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So in this case, as you can see, sum to num and sum to num, these are the same function names, whereas the parameters that it is taking, over here there are 2 parameters, whereas over here there are 3 parameters, and accordingly the required function will be called. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example. So guys, we will take the addition of numbers example over here. So let's say we create a function. So we create static and then we have void and then function name, that is add numbers, and then let's say we have only two numbers, that is int a comma int b. So over here we are providing two numbers, and what we will do is we will print the sum of these two numbers. So I will provide the print statement over here. So inside the print statement we have sum is, and then what we will do is we will add these numbers over here, so a plus b. So guys, it is very important to note that over here we are not adding these numbers and storing the value in a particular variable, but we can also add the numbers in the print statement itself. So this mathematics over here, as you can see, a plus b will return the sum of these numbers, and this sum of number, that is the value, will be printed along with this string over here. And the similar way we are going to have the same function name but with 3 different parameters. So let's say we have the add numbers. So as we can see, there is a red line over here. So this is a compiler error. So Eclipse is telling us that there is some error over here. So duplicate method add numbers int in type Java test class. So rename method is one of the solution, but we don't want to rename it since we are going to see the example of method overloading, in which case the function names are same whereas the parameters are different. So what I'm going to do is in the second function I'm going to add another parameter, that is int c, and then in this println statement I will do a plus b plus c. So that means the third integer is also taken into consideration, and then the sum will get printed. So guys, let us call these methods over here from the main method. So I'll just provide add numbers over here, and then let's say we have two numbers, that is 10 and then 20. So we have provided 10 and 20 over here, and then we have the semicolon. So let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, sum is 30, that means 10 and 20 was added. So over here what happened is this function, that is add numbers, got called, and these two numbers were assigned to these variables, that is int a equal to 10 and int b it is equal to 20, and both the numbers were added and sum is a plus b, that is 30. Now guys, let us say we want to add three numbers. So I'll just provide comma the third number, let's say 30 over here, and then let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, sum is 30. That's because 3 parameters and this particular function name is matching with this function, that is having the 3 parameters a, b and c, and that is how we are adding these numbers, that is a, b and c. And in this way guys, we can easily use method overloading in order to have similar kind of operations but with different number of parameters and different types of parameters. Guys, to make it more easy for you, sum of, I'll just provide 2 numbers over here, and over here I'll provide 3 numbers, so that we exactly come to know that which function is being called. So when this function is getting called, we will get the print statement as sum. Over here I'll just change this to of. Okay, sum of 2 numbers, and over here as well I'll just change this to of. So sum of 3 numbers. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, sum of 3 numbers is 60 we are getting, and whereas when we are having 2 numbers, I'll just remove this and just provide 2 parameters. Let me run this code. So as we can see, sum of 2 numbers, that is 30, is getting printed. Now guys, let us say I'll just remove this second parameter over here, and we are just providing 1 parameter. So as we can see, we are getting a red line over here, that is a underline. So when we hover over it, it says the method add number int in the type Java test class is not applicable for the arguments int. So basically the program is expecting either 2 parameters or 3 parameters, but the method that is being called over here is called with 1 parameter, and in this case it is the compile error. So if we try saving this and running this code, it will still give us the compile error stating that errors exist in required project, proceed with launch. Even if we proceed, then it will give us the runtime error, that is unresolved compilation problem, add numbers in the type. So the same error is being displayed over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the method overloading. We have to check that how many parameters are present in the method that we are calling, and also the type of parameters that we are passing is also important. So guys, let me show you another example with 3 parameters. So we'll provide 1, 2 and then 3. Let me save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, sum of 3 numbers, that means this particular method is getting executed. So sum of 3 numbers and the sum will get printed, that is 6. So 3 plus 2 plus 1 is 6. And in this way we can easily use the method overloading feature of the Java programming. So guys, that's it in this video. Please make sure that you practice on your own so that on different inputs you will get different outputs, and that is the way you should learn Java programming. Java constructors for class objects. So a constructor in Java is similar to a method that is invoked when an object of the class is created. So guys, a constructor is nothing but it is a method which can be invoked when a new object of a class is created. So unlike Java methods, a constructor has the same name as that of the class and does not have any return type. So guys, 2 important things over here. The constructor of a class will also have the same name as that of the class, and it does not have any return type. So we will not have void or else the integer or the string return type as well. So this is the syntax in which the constructor is defined. So we have the class keyword followed by the class name, and inside this class name, apart from the fields and other different methods, we have a constructor which is another method over here. So if you notice, this name of the constructor, that is test, is same as that of the class name, that is this test class name, and then we have the constructor body inside these curly brackets. Now guys, in Java we have different types of constructors. So constructors can be divided into 3 types. So first of all, there is no argument constructor. So this is the modifier and then the constructor name. So it is not having any parameters over here, and then we are having the body of the constructor. The second type is parameterized constructor. So in this type of constructor, we can also pass the parameter over here inside these open and close brackets, and then again we will have the body of the constructor in order to initialize some fields or do some mathematic operations as well. And then there is a third kind, that is a default constructor. So if we do not create any constructor, that is neither a no argument constructor nor the parameterized constructor, so what happens is Java compiler automatically creates a no argument constructor during the execution of the program. So guys, this we have seen previously while creating the animal class and animal object. So guys, all these things we are going to see with the help of examples. So let us move to the Eclipse IDE. So I'll just remove these lines of codes for now. So we have cleared all the code for now, and we just have public class Java test class, that is the main class, and then inside that we have the main method. So guys, we are going to create the class, again the same class we are going to create with the class keyword followed by the name of the class, that is animal. So this we had created previously, and this animal is going to have 2 things. So the very first thing is a field which will be of type string, and the variable name will be name. So this is the name field, and we will have the display name method in order to display the name of that animal. So we will have void followed by display name. So we have display name over here, and then it is not going to take any parameter. So I am going to keep it blank, and then what we are going to do is we are just going to print the name of the animal. So we have name of animal is, and then we have plus operator followed by name. So guys, this will help us in order to print the name of this animal which is related to the object that we are going to create in the main method. So guys, let us create an object now. So in order to create the object, we have to use the class name. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then we will have the object name as animal1, and then followed by equal to operator, new operator, and then the name of the class, that is animal, followed by open and close brackets. So guys, this is the third type of constructor that we have seen over here. that is a default constructor. So since we are not providing any constructor for now, that is no argument constructor is not there, parameterized constructor is not there, so internally the Java compiler automatically creates a no argument constructor during the execution of the program. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So I've saved this file and try running this code. So guys, nothing is happening over here. That's because we have not assigned any value to this name field. So what we will do is we will use this object name, that is animal1, and then dot followed by name, and then the name of the animal, we'll just assign it the value as dog. And then guys, we are going to call the function that is display name. So animal1 dot, and then we have display name as the method to be called in order to print the name of the animal. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is dog. And then guys, it depends on you what value you provide to the name field of the animal class. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So we have name of animal is cat. So it depends on this value what the name of the animal is, and accordingly the name of the animal will get printed. Now guys, another important thing, where is the use of the constructor over here? So since this is a third type of constructor, we are not providing any constructor, and internally the Java compiler is providing a constructor. But explicitly we can also provide a constructor from our side. So let us understand this with the help of example. So in order to provide the name of the animal, not inside the main method but within the constructor, we have to create a constructor over here. So guys, what are the rules in order to create the constructor? It is not going to have any return type. So this void or integer data type will not be there, but it is going to have the same name as that of the class. So I'll just copy this name over here, that is a class name, and paste this over here animal, and then we are going to have the open and close brackets. So guys, the very first thing that we are going to see is no arguments constructor. That is the first type of constructor over here. So what we will have is we will not have any parameter, and then inside these curly braces what I will do is this name, that is name, I'll just set the name as, let's say, dog over here. So I have provided dog over here. Now guys, what we can do is we can remove this initialization part since we are calling the constructor. So what is happening over here is whenever we are calling this class, that is animal, using the new operator, so internally what is happening is if the constructor is not present, then Java compiler will automatically call a constructor without any arguments that happens behind the scenes, and it is not having any line of code, so nothing will get executed. Whereas when we provide a constructor, like in this case we have provided a constructor with the name field and then the value of the field, then this constructor will be called. So when it is called, whenever the control flow encounters this line, that is new animal, this constructor will be called. So what is happening is animal1, after this new animal will be encountered, and then this animal constructor will be called, the name will be assigned to this string, that is dog, and then after that if we are calling this display name from here using this animal1, this dog value will get printed along with this line of code. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. As you can notice, we have not provided the name of the animal over here. So I'll just run this code. So as we can see, name of animal is dog. That's because this constructor, that is animal, was called behind the scenes and the name variable was set to the value as dog. Now guys, let us say I want to change the name of the animal to tiger. So I will have to just change the value of the variable inside this constructor over here. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is tiger, and in this way we can easily use the constructor. Always remember that whenever we are using the new keyword followed by the name of the class, this is the instance where the constructor will be called. So this constructor is called, and then the name is assigned, or any other field that you want to assign will be assigned over here. But guys, there is a limitation in this case. So whenever we are using this particular method of assigning the name variable a particular value, so this is tiger. So next time, let's say we want another object to be created. So I'll just copy this. So I'll copy this and paste it over here. And then we have another object, let's say animal2, and we are calling this animal2.displayName, but there is no way in order to change the name of the animal2 to some other value, since we are just providing name as tiger. So both the objects, that is animal1 and animal2, both will have the same name, that is tiger. That's because we are having only one constructor, and this constructor belongs to the entire class, whereas these two objects are different objects. Let me just save this file and try running this code to show you the output. So as we can see, name of animal is tiger, that is of the animal 1 display name, and then again name of animal is tiger, that is again of animal 2 display name. So guys, in order to overcome this limitation, what we can do is we can take a parameterized constructor. So as you can see, we have the second type of constructor, that is parameterized, which will take a particular parameter over here, and that parameter will be used in order to assign any value to any fields in the class. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example. What I will do is, over here the string name is the field, but what I will do is I will provide the parameter as a string over here, and let's say we provide it as text. And now what will happen is the text will be coming from these brackets. So as you can see, there is a red line now over here. That's because the constructor animal is undefined. So we do not have any constructor without any parameter, since we are expecting a parameter over here of type string. So we will provide the parameter as well. But over here, before providing the parameter, what I will do is the name value should be assigned with the value that is coming from text. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So the value that is text coming from this new animal will come over here in the form of text, and this value will be assigned to the name. So guys, now you can provide the parameter over here inside these open and close brackets. So over here you are expected to provide a string, so we can have the name of the animal as cat. So the name of animal, that is cat, will be assigned to the animal 1 object, and the name of the animal 2 can be provided now using these open and close brackets. So over here I will provide another name of the animal. So let's say we have the name of the animal as dog. So now in this case guys, we are providing animal 1 name as cat and animal 2 name as dog, and these two names should get printed on console. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is cat and name of animal is dog. That's because we have provided these parameters, and using this constructor, the text is helping us in order to assign the value to this name field. And guys, in this way we can easily use either the no argument constructor or even a parameterized constructor based on our requirements. So guys, I hope you have learned a lot about classes and objects, and along with that you have also learned about constructors and how we can assign the value to these fields inside the classes based on the constructors. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to another video in which we are going to learn about strings in Java programming. So a string is a sequence of characters. So guys, we have the alphabet such as A, B, C, D and many other characters on the keyboard. So those are the sequence of characters that we can make words or sentences, and together we call it as a string. So for example, hello is a string containing a sequence of characters, that is HELLO. So these are nothing but these are the characters, and sequence of such characters makes words, and these words are called as strings. So guys, one more example of string is, as you can see, Programming for Beginners, which is the name of this YouTube channel that you should definitely subscribe, and this is another string. It can also have multiple words as well, as we can see in this example. So guys, how do we define a string in Java? We use double quotes to represent a string in Java. So as you can see, we have the string data type followed by the name of the variable, and then we have the equal to operator over here, and then inside these double quotes, as you can see, at the start and at the end we are having the string, that is the word or sequence of words, or we can say sequence of characters followed by the semicolon. And guys, in this way we can define the strings. Now we have some important methods that we can use, that is, in order to get the length of a string we can use the dot length method, and then in order to join two Java strings we have a concatenate method over here, and in order to compare two strings we have equals method over here. Guys, apart from this there are many other methods that you can use, so we will see all this with the help of examples. So let us say we define a string. So we provide the data type as string, and then we give the name of the variable. So let's say name is the name of the variable, and then followed by equal to operator, and then let's say we provide the name of this YouTube channel as a string value. So inside the double quotes we have Programming for Beginners, and then guys, followed by a semicolon. So as we can see, we have just defined a string over here, and then in order to print the string, what we will do is we will provide the println statement. So we have this println method, and then inside this we just have to provide the name of this variable. So we'll just copy this and paste this over here. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, programming for beginners is getting printed. Now guys, in order to get the length of the string, so in order to check the count of the characters in string, we have the .length method. So we have to use the name of the variable, that is name, and then followed by dot, and then we have length method. So as you can see, length is getting suggested over here. We press on enter, and as we can see, this method is being used over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 25 is the length of this string, that is programming for beginners. So guys, let me just change the value to some other string value over here. So I'll just put hello over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. This should give us the number of characters as 5. So as we can see, 5 is getting printed, and in this way we can easily get the length of a particular string value. Guys, another method over here as far as strings are concerned is concatenation. That means we can join two strings. So let's say we have hello over here, and let's say we have another string. So I'll define string name1 equal to, and then let's say another string is world. So we are trying to concatenate these two strings, which will result in hello world. So how we can do that? So first of all, I'll provide a semicolon over here, and then what we will do is over here I'll just remove this, and then we have this first string, that is name. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then dot concatenate. So we have this concat method, as you can see, which takes another string as a parameter. Since it is a method, as we have seen previously, whenever we are calling any method or function, it can take single parameter, multiple parameters, or no parameter at all. So guys, over here it is going to take the second string as the parameter. So I'll just press on enter and provide the name1 variable as the second string. So what is happening over here is, in the first string, the second string will get appended over here after this hello. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, hello world is getting printed. Now guys, in order to get a space character between both these strings, what we can do is, in the first string variable, we can provide a space character at the end of the string. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So what will happen is, this space character will also be included while we are concatenating, and this is first string, that is hello, and then followed by a space, and then we have world as the second string, and in this way we can easily join two strings using the concatenate method. Now guys, we have another method, that is in order to compare two strings whether they are equal or not, and this will return a boolean type. So let us understand this with the help of example over here. So let's say we want to compare both these strings. So what we will do is, the first string, that is name dot, and then we have the equals method, which will take another object in order to compare. So guys, over here name dot equals, and then we will provide name1 as the parameter in this method. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, it is saying as false. That's because the values of both these variables are not same. What if I keep the values of both these variables same? So I have just removed the space character from the name variable, and then in the name1 variable as well, I am copying the same string value. So let me just save this file and try running this code. Over here both the values are same, so as we can see, it is returning true. So equals will return true whenever both the strings are having the same value, whereas it will return false when both of the string values are different. So guys, these are some of the methods that you should know in Java as far as strings are concerned. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use with the strings. So whenever you use the string variable name followed by a dot, and then you can see all the list of methods being suggested by Eclipse IDE, so you can check all of them one by one. So for example, let's say I want to find out the position of this O, that is O character over here in this name variable. So what I will use is, as we can see, we have this index_of method. So I'll just use this index_of method. I'll press enter, and then I have to provide a character over here. So how do we provide a character? Using a single quote, and then I'll just copy this character, that is O, over here, and then I'll paste this. So guys, when we talk about index, it starts from 0. So the H character, it is at the 0th index, the E character is at the first index, and so on. This is the second, third, and then fourth character. So the expected output over here should be 4. That's because it is at the 4th position. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 4 is getting printed. Similarly, let's say if I want to find the position of this E character, so I'll just provide E over here instead of O. I'll just save this file and try running this code. As we can see, 1 is getting printed. That's because E is at the first position after 0th position on which H is present. So guys, it depends on you which method you want to use based on your requirements, and you can explore more using Eclipse IDE. Access modifiers in Java programming. So guys, access modifiers are used to set the accessibility, that is visibility of the classes, interfaces, variables or methods or constructors. Other than this, we also have data members and the setter methods as well. So for example, let's say these are some of the important access modifiers over here. So as we can see, previously we had seen that whenever we define any method, we provide a return type followed by the name of the method, and before that we can optionally also provide this public or a private keyword. So guys, these are nothing but these are the access modifiers. That means it defines from where this particular method can be accessed. So as we can see, the very first thing is a public. So the method 1 is public. This means it can be accessed by other classes as well. So this class animal is having a method 1 as a function which is defined as a public access modifier. So let's say we have any other class apart from animal. So that class can also use this method, that is method 1, since we have provided the access modifier as public. Now let's move to the second modifier, that is private. So method 2 is private. So over here, this method 2, it is defined as private over here, which means it cannot be accessed by other classes. So basically the only difference is that whenever we provide the access modifier as private to any of the methods, so that method cannot be accessed by any other class. And apart from this, we also have a third access modifier, that is protected. So over here, declarations are visible within the package or all subclasses. So we have a package, as we had seen previously, this is a default package. So whenever we provide a protected access modifier, so all the classes within this package can access that particular method. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example, the difference between private and public. So guys, let's say we have a class, that is animal. So we define the class as animal, and inside this we have two methods. So the very first method is of a private modifier. So let's say we have private void method 1, and then guys, it is not taking anything as the parameter, and then we have the print statement over here. So we will print this method is private. Now guys, let me just copy this method and we will just paste it over here, but we will change the access modifier as public over here, and then public void, and then let's say we have this as method 2, and then we change this method is public. So we'll just change from private to public. So guys, we have two methods, that is method 1 is private and method 2 is public. So let us understand this, which one can we access using this animal object. So guys, let us now create the object of this animal class. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, that is the class name followed by the name of the object, that is animal1, and then we have equal to operator followed by the new operator, and then the name of the class followed by open and close brackets, and then guys we have semicolon. Now guys, we want to access both these methods one by one. So what we will do is we will use this object, that is animal1 followed by a dot, and then we will see which methods are getting accessed over here. So as we can see, method 1 cannot be seen over here. So let me just copy this method 1 and paste this over here so that we can try accessing this. So as we can see, we are still getting a red underline over here, and when we hover over it, it says the method 1 from the type animal is not visible. So a quick fix, it is saying change visibility of method 1 to package. So guys, that's because this is provided as the private access modifier and we cannot access this. Even if we try saving this file and run this code, so it will still give us the compiler error, and if we try to click on this proceed, it is still giving us the error over here, unresolved compilation problem. So guys, we cannot access a method which is private over here. Now what about the method 2? Can we access this? The access modifier for this is public over here. So let me just copy this and paste this over here in method 2. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, this method is public is getting printed. So we can call this method, that is method 2. That's because we are providing it as a public modifier. Guys, what happens when we remove this private modifier from here? So I'll just remove this and I'll keep void method 1. So let me just try accessing this method 1 now. So as we can see, there is no red line over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, now we can access. This proves that by default it is not private. So whatever access modifier is there, it is not private by default, and we can easily access without providing any access modifier. Now guys, you will ask me what is the importance of these access modifiers, where this will be used. So guys, whenever we are having some other fields, such as let's say we have a string variable over here, and then we have the name of the animal, and guys, this name variable we want to keep it private. We don't want the objects to access this name field directly. So what we will do is we will keep this as private over here. But guys, one important thing over here is, even though this string variable, that is name, is being termed as private over here, it still can be accessed by these methods inside this same class. So let us see this with the help of example. So what I will do over here is I will just type animal1 dot name. So as we can see, there is nothing being coming over here. When we hover over this, we get the field animal name is not visible. Now guys, what we will do is, instead of providing this print statement, I will provide name, it is equal to dog. And then guys, what we will do is, over here, I'll just provide name of animal is, and then let's say we provide the name. That is the name variable. So as we can see in method 1, let me just change this to private over here now, back again. So in this private method, what we are trying to do is, we are trying to set the name variable, that is name, it is equal to dog, and then in method 2, which is public access modifier, we are trying to access the same name, that is name of animal is, and then the name of this string name. So guys, what we will do is, first we will call this method, that is method 1, but since this is private, we won't be able to call this. So I'll just remove this private keyword, and then since this is public, we will call the method 2 as well. So I'll just copy this method 1, paste this over here, and then the same line of code, I'll just copy and paste this over here. I'll change this to method 2. So both the methods we are calling method 1 first, and then second is method 2. So what's happening is, first we are initializing the name variable, and secondly we are trying to access that name variable. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is dog. So guys, in this way, we cannot access the private access modifier, that is this particular variable name, using this object, that is animal1. But we can access the other methods that are trying to access this private name variable. And in this way, this is the usage of the access modifiers in Java. Based on our requirements, we can use the required access modifiers. This keyword in Java programming. So this keyword is used in order to refer to the current object inside a method or a constructor. So guys, we can easily access the current object using this keyword inside a method or a constructor. So for example, this is the use case that is very important, that is using this for ambiguity variable names. So let's say we have a class that is my class, and then it is having an instance variable that is int age, and then we have a parameter as well which is getting passed, and the parameter name we have provided as the age. So as we can see, age is equal to age. So this is kind of a creating an ambiguity over here. That's because the parameter name is also age, and then the instance variable that we have provided is also age. So what will be the output when we try to access this instant variable and we print this statement? So guys, let us understand this with the help of example. So I'll just copy this and we will paste this in our Eclipse IDE. So I'll just remove this previous lines of codes over here. So as we can see over here, what I will do is I will just paste this, that is my class, and then what we will do is we will create an object of this my class. So I'll just copy this my class over here, paste this over here, and then we have the class object name, that is class1, followed by a new operator and then my class, and then let's say we have the open and close brackets. Now guys, as we have seen, this my class is a constructor because it is having the same name as that of the class, and it is expecting the parameter that is age. So what we will do is we will provide the age over here as 21. Now we are missing another method over here which will help us in order to access this age. So what I will do is I will provide another method, that is void display. So we have display age. So what this will do is it will just print the statement. So I'll just print the statement over here. So age is, and then we have this age variable name, that is this instance variable. So guys, what we will have to do over here is I will have to provide the object name followed by the display age, method that we have created just now. So let me just save this file and try running this code to see what happens. So as we can see, age is 0. So even though we are providing 21 as the age, what is happening is this value goes to this parameter, that is int age parameter inside this constructor, and we are trying to set this age, that is 21, to this age, that is instance variable. But guys, there is an ambiguity. That's because both these variable names are same. So in this case, what we are supposed to do is we have to use this keyword. So this keyword is nothing but it will try to access this object, that is class 1, for which we are trying to access this instance variable. So it will come on the left hand side. So what I will do is I will provide this keyword followed by dot. So followed by dot, and then we have the age variable. So I'll just remove this. So this is the way, guys, that we provide this keyword. So what this will do is it will refer to the object that has called this particular method, that is my class method was called by using this object, that is class 1, and for that object the age parameter, that is the age instance variable, need to be set. So now guys, we have the clarity that the left hand side is the instance variable, that is this age, and right hand side is nothing but it is this parameter for which the value is coming when we call this constructor using this value as an integer. So guys, let us save this file and try running this code. Previously the age was 0. Now let us see what will be the output. I'll just run this code over here. So as we can see, now age is coming as 21, and this is the value that we were providing. Let me just change the value to, let's say we have the age is 24. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So age is 24 now. And guys, in this way, this is the importance where we can use this keyword in order to refer to a particular object that has called this particular constructor, and in order to remove the ambiguity whenever there are two variables with the same name. Recursion example in Java programming. So guys, a method that calls itself is known as a recursive method. So guys, it can so happen that we have certain requirements wherein we want to call the same method multiple times, and in such a way that it is a nested call. That means a method is calling itself from inside its own body. So guys, this method is called as a recursive method since it is calling itself from inside its body, and it should have some termination as well in order to close that call at some point of time. So guys, we will check this with the help of example. So this process is known as recursion. So for example, we are going to see a factorial of a number in this particular video. So guys, let me show you first what the factorial means. So on calculator, what we are going to do is, let's say we have a 5 factorial. So we provide 5 followed by this factorial sign. So as we can see, factorial of 5 is 120. Now how the factorial of 5 is 120? Now guys, the factorial is nothing but it is the multiplication of all the numbers before the number 5. So the factorial of 5 will be, it will be 5 multiplied by the number before 5, that is 4, and then multiply by the number before 4 is 3, and then multiply by the number before 3 is 2, and then multiply by the number before 2 is 1. So we provide 1, and this is the factorial, that is 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So guys, similarly, what will be the factorial of 10? So what we will have to do is we will take the number 10 and then we will multiply it by 9, and then followed by multiply by 8, then 7, then 6. So guys, this is a long procedure when we want to check the factorial of, let's say 15 or 20, or let's say we have the number as 100. So it will be a tedious task. So what we can simply do on the calculator is we have the number 10 and then followed by a factorial. So it gives us 36, 28, 800 as the factorial of 10. So guys, this we are going to understand with the help of Java program. So let me just go to the code over here. I'll just remove the previous lines of codes. Now guys, in order to find the factorial of a number, we can use a recursive method. So what we will do is we will first define a recursive method over here, which will return the integer data type. So we will have the integer data type. The integer data type will be the result of that factorial. And then we have the name of the method, that is factorial, and it takes an integer. Let's say the integer will be number. So this number will be provided whenever we are going to call the factorial method, and we are going to find the factorial of this number that is provided to this method. And inside this method, what we will have is, the very first thing is we are going to have the termination. As we have seen, the factorial calculation includes the multiplication of this number followed by the number which is number minus 1 and then followed by number minus 2 and then we have number minus 3 and so on until the number reaches to 1. So what we will do is we will take n multiply by, we have to do n minus 1. So we will put n minus 1 over here. So n minus 1 and then followed by multiply by n minus 2. So we have n minus 2. But guys, over here we don't know what will be the number value. So if it is 1 or 2, then we can easily find the factorial using this formula if the number is very small. But what if the number is, let's say, 10 or 15 or 20? So in this case what we will have to do is we will have to multiply this n. So n multiply by, and we have to call this method again from inside the body of this method. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Now when we call this method, we again have to pass a new number, and now this number will be n minus 1. So guys, what we will do is we will put n minus 1. So guys, why we have done this? Even if you have not understood till now, I will make it more easy. Just stick with me till the end of this video and you will understand everything. So guys, what we are doing over here is we are providing n multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. Guys, one important thing over here, this is not n but this is a number. So since we are passing the num over here, so instead of n it is num. And then guys, what we will do is we will have to return this. So we will provide the return keyword over here. So as we can see, the red errors are gone for now. And then guys, there should be a termination condition as well, as I have told you. So the termination condition is in this way. So when the number, that is num, is equal to 1, we will have to return 1. Let me make it more easy for you if you have not understood so far. So I'll just open Notepad over here. So guys, what we are trying to do over here is the very first thing, let's say the number value is 5. So this 5 will be passed over here to this factorial method. So we have factorial 5. Now what is happening is the control flow will come over here. It will check whether the number value is 5 or not. No, in this case. So it will go to this statement, that is return num multiplied by factorial num minus 1. So what is the expression over here? We have 5 multiply by, again this factorial will be called, that is this method over here will be called. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. But now the value will be num minus 1. So num minus 1 will be, over here it was 5. So 5 minus 1, it will be 4. So guys, this method will be called with the number 4. So now again the control flow comes over here. It will check whether number is equal to 1 or not. No, in this case. So again it will be 4 multiplied by factorial of num minus 1. So what will happen is it will take 4 as the number, multiply by factorial of 4 minus 1. In this case it will be 3 over here. So 3, and then again, is the number equal to 1? No, in this case. So what is going to happen over here is again the 3 will be taken as the number over here, multiply by the factorial, but 3 minus 1 will be taken as 2. And now again guys, what will happen is the control flow comes back again over here and checks whether this num2 is it equal to 1? No, in this case. So again it will go over here, num multiply by factorial num minus 1. So what will happen? We have to multiply by factorial of 1. So guys, finally this will be the last call probably. That's because we are passing the number 1, and then the control flow comes over here. It will check if num equal to 1. Yes, in this case, and it returns 1 over here. As you can see, we are returning 1, and using this integer return type, the 1 is getting returned to this factorial num minus 1. So guys, the result of this factorial 1 will be 1. So over here what will happen is 1 will get returned. And now the multiplication of 2 multiplied by 1 will be returned to this factorial, that is 2, which was called. So 2 multiplied by 1 is what? 2. So again we will provide the value 2 over here. So guys, what we are doing over here is we are backtracking to the original call, that was factorial 5. So 3 multiplied by 2 is 6. So factorial 3 will be 6 over here. So 6 multiplied by 4 is 24. So factorial 4 will be 24 over here. And 24 multiplied by 5 will be 120. So this result will be 120, which was the last return, and this return will return the 120 to the main method, from where we will call this factorial 5. So guys, let us understand this. Let's say we have int, and then followed by, let's say we have the variable name as answer, and then let's say we have this variable name factorial, and then we provide the number 5. So we are trying to find the factorial of a number 5. Now guys, we are getting a red underline over here. It says cannot make a static reference to a non-static method factorial. So since we are trying to access a method which is a non-static method from a static method, we have to change this to a static method. So I'll just go over here and change factorial to static. So this keyword was added and now there is no red underline. Now guys, what we will do is we will just print the answer. So factorial is, and then we will provide this answer variable. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, factorial is 120. Now guys, let us check what was the factorial of 10. It was 36, 28, 800. So I'll just provide 10 over here instead of 5. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, 36, 28, 800 and the same value we are getting over here. What will be the factorial of 12? So I'll just provide 12 over here. So it is 47, 90, 01, 600. So I'll just provide 12 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So it is 47, 90, 01, 600, the same number as we are getting over here. And guys, in this way, we can easily use recursion in order to provide a factorial of a number. Now guys, this was one of the use cases of a recursive method. There are many other use cases in which you can use the recursive methods, and it is very much important whenever you are going to actually work on your requirements. Instance of operator in Java programming. So an instance of operator in Java is used in order to check whether an object is an instance of a particular class or not. So guys, we can see whether a particular object is of a particular class or a particular inbuilt data type or not. And the example is in this way. We take the object name followed by the instance of keyword and then followed by the class name. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example. So I'll just go to the Eclipse IDE and clear the previous lines of code. So guys, what we will do over here is we will have a string variable and the variable name is name and then followed by equal to, and then we provide the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe to get more knowledge about the programming languages. So we have programming for beginners as the name of this YouTube channel. Now guys, what we will do is we will check whether this particular object, that is name, is of data type string or not. And in order to do that, what we will do is, so over here we will have our print statement. So we have the print statement over here. So we use the object name, that is name. So we use the object name over here, that is name, and then followed by a space, and then we have the instance of operator. So as we can see, we have the instance of keyword over here. So we can use the instance of and then followed by the, let's say, class name, so which is a string. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, we are getting true over here. So guys, instance of keyword will return us the true or false return values. Guys, we can also use some user defined class names over here. So let's say we already have this Java test class as the class name over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here and we provide the new object. So let's say we have object1, it is equal to new Java test class, and then followed by open and close brackets. Now guys, what we are going to do is we are going to find the instance of this object, that is object1, which is of type Java test class. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here and we will check whether this object1 is it of type Java test class. So I'll just copy and paste this over here. So object1 instance of Java test class. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, it is providing true value. Now guys, what if we provide an incorrect class name? So over here, instead of Java test class, let's say I provide the string class name. So as we can see, we are already getting a compile time error. It is saying incompatible conditional operand types Java test class and string. So guys, instead of getting a runtime error, Eclipse is helping us not to provide this code so that we don't get a runtime error, and in this way we are getting a compile time error. So guys, with the time, Eclipse has also become smart in order to provide us with the required compile time errors and let us know what will be the possible errors over here. And guys, in this way, the important thing over here is the instance of keyword can be used in order to find whether a particular object belongs to a particular class name or not, and if it belongs, then it will return true or else it will return false. class inheritance in Java programming. And guys, we are going to use the extends keyword in order to see the class inheritance in Java. So inheritance is one of the key features of object-oriented programming that allows us to create a new class from an existing class. So guys, this is very important over here. The inheritance, it allows us to create a new class from an existing class. So for example, we are having the existing class of our own. We want to create a new class, and while creating that new class, we want all the fields and methods to be present in this new class as well. So we can create the new class followed by the extends keyword and then followed by the existing class name. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples. Now the new class that is created is known as a subclass or a child class or a derived class, and the existing class from where we are extending the new class is called the superclass or the parent class. So guys, we are having the parent and child relationship over here. The existing class will be a parent class and the new class that we will be creating is the child class. We also call it as a subclass over here. Now guys, the extends keyword is used to perform inheritance in Java. So for example, as we can see over here, we have the main class that is animal. So this can be treated as a parent class. It is having its own fields and methods over here. Now in order to extend this class, what we do is we create a new class, that is with the class keyword. We create a dog, which is one of the animal types, and then followed by extends keyword and then the name of the parent class, that is animal, and then inside the curly braces we will have its own methods and fields. So as we can see over here, whatever methods and fields that were present in the animal will also be present in the dog class, whereas the dog class will also have its own methods and fields. So guys, let us understand all this with the help of examples over here. So we have the class keyword followed by the name of the class. So let's say we are using the animal class as the parent class. Now let's say we have the name of the animal, so string name, it is equal to, okay, so let's say we just have the name variable over here, we are not assigning any value to it, and let's say we have the method as display name. So guys, over here it will just display the name of the animal. So what we will do is we will just have a simple print statement over here. So I will print this is animal. So guys, this is a very simple method over here, that is display name. It is just going to print a string, that is this is animal over here. Now guys, in order to inherit these properties in a different class, so let's say we have another class such as dog. So we create the class using the class keyword followed by the name of the new class, that is dog. And then what we do is, since we want these attributes, that is the string name we want, and we also want this method, that is display name, to be present in the dog class as well. So what we will do over here is we will use the extends keyword. So as we can see, we are using the extends keyword followed by the name of the parent class, that is animal. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then inside the curly braces it is going to have its own set of fields and methods as well, and apart from that it is also going to have these method and strings over here. So even if we do not provide any method or string over here, still we can use this display name inside the dog class. So guys, we are going to check this with the help of example now. So what I'm going to do is, instead of creating the object of this class animal, we will create the object of this class, that is dog. So in the main method, what we will do is we will use the dog class name followed by, let's say we have dog object, and then followed by equal to operator, and then we have new dog. And then guys, what we can do is, if we want to use this display name, that is if we want to print this statement over here, we can use the dog object as well. Why? Because we are extending, that is using this extends keyword in order to inherit the properties of the parent class. So what I'm going to do is, we are going to have dog object. So after dog object, we have the dot operator followed by, so as you can see, it is showing the name attribute as well as the display name method over here. So I'm going to select the display name, and then let us save this file and try running this code. So guys, as we can see, this is animal is getting printed, that's because we are extending the animal class in the child class, that is the dog class. Now guys, what if we don't extend this? So I'll just remove this part. So over here we are not extending the dog class with the animal class, and both of these classes are independent of each other. That is, there is no relation between them right now because there is no inheritance as such. So as you can see, there is an error message over here saying that the method display name is undefined for the type dog. So guys, because we are not extending anything over here in the dog class and we are not having any method of its own as well, so we cannot call a method of the dog object. So in order to use the display name of the animal, we have to use the extends keyword followed by the name of the parent class. And then if you see over here, the error is gone now, and in this way we can easily use the inheritance property. Guys, let us try setting the name variable and then using that name variable inside this method over here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just change the string to name of animal is and then followed by name. So guys, what we will do over here, using the dog object, we can also refer to the name variable. So the name string that we have inside the animal class, we can refer to that name. So I'll use this name, and then let's say we have the name of the dog as puppy. So guys, over here we are trying to set the name variable, and then using the dog object dot display name, we are going to print this statement along with the name variable. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is puppy. So we are assigning the name as well as we are accessing the name using the display name method. Guys, very important thing over here is we have not defined any attribute or any variable over here or any methods or functions over here inside the dog class, but still we are able to create the object of this dog class. As you can see, this is the dog object of this dog class, and use this name and display name of the parent class, since we are using this extends keyword and extending this parent class. So guys, this is one of the most important property in Java, that is class inheritance, which you can use based on your requirements. Guys, it is also important that you practice on your own so that you get different outputs based on your different inputs and see how you can use this class inheritance with your requirements. Method overriding in Java programming. So guys, previously we have learned about inheritance, which is an object-oriented programming property that allows us to derive a new class that is called as a subclass from an existing class, which is also called as a superclass. So guys, this is a parent-child relationship that we have already discussed in the previous video as well, in which case the new class, that is a child class, will also gain all the attributes and all the methods of the parent class as well, while we are inheriting using the extends keyword. Now guys, the subclass inherits the attributes and methods of the superclass. Now let's say, for example, if we have the same method name that is defined in both, that is superclass and the subclass, then how the program flow will occur, how the control flow will come to know that which method is to be used with a particular class object. So over here, as you can see, then the method of the subclass overrides the method of the superclass. So guys, over here what it is saying is, let's say if we have two methods, that is one is in parent class and another one is in child class, and we are using the object of a child class, then guys, it is going to use, that is the child object is going to use the child's class method, and that is what we are going to see with the help of example over here. So guys, previously we have seen that we created a parent class, that is animal, and then we had the string name and we had the string variable, that is the name of the animal, and we also had a method, that is display name, which is going to display the name of the animal. Now guys, over here method overriding, what it says is, let's say in the child class, so as you can see, we have another class, that is dog, which is extending this animal class, that is parent class. So over here this is the parent class, and over here this is a child class. Now inside this child class, if we have the same method name, so I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So as you can see, we have display name in the animal class over here. We also have display name in the child class over here. So guys, the content of this display name, I'll just modify it to something else. So let's say we have name of dog is, and then we have the name. So this name is going to refer to this string name which is getting extended to this dog class using this extends keyword followed by the parent class name. So guys, over here we have two methods, display name and display name, but the content is different. Over here we have name of animal is, and then we have name, and then name of dog is, and then we have name. So guys, over here in the main method, what we are trying to do is, let's say we create the object of a child class, that is a dog class. We have the dog object followed by the new operator and then the dog class, and then guys, let's say we set the name as puppy, and now what we are doing is dog object dot display name. Now guys, there are two display names over here. One is of the parent class and one is of the child class. So which method will be displayed? So previously we had seen if there was no such method over here in the child class. So I'll just comment out this line over here. I'll just save this and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is puppy. So over here this display name, that is the method of this parent class, is being called. But what if we have another display name in the child class? So over here I'll just remove these comments. So as we can see, we also have a display name of the child class on its own, and it is having name of dog is, and then the string variable, that is name. So guys, we are not going to change any code over here. I am just going to call the display name using this dog object. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So guys, as we can see, name of dog is puppy. So over here this line is getting printed, that is name of dog is puppy, and this method, that is a display name of the class object, is getting printed. So guys, this is called method overriding. Even though we have the display name of the parent class inside this class behind the scenes, still it is going to use the display name of this child class in order to print some statement, or whether it is arithmetic operation or any kind of block of code you can execute. So guys, this method overriding becomes very important whenever we are having a child class which extends a parent class, and we want the child class to implement the method on its own. So it is going to have different set of strings or some other kind of manipulations as well. So during that time we use the method overriding. Now guys, what if the object that we created is of the parent class? In that case, which method will be used? So guys, let us check this with the help of example. So over here what I'm going to do is, instead of the dog class we are going to have the animal class, which is a parent class, and then we have animal object over here followed by equal to new animal. And then over here what we are going to do is, first of all we are going to set the name of the animal. So let's say animal object dot name, it is equal to, let's say we have cat as the animal, and then what we are going to do is we are just going to use the display name method. So over here we have animal object dot display name. So first we have set the name, and then next we are going to display the name using this display method. So guys, over here what do you think will be the output? So we are using this object, that is the class animals object over here, and we are using its own display name. So probably this string should get executed. That's because this parent class is an independent class of its own. The dog class is not having any role over here, since we are using the animals object over here. As we can see, the animal class is being used in order to create this object. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is cat. So over here name of animal is, so this string is getting printed. On the other hand, as we had seen previously, instead of this animal class, let's say we have the dog class over here, and then over here as well we will use the dog class. We will keep the object name as same. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So over here we are using the child class, so this class, that is dog. So this thing is getting printed, that is name of dog is cat. So guys, this doesn't make any sense actually, the name of dog is cat, but still I hope you have understood the functionality of method overriding and where it can be used whenever we are inheriting any child class from the parent class. Super keyword in Java programming. So guys, the super keyword in Java is used in subclasses to access superclass members. Now the superclass members can be any fields or attributes, constructors, and even methods as well. So guys, this super keyword is very important whenever we are going to use the superclass members from the subclasses. Now guys, we are going to see three instances where we can use the superclass. The very first instance is in order to access the overridden methods of the superclass. Second instance is access attributes of the superclass, and then we have the use of super to access superclass constructor. So guys, we are going to check all this with the help of examples. So over here what I'm going to do is, let's say we have a parent class over here first of all. So we have class, and then we have the animal as the parent class, and then guys, let's say we have the string variable that is name, and then we also have a function that is going to display the name of this animal. So we have display name, and then let's say we have the print statement over here. So name of animal is, and then we have this name variable. Now guys, let's say we have another class which is going to extend this animal class. So we have class, and then let's say we have the dog as the class name, followed by extends keyword, and then we have this animal parent class. So guys, this is the way we inherit the properties of the parent class inside this child class, that is the class dog, followed by extends keyword and then the name of the parent. And then guys, we have over here inside these curly braces, we have its own set of fields and methods. Apart from these fields and methods, we can also define other methods over here. So if we don't have any methods or variables of the dog class by itself, what I am going to do is, let's say we want to create the object of the dog class. So over here we are going to create the object of dog class as the dog object, followed by new, and then we have dog as the class name. Now guys, since we have extended this animal class inside this child class, that is the dog class, we can use this attribute, that is the name attribute, using this dog object. So we will use the dog object over here, followed by name, and then let's say we have the name of the dog as puppy. And then guys, what we can do is, since we have extended this parent class, we can also use this method name, that is display name, using the object of this class, that is dog class. So over here we will have dog object followed by dot display name. So now let us save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is puppy. So this display name, that is name of animal is puppy, is getting printed over here. Now guys, what we will do is, let's say in the method overriding, as we had seen previously, we have the same method name, that is display name, along with the same return type and along with the same parameters inside this child class as well. And over here what I will do is, I will just provide name of dog over here, so that we can identify between these two statements whether it is the name of dog that is getting printed or the name of animal that is getting printed. So guys, we had seen previously that in method overriding, the method of the child class will be preferred whenever we are going to access the same method name. So I'll just save this file and try running this code over here. I have not changed any code over here, but I have just added a new display name method which is same as that of the display name of the parent class. So as we can see, name of dog is puppy is getting printed. So over here, name of dog is, this string is getting printed. So this proves that this display name, that is the method of this child class, is getting printed over here. So guys, this is the method overriding that we had seen previously as well. But guys, what if we want to access the display name of the super class? So over here, the display name of the super class is this method. So let's say instead of printing this statement, that is name of dog is, we want to print name of animal is. So what we are going to do is, I'll just comment out this line, and then over here we are going to use the keyword, that is super, and then after the keyword super we are going to use dot, and then as you can see, display name is getting suggested over here. So I'll just press on enter, and then let us just save this file and try running this code to see what will be the output. So guys, as we can see, name of animal is puppy. So this thing, that is name of animal is puppy, is getting printed. That's because we are calling the super dot display name, that is the display name of this parent class, that is the animal. Now guys, let's say we also want to print this, that is the name of dog is puppy. So I'll just remove the comment from this line. So over here what is going to happen is, first of all, dog object or display name will get called. So this display name will be called actually. So over here, first of all, we will get name of dog is, and then the name of the dog, and then followed by the display name of the parent class will also be called. So I'll just save this file and try running this code so that we can see the output. So as we can see, name of dog is puppy. So the very first thing, that is, this thing is getting printed. And then since we are calling the display name of the parent class using this super keyword, name of animal is puppy is also getting printed over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the super keyword in order to access the overridden methods of the super class. So this method was overridden of the super class, but we can use the super keyword in order to call that method from the child's method. Now guys, let us move to another scenario where access attributes of the super class. So guys, over here, instead of accessing the methods, we are going to access the variable names. So let's say we have the variable name, that is string name, it is equal to dog over here, that we have already defined. Now guys, what will happen? So this string, that is name of animal, is, so this name is referring to this name, that is dog, whereas over here name of dog is name, so this name will be referred to the string name that was inherited by this dog. So guys, if you remember, behind the scenes both of these things are getting inherited inside this child class. So guys, since we have already defined the name of the animal as dog over here inside this class, what we are going to do is, while we are calling this display name of this child class, the very first thing that we will do is we will call the display name of this animal class. So this display name will be called, and over here name of animal is, the name of the animal will get printed. After that, what we are going to do is we are also going to set the name of this to some other name. So in order to access this attribute, that is the name attribute, what we are going to do is we will use the super keyword again, followed by dot, and then we have the name attribute, and inside this name attribute, let's say we want to set the name as puppy over here. So to make it more clear, I'll just make it puppy space 1, but we also have the name assigned over here, so I'll just remove this line of code, that is dot name, it is equal to puppy. So what we are doing over here is we are going to use the child class, that is the dog object, followed by the dog object dot display name. So this thing will call this display name, and then we have the super keyword which will call the display name, followed by the super keyword which will access the name attribute, that is this attribute, and it is going to set it as puppy1, and then the name of the dog is name, so probably this name should get printed over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of animal is dog. So the very first thing that the control flow comes over here in the display name, after the display name is being called over here from the dog object. So this display name is making the control flow go over here, that is name of animal is. So you can see name of animal is, and then the name attribute, that is the name attribute is set as dog. So this dog is getting printed over here. Now the next thing, super dot name, it is equal to puppy1. So what we are doing over here is, instead of having the value as dog, we are setting it as puppy1, and then we are using the name of dog is, and then this name. So this name got inherited using this extends keyword, and since we have set it as puppy1, so as you can see name of dog is over here, you can see name of dog is puppy1. So guys, in this way we can also use the super keyword in order to access the attribute of the super class, that is the parent class. Now guys, let us move to another scenario, that is use of super in order to access the superclass constructor. So over here we are going to have the constructor. So what we have to do is we are going to have another method that is going to be a constructor. So guys, a constructor is nothing but using the same name as that of the class name, we are going to define a method, and it doesn't have any return type, but it can have the parameters over here. So we are going to have the parameter as name1. So we are going to pass the name of the animal using this constructor, and then we can set name, it is equal to name1. So what we are doing over here is we are just setting the name value over here with the help of the value that we are going to pass over here using this name1 string. Now guys, what is the role of the super over here? So I'll just remove this line of code, the super keywords that we used previously for overridden method and the overridden attributes. What I'm going to do is name of dog is, and then this name. So this name is going to refer to this string name. Now guys, as we had seen previously, a constructor is used in order to initialize some of the variable objects inside a class. So basically this we have a constructor, and this constructor's role is to assign the value to a name variable using the string name1. But what we are going to do is, while creating the child class object as the dog object over here, we are just accessing the display name. Now from this display name we are going to set the name of the animal. So what we will do is first the display name will be called, and over here we will use the super keyword followed by open and close brackets. So guys, as we can see, we are getting a red underline over here. It is saying constructor call must be the first statement in a constructor. So guys, instead of providing the super keyword over here, we will also have a constructor of this child class, that is the dog class. So I'll provide dog over here followed by inside this dog. So as we can see, it is a red underline over here as well. Implicit super constructor animal is undefined, must explicitly invoke another constructor. So over here we will just provide the super constructor. So inside the super constructor we are again getting the constructor animal is undefined. Now guys, the animal is already defined over here, but we are not passing the parameter yet. So we will pass the parameter over here as the dog1. So guys, no need to worry if you have not understood so far. I am going to explain you once again. So very first thing is we are going to have the dog object, that is the child class object, and we are using the dog object over here in order to call the display name. Now the display name of the dog object will be called, so as you can see, display name, but before that we are also having a constructor of the dog. So while we are instantiating this object, that is the dog object, the new dog, this will make the control flow go over here inside the dog constructor, and this constructor will make the super constructor being called. So as you can see, we have the super keyword followed by a string, that is a dog1. So over here, what is the super constructor? This animal. So this is the constructor of a super class which is expecting the name, that is name1. So we had already passed dog1 over here. So this dog1 will go to the name1 and it will be assigned to the name variable. So as we can see, this name variable over here will be assigned the value as dog1. And then guys, after this constructor is called, there is a end of the constructor over here. So the control flow goes back over here and it calls the display name of the dog object. Now the display name of the dog object, what it is doing is, it is just having name of dog is and then the name. So it is just going to print this name that we had set already. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of dog is dog1. That's because we have set the string name as dog1. We can set any other name. So let's say we have tiger over here as the name of the animal. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of dog is tiger. So guys, this doesn't make any sense. We are trying to access the name of the dog and we are giving the name of the animal. So I'll just provide some other name. So let's say we have puppy. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of dog is puppy, and in this way we can easily use the super keyword in order to access the constructor of the parent class over here. So guys, these were some of the scenarios where we can use the super keyword in order to achieve our requirements. Abstract class and abstract methods in Java programming. So guys, an abstract class in Java cannot be instantiated, which means we cannot create the objects of an abstract class. This we are going to see with the help of examples. We use the abstract keyword to declare the abstract class. So over here, as you can see the example, there is a class called language, which we have defined it as an abstract class using this abstract keyword. It will have its own fields and methods. Now if we try to create an object of this class using language, over here as you can see, this should throw an error message. So let us see this with the help of example over here. So the very first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create an abstract class using the abstract keyword followed by the class keyword, and then we have the name of the class as animal. Now guys, let us say we have its own set of fields and methods over here. So to keep it very simple, let's say we have string name as one of the variables. Now guys, let us say we want to create an object for this animal. So I'll just copy this and paste this in our main method followed by the object name, that is object animal, equal to new operator, and then we have the class name, that is animal, followed by open and close brackets. So as you can see over here, there is a red underline. It says cannot instantiate the type animal. So guys, since we have defined it as abstract, we cannot instantiate an object for this class. So if we remove this abstract, the red underline is gone. Now we can create the object. So guys, this is very important property of the abstract class. We cannot create object for a abstract class. Now guys, let us move to other properties. So over here, the abstract class can have both the regular methods and the abstract methods as well. So guys, apart from the abstract class, we can have abstract methods as well inside the abstract class. So over here, for example, let's say the abstract class language, it is having both the abstract method. So a method which is prefixed with the abstract keyword is known as the abstract method over here, and this is the example of the abstract method. Very important property of the abstract method over here is we do not have the body implementation of the method. So as you can see, we do not have the curly braces over here and we do not have the body of the method, whereas in regular methods we have to have the body of the method in order to execute some lines of code. So over here you can see this is a regular method, that is void method 2, and it is having a print statement over here, whereas this method 1 is the abstract method and it is not having its body. So how we are going to implement this method? So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples later on. So over here, as you can see, the Java abstract method, a method that doesn't have its body, is known as the abstract method, and it has to have an abstract keyword before we define the return type followed by the name of the method over here, as you can see. So as you can see over here, we use the same abstract keyword to create the abstract methods. So for example, we have this abstract keyword followed by the return type, that is void, and then followed by the name of the method. So if a class contains an abstract method, then the class should be declared as abstract. So guys, whenever we are having the abstract method inside a class, the class should also be declared as an abstract class. Otherwise, it will generate an error. So let us check this with the help of examples over here. So I'll just remove this name property. What I will do is we will have the function that is display. It is going to display the name, but we will make this method as abstract. So what I'll do is, first I'll keep the class animal as the normal class without any abstract keyword, and now what we are doing is we are putting the abstract keyword for this method that is display name, and then we have a semicolon over here. So guys, there is a red underline. It says the abstract method display name in type animal can only be defined by an abstract class. So it says since the class is not abstract yet, we cannot define the abstract method inside this class. So we have to either remove this abstract keyword from the method, or we have to put abstract keyword for this class. So guys, this is the error message that we will get. So we can remove it by providing the class as the abstract class. And as we have discussed previously, you can see a red underline over here. We cannot instantiate the object of a class that is defined as an abstract class. Now guys, what is the main use case of these abstract classes and abstract method? We can use them in inheritance, and then we can have its own implementation. So as far as the abstract method is concerned, we can have its own implementations based on the different subclasses we define by inheriting this parent class. So guys, let us check all this with the help of examples. So what we will do is, first of all, we are going to keep this animal as the parent class, which is an abstract class over here. We will remove this abstract method that is display name, and instead of that, what we will have is we will have another abstract method with a void return type, and we are going to name it as make sound. So guys, this is the abstract method that we want to implement in different subclasses that is going to inherit this class. Now guys, different animals can make different sound over here, so it doesn't make sense in order to implement this method inside this animal class. So what we are going to do is we are going to have different animals. So one of the animals is dog. So we are going to define a class which is dog, which is going to extend this particular parent class that is animal. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So guys, as we have seen previously, the extends keyword followed by the class name is used in order to inherit the parent's class attributes. So over here we are going to inherit the make sound function inside this dog class. So over here we are going to have the curly braces, and then guys, you can see the red underline over here on the dog. It says the type dog must implement the inherited abstract method animal animal.makeSound. So as you can see, since we are inheriting the animal class, this method that is makeSound is also coming inside this class that is dog. But this is defined as an abstract method, and we have to implement all the abstract methods that are present inside this animal class, which is a parent class. So guys, what we will do is we go over here and then we say add unimplemented methods. So it is providing us with the void makeSound method, and over here we are going to simply have a print statement, and over here I will have the string that is bark bark. So guys, the dog will make this particular sound, that is bark bark. So another subclass that we are going to define is cat. So we are going to have class followed by cat, which is again going to extend the animal class. So over here we have extends animal, and then again we have the red underline over here. It says the type cat must implement the inherited abstract method animal.makeSound. So again we are going to implement the same method over here, but we are going to have a different string for this class cat. So what we are going to have is we are going to print, instead of bark bark we will have meow meow. So guys, by this I hope you have understood why we use the abstract methods over here. That's because it doesn't make sense sometimes in order to implement the same method in one particular way. But there might be many different classes, like you can see we have class dog, we have another class cat, we can have more animal classes, and their own sound can be implemented using this makeSound method. Now how do we call these makeSounds over here? By simply creating the objects of these class. So over here what I'm going to do is, the very first thing is we are going to create the object of the dog class. So we have dog object equal to new operator and then the dog class name. And then guys, for this dog object we can call the makeSound method. So dog object dot makeSound. So what this will do is it will call the makeSound method of this dog class which we have implemented, and this string should get printed. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, bark bark is getting printed. Now guys, in order to call the makeSound of the cat class, we can create the object of the cat class over here. So we are going to have cat class name followed by cat object, it is equal to new cat, and then again we can use this cat object dot makeSound in order to call the makeSound function of the cat object. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see on the second line, we are having the makeSound method being called for this cat object where we had declared the sound of the cat. So guys, this is the main functionality of the abstract class and abstract method in order to achieve abstraction in Java. Interface in Java programming. So guys, an interface is a fully abstract class. It includes a group of abstract methods without a body. So guys, interface is having similar properties of that of the abstract classes, wherein it will be having the different abstract methods that will be implemented by the subclasses. Now guys, like abstract classes, we cannot create objects of the interfaces as well. To use an interface, other classes must implement it. We use the implements keyword to implement an interface. So over here the main difference is, instead of extends keyword that we used in the abstract classes, we are going to use the implements keyword in order to implement the interface. So over here, for example, you can see we have the interface keyword in order to define an interface followed by the name of the interface. And as you can see, we have the template of this method, that is get area of the polygon interface. So get area, it will have its own set of parameters as well as the return type. Now guys, as you can see, it is not having its own definition inside this interface, but the definition will be defined by the subclass which is going to implement this interface. So over here, as you can see, implement the polygon interface. So we have another class that is rectangle. It implements this polygon, and inside this rectangle class we have to implement this get area method that got implemented from the polygon interface. So as you can see, we have this get area method over here, followed by the same set of parameters, that is length and breadth, that we defined it over here inside our interface, and then it is having its own set of lines of code over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. So over here what we are going to do is, first of all we are going to define an interface with the interface keyword followed by the name of the interface. So it is going to have the polygon as the name of the interface. Now we will create a method in order to calculate the area of a polygon. So we will have the return type as void followed by the name of the method, that is get area, and then it will take two parameters, that is length and breadth. So over here we will define length comma and then we have int breadth. So guys, it is going to take two parameters, and then since it is not having any body, we are going to close this with the help of a semicolon. So as you can see, we have defined a template over here, that is the get area method. It is going to take two parameters and it is not going to return any type over here. Now we have to implement this interface on the other subclasses. So we will create a class called rectangle over here. So we have the class rectangle. Now in order to implement this interface, we have to use the implements keyword. So over here we have implements keyword. Guys, remember that in the classes we used to use the extends keyword, but in the interfaces we have to use the implements keyword, and then followed by the name of the interface, that is polygon, and then we will have its own body over here. But guys, as you can see, we have a red underline over here. It says the type rectangle must implement the inherited abstract method polygon.getArea int. So as you can see, this is another type of abstract method that we had defined over here, since this is a template. So what we will do is, we will just use this option, that is add unimplemented methods. So I'll just click over here. So it is providing us with the name of the method that we want to implement, that is get area. So what I will do is, I will just have the print statement over here, which is going to calculate the area of the rectangle. So over here we will have the string as area of rectangle is, and then we just have to multiply both the numbers, that is length and breadth, in order to get the area. So inside the brackets we will have length multiply by breadth as the area. So as you can see, we have defined the area over here as well. So area of rectangle is length into breadth will get printed over here. Now guys, in order to call this method, that is get area, what we have to do is, since I have already told you we cannot create objects of this interfaces. So first let us check what error we will get if we try to create an object of this interface, that is polygon. So we have object polygon over here as the object of the polygon. We have new keyword followed by polygon. So as you can see, there's a red underline over here. Cannot instantiate the type polygon. So guys, this is proved that for an interface we cannot create an object. So I'll just remove this line of code, but instead what I will do is, for this class, that is rectangle, which has implemented this interface, that is polygon, we will use this class in order to create the object. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and we will have object rectangle. It is equal to new rectangle followed by open and close brackets. So over here there is no such red underline, and now we will use this object, that is object rectangle over here, and then followed by dot, and then as you can see we have this get area being suggested by Eclipse IDE. So I'll just provide this get area method over here. So we have to provide the length and breadth over here. So let's say we have 3 as the length and 5 as the breadth. So it is just going to multiply two numbers and print the result over here inside this get area method. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, area of rectangle is 15, and in this way we can create an interface and implement it in any of these subclasses, and then we have to implement the methods that we had defined in the interface itself. Now guys, one important question over here,
why we use the interfaces? Cannot we directly have the getArea method inside this rectangle and implement its own lines of code over there? So guys, that is also possible, but in order to achieve abstraction that we had seen previously, abstraction in Java is one of the most important properties that we can achieve using this interface keyword. So inside this interface, we are just providing the template of a method, and that template can be used in several subclasses that we can define. Now guys, let me just create another class. So let's say we have another class called as triangle. So we have class triangle, and we also want to get the area of the triangle. So over here, how do we implement this interface? So we have the implements keyword followed by the name of the interface. So over here, we are going to have the implements polygon, and again it is showing red underline over here. So it says the type triangle must implement the inherited abstract method polygon.getArea. So again we have to implement this getArea. Now guys, it will have its own implementation over here. The formula might be little different, so it will be half base into height. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and I'll put area of triangle as what we will do is length multiplied by breadth, and then we divide it by 2. So we have divided by 2 over here. I hope this formula is correct for now over here. So as you can see, our code will look clean over here. That's because consistently we are using the same method names over here, that is getArea and then getArea over here, with the same set of parameters. The only difference is we are using different classes over here. So guys, the code looks cleaner over here, and there is no possibility that we have different method names to do some similar task over here. So what we will do is we will create the object of a triangle class over here. So we have triangle class followed by object triangle equal to operator new, and then we have triangle over here. So we have the triangle class, and then this object will be used. So object triangle followed by the getArea method. So we have getArea, and then in order to get the area, what I will do is, let's say the base and height is 5, and then we have 4. So 5 into 4 divided by 2 will be done in order to get the area of this triangle. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, area of rectangle is 15. That was the first computation that we had already seen. And the next thing is area of triangle is 10. That was 5 into 4, which is 20, divided by 2, because that is the formula that we have given over here. As you can see, it is length multiplied by breadth divided by 2. So the answer is 10 over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the interfaces in order to achieve abstraction in Java, which is one of the most important properties as far as writing clean code is concerned. Polymorphism in Java programming. So polymorphism is an important concept of object-oriented programming. It simply means more than one form. So guys, this is the only definition that you should know. That is, it simply means more than one form. So anything that you can represent in more than one form, it is known as polymorphism in Java. So basically, polymorphism in Java allows us to create a single method that will behave differently for different class objects. So guys, these we have seen previously as well in our examples. The polymorphism property in Java can be achieved in the following ways. That is, one of the ways is method overriding that we had already seen in the inheritance video. The second one is the method overloading, wherein we will have the same method name but the return type or the number of parameters can be different. And then the third one is the operator overloading that we will see with the help of examples in this video. So guys, let us check all these three ways of achieving polymorphism in Java programming with the help of examples. So let me just move to this Eclipse IDE. So over here, the very first thing that we are going to see is method overriding. So in this case, we have to create the parent and child classes. So the very first thing that we create is a parent class. So we have class, and then we have animal. So inside this animal class, let us say we have a string that is name, and then we have a display name method as well. So we have void display name as the method name, and inside this what we are going to do is we will just display the name of the animal. So let me just put the print statement over here. So we have print statement name of animal is, and then we have the name variable over here. So guys, this is one of the classes that we have created. Now we'll create another class. So let's say one of the animals is dog over here, and then to inherit the properties of this parent class, we have to extend this animal class over here. So we use the extends keyword in order to inherit the parent class followed by the name of the parent class. Now guys, what will happen is both these fields and methods will be automatically inherited inside this dog class. But in this case, we want to do method overriding, which means we want to keep the same name, that is display name, but we want to implement it in some other way. So what I will do is I will just copy this display name method and paste this over here inside this dog class, but over here we will just change the string to name of dog. So we have name of dog is, and then the name attribute will be accessed, which got inherited from the animal parent class. Now guys, let us create an object of this dog class now in the main method. So we have dog class followed by dog object, it is equal to new dog. Now guys, we can access this name field as well and also the display name. So when we are accessing the display name of this dog class will be accessed. That is because of the method overriding. So the child class's method is preferred over the parent's class's method. So let us check this with the help of example over here. So we have dog object. So the very first thing that we are going to do is, first of all, we will set the name of the dog. So dog object dot name, it is equal to, let's say the name of the dog is puppy, and then we have to access the display name method. So we have dog object dot display name. So guys, as you can see, we have first set the name of the dog, that is equal to puppy, and then we are calling the display name. So over here, this display name, that is name of dog is, should get printed over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, name of dog is puppy is getting printed. So guys, this is because of the method overriding, and we have also achieved polymorphism over here. That's because we have kept the same method names, whereas we are accessing this method over here. That's because it is the method that is belonging to a child class. Now guys, what if this display name was not present? So I'll just comment out these lines over here. So I have just commented out this line, and let me just save this file and try running this code to see what happens. So guys, since we have not provided display name in the child class, but display name is present in the parent class, which got inherited in the child class, so name of animal is puppy is getting printed. So this line, that is name of animal is getting printed over here, which means that display name of animal is getting printed. So guys, this is not a part of a polymorphism, since this display name was automatically inherited into the dog class with the help of this extends animal. Polymorphism can only be achieved when we have multiple methods with the same name and those are implemented in a different way. Now guys, let us move to another example over here. There is something called as method overloading. So I'll just remove these lines of code, that is the classes that we have created. Also, I'll remove the content of this main method. Now guys, in method overloading, we will have the same method name multiple times with their different implementations. So let's say we have the int return type for a particular function and we have sum of numbers. So guys, this function is going to add the numbers that we are going to pass to these methods. So over here, what we will do is, in this method, we will have two numbers, that is int a and int b over here. And what we will do is, we will just return the addition of two numbers, that is a and b. So we have return a plus b as the expression over here. Now guys, there is a red underline over here. That's because we have not provided this method inside a class. So I'll just cut this from here and paste this inside this class that is already present, that is Java test class. Now guys, similarly we will have another method. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, but this time we will have int sum of numbers. We will have three parameters. So we will have a third parameter, that is int c, and over here I will have a plus b plus c. Now guys, as you can notice over here, we have sum of numbers two times. That is, over here we have one function, we have the same function over here second time as well, but the only difference is we have three parameters over here whereas two parameters over here. Now how do we call the sum of numbers? So let us move to our main method over here. What we will have is, let's say we have another variable, that is int sum. It is equal to, we will call this method guys, that is sum of numbers. So I'll just paste this over here, and then let's say we provide two parameters. So let's say we have 4, 5. and now we have a semicolon over here, and then guys we will print the sum variable in order to check what is the output, that is what will be the sum of the numbers. So we have over here sum of numbers is, and then we have sum. So guys, we are getting an error over here. It says cannot make a static reference to the non-static method sum of numbers. So guys, we are trying to access a non-static method over here from the static main method. So what we will do is we will just provide this suggestion over here, change sum of numbers to static. So I have made it as static over here, and similarly we have to make the other one as static as well. But guys, we are not getting any error. That's because during compilation it is checking which method is being accessed. So guys, this method is not being accessed yet. That's because we have only provided two parameters over here, and this method is where we wanted the correction to happen. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, sum of numbers is 9. So basically what is happening is the sum of numbers, this function is getting called, and then we are passing the two parameters. So over here the control flow will check whether this sum of numbers is getting matched with the number of parameters that is being passed to this method, and yes, in this case, so it is returning a plus b, which is 4 plus 5, it is equal to 9. So 9 is getting assigned to this sum. So this sum is getting printed over here. As we can see, sum of numbers is 9. Now guys, let's say we have 3 parameters over here instead of just 2. So I will just provide another parameter, comma 6 over here. So as you can see, again we are getting an error. It says cannot make a static reference to the non-static method sum of numbers. So guys, this proves that over here this sum of numbers is trying to access this sum of numbers. That's because the number of parameters is getting matched over here. So what I will have to do is I will just have to provide a static keyword in order to remove this error. So now as you can see, there is no red underline, so there is no error as such. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So it will be 4 plus 5 plus 6. So as you can see, sum of numbers is 15. So these three parameters, that is 4, 5 and 6, is getting passed over here as A, B and C, and all these numbers are getting added and it is returned. That is, the sum is getting returned to this sum variable, and this sum variable is getting printed then. So sum of numbers is 15. And guys, in this way we can achieve polymorphism with the help of these method overloading, wherein the method names are same but the parameters can be different, and sometimes the return types can also be different. So the control flow will automatically match the correct method which is matching with the number of parameters and the type of parameters as well. Now guys, let us move to another example over here. We have the third example of polymorphism, that is operator overloading. So in this case, I'll just remove this existing lines of codes over here. That is the two methods that we have created. Now guys, we have a simple operator, that is addition. So we have a plus operator. So let us say we have two integers, that is int a, it is equal to 10, and we have another integer, that is int b, it is equal to 20. What we will do is we will have another variable which is going to have the sum of these two numbers. So int sum, it is equal to a plus b. So what this will do is it will take the value of a and it will take the value of b, and this plus operator is going to add both the values and assign the total value to the variable sum, and then we can have the print statement, that is sum is, and then we have sum over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, sum is 30. That's because we have added two numbers, that is 10 and 20. Now guys, the plus operator can be used in order to concatenate two strings. That means joining two strings. So guys, instead of having int over here, let's say we have a string. So let's say string a, it is equal to, so what I will do is I will have a string over here, that is Java, and over here let's say we have another string, that is string b, it is equal to, over here what we will put, programming. So we are going to add both these strings. So after Java we are just going to keep space so that both the words are separated by a space character after we concatenate them. Now guys, what we can have is the third variable over here, which was sum. We can keep it as string data type, and then let's say we have a string variable name. So I'm just going to change the variable name to str, that is string. So now guys, what is happening is we have A, it is equal to Java, and B, it is equal to programming. And what we are doing over here is we are not changing this expression which we used in order to add two numbers previously. So we are keeping this expression same, that is A plus B, but the values of A and B have been changed. That is A is equal to Java, B is equal to programming, and both are getting concatenated now, and it is getting stored in the str. So over here in the print statement, we will just change this label to string is and then the name of the variable, that is str. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. So as we can see, string is Java programming. So guys, over here plus operator is being used in order to concatenate two strings over here, and guys, this is called operator overloading. So it depends on the operands, that is the values of A and B. If you provide them as numbers, so the plus operator will help you to find the sum of the numbers, and if you provide the string, then the plus operator will be used in order to concatenate, that is join these two strings. So A followed by B. So as you can see, this is what happened over here, that is Java programming. Both the words were concatenated and joined with each other. Similarly, you can check the functionality of the other operators as well, where they can be used in order to do some different tasks. Hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the polymorphism using these three methods to achieve polymorphism in Java. Guys, the aim of the polymorphism is to create a consistent and clean code. So basically we are using the same method names but with different parameters, or the same operator but with different operands in order to perform some similar tasks. So this makes our code clean and consistent as well. Multiple inheritance in Java programming. So guys, in Java we can achieve multiple inheritance with the help of interfaces. We can inherit multiple interfaces but not multiple classes. So guys, both of these examples we had already seen previously. Either we can use the extends keyword in order to extend a particular class, or we can use the implement keyword in order to inherit a particular interface. So guys, let us see how multiple inheritance can be achieved. Multiple inheritance is a way in order to inherit the fields and methods from the multiple classes. So guys, this we cannot achieve with the extends keyword, but we can achieve it with the help of implements keyword, which is used in order to implement the interfaces. Let us move to the examples. So over here, let us say we have two classes. So the very first class is animal. So class animal, and then inside this class, let's say we have a string, that is animal name. So we have animal name as the string over here, and we have also a method that is going to display this name. So we have display animal over here, and then I'll just have the print statement now. So we have the print statement as name of animal is, and then we have animal name over here. So we put animal name over here. Now guys, let us say we have another class. So we have class, and this class is country. So in this country, again we are having a string, that is a country name. So we have country name over here, and in order to access this country name, let's say we have void display country as the method. So this display country method will just print the name of the country, that is country name. So I'll just copy this over here and put a print statement, and over here we will have name of country is, and then I'll just paste this variable name, that is country name. Now guys, let's say we want to create a child class that is having both, that is animal name as well as the country name to be inherited to that child class. So how can we inherit that? So let's say we have class, and I'll just name this as a child class over here. So we have child class, and then in order to inherit these classes, what we can do is we can use the extends keyword. So we have extends followed by the name of this parent class, that is animal. Now guys, over here we have used extends animal, but we also want to extend the country. That's because we also want this country name to be present in this child class. So how do we extend this? So should we put another extends over here, and then we have another class name, that is country, and then inside these curly braces. Can we have it in this way? No guys, since we are getting a red underline over here, it says syntax error on token extends, permit accepted. So guys, we cannot have multiple extends keyword over here. So can we just remove this extend keyword and provide a comma over here so that we can provide multiple classes with the extends keyword? So no guys, again we are getting a red underline over here. It says syntax error on token. So guys, in any way we cannot extend multiple classes over here in Java. So guys, how do we achieve our requirement of having both, that is country name as well as the animal name inside the child class? So guys, in order to solve this problem, we will be using the interfaces. So instead of having classes over here, we will define this class as an interface. So we have interface animal, and since you know in interfaces we cannot have the implementation of methods, so I'm just going to remove this line of code over here. I'll have to remove these curly braces as well, that is supposed to be replaced by a semicolon. So guys, this is just a template, that is display animal will be just a method name and there will be no implementation. Similarly over here we have to provide interface for this country class that we had defined, and we have to remove this implementation as well. We have to replace it with a semicolon. Now guys, we have two interfaces over here instead of classes, that is interface animal and we have interface country, and both of these are having different strings, that is animal name, country name, and these methods as well, that is display animal and display country. Now guys, we can implement both of these interfaces inside the child class. So I'll show you how it can be done. So over here we'll have to remove this. I'll show you completely how it can be done. So class child class, this is the name of the child class over here, and in order to inherit the interfaces, as I have told you previously as well, we have to use the implements keyword, and after the implements we have the name of the interface. So I'll just copy this animal interface, paste this over here, separated by comma. So we have comma, and then we have the second interface, that is country. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then followed by open and close curly braces. So guys, as you can see now, there are no error messages over here, that is animal and country can be easily implemented. Similarly, you can have more interface names over here separated by commas depending on your requirements. Now guys, we are getting an error over here. It says the type child class must implement the inherited abstract method animal.displayName. So I'll just provide add unimplemented methods. So guys, we have to implement them, that's because we have inherited them, and these are just the abstract methods over here. So what we will do over here is the same print statement we will have. So print in the display country, we have country name is, and then followed by country name. So we have country name variable over here, and similarly we will have the animal name as well. So I'll just copy this line of code, that is print statement, and paste this over here. Replace this country by animal. So animal name is, we will put animal name over here as the variable name. So now as you can see, the error is gone. We no longer have any error in the child class, but we are having errors over here. So it says the blank final field country name may not have been initialized. So guys, what we will do over here is we will just initialize it. So I'll just put initialize public static final string country name. So over here country name, let's say I'll put United States over here as the country name, and over here as well in the similar way we'll put the animal name. So let's say the animal, one of the animals is dog, so we'll put dog over here. So guys, what we have done over here is these variables, that is animal name and country name, we have just initialized them, and inside these interfaces we have to keep them static and final. So guys, in this way we can achieve multiple inheritance over here. Now after achieving multiple inheritance, we can access this display country or the display animal as well in order to print these statements or execute certain lines of codes. So let me just do that. So what I will do is we will have to create the object of this child class, since we cannot create the objects of these interfaces as we had seen previously. So we have this child class followed by the object, that is child object. So it is going to have new child class. Now guys, we can easily access the display animal and display country methods since we have implemented them in the child class. So I'll just do that quickly over here. So we have child object over here, child object dot, the very first thing is we are going to display the animal. So we have display animal, and then again the second line of code, it will be child object, and then we have display country over here. So we are going to display both. The very first thing is animal, the second thing is country. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, animal name is dog and country name is United States, and these are the string values that we had assigned to these variables. So guys, this is the way we can achieve multiple inheritance in Java programming using interfaces. We can have any number of interfaces being implemented in a particular child class. So encapsulation and data hiding in Java programming. So guys, Java encapsulation is one of the key features of object-oriented programming. So as we had seen previously, we can implement Java encapsulation using the Java classes or Java interfaces as well. And encapsulation refers to the bundling of fields and methods inside a single class. So guys, these examples we have already seen where we have used multiple fields and methods inside a single class. So that is nothing but it is called Java encapsulation. That is in order to encapsulate similar fields and methods inside a single class. And then we can access that class to create objects in order to access those fields and methods. Now it can help us prevent outer classes from accessing and changing fields and methods of a class. This also helps to achieve data hiding. So guys, we have two things to learn over here. The very first thing is we will revise Java encapsulation, and then secondly we will see how we can hide the data from other classes if we don't want them to access the data directly of a particular class. So guys, let us move to the IDE over here. Now let us say we have a class. So let's say we have class animal over here because that's one of my favorite classes. Over here we will have a string. So let's say string the name, and then let's say we have another variable which is int age. So it is the age of the animal that we are going to define. And then guys, let us say we have setters and getters over here in order to access these variables. So what I can do is I can right click over here and we can go to this source option, and then you can see over here generate getters and setters. So I'll just click over here. So what this will do is it will ask for which variable names we want to generate the getters and setters. So over here we will select both of these variables, that is age and name, and then I'll just click on this generate. So when we click on this generate, as you can see, there are certain methods that are being created over here. So the very first method is get name. So it is getting the name and it is providing us a string as the return type. So it is just returning the name of the animal. The next method is set name, which is taking a string that is name and it is just setting this name variable inside this class. And the other two methods we have similarly implemented for the age as well, that is get age and set age. So guys, these are nothing but these are the getters and setters for the particular list of fields that we have defined over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will create an object of this class that is animal. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here and then create the object name that is animal object. So we have animal object over here. It is equal to new animal. Now guys, we have created this object. Now we can easily set the name and the age of an animal using these methods, that is set name and set age. We have to provide the name and age respectively in these methods. So what I will do is the very first thing is we will set the name. So animal object dot set name. So set name and one of the animals is dog. So I'll just provide dog over here, and then we have animal object again in order to set the age. So we have dot set age. So let's say the age of the dog is, let's say 2 years. So I'll just provide 2 over here as the integer. But guys, we have provided it inside a double quotes. So it is saying the method set age int in the type animal is not applicable for the arguments string. So I'll just remove this double quotes over here since it is expecting an integer. So now there is no red underline over here. Now guys, let us access these variables, that is name and age, that we have already set over here. So what we will do is we will have a print statement, and inside this print statement the very first thing is name of animal is, and then we will have animal object again because we have the get name method that is already implemented. So we have get name over here. So guys, as you can see, animal object dot get name can be used in order to return the name of the animal, and then similarly we will return the age as well. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and I'll just change this label to age of animal is, and then we have animal object dot, instead of get name we will have get age. So I'll just put get age over here. So guys, in this way we are accessing all the 4 methods. The very first method is set name and we are providing the name of the animal, and the second method is set age and we are providing the age of the animal, and over here we are using the get name and get age methods as well. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, name of animal is dog and age of animal is 2 is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way we have achieved Java encapsulation by using the name and age fields of a particular class, that is animal class in this case, and we are using the methods in order to access them. Now guys, as far as the data hiding property of Java is concerned, over here we can directly access the name and age of the animals without actually using the methods that we have created over here. So what I will do over here is, instead of using the set name, I will put dot and then name. So as you can see, this name can be easily accessed and we can provide equal to operator over here, and let's say we have another animal that is tiger, and over here the age variable as well we can access easily by using the age variable. So age, let's say it is 5. So I'll just provide 5 over here as the age of the tiger. So we'll put semicolon over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So guys, one important thing over here is we are not using the set name and set age over here in order to set the name and the age of the animal, but still we can access them. That is, name of animal is tiger, age of animal is 5. So guys, though we have achieved Java encapsulation over here by enclosing these fields inside the animal class, but we have not achieved data hiding. That's because these variables of this class animal can easily be accessed using the other classes. In this case we are using Java test class in order to access these variables over here. Now what if we don't want them to directly access these variables but only access them via the methods that are provided inside this animal class as public method? So what we have to do is we have to make these variables over here as private. So when we provide private keyword over here before the string variable and we scroll over here on top, as you can see there is a red underline. That's because we cannot directly access that particular variable now. It says the field animal.name is not visible. That's because we have made it private. The age is still visible because we have not made it private yet. So I'll just copy this private keyword and paste this over here for the age variable as well, and over here for age as well we cannot access them directly. So now the only way in order to access these names and age is through the methods that we had seen previously using the set name and the set age methods. So what we will do over here is we will remove this name and we will again call the set name over here. So we have set name. So again we will put the name of the animal as tiger, and let's say we'll remove this age and we will provide set age method. So we have set age, and then let's say the age of the tiger is 7 years. So I'll just provide 7 over here. So now there is no red underline. That's because we are accessing the public methods of that particular class. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, name of animal is tiger, that is what we had set, and age of animal is 7. So that is what we had set over here in the set age method. And guys, in this way we can also achieve data hiding property of the Java using this access modifier of private keyword. So guys, hopefully you have got enough knowledge about Java encapsulation and data hiding and how these can be achieved using the access modifiers. Nested and inner class in Java programming. So guys, in Java you can define a class within another class which is called as a nested class. So such class is known as a nested class or an inner class. So as you can see over here, class, we have the outer class over here, and inside this we are also defining another class which is called as nested class or the inner class. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples. So let us move to IDE, and over here I will create a outer class. So over here we will create class animal over here, which will be the outer class in this case, and inside this we will have another class. So one of the animals is dog. So over here we will keep class dog as another class which is an inner class. So guys, when we define a class, as you can see over here, we are defining a class dog in this case inside another class, that is the outer class is animal over here. So this inner class is called nested class, and it can have its properties on its own, such as the fields and the different methods as well. So let's say it is having one of the fields as legs. So int legs, which means how many legs a particular dog can have. So guys, we will keep it as 4 over here as the fixed value. And then let's say we have a method inside this class dog which is going to return void, and then let's say we have make sound as the method name. So guys, over here we will have just a print statement. So let me just put a print statement over here. So it is going to have a string bark. And guys, in this way we can easily create an inner class inside the outer class. Now guys, how do we access this make sound that is present inside the inner class, that is this dog class? So in order to do that, we have to create an object of this inner class by using the outer class over here. So the very first thing that we have to do is we have to create an object of the outer class first. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then we will have animal object as the object of the outer class. So we will have new animal over here. And then guys, using this animal object, that is the object of the outer class over here, we can create a new object of this class dog. So over here, in order to create the object of a dog class, we have to specify the outer class, that is animal class, followed by a dot, and then as you can see we have dog as the suggestion. So we use the inner class name, that is dog, and then guys followed by the name of the object that we want to create. So it is going to be dog object. So we have dog object, it is equal to, and then after the equal to operator, we will use this animal object that we have created, which is the object of the outer class. So this animal object dot, we will have the new operator, and then followed by space, and then we have the inner class name, that is dog. So after dog we have open and close brackets. So as you can see, we are using the outer class name followed by dot and then the inner class name in order to create the object of the inner class followed by equal to, and then we have the object of the outer class that we already created in the previous line of code followed by dot, and then we have the new operator, and then we have the name of the inner class. And then guys, using this dog object we can access both, that is the legs of the dog and then the make sound as well. So what we will do over here is, the very first thing is we are going to print the number of legs over here. So I'll just print the number of legs of dog is, and then we will access this dog object, and then dog object dot, as you can see we have legs as one of the variables, so we will have dog object dot legs to be printed. And then guys, we will also print the make sound. So over here make sound is printing the sound that the dog makes. So what we will do is we will just call the dog object over here and then dot followed by the make sound. So guys, in this way we will have two strings that will be printed over here, that will be number of legs of dog is, and then followed by dog object dot legs will refer to the legs integer over here, as you can see, which is assigned as the value of 4, and then we will have the make sound being called using the dog object dot make sound, and this line will get printed. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, as we can see, number of legs of dog is 4 and bark is getting printed. And guys, in this way we can easily create the inner class inside the outer class, as you can see, and create the objects either of the outer class or the inner class, and we can use the fields and methods of the inner class as well in this way, that is by using the outer class name and the outer class objects as well. Static fields in Java class. So guys, static fields in Java class are accessed at the class level. So we don't use the object of the class, but we use the name of the class in order to access the static fields. So as opposed to the normal fields that are accessed at the object level. So guys, we will understand this more clearly with the help of examples. So let us move to our Eclipse IDE. So over here let us define a class. So let's say we have a class and one of the favorite class is animal. So we have class animal over here, and let us say we have a non-static field over here, that is the name of the animal, which should be of the data type string. So we have string name. And then guys, let's say we have another static variable. So as I told you, static variables will be accessed using the class names, that is the animal class in this case. So what we will do is we will have the static keyword over here followed by the data type. So the data type is going to be an int, and we are going to have the counter as the name of the variable. Now guys, this variable is going to count the number of objects that we have created for this class, that is animal. And then guys, let's say we have a constructor over here. So we have the same name as that of the class. So this constructor is going to set the name. So over here we are going to pass a string variable and we are going to name it as name1. So this name it is equal to name1 over here. So guys, whenever we are creating a new object of a class, we should provide the name of the animal so that the value gets assigned to the name of the animal over here. Now guys, let us have another method over here that is going to display the name of the animal. So we have void display name, and in this case it is just going to have a string, that is, let's keep it as name of animal is, and then the name of this particular object. So guys, this method is going to just print the name of the animal that we are going to pass using the object that we created over here. Now guys, the only thing that we have to do is we have to create the animal objects over here. So let us say we have one of the animal objects as dog object. So we have animal dog object, it is equal to new animal. So over here we have to pass the name of the animal. So in this case, with obvious reasons, it is going to be dog as one of the animal. And then guys, let's say we have another animal over here. So what we will do is we will have a cat object over here. So we have cat object, and let's pass cat as the string over here, which is the animal name. Now guys, after creating this dog object, we have to track what is the counter. So what we are going to do is we have to access this counter variable. Now how do we access this? Using the animal class name. So we will provide animal class name over here, followed by dot, and as you can see, counter is being suggested over here by Eclipse. That's because we have kept it as static. So we will provide counter and set it to a particular value, and in this case it will be 1 over here. That's because we have created one object of animal class. Now next time whenever we create another object of the class, what we will do is we will just increment the counter by 1. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and we will do plus plus over here. So what this will do is it will just add the value of a counter by 1. Now guys, we can easily access the name of the animals using the display name that we had created. So what we will do over here is we will just call the display name for all the objects. So the very first object is the dog object. So we will have dog object dot display name over here, and then let's say we have cat object. So we have cat object over here dot display name. It is going to display the name of the cat object, and then we want to also display the counter, that is how many animals we have created till now. So we will have total number of animal objects over here as the string, and then we will have animal class name followed by dot, and then we will have the counter, which will give us the value of the counter variable. So guys, in this way we are going to display the name of the dog object, then the cat object, and then we are going to have the counter of the total number of animal objects that we have created. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, we have name of animal is dog and name of animal is cat. And then we have the third line over here, that is total number of animal objects is 2. That's because we have been incrementing the counter variable of the animal class over here. Now guys, let's say we have not incremented this. So I'll just remove this line of code. And then guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, name of animal is dog, name of animal is cat, and then we have total number of animal objects as 1. That's because we have not incremented the counter now after creating this cat object. So guys, as we have seen, this static variable inside the class can only be accessed using the class names and not using the object names. And the value of a static variable will be common for all the objects at any point of time. Anonymous class in Java programming. So guys, in Java, a class can contain another class known as the nested class. So this we have seen previously as well. It is possible to create a nested class without giving any name. So guys, this we are going to see with the help of example in order to create a nested class without any name. Now a nested class that doesn't have any name is called an anonymous class. Now anonymous class must be defined inside another class, hence it is also known as the anonymous inner class. So guys, we are going to check anonymous inner class with the help of example. So let us move to IDE over here. So let us say we have a class. So we have a class called as polygon. So I'll just create a class called as polygon, and inside this class we just have one method, that is display. So we will have void
display, and then it is not taking any parameters, but it is just going to print one statement. So we'll print the statement over here as inside polygon class. So guys, this statement will identify that we are present inside the polygon class. But now guys, how can we create an anonymous inner class? So I'll create another class over here. So for example, we have class anonymous. So we have anonymous demo as the class name, and inside this class, let us say we have a method. So we have void create class method. So I'm going to name this method as create class. It is not going to take any parameter, and inside this what we are going to do guys is we are going to use this polygon class in order to create an object. So over here we are going to use the polygon class. So I'll use this polygon class over here. We name it as P1 as the object of this polygon class, and then guys we are going to have an equal to operator followed by a new operator and then the name of the class, that is polygon. So guys, over here we are creating an object that is P1, but after this we can have the body as well of this object. So after creating this object we have to have the body, and after these curly braces we have to have a semicolon over here, and inside this object guys what we are going to do is we are going to have a method again. So what we will do is we will have the same method, that is display. So over here I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So what we are doing is we are having the same method name as that in the class name. So it can be said that over here the polygon is the super class, whereas over here the anonymous demo we are creating it as a child class, but we are going to use the object of the polygon class over here. So the anonymous demo class is just extending the other class, that is the polygon, which is a super class over here. So guys, if you are getting confused, no need to worry, but over here we are going to use the same name as that of the method which is already defined over here in the super class. So we are not going to have any parameters again, and then we are going to have the print statement saying we are inside anonymous class. So we have inside anonymous class over here in order to identify that we are inside an anonymous class. Now guys, after this body of the P1 object of the class polygon, we are going to call the display method of this object. So over here what we are going to do is we will use P1 as the object, and then dot we have display that is being suggested over here by IDE. So guys, what will happen is since this name display is same as that of the display, but since we are providing the implementation of this method inside this child class, so this method that is inside anonymous class will be displayed over here. That's because display method will be overridden over here. Now the only thing that we are supposed to do is we are supposed to call this create class method, so that the control flow will come over here, that is create class will be called, and then it will see this object that is P1, and using this object it will call the display method of this object over here, and this statement should get printed. So guys, let us create an object of this anonymous class demo. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then let's say we have the name of the object as demo, and then we have new operator followed by the anonymous demo class name over here. Now what we have to do is using this demo object we will call create class method that we created inside this class, that is anonymous demo. So what will happen, the control flow will come over here, it will encounter this object that is P1 object of this polygon class, which has become an anonymous class right now, and this P1.display will call the display method over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, inside anonymous class is being displayed. Now guys, let's say we want to print this inside polygon class. So what we can do is, instead of having this implementation, I'll just comment out this line over here. Let us see what happens when we comment out this line. That means we are not having the display method of this object, that is P1, being implemented in the child class, but it is present in the parent class. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now.
So as we can see, inside polygon class is being called. That's because there is no other method, that is display, that is overriding this superclasses method over here. And guys, this is the way that we can implement anonymous classes in Java. Now guys, what is the importance of having this anonymous class in this way and having the object of another class and calling a method using this object? So guys, the very important thing over here, as you can notice, we are calling the display method of a polygon class, and the object of this class is not created at all inside our main method. So as you can see, we are using the anonymous demo class and using its method, that is create class, in order to have some lines of code that will create our anonymous classes object and call that method. So guys, this is the very important thing. In case you don't want to create the object of a particular class and show it inside the main method, you can create an anonymous class and call its own function in order to execute some lines of code. Guys, similarly, instead of having this class, we can also have the anonymous interface as well. So instead of this class, we will define it as an interface. So when we are having interface, we cannot have a definition of the methods inside an interface. So as you can see, there is a red underline over here. It says abstract methods do not specify a body. So this is kind of an abstract method and we cannot have the body of that method. So I'll have to remove this, but it is mandatory to have the implementation of this method wherever we are trying to extend or implement this interface. So where we are using this interface over here in the create class method, we are trying to use the polygon over here. But as you can see over here as well, we are getting a red underline. It says cannot reduce the visibility of the inherited method from polygon. So it is asking us to change method visibility to public. So I'll just change this visibility to public over here. So as you can see, after providing public keyword, the error message is gone. So guys, in this way, the interface can also be implemented inside the anonymous class. And now using this anonymous demo class, we can create an object and call its own function, that is create class, in order to call this method, that is display method, for this object, that is P1 of the interface polygon. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, inside anonymous class is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way, we can implement anonymous classes or anonymous interfaces as well. Singleton design pattern in Java programming with the help of examples. So guys, in Java, singleton is a design pattern that ensures that a class can only have one object. So inside Java class, it ensures that only one object can be created, and this thing is called singleton design pattern in Java. So to create a singleton class, a class must implement following properties. So there are three properties over here that a class must implement. That is, it should have a private constructor so that no other class outside this particular class can create an instance of this singleton class. The next thing is private static attribute of the class type. So we are going to have a field of this singleton class type so that it can be instantiated within that class, and there is no other object outside this class that can be created for this singleton class. And then the very last thing is a public static method in order to get the instance of this particular class. So guys, what can be the example of a singleton class? So singletons can be used while working with databases. They can be used to create a connection pool to access the database while reusing the same connection for all the clients. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in Eclipse IDE. So over here we are going to create a class, that is a database class, and then inside this class we are going to have three properties as mentioned over here. The very first thing is a private constructor. So as you know, a constructor is nothing but a method with the same name as that of the class name. So we are going to have a private constructor, that is the name of the class, and then it is going to be an empty constructor, so it is not going to do anything. Now the next thing is we have private static attribute of the class type. So guys, we are going to have a field over here which will be a private static field, and it will be of the type, that is of this class type. So I'm going to copy this database class over here, paste this over here, and then we are going to have the object name as the DB object. So guys, this DB object, it is the object of this class, that is database, and since it is private, no other class outside this class database can access this particular field over here. Now in order to access this DB object, we are going to have a public static method, that is getInstance. So we will have a public static method over here. So we have public static method. So the method name is going to be getInstance over here, and what will be the return type of this method? It will be the data type of this class, that is database. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this over here. So guys, what this will do is it will initialize this DB object and return this DB object to the variable from where it is being called, that is getInstance is being called. So let us check this. So over here what we are going to do is, first we are going to check whether this DB object is actually initialized or not. So we will check DB object over here. DB object, is it equal to null, which means is it really assigned or not, and if it is equal to null, we have to create an instance for this. So DB object, it will be, so usually how we do is using the new operator and then followed by the name of the class. So what we are doing over here is we are just creating a new instance of this database class with the help of the object name, that is DB object, equal to new database over here. So guys, if it is null, then we are creating an instance of it, and then once we have created the instance of this, we are going to return this instance. So we have return DB object. So we are going to return this DB object. So guys, to make it more clear over here, what we have done is we have created an object of this class, that is database. So usually we do it in the main method over here, that is in order to create the objects, but we cannot do the same in the singleton classes. That's because the property of a singleton class is we can only have one object of this class, and this is the one object, that is DB object over here, and then we are making the constructor as private so that no other class can call this particular constructor in order to create a new object out of it. And then in order to initialize this object, that is DB object, we are having a public static method getInstance, which is going to return the type, that is database, that is the type of this class, and it is going to initialize the DB object if it is equal to null, and it is going to return the DB object. Now guys, in order to check whether the DB object is actually initialized or not, what we will do is let us have another public method over here. So it will be public void method. Let us say we have the name of the method as getConnection. So we have getConnection without any parameters over here, and we are just going to print over here the statement that is connection to database is successful. So guys, we have this string over here, that is connection to database is successful. Now in order to ensure that this DB object is actually created and initialized and is the only single object of this singleton class, we have to call this getConnection and get this string printed. So guys, what we will do over here is inside this main method, we are going to use this singleton class name, that is database, and then we will have db1 as the object. Now guys, we cannot have multiple objects, we just had db object over here, but we are using this db1 object in order to create this db object by calling this getInstance. So what we will do over here is we will use db1 object equal to, and since we have used the static keyword over here for this getInstance method name, we are going to use this class name in order to access this getInstance. So guys, as we have seen previously, in order to access the static fields or methods, we have to use the class names. So we will use the database class name dot getInstance. So guys, what this will do is database.getInstance, the control flow will go over here inside this getInstance. It will check whether it is equal to null or not, and if it is equal to null, then a new database, that is this particular instance, will be created only once, since this object is a static object, and then this db object will be returned. Now this db object that is returned will be assigned to this db1, and then using this db1 we can call the getConnection method over here. So we will have db1.getConnection. That's because we have made it as a public method and it can be called using the object of this database class. So guys, this thing will ensure that every time we are just going to have this db object as the only object of this singleton class, and that is the property of the singleton class in Java. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, connection to database is successful. So this thing is getting printed over here. Now guys, in order to ensure that only one object is being created, how can we verify in some other way? So let's say I'll just remove this part, that is db1 initialization, and instead of just having the object name over here, what I will do is I will try to create a new instance out of it using the new database keyword over here. So as you can see, there is already a red underline over here. It says the constructor database is not visible. So guys, this is the reason why we had made this constructor, that is database, as private, so that outside this class we cannot create more objects of this class. And as you can see, we cannot create more objects outside this class, and the only object that is created is db object inside this database class itself. And this confirms that this is the Singleton class in Java. So guys, hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the Singleton classes in Java and its usage as well. Please make sure that you practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Enums in Java programming. So guys, in Java, an enum, that is a short for enumeration, is a type that has a fixed set of constant values. So as you can see in this example, we have the enum keyword followed by the name of the enum, and then inside these curly braces we have the different values separated by commas. So this is one value, that is small, and then we have medium, large and extra large, which can be the different sizes of a pizza. So guys, let us understand this with the help of example. Now outside this class we will have the enum keyword and then followed by the name of the enum. So let's say we have size as the name of the enum, and inside the curly braces we will have different values, that is the constant values over here. So we have small, we have medium, and then we have large, and then we also have extra large over here. And guys, similarly we can have any number of constant values over here which can be used inside our main method. Now in order to access this enum values, what we have to do is I'll just provide a print statement over here. So we have print, and then we just need to use this name, that is the name of the enum. So I'll just provide size as the name of the enum over here, followed by the dot operator, and then as you can see we can access the different values of this enum, that is size. So let us say we access the small, that is size dot small enum value over here. I'll just save this file and try running this code now to see what will be the output. So as you can see, this string is getting printed, that is small is getting printed. Similarly, let's say if we put large over here, so instead of this small I'll put large over here. So size dot large. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, large is getting printed. So guys, what is the importance of this enum? Why it was introduced in Java? Enum was introduced to replace the use of int constants. So guys, if you can recollect, in most of the programs, in order to have some constant values, we can define a class followed by the class name, and inside that we can have different fields of the final static type and an integer. Now guys, whenever we try to access this small, medium, large or extra large variables, we will get these values instead. So this 1, 2, 3, 4 will not make any sense. Instead of that, if we have some values, that is small or large, so that will make more sense guys. And for this reason, this enum was introduced in order to have a set of constant values that can be used. Now guys, let us take another example using the switch statement. So what we will do over here, once we have defined this enum, that is size, we will have a class. So let's say we have a class, and let's say the name of the class is test, and inside this class, let's say we have a field of type size. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, size, and then let's say we have pizza size as the name of the field. So guys, this is going to have the size of the pizza, and the values can be from one of this list of values inside the size enum. Now let's have a constructor over here which is going to initialize this value of the pizza size field. So over here what we are going to have is public keyword followed by the name of the class, which is going to define the constructor, and inside this constructor we are going to have a parameter as well. So this parameter will be of size enum type. So we have size followed by pizza size over here. So guys, we are having the pizza size over here, and now since we are having the field names as same over here, we are going to use this keyword followed by dot and then pizza size. So guys, this keyword is going to refer to this pizza size, that is the field of the class, and then equal to, we are going to use just the pizza size over here, which is going to refer to this pizza size, that is the parameter value. So over here we have a semicolon. Now guys, what we will do is we are going to have a method that is display. So we have void display over here. So what this method is going to do is it will just display the size that is being assigned to this pizza size. So in order to do that, we can have a switch statement. So guys, in case you are not aware about the switch statement, I have made a separate video, so you can check that out. The link I have given in the description as well. Now over here, what we are going to have is we are going to have the different cases. So the very first case is the first value of the size enum, that is small. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So if it is small, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to print the statement over here. So the print statement, it says pizza size is small. And then guys, after this statement, we are going to have the break statement so that it comes out of the switch statement over here. And similarly, we will have different cases over here for different values of the size enum. So I'll just copy this and paste this multiple times and then change the values. So I have case small over here, and then we will have case medium over here, that is the second value. So we will have medium, and then we have large over here. So I'll just copy this from the enum. So we have large over here, and then over here we have the large size, and then over here the extra large. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So it is extra large, and over here as well it is going to be extra large. Now guys, there is an error over here. What is it? It says small cannot be resolved to a variable. So guys, inside the switch statement, we are not passing any value. So we have to pass the value, and that value will be of this type, that is the size type. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So this pizza size will be compared with each and every case. So in whichever case it comes, it will print that statement and it will come out of that switch statement. Also guys, if you remember, we are supposed to have a default case as well in case the pizza size value doesn't match from the list of values that we have provided in the case statements over here. So we have default, and what it will do is it will print a statement and it will say don't know the size of pizza. So guys, it will say don't know the size of pizza if it is some other value apart from these values over here. And then after this default statement, we will have the break statement over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will create an instance of this class, that is the test class, inside this main method. So instead of calling this using this print statement, we will have the test class as the test object, and then it is equal to new test class. And for this constructor, it is expecting a parameter of this data type, that is size. So what we are going to provide is the size enum we are going to use, followed by one of these values. So let's say we provide medium as one of the values. So guys, this test object is going to have a pizza size field for which the value will be of the medium type of this enum. So this medium, it reflects to this medium over here. And then what we will do is we will call the display method using this object. So I'm just going to use this object dot display, that is the method. And then guys, what will happen is once this display method is encountered, the control flow will come over here. So before that, the pizza size was initialized with this value, that is medium. So this medium value is matching in this enum size, and then inside this display method, the pizza size value will come over here, which is the medium over here. So is it equal to small? No, in this case, but it is equal to medium, and this line should get printed, that is pizza size is medium, and then it should come out of this switch statement. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, pizza size is medium, so this line is getting printed. Instead of this, let's say if we order a extra large pizza, so over here inside this medium, what we will do is we will have the extra large value, that is size dot extra large. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, pizza size is extra large, this string is getting printed. So guys, in this way we can have the enum data type in order to have the list of constant values so that we can use them in our requirements. So one of the requirements is using the switch statement, and you can have any kind of requirements over there. It makes sense in order to use these kind of values instead of some final integer values. Enum constructor in Java programming with the help of examples. So guys, in Java, an Enum class may include a constructor like a regular class. So guys, previously we have seen that using the Enum, like these were some of the values, and we had a separate class over here, that is the test class, and inside this class we had a method, that is display method, and for this we were having a switch case in order to access the different values of the size Enum, and accordingly we were printing some string statements over here. So guys, we were having the pizza size as the field of this type, that is size Enum. Now guys, we can also have the constructors over here. So as you can see, these Enum constructors can either be a private constructor which can only be accessible within the class, or a package private constructor which is accessible within the package. So guys, we are going to check the Enum constructor over here in this particular video with the help of examples. So what I'm going to do is, within this Enum size we have to make some modifications over here. So we are having these 4 values, that is size, medium, large, and then extra large. Now guys, after these values we can also have some string values over here. So within these open and close brackets and inside this double quotes, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy this string, that is pizza size is small, which reflects to this small value over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. And then similarly, what we will do is, for the medium size as well, I'm going to paste this string over here, that is pizza size is medium. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Similarly, for large and extra large, I'll do this quickly. So as you can see, I have provided all the string values, pizza size is small, medium, large, and extra large, for these corresponding values of the size. Now guys, we can have a constructor inside this Enum size. So over here we are going to have a private constructor. So we have private, and then the name of the constructor should be the name of the Enum class, that is size. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Now guys, it is going to take a parameter which is going to come from the main method. So over here we are going to have the parameter of type size, followed by the name of the parameter, that is pizza size. And over here guys, again we are going to have the attribute which is going to be the private final type, so that it can only be accessed within this Enum size, and then it is going to be final, so that we can only access this attribute within this size Enum. So we have private final, and then the data type is size, and then the name of the field, that is pizza size. So over here we have pizza size attribute, and this pizza size attribute, that is this attribute, I'll just copy this. I'm going to refer using the this keyword followed by dot, and then we have the pizza size. It will be equal to this pizza size that is coming as a parameter over here, and then we have the semicolon. Now guys, in order to print this pizza size, we are going to have a display message over here. So we have public void display method, and then we will have just the print statement over here, and it will print the pizza size over here, that is the field name. Now guys, what we will do is, inside this main method, instead of calling this test class which we had created previously, I'll just remove this part and have the size Enum over here, and let's say the name of the object, we have kept it as size, and then it will be equal to, we have to use this size, that is the name of the Enum, and then followed by one of the values. So let's say we provide small as the value over here. So we have size dot small. So guys, what this is doing over here is, this size dot small is calling this line of code, that is small, and then this pizza size is small is being passed over here inside this constructor. Now guys, there is a red underline over here. It says the constructor size string is undefined. So we have done a mistake over here. Instead of this size, we have to provide string data type. That's because a string is coming from here. So we have modified the same. Over here we have provided the string, and guys, similarly we are going to have the string data type over here as well. So it is not going to be a size data type. That's because we are passing it as a string now. So both the data types, that is of the pizza size, we have provided it as a string, and then this string will get printed over here based on the value. So what is happening, size dot small, it is calling this line of code over here, that is small, and then pizza size is small. So over here guys, these are all the calls to the constructors. So whichever value we call over here, it will call the constructor internally. So basically what is happening is, this size constructor is getting called, and then the string is coming in this pizza size based on the value that we have provided over here inside this main method. And guys, there is another red underline over here. So over here we have missed a semicolon. So I'll just provide a semicolon over here. So after this, when we call this display method, so the string that is pizza size should get printed. So in order to call this display method, we have to use this size object. So size dot display. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now over here. So as you can see, pizza size is small, this thing is getting printed over here. So guys, instead of having the switch statement that we had inside this test class, we can remove this class now. Since it is no longer required, we are not creating any object out of it, but we are just having constructor inside the enum, that is size, and we can have any value over here. So let's say we have the large size over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as we can see, pizza size is large, and instead of large, let's say if we copy extra large over here, let me just save this file and try running this code. So accordingly, pizza size is extra large, this string is getting printed. So behind the scenes, what is happening? Size dot extra large. So this means this extra large is getting mashed over here, and this pizza size is extra large. This string message is being passed to the constructor over here. So this constructor, which is private, can only be called by these 4 lines of code, and over here the string message is coming and it is initializing this pizza size string, that is one of the attributes of this enum size, and then guys, we are just displaying it using this display method over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the enum constructors over here based on the requirements and have the appropriate strings being printed over here. Enum strings in Java programming with the help of examples. So guys, in Java we can get the string representation of enum constants using the toString method or the name method. So previously guys, we have seen how the enum constructor works over here. So if you have not checked the previous videos, do check out the links I have given in the description as well. So over here we were having, for different values of the size enum, we were having the corresponding string values as well. So guys, using the toString method, that is the inbuilt method or the name method of the enum, we can access those strings as well. So as you can see, for example, over here we have the same enum size with this set of constant values over here, and inside this main method what we are trying to do is string value of small is size dot small dot toString. So guys, internally what is happening is this toString method is being called for this enum, that is small over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. So what we will do over here is, I will just keep this enum size and remove these lines of code, that is the constructor and the method to display the enum. I'll also remove these string representations over here. So I'll just remove this. So these values can only be separated by a comma. So I am just keeping the comma and removing the string attributes. Now guys, what we can do is, in order to access these values, we can have the print statement over here. So I'll have the print statement and then the name of the enum, that is size dot, let's say we have medium as the enum that we want to access. Now we have size dot medium over here. So what this will print is, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, medium is getting printed. But guys, we can also access this using the toString method. So when we say size dot medium and then followed by toString, so as you can see, Eclipse is suggesting us the toString method over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, again medium is getting printed. So if we change the value to extra large over here instead of medium, let me just save this file, and using this toString method we can get the value that is extra large. So as you can see, extra large is getting printed. Similarly, we can use the name method as well. So let's say we have size dot, let's say we are using the large value and then followed by name. So over here again, this will return the string representation. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, large is getting printed. So guys, we can use either toString or name method over here. But let's say we want to be little bit more descriptive over here, that is describe these values. So what we can do is, we can override this toString or name method. So for example, so in order to override these values, what we will do is, after this small value, we are going to have the curly braces, and inside this curly braces, we can override the toString method, and inside these curly braces we will have public, and then the return type will be string, since it is going to return the string value, and then we are going to have the toString method over here, which is going to override the string, and inside this the body we will have return and then some string. So over here what we will return is pizza
size is small. So guys, this is the description that we are going to give for this small value of this enum size. So it is going to return pizza size is small over here. So let me just save this file, and before running this code I'll have to change the value over here of size to size dot small, because for small value we have provided the string value, and after this small we are going to have the toString. So let's say without the toString, if we run this code, let me just save this file and try running this code to see what will be the value. So again it is saying pizza size is small. So guys, behind the scenes it is calling this toString method, that is a toString that we have provided for the small value. If we use any other value, that is, let's say we put large over here, but we have not provided the toString method for large over here, so only large should get printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, large is getting printed. In order to be more descriptive for this large value, again we can override this toString method. So let me just copy this block of code. I'll copy this and paste this over here, and instead of having this pizza size is small, I'll provide pizza size is large. And let me just save this file. I'll keep this size dot large as it is, and then let me just run this code. So as you can see, now instead of large, pizza size is large is coming over here. And then in this way we can easily override the toString method, which is being called behind the scenes whenever we call the value of a particular enum. So guys, in the similar way you can override the string representations of different enum values based on your requirements and have some descriptive strings as well. Java reflection with examples. So guys, in Java, reflection allows us to inspect and manipulate classes, interfaces, constructors, methods as well as fields at runtime. So guys, all these elements of the Java programming language, that is classes, interfaces, constructors, can be easily inspected and manipulated using Java reflection. So in order to reflect a Java class, we first need to create an object of class, and these are some of the ways in which we can create the object of a class. So we can use the dot class extension by using the name of the class over here followed by the dot class, and then the second way is by using the get class method. So in case we have created an object of a class for which we want to get the class instance, we can use that object followed by dot get class method, as well as the third option is using the for name, which is one of the methods of this class. And then guys, after creating the object of the class, we can use these methods, that is get name, get modifiers, or get superclass as well, in order to get the elements of those classes. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. Let's say we have a class called as animal, and then inside this animal class we have just one method, that is public void, and then we have display method. And what this will do is it will just display one string, I am an animal. So guys, this string we will print. Now guys, let us say we have another class over here, that is dog, and then we extend this animal class which we want it to be a parent class of this child class, that is dog. So we can use the extends keyword as we had seen previously in order to inherit the properties of this parent class, that is animal, followed by providing the name of the parent class, that is animal. So guys, whatever attributes are there, currently it is just having the display method. This will get inherited to the dog class as well, and using the dog object we can also access this method, that is display method over here. But now over here what we are going to have is we will have one more method, that is make sound. So guys, we are going to have a make sound method, and what we are going to print over here is the sound of the dog, that is we are just going to print bark bark. So guys, overall in the dog class we are having two methods. One method is of its own, that is make sound, which is going to print this statement, and another method is inherited, that is the display method, got inherited from this parent class, that is animal class. Now guys, as we had seen previously, we can easily call these methods by creating a dog object over here. So in the main method I'll create a dog object, that is dog1, it is equal to new dog, and in this way we create the object of a class. And then let's say I want to call both the methods. So the very first method is dog1 dot, as you can see we have display method over here, so that can also be called, and we have dog1 dot make sound method as well. So both the methods can be called over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, I am an animal and bark is getting printed. Now guys, let's say I want some details of this dog class. So what we can do is we can use the class named as class over here. So guys, we have a class called as class over here followed by the object. So let's say we have object of the class and then it is equal to, now guys, as I have told you, we have three ways in order to get the class details. So as you can see, we will use the first method over here, that is using the dot class extension. So over here we have to provide the name of the class, that is dog, and then followed by dot, and then we have the class. So as suggested by the Eclipse, we have dog dot class. And guys, important thing is there is no open and close brackets or any other kind of curly braces over here. Guys, one more important thing over here is this class, that is the name of the class over here is class. This is reserved by Java in order to get details of other classes in this way by creating an object for that particular class. So guys, you should never create a class with the name as class over here. You can have any other names like we have used over here, such as animal, dog, or any other name, but not the class as the class name. So guys, as you can see, we have created an object of type class, and over here we are using the dog class over here. Now guys, let's say we want to get the name of the class. So it is very simple. Over here we will have the print statement, and using this object you can get the name of the class. So after the object name we provide dot, and then we have get name. So as you can see, this get name, it will return a string, that is the name of the class. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, dog is getting printed. Over here we can have the prefix as well so that it makes little sense over here. So the name of class is, and then we have the object dot get name. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the name of class is dog, so the class name is getting printed over here. Now guys, let's say we want to get the super class of this class, that is dog. So the super class of this class is animal over here, and we want to get the details of that super class. So what we can use is, we can use the get super class method. So we can use this object that is of the class type followed by dot, and then we have get super class. As you can see, this super class is returning the data type of the class type. So we will hit on enter, and then we will receive this value inside the class object over here. So we have class and then followed by super class over here as the name of the variable followed by equal to operator. So this object of super class will return the super class for this object, that is this object is referring to the object of this dog class. And in order to print this, we can easily use the get name method. So I will have the print statement over here, and then we have the super class name is followed by, we have super class over here as the object name followed by get name over here. So we will get the name of the super class, and then let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the super class name is animal. So we have used the get name method again in order to get the name of the class. So guys, in this way we can easily use the objects of the data type class in order to get the reference of a particular class that we want to get. Now guys, this was one of the ways in which we can get the reference of a dog class. We can use other methods as well. As you can see, we can use the get class method over here. So in order to use this get class method, we have to use one of the objects of the dog class. So we can use this dog1 over here. So we have dog1 dot get class. So guys, in case you already have the object instead of the class name, you can use this dot class method in order to get the reference and store it in the object of the class data type. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. It should print the same statements, that is the name of the class is dog and the superclass name is animal. Now guys, another way is to use the for name method. Now this for name method belongs to this class over here. So I'll just remove this and use the class, that is class followed by dot for name, and then guys, as a parameter it takes a string that will be the name of the class that we want to get the object for. So I'll just hit on enter and provide the name of the class over here, that is dog, and then followed by semicolon over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is showing errors exist in required projects. Let me cancel this. So as you can see, there is a red underline over here. It says unhandled exception type class not found. So guys, in case if this name that we have provided, let's say if it is not present, then we have to handle that particular exception at the runtime. So there are two options. So either we can have the throw keyword, or we can surround these statements around the try catch block that we are going to see in the upcoming videos as well. So guys, for now we are going to select the first option, that is throws class not found exception over here. And then let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the same output we can see. The name of the class is dog and the superclass name is animal. Now guys, what is the use of this class not found exception? Let's say we have the class name as dog1 over here. But guys, there is no such class that is named as dog1. We only have two classes over here, that is animal and dog. So what will happen in this case? This throw class not found will come into picture over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now to see what will be the output. So as you can see, there is some exception that is coming over here, class not found exception. So guys, you can handle this exception in the catch block as well, which we are going to see in the upcoming videos. Now guys, let us see how we can access the methods of a particular class. That is, for this dog class, we will access the two methods that are present, that is make sound and the display, using this class object. So guys, I'll just remove these lines of code for now. And then over here, we are going to have dog.class. So guys, we have this object of the class. Now over here, using this object, we can get the methods of this class. So how do we get the methods? We use the object name followed by get declared methods. So over here, we will have declared methods. So as you can see, we have the second option, get declared methods. It is returning an array of method. So guys, we have another class called as method over here, and the array of such classes will be returned over here. So I'll just select this, and in order to get the values, we will have the class that is method class over here, followed by the name of the array, that is methods. So guys, all these get declared methods, that is in case there are multiple methods over here, all those methods will get stored in this method class. Now since we have an array of methods over here, we have to use a loop in order to get the name of each and every method. So what we will do is, we will use the for each method over here. So we have method class, the name of the variable we will provide it as m, and then colon, and then we have methods over here. So it will iterate through all the methods, and then guys, we will have the print statement that is going to print the method name is, and then followed by m dot, and then we have get name method over here as well in order to get the name of the method. So we have this print statement over here, and it is having m dot get name, and this m variable will be having each and every method when we are iterating through this loop. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now over here. So as you can see, the method name is make sound. So guys, the important thing over here is, even though we are inheriting the display method from the animal class to a child class, but still it will not be treated as the method of this child class over here, and that is the reason why only make sound can be accessed from here. So guys, let's say we have another method over here. So I'll just copy and paste this over here, and we have the method name as dog name. So I'll just provide dog name over here, and then let's say I have the string over here as puppy. So the dog name is puppy. So now we have two methods of this dog class. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the method name is make sound, and then the second method name is dog name. And guys, in this way we can easily access the method names as well. So similarly, you can get the attributes of the constructors and the fields on your own as well with the help of your exercises, and it will be a good practice for you. Java exceptions and exception handling with the help of examples. So guys, an exception is an unexpected event that occurs during the program execution. It affects the flow of the program instructions, which can cause the program to terminate abnormally. So guys, sometimes it can happen that you are dividing a number with 0. So in such cases, there will be an exception that we will have to handle explicitly, or else there will be some inbuilt statements that will be printed by Java. So such type of exceptions can occur, and we can handle them properly in Java. Now guys, an exception can occur for many reasons. Some of them are invalid user input. So let's say an integer is expected, but you provide a string. So in this case, we have to handle the exception exception appropriately. Another thing is we have a device failure, or we can also have the loss of the network connection. So accordingly we will have to handle the exception. Apart from this, we have the physical limitations, that is out of disk memory, or there are code errors as well. Now this code errors, it can be divide by zero error, or else it can be opening an unavailable file. So we provide the path of the file, but there is no such file name in that path. So there will be an exception that will be occurring, which we have to handle properly. So guys, these are all the examples of exceptions that might occur. Now what are the different approaches? So the different approaches to handle exceptions in Java. The first approach is the try catch block. So we are going to see this with the help of example. Now we also have a finally block which we will see, and then we have the throw keyword as well. So all these things we are going to see in this video and the upcoming videos as well. So guys, let us move to IDE now. I'll just remove the previous lines of code. Now guys, let me show you a very simple exception over here. So let's say we have an integer and the variable name is number, and on right hand side we have 10 divided by 0. So over here we are trying to divide a number by 0. So there will be no compile time error, but during the runtime there will be an exception that we are trying to divide the number by 0. So let me just print this number over here now. So we have the value of number is, and then we have the name of the variable, that is number. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, there is an exception in thread main Java lang arithmetic exception, and then you can see divide by 0 over here. Now guys, this statement, this is not appropriate. We can have some sensible string over here getting printed once we encounter this divided by 0 exception. So what we can do, we can enclose this part within the try catch block. So what we will do over here is we will provide the try keyword over here. So as you can see, we provide the try keyword, and then we have this block. So we have the open and close curly braces over here, and inside these curly braces we have our lines of code. So guys, this is the way in which we can enclose the block of code within the try statement. Now guys, why do we have to enclose this? So that if there is a probability of any exception that is occurring, we have to provide it inside the try block, so that what the code will do is, after this try block we have something called as catch block over here. So whatever exceptions that occur in the try block, the Java program will throw that exception to the catch block, and appropriately we can print the required statement over here. So as you can see, we had arithmetic exception. So in the catch block, it is going to take a parameter over here which will be of the type arithmetic exception. So we have arithmetic exception over here. So we can use this arithmetic exception class name followed by the name of the object. So E is the name of the object, and then what we will do is we will just have the print statement over here, and I will just print the message. So we can use this E variable that we provided as the variable of the arithmetic exception class, followed by dot, and then we have something called as get message as the method in order to get the message of this exception. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, instead of those long statements that we were getting previously, we are getting a sensible string over here now, that is divide by 0 has occurred. So this message is getting printed with the help of e.getMessage. And guys, in this way we can easily use the try catch block in order to handle the exception that might occur in your Java program. Guys, one important thing over here is we have used the arithmetic exception over here, which is a child class of the super class that is exception. So we can also use the exception class as well. So I'll just remove this line of code over here, and I'll have exception as the class name. So as you can see, we have the exception class name as well. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So again, the same message, that is divide by 0, is getting occurred over here. So guys, in case if you are not aware about what exception might occur in your try block, you can have the super class name, that is exception, followed by the object of that class, and use that object in order to get the message of the exception that has occurred. Guys, one important thing that you have noticed over here, once the exception occurred in this line of code, that is int number, it is equal to 10 divided by 0, then the control flow did not go to the next statement over here, which is just printing the value of this number, but instead after encountering the exception over here, the control flow goes to this catch block and executes the lines of codes that are present inside this catch block. So guys, this is very important. You should understand that once the exception has occurred in the try block, the remaining lines of code, that is this line of code, will not get printed, and any other lines of codes that are present inside the try block after the exception will not be executed. Now what if there is no exception at all inside this try block? So let me just remove this 0 over here and let me just have the expression as 10 divided by 2. In this case, 10 divided by 2 will be 5, and there will be no exception since we are not dividing it by 0, and the value of number will get printed over here. But in this case, whether this catch block will get executed or not, let us check this. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the value of number is 5, that is this statement is getting printed. This means that there is no exception that has occurred inside this try block. And since there is no exception that is occurring inside this try block, the catch block is not executed over here. So guys, the control flow will go to the catch statement only when the try block is having some kind of exception. So guys, so far we have checked the example of the try catch block. Now guys, there is something called as finally block as well. So after having the catch block, we can have the finally block as well. So we have finally over here, and then followed by open and close curly braces, and then inside this, let's say we have a print statement, and we will just say we are in finally. So guys, this will identify that we are in the finally block over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the value of number is 5, that is there is no exception over here, and the control flow will not go in the catch statement. But guys, one very important feature about finally block is every time that we have provided the try catch block and then followed by the finally block, so over here inside the finally block, whatever lines of code that are present, it will always be executed over here. So as you can see, we are in finally block, that is this statement is getting printed. So even though there is no exception that has occurred in the try block, the finally block is still getting executed. What if we have the exception over here? So I'll just divide the 10 value by 0 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, divide by 0 is getting printed. That's because the exception has occurred on this line of code. So this line of code is not getting printed, but the control flow goes in the catch statement and it says e.getMessage, which is going to print the divide by 0 string over here, and then followed by the control flow again goes to the finally block now, because this is the important feature about finally block. It will always be executed irrespective whether there is an exception that has occurred or not inside the try block. So we are in finally, that is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use the try catch blocks in order to handle some exceptions based on your requirements. Java try catch finally blocks for exception handling with some more examples. So guys, previously we had already seen how try catch block works, but in this video we are going to check more examples with more combinations of the catch and finally blocks as well. So guys, the try catch block in Java is used in order to handle the exceptions and prevent the abnormal termination of the program. So it is very important to handle the abnormal termination of the program that might occur and continue the control flow of the Java programs. Now guys, let us check all these with the help of examples now. The first example that we are going to take is a try catch example. So let me just move to the Eclipse IDE, and over here we are going to have the try catch block. So inside this try block we are going to have an integer, that is number. Now let's say we are going to have a number that is 5, which is getting divided by 0 over here, and then we want to print the value of this number, that is 5. So we have value of number is, and then followed by the number variable over here. Now guys, after this try block we can have the catch block as well, and we can have the super class, that is exception class over here, handling the exception, followed by the name of the object, that is e, and then we will have the print statement, and then we can have e.getMessage over here, that is going to print the error message. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, divide by 0 is getting printed, and in this way we can easily handle the exception that is occurring using the try catch block. Now guys, to summarize over here, we are having the integer number, that is 5 divided by 0 expression, and divided by 0 expression is an arithmetic exception over here. So over here what is happening is, instead of going to the next line, the exception has occurred over here. So Java throws the exception in the catch block over here, and inside this catch block the exception will be caught inside this E object, and using this E object we can get the message. Now guys, similarly, let's say we have an array. So over here, let's say we have the integer array. The variable name is ARR, and then followed by new and then end. So over here we are just initializing the array with 10 elements over here. Now guys, let's say we refer to the 10th element over here. As you must be knowing that the indices of the array will go from 0 to 9 for this array, but we refer to the 10th element. So what we will do is, over here I'll just change the string to 10 element is, and then followed by, over here let's say we have array 10. So this should throw an exception. That's because the size of the array goes from 0 to 9 and there is no such element on the 10th index. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, index 10 out of bounds for length 10. So guys, this is going out of bounds and the same message is getting printed over here. And this message is printed, that's because we are using the superclass that is exception. We can also specify the array out of bounds exception class as well, which is a subclass of this superclass that is exception. Now what if we try to access the 9th element? Guys, important thing over here is the exception has occurred on this statement, and after the exception has occurred, the control flow goes over here. And let me just change this to 9 now. So array 9. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, 10th element is 0 is getting printed. That's because array goes from 0 to 9 and we are providing the valid index over here, and hence the catch block is not getting executed. So important things to note over here, whenever there is an exception that is occurring in the try block, the Java control flow will go to the catch block and execute those lines of codes. And if there is no exception that is occurring in the try block, so the code in the catch block will not get executed. So guys, let us move to another example. Try finally example. So over here, instead of having this catch block, I'll just remove this catch block and we will have finally over here. And guys, inside this finally, I will just have the statement that is we are in finally block. So guys, as I have told you previously, finally block will get executed every time, irrespective whether there is an exception or not over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10th element is 0. So these lines are getting printed over here inside the try block, but finally is also getting executed, and we are having the string we are in finally block over here that is present in the finally block of our code. So guys, very important point to note, finally block will get executed every time, irrespective whether there is an exception or not. So over here there was no such exception, but let's say if there is an exception over here. So let's say I'll just provide array 10 over here so that there will be an exception in this line of code. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. But since we are not providing the catch block, as you can see, we are having array index out of bounds exception over here. We are in finally block is also getting printed. So what is happening over here is the exception is occurring over here, but before printing that exception, the finally block is getting printed over here, and then we are getting the exception over here. What if we catch the exception appropriately? So over here in the third example, as you can see, we are having the try, catch and finally example. So this is the example that we are seeing right now. We will have the catch block followed by the exception class name, and then we have the variable that is E, and then let's say we print the statement E dot get message over here so that it prints the exception. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, index 10 out of bounds for length 10. So very first thing, exception has occurred in this line of code. So once an exception has occurred, it has found the corresponding catch block over here. So that message is getting printed, and after that the finally is also getting executed over here. So guys, irrespective whether there is an exception that has occurred or not in the try block, the finally block will always get executed. Now let us move to another example. Multiple catch blocks example. So guys, let us say we have array index out of bound over here. So we have array index out of bound, we are going to specify this class name over here, that is array index out of bound, and we have e.getMessage. And let's say we have another exception that is occurring. So we are having the array element that is referred by the 9th index over here. So this is going to refer to the last element of the array. And what we will do is we will just provide 10 divided by 0 expression over here. So whatever result is there, it will get stored in this 9th index of the array. But guys, since the expression is 10 divided by 0, this should throw an arithmetic exception over here. In order to catch that, we are just catching the array index out of bound over here right now, but we are not having arithmetic exception. So what we will do is, the very first thing, let me just save this file and try running this code now over here. As you can see, index 10 out of bounds for length 10 is getting printed. That's because we are handling this array index out of bound. But what if this exception doesn't occur? So I'll just change this element to 9th index over here. So array 9 will not throw the array index out of bound, and this will also not throw the array index out of bound. But over here we are having this arithmetic exception over here. That's because we are having the expression as 10 divided by 0. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10th element is 0 is getting printed. That is, this line of code is getting printed. After that, we have an exception. But before printing anything related to exception, the control flow is going to finally block, and it is printing we are in finally. And then after that, we are having this arithmetic exception over here. Now guys, we can have another catch block in order to handle this arithmetic exception. So in order to have another catch block over here, after this first catch block, we can have the second catch block over here, that is catch, and then we can have arithmetic exception. So we have arithmetic exception over here followed by e, and then we can have e.getMessage getting printed. So I'll just copy this line of code and paste this over here. And guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10th element is 0, that is, this string is getting printed, followed by there will be an arithmetic exception over here. So it goes in this catch block, that is arithmetic exception. So it prints divide by 0 over here. And then guys, we are having the we are in finally block over here. So we are in finally is getting printed. So guys, in this way we can have the multiple catch statements over here. So as you can see, multiple catch blocks example is also covered over here. Now the last example, that is catching multiple exceptions example. So guys, we can also have just one catch block and have multiple exceptions inside that. So what we will do over here is, I'll just remove this catch statement over here, and then we will have, after this array index out of bound, we will have the OR condition, and after this OR condition we have arithmetic exception over here. So arithmetic exception followed by E1 object. Now guys, there is an error over here, it says syntax error. So basically we have to remove this object from here, and we are just going to have E1 object, and over here we will have E1.getMessage. So guys, basically whether it is array index out of bound or arithmetic exception, both the exceptions will get caught over here and the message will get printed accordingly. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10th element is 0, divide by 0 is occurring over here. That's because we are dividing it by 0. Now let's say I remove this line of code, and over here we have the 10th index over here. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, index 10 out of bounds is getting printed. So guys, only one catch block was used over here, whereas multiple exceptions are being handled over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use the try, catch and finally block in order to handle your exceptions based on your requirements. Java throw and throws with examples. So guys, we are going to see what is the difference between both these keywords, that is throw and throws. So guys, in Java, exceptions can be categorized into two types. So the very first exception is unchecked exceptions. So the definition is they are not checked at compile time but at runtime. So guys, these kind of exceptions are not checked at the compile time, but these are checked at the runtime. So the examples are the arithmetic exception. So as we had seen previously, the divide by 0 expression will come under arithmetic exception. Then we have null pointer exception. if any object is not initialized and we are trying to access the methods of a particular class using that object, then we can have a null pointer exception. Then we also saw array index out of bounds exception. That means if we have defined an array and we access an element that is not present inside that array, so this exception will occur. So guys, all these exceptions are not checked at the compile time but at the run time. So these can be avoided guys based on our programming practices. But what about the checked exceptions? These are the exceptions that are checked at the compile time. So for example, IO exception. So IO exception means in case we have provided the path of a file and that file is not present in the path, so we will get an IO exception. Similarly, we can have interrupted exceptions as well. So guys, we can handle these kind of exceptions using two keywords. That is, one is throw keyword, another one is throws keyword. So the very first thing is we will see the throws keyword example. So over here we are having a find file method. So guys, let us move to IDE over here, and what we will do is we will have a method over here inside the same class. So we will have public static. That's because we are going to access this method from this public static void main. We have to use the public static keywords over here, and then we have void, and then we have find file over here. So guys, what this will do is it will check for a particular file in the path. So we are going to use the class name, that is file. So we have the class name as file over here, and then followed by the object name. So we will have file as the object name over here. It will be equal to new file. So this file, that is a constructor, it will take a string path. So guys, let's say we have a test file, test.txt. So guys, we have just provided the name of a file. So this is the path. So it will check in the path whether this test.txt file is present or not. So guys, this file doesn't exist actually in our path over here. So we are going to see how the exception can be handled over here. And then in order to read this file, we will have the file input stream class. So we have file input, and then as you can see we have file input stream over here, and then we will name the object as the stream, and then we have new file input stream over here. So we have file input stream, which takes file as the parameter. So we enter this and then provide this file name, that is this object name file over here as the parameter, and then have the semicolon. So guys, as you can see there is a red underline over here. It says unhandled exception type file not found exception. So guys, it may so happen that this particular file that we have provided, that is test.txt, it might not be present in this path. So what Eclipse is trying to tell us that we have to fix this problem. So we have two options over here. One is to add throws declaration and then surround with try catch block. So guys, this surround with try catch block we had already seen previously. We can have the lines of codes over here, that is these two lines of code inside the try block, and then we can have the catch block in order to handle the exception appropriately. But in this example we are going to use the throws declaration, that is the first option over here. So I'll just select this add throws declaration. So guys, the moment we provide this add throws declaration, as you can see this throws keyword is being used over here, and then we have file not found exception over here that is getting appended to this method, that is find file, before the body of this find file method. So guys, what we are trying to do over here is, instead of having the try catch block over here for these lines of code and handle the exception accordingly within this find file, what we are doing is this method is trying to throw this file not found exception from where this method will be called. So instead of handling the exception over here within the body of the same method, we will throw the exception to that portion of the code from where this find file was called. And guys, this is the main functionality of this throws keyword over here. So what we will do is we will call this function from our main method. So over here we will just call this function find file. But then guys, this find file is throwing some exception. So as you can see there is a red underline over here. It says unhandled exception type file not found. So this function is not handling the file not found exception. So who is supposed to handle this? So basically this is just throwing the file not found exception. So over here this main method is responsible in order to handle the exception. So we have to have the try catch block over here. So we can have try, and then inside this try we will call this method over here. So we have try block over here, and then followed by we have to have the catch block over here. We can either have this file not found exception, or we can also have the super class as well, that is exception over here. So we have exception E, and then within this we will have the print statement. So E dot message is going to
print the error message or the exception message that has occurred over here. So guys, basically this method is being appended by the throws keyword followed by what kind of exception that might occur within this method body, and then inside this method body we are not handling the exception but we are just throwing the exception in case if it occurs. So this exception needs to be caught by the method, that is the main method from where we are calling this find file. And as you can see, we are enclosing this find file method that is being called within the try block, and then we are also having the catch block as well, and it is just going to print the error message. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, test.txt, the system cannot find the file specified. So this message is getting printed over here. And so guys, in this way, we can easily use the throws keyword in order to throw a particular exception from a method and catch that exception from where that method was called. Now guys, let us move to another example, that is for the throw keyword. So as you can see, for this throw keyword, we are having the divide by 0 method, which is being called from the main method. So over here, we are having the main method and divide by 0 is being called. So the control flow will go over here and it says throw new arithmetic exception with a string that is trying to divide by 0. So guys, we can provide our own string as well in order to throw a particular exception. And the important thing over here is we are using this throw keyword over here in order to provide our custom string. So guys, let us check this with the help of example. I'll just remove these lines of code over here. And over here, what we will have to do is we are going to have public static method which is not going to return anything, so this is void, and then we have divide by 0 as the method name. So what this will do, it will just throw the exception. So we are going to use the throw keyword over here. So we have throw keyword followed by new operator, and then it is going to throw arithmetic exception. So we have arithmetic exception over here, and then we are going to use this second method that is going to take the parameter as the string. So we will say divide by 0 is not allowed, and then we have semicolon. So guys, we are just throwing a new arithmetic exception over here with a particular string. So in order to call this method, what we will do is we will just call it from the main method, that is divide by 0 over here. So that's it, we have just called the divide by 0. Control flow will go over here, and what this will do, throw new arithmetic exception, that is divide by 0 is not allowed. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, exception in thread main, arithmetic exception, and then we should have the string that is divide by 0 is not allowed. So guys, this is an exception that is occurring which we are not catching currently. So we can catch this exception as well. Where we have to catch? We have to catch over here, that is inside this main method from where the divide by 0 is being called. So we have to enclose this line of code within the try block over here. So we have the try block over here followed by the catch block, and then let's say we use the super class, that is exception over here, and then we have E over here. And then what this is going to do is it is just going to print E dot message. So whatever string that is coming as an exception, this will be printed over here on console. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, as you can see, divide by 0 is not allowed. So this is a sensible string that we are printing over here only because we have thrown the exception over here, but we had not caught it. So we were getting multiple lines of code over there which was also saying us that there was an arithmetic exception, but we can also have some sensible strings. So we have to enclose within the try catch block the line of code that is trying to call the method, and we have done the same and provided the get message over here in the println statement. So it is going to print divide by 0 is not allowed, which we had defined in our arithmetic exception over here. So guys, hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the throw and throws keywords in Java programs. Java catch multiple exceptions with the help of examples. So guys, the very important question over here is, can we catch multiple exceptions within a same try block? So the answer is yes, we can have the multiple exceptions as well being caught from a try block where the exceptions can occur. So guys, before Java 7, we had to write multiple exception handling codes for different types of exceptions, even if there was code redundancy. So as you can see in this example over here, we are having inside this main method this try block. So inside this try block, we are having int array that is defining the array of
of 10 integers, and then after that we are trying to access the 11th element over here with the array 10th index, and it is also having 30 divided by 0, that is arithmetic exception. So two exceptions over here are occurring, that is arithmetic exception as well as array index out of bound. So both these exceptions were handled in different catch blocks. So as you can see, we have arithmetic exception over here in one catch block, and in the second catch block we were having array index out of bounds. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. I'll just remove previous lines of codes over here. So what we will do over here is we are going to have the try block, and inside this try block we are going to have the array of integers. So we have int array, it is equal to new int, and then let's say we have 10 elements over here. But guys, we are going to access the 11th element. So using this array variable, and the index should be 10th, so that we are referring to 11. As you know, the indices start from 0 and then it will end to 9 for the 10 elements. But if we are using the 10 index, so it is going to refer to the 11th element of the array. So over here we are going to assign it a value, and the value will be an expression, that is, let's say we have the number 10 and then we divide it by 0. So guys, what is happening over here is we are having the arithmetic exception over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it says errors exist in required project. So guys, I forgot over here we have the try block, but we don't have the catch block. So right now I'm not going to provide the code within the try block. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are having the runtime error, that is arithmetic exception divided by 0. Now guys, the same thing can be handled properly with the help of try catch block. So I'll just remove these comments. So we are going to have the try, and then we are also going to have the catch expression, and we are going to have arithmetic exception over here as the class name, and then we have e. So we have the print statement over here which says e dot message, that is going to print the error message because of this exception. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, divide by 0 is getting printed. So we have properly handled the exception that is occurring. Now guys, let's say if this exception is not occurring over here. So let's say we have 10 divided by 2 over here. So this arithmetic exception will not occur, but the other exception, that is array index out of bound, will occur. That's because we are assigning this expression to an array element that is not present, that we have not defined. So let me just save this file and try running this code so that we can see the exception. So as you can see, array index out of bounds exception, we are getting this. So basically, in order to catch this exception as well, we can have another catch block, and inside this catch block we will have array index out of bounds. So we have array index out of bound exception followed by e, and then using this e we can print the message. So we have println e dot get message. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting some sensible string, that is index 10 out of bounds for length 10. So guys, in this way we can have multiple catch blocks as well, as you can see over here, after one single try block. So in a single try block there can be multiple exceptions that might occur, which can be handled differently by using different catch blocks. Now guys, let's say we don't want to handle all the exceptions differently, but if we want to have the same message, that is e.get message, being printed on any kind of exception that is occurring. So guys, this was not possible before Java 7 was introduced. So in Java 7, as you can see over here, in Java SE 7 and later, we can now catch more than one type of exception in a single catch block. So this can be done in order to reduce the code redundancy. That means we have used multiple lines of codes over here in order to catch multiple exceptions, which can be reduced. That means the lines of codes over here can be reduced in order to make our code more readable and more efficient. So guys, over here, what is the solution? So as you can see, we are having the single catch block, and we are having arithmetic exception followed by this OR operator, and then we are having array index out of bound exception as well, followed by e operator, and then we have e dot get message over here. So we will modify our code accordingly. I'll just remove this extra catch block over here, and then we have arithmetic exception. I'll remove e over here. I'll provide OR operator, and then we have array index out of bounds as well. So we have array index out of bound exception, and then I am providing E over here. So guys, one important thing to notice, we are having all the classes, that is arithmetic exception, and then we are also having array index out of bounds exception, and then we also can have more exception types as well, but separated by this OR operator. And finally we can have the variable, that is E over here, which can be used in order to call the get message method to print the statement. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, index 10 out of bounds for length 10 is getting printed. That's because this exception occurred on this line of code over here, and this exception was thrown to the catch block, and inside this catch block the control flow saw that we have array index out of bound exception being provided over here, and accordingly we will get the message over here. Now let us check the arithmetic exception as well. So we will provide 10 divided by 0 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, divide by 0 is getting printed. Now guys, which exception is getting preferred over here? So basically it depends on the lines of codes inside your try block. So over here the exception is occurring in this line of code, but the expression is getting executed from right to left. So basically the very first thing that is happening is 10 divided by 0 is getting calculated, and because of that we are getting the arithmetic exception. That's because we are dividing a number by 0 over here, and that exception is making the control flow jump to this catch block, and inside this catch block, as the control flow knows now that we are having divided by 0 that has occurred, so arithmetic exception is supposed to be matched and this message should be printed. But let's say if this arithmetic exception doesn't occur, so let's say we change the expression to 10 divided by 1 over here. So from right to left, 10 divided by 1 is 10, so there is no arithmetic exception, but there is another exception, that is array index out of bound, that is happening over here when we are trying to assign this value to this element, that is the 11th element of the array. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, index 10 out of bounds for length 10 is getting printed, that is array index out of bounds is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the multiple exceptions within the same catch block if you are using Java 7 or later, and if you are using the previous versions of Java, then you should have the multiple catch statements. Each of them are having different exceptions and handling them appropriately. Java try with resources with the help of examples. So guys, try with resources statement automatically closes all the resources at the end of the statement. So we can have a scenario, that is we can open a particular file using the FileReader Class, and in order to close that we can either have the finally block, or else we can also use the try with resources, which we are going to see with the help of examples in this video. So guys, a resource is an object to be closed at the end of the program. So as I said, opening a file, it would require a resource, that is FileReader Class, and we are supposed to close it in order to make our code efficient. So this is the syntax. As you can see, after the try keyword we have inside the open and close brackets resource declaration. So this we are going to check with the help of examples, and then we can have the relevant lines of codes over here inside the try block, and then after that we can also have the catch block and the finally block as well. But it is not necessary to have the finally block. That's because usually in order to close the resources we use the finally block. So instead of having the finally block, we can have the resource declaration over here. And guys, what is the advantage? As you can see, finally block not required to close the resource. So let us check this with the help of examples now. So over here, as you can see, we have the main method, and inside this main method what we will have is, let's say we have a buffered reader over here. So this buffered reader, it is going to read a particular file. So we have buffered reader over here. BR is the object name that we are going to use for the buffered reader, and then we are going to have new buffered reader in order to initialize. So we have buffered reader, and this thing will take the reader as the parameter over here. So we can have a simple reader, that is FileReader. So we will have new FileReader over here, and this FileReader, it will take a new file. So we have to provide the path. It also takes the string of the file name actually. So we can use this particular constructor and provide the path of a file. So let's say we have a test txt file which doesn't actually exist in this particular path. So we are going to check how we can catch this exception over here once it is occurring, since this file is not present over here. So I'll just move this code to the next line so that it is more readable. So as you can see, inside this buffered reader we are having the new file reader, and for that we are providing the file name to be read. And then guys, what we can do is we can read this in a particular string. So let's say the first line that we want to read, we can use the br object followed by dot, and then we have read line method. So what this will do is it will return a string and it will assign to this particular line object that is of data type string. And then guys, what we can have is we can have the catch block over here, and for this catch block we can have the exception. We have exception e, and then we can just print the e dot message. So I'm just going to print e dot message over here. So we have e dot message as the name of the method, that is e dot get message over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code to see what will be the output. So basically it should be a exception. So as you can see, test.text, the system cannot find the file specified. Now guys, even if the file is present and we are successfully able to read it into this line, at the end of the program, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to close this connection, that is this br that we have, we are supposed to close that connection. So either we can do it in the try itself. So over here we can have br dot close over here. This dot close method is used in order to close the connection that is created by the buffered reader, or else we can have this line of code, that is br dot close over here inside this finally block as well. Now what will happen over here is, irrespective whether there is an exception that is occurring in the try block or if it is not occurring in the try block, finally block will have to be mandatorily executed. So basically at the end of the program, this br.close will get executed. And guys, this is the way that we close the connection in the finally block. But there is an alternative, that is try with resources, that we can use. So in order to use the try with resources, what we can do is after this try block, we can have open and close brackets over here, and this line of code, that is initializing of the buffered reader, we can just cut this and paste this over here inside these brackets. So as you can see, inside the brackets we have defined this line, that is buffered reader, and this buffered reader will read the file, that is whatever we provide in this particular path, and there is no need of having this finally block then guys in order to close that connection. So we can remove this finally block, and over here we need not have to have this br.close. That's because automatically the buffered reader will get closed over here, since we are using it inside these open and close brackets, which we call it as try with resources. So guys, this is one of the efficient ways that we can use the try with resources in order to avoid the finally block, which is not required in order to close the resource. Now the second advantage is try with resources with multiple resources. So basically this is one of the resources that we have used, and after this semicolon over here we can have another line of code. So what we can do is, let's say we have a print writer. So we have print writer over here. So I am going to have writer as the object name. It will be equal to new print writer. So let's say the new file name, we are going to have new.txt. Now guys, what this print writer will do is it will write into this file, that is new.txt, but then we can also have it in the try with resources block as we are having it right now over here, so that we need not have to close this, that is writer.close need not be provided over here as the separate line of code. So we can have writer.close over here. So basically manually we have to do this inside the finally block, which we can avoid by using the try with resources, where we can provide the resources inside the brackets. So guys, next time whenever you are working with databases wherein you connect to the database using the try block, you can use the try with resources, that is you can provide the resources inside these open and close parentheses, and you need not have to close the connection after your execution of the program. Java list interface with the help of examples. So guys, in Java, the list interface is an ordered collection that allows us to store and access the elements sequentially. So guys, basically we can have the list of elements being stored in the the list interface of Java program. So guys, it extends the collection interface. So basically collection is the super class, or we can say the parent interface, which is being extended by the list interface over here. So whatever methods that are present in the collection interface will also be present in the list interface. Now guys, as you must be knowing that any interfaces, they cannot have any objects of their own. So basically we can have the classes that implement the list. So basically, since list is an interface, we cannot create objects from it. In order to use the functionalities of the list, we can use these classes which are provided over here, that is Arraylist, linked list, vector and stack. So guys, what we are going to see in this video is we are going to take one of the classes, that is Arraylist, and we are going to check the different methods, that is add all, and then get, remove all, and there are multiple methods that you can use that we are going to check with the help of examples. So guys, let us move to IDE, and over here I'll remove the previous lines of code over here. Now in order to define a list, we provide the list interface over here. So we have the list over here, as you can see. So we will use this interface that is present in the java.util.list package, and over here inside this open and close angled brackets, we are supposed to have the data type over here. So let's say we have the string as the data type that we are going to provide in the list. So guys, over here we can have the object name as myList, and over here after equal to operator we are going to have new operator followed by Arraylist. That's because we are going to use this class name as an example. So we have Arraylist over here. So as you can see, it takes Arraylist, and then we can have the semicolon. Now guys, this list is empty right now. That's because we have not added any element. So let me just print this list quickly. So we can have print statement over here followed by list content is, and then we can have plus, and then the name of the object, that is myList. So it is just going to print the elements that are present in the myList. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, list content is, and then it is showing empty open and close brackets. That's because we have not added anything inside this list. Now guys, what is the way in order to add the elements inside the list? We have the add method. So over here it says adds an element to a list. So over here what we are supposed to do is we can have myList object over here. So we use this object followed by dot and then followed by add method. So as you can see, we are having different add methods over here. One is just taking the string, the second is taking one index, that is the first parameter, and the second parameter will be the element. So we can also add the element in between the list as well. So that also we will check with the help of example. The very first thing what I am going to do is add a simple string, that is programming. So we have programming over here as one of the strings. Now let me just put a semicolon over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, list content is only one element is present, that is programming. Let us add more elements now. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. I'll just provide the name of this YouTube channel, that is programming for, and then beginners as the separate strings in all the list elements. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, list content is, the very first element is programming that we added over here, then for, and then beginners. So as you can notice over here, it is a sequence of elements of this particular data type that we have provided over here. We can also have other data types such as integers or double, or else we can also have some custom class, that is user defined class, and have its objects being added to this particular list object that we define. Guys, you must have noticed that whenever we are adding the elements, it is getting added to the end of the list. So that is, the very first element is programming, then we have for, and then we have beginners. So let's say we want to add YouTube over here after for element. So after for and before beginners, we want to add the YouTube. So over here we can have myList. So we have myList over here, and in this case we can use the add, but we can have the two parameters over here. The first parameter takes the index, which will tell the control flow to add that particular string element on this particular index. So I have selected this method over here. So the index element will be 0, 1, and then at the second position. So I'll just put 2 over here, and then let's say I put YouTube over here. So we have YouTube. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, programming for and then YouTube is inserted over here when we created mylist.add with this 2 parameter, wherein the index was 2 over here and the element was YouTube over here. And guys, in this way you can use the add methods in order to add the elements. Now guys, let us move to other method. We have add all, which will help us in order to add all the elements in a particular list to another list. So let's say we have another list over here. So I'll just copy this line of code over here, that is initializing the list, and over here I will have my list 1, and then guys what we will do is we will use this my list 1 over here, that is my list 1 dot, we will use add all. So this add all, it will take another collection. So this collection can be this particular list, that is my list. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then we have a semicolon. And then guys what we can do is we can just copy paste this print statement over here, and I'll put list 1 content is my list 1. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So both should have the same content. As you can see, list 1 content is programming for YouTube and then beginners. So guys, what happened over here is all the elements from this my list was copied to my list 1 using this add all method, and in this way you can easily copy all the elements of a particular list to another list as well using this add all method. Now let us move to another method, that is get. So this helps to randomly access elements from the list. So basically guys, if you don't want to read all the elements one by one, you can use the get method as well. So what I'm going to do is I'll just remove this line of code over here, and I will change the string to, let's say we have second element. So we have second element of list is, so I want to get the second element of the list. So this is the first element which is at the index 0, and this is the second element that is at the index 1. So we want the element that is present at the index 1. So what we can do over here is my list dot, we can use the get method, and get method will take one parameter, that is the index. So I'll just select this and I'll provide the index as 1 since it is 0th based index. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, second element of list is 4. In similar way we can get the other elements as well. So let's say I want to get the third element which will correspond to this beginners element over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, second element of list is beginners over here. Now let us move to another method. Let's say we have remove. So it removes an element from the list. So basically let's say I want to remove this YouTube element over here. So what I will do is, first I have added this. Now I want to remove. So my list. So we can have my list dot remove over here, and then it can either use the index or else it can also use the object as well. So I'll use the index, and the index of YouTube is 2 over here. So I'll just provide 2, and then I'll just change this line over here as list content is, since I want the entire list to be printed so that we will come to know that a particular element has been removed from the list. So I'll just change it back to my list over here. Let me just save this file now. I have forgotten a semicolon over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, list content is programming for beginners, and then YouTube was added, but now YouTube is removed. So guys, in order to confirm whether actually YouTube was added or not, I'll just remove this line of code and I'll paste this over here, so that we will first copy the content of the entire list and then we will remove one element, and let's say we want to again print the entire list over here second time. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, list content is programming for YouTube beginners. So all these 4 elements were added by using these lines of code, and then we printed this list content by using this line of code, and then we had dot remove method and we removed the YouTube that is at the second index. So as you can see, programming for, and then we are having beginners, so there is no YouTube element over here, and in this way we can remove the element. Now guys, moving to another method, this remove all will remove all the elements from list. So this you can try from your own side as a homework for you. Apart from this guys, you can have multiple more methods. So if we use this object that is my list, and then when we provide dot, as you can see we are having add, then we are having clear as well, which will just clear all the elements, so it will make the list empty, and then we also have contains, which will check whether a particular element is present in a list or not, and there are multiple more methods which you can use based on your requirements. Java ArrayList versus array with the help of examples. So guys, in Java, we use Arraylist class in order to implement the functionality of a resizable arrays. So guys, if you remember, we have the array wherein whenever we initialize a particular array, we have to provide the size of the array. But this is not the case in the ArrayList, as we have seen previously as well. So for array, as you can see, we need to declare the size of an array before we can use it. Once a size of an array is declared, it's hard to change it. So guys, basically whenever the program is getting compiled initially, a particular size of the array gets reserved in the memory, and that memory can be used in order to execute our lines of code. But in the array list, the memory is getting allocated at the runtime, so we need not have to have the size of the array list being provided during the initialization. So guys, what are the examples that we are going to see? First of all, we are going to see add elements to an array list, then we will see access array list elements, and then we will also see remove array list elements, which will be the third example over here. So guys, let me just move to this Eclipse IDE. So over here, what we will do is, first of all, we will understand what is an array. So over here, we are defining an int array. So we can have int array over here, and then we define it in this way, that is int array, and then it is going to have 10 elements. So as you can see, this is the array of integers, and using the for loop, we can just print the content of this array. So over here, I am going from int I, it is equal to 0, I less than array. So we have array over here. So array dot, we will use the length property in order to get the length of the array, and then we will have I plus plus. And then guys, what we will do over here is, we are simply going to print all the elements using array and then I, and then we are going to have space character. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all the elements are 0 over here. What I will do is, I will just provide the print method instead of println, so that on console we can see all the elements on one line. So as you can see, all the elements are 0. That's because all the elements were set as 0 over here by default. So basically guys, we are providing the size of the array over here, and that is one of the main disadvantages of using the array. Now guys, when we are using the array list, so we need not have to provide the size of the array list. So let's say the same number of elements we want to add in the array list. So we can use the ArrayList class over here, and it can be of the data type int. So we can have the int, and then let's say we have my list as the object name, equal to new array list. So similar to how we initialize a particular class object, we initialize this array list as well. So it is showing a red underline over here. So instead of having this int, can we have the integer class over here? So I'll just provide the integer class. So we have integer. So guys, instead of int, we are supposed to have integer class being provided in this open and close angled brackets. And then guys, we can add our elements over here by using the add method. So we have my list dot add. We want to add the integer. So let's say we have 1, and then followed by, let's say we add more elements. So we add 2 and 3 over here. I'll just change this to 2 and 3. And then in order to print this, we can have the print statement, and then we can simply have list content is, and then we have my list being printed over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So the entire content is being printed on one line. So the very first thing, that is, this is the array. So I'll just provide a new line print statement over here. So we can have println, which will not take anything. Let me just save this file and try running this code now, so that the output comes on different lines. So as you can see, this is the array content, and the list content is this, that is 1, 2, 3 is being printed over here. So guys, in this way we can add the elements inside the array list. So this is the first example, that is add elements. Now how do we access the array list elements? We already accessed using the my list, but let's say we want to print this elements one by one, separated by a space character over here, similar to how we did for this array example. So guys, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to remove this print statement, and I'm going to have the for loop over here, and we are going to use the enhanced for loop. So we can have integer I over here. It is taking what? It is taking my list. So guys, we can use the enhanced for loop over here in this way, and we can print this. We are going to have the print statement instead of println, And over here what we will do is we are going to use this I variable which is going to iterate through this mylist elements. So over here I'm going to print I followed by a space character, and then after the loop we can have the new line character over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this new line character. So guys, what this will do is it will iterate through all the elements of the my list and it will print one at a time all the numbers. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see 1, 2, 3 is getting printed. That's because we have only added 3 elements over here. Now guys, let us say another example how to remove the array list elements. So we can easily remove the array list elements. So what I will do is after this statement we have my list over here and we can have the dot remove method. So as you can see remove, it takes an index as the parameter. So we are going to use that, and let's say I provide the index as 1, which is going to refer to the second element. That is, since it is 0th base index, 0 index will be this content, that is 1, and first index will be this content, that is 2. And then let's say I want to print the entire list, so we can have println statement over here, and I'll just provide list content is, and then we have my list over here. So we are printing the entire list. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 1, 2, 3 was getting printed, but we removed the first element, that is the element at the first index. So the element at the first index is 2. So what is remaining? 1 and 3. So as you can see 1 and 3 is getting printed now after the remove statement. And guys, in this way you can easily add the elements or remove the elements from the list as well. And the code looks pretty much readable. So as you can see we are using some sensible method names over here. But in the array we were just using the open and close square brackets and we were trying to access the elements. Every time whenever we initialize, the memory has to be fixed to this particular size that we provide during the initialization. So guys, it depends on your requirements whether you want to use the array or you want to use some array list so that it becomes easy to understand the code for you as well as for your colleagues. So that's it in this video. Please make sure that you practice on your own so that you get more knowledge about more methods of the array list. Java stack class with the help of examples. So guys, Java collections framework has a class named as stack that provides the functionality of the stack data structure. So guys, in order to understand the functionality of the stack data structure, as you can see, whenever we add a particular element to the stack, it gets added to the top of the stack. So this element was added first, that is first element, then we had second element over here, third element, fourth element, and there are total 5th elements now which is at the top of the stack. Now guys, the new element, that is the 6th element, whenever you add it, it will be added at the top of the stack over here and it will be the 6th element over here. So this is 5th, and then this is 4th, this is 3rd over here, this is 2nd, and this is 1st. So the 6th element will come over here, and whenever you are going to remove the elements, the first element that is going to be removed is at the top of the stack. So the 6th element will be removed first, and then the top of the stack will be this 5th element. So this will be removed each time whenever you are having the pop function being executed. And guys, this is the main functionality of the stack, which says last in first out. That means the last element that came in will be the first element that will go out. So guys, that's the main functionality of the stack data structure. So as you can see, elements are stored and accessed in the last in first out. So this is the main thing, that is last in and first out manner. And as you can see over here, there are multiple stack methods. The very first method is push method, which is just going to add an element to the top of the stack. So guys, let us understand this with the help of examples now over here. So we can use the stack class over here. So I'll have stack. So we have stack, and then let's say we have a stack of integers. So we have integer over here, followed by, let's say the object name is stack1, and then we provide new stack over here. So we have initialize the stack1 object. Now we are going to add some elements. So we have stack1 dot, we can have the push method over here. So we have push and then the integer, that is, let's say we have 1 as the integer. Similarly, let's say I push some more elements over here. So we have 1, 2, 3 and 4. So guys, we have 4 elements over here in the stack. So let me just print this element. So I'll just provide stack content is, and then we have stack 1. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, stack content is
1, 2, 3, 4. This fourth element which was added in the end is at the top of the stack right now. So the next method that we are going to see is pop method, which is going to remove an element from the top of the stack. So guys, basically after printing this stack, what I'm going to do is stack1 dot, we just have to provide the pop method. It is not going to take any parameter. That's because the element at the top of the stack will be removed. So I'll just save this file, and before running this code, I'll just provide the print statement after popping the element. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So initially we provided 4 elements 1, 2, 3, 4, and after this pop, the element that is at the top of the stack, that is 4, it was removed and we are getting 1, 2, 3. Now guys, let's say we want to remove another one. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. I'll just copy and paste. So we have stack.pop, and again we are providing the stack content. So I'll just run this file. So as you can see, 3 is getting removed now. So every time whenever we are adding the last element inside the stack, that is going to be the first element which will be removed from the stack. Now the top of the stack is 2 right now. So I'll just use the other method, that is peek, which returns an object from the top of the stack. So guys, basically we can use this method in order to check what is present at the top of the stack. So we have to use the print statement over here. And what I will do is element at top is, and then we can use the stack1 dot peek method. So it is going to return an integer over here. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, element at top is 2. That's because first we removed 4, then we removed 3. Now at the top of the stack, 2 is present. So 2 is getting returned over here by using the peek method. So guys, the remaining methods, that is search, which returns the position of the element from the top of the stack, and empty method, which is just going to check whether a particular stack is empty or not. These you can check on your own as a homework for you. Guys, apart from this stack object is going to have more functions over here. So when we provide stack1 dot, so as you can see, there are many more methods that you can use based on their requirements. So we have add over here, we have clear, we have clone, we also have contains, that will check whether a particular stack contains a particular element or not. So guys, in this way you can use different methods inside the stack class based on your requirements. So guys, that's it in this video. Hopefully you have got enough knowledge about the stack data structure, and it can be used in your projects as well, and along with that you can also use it in the competitive coding as well based on the different problems that you are trying to solve. Java queue interface with the help of examples. So guys, the queue interface of the Java collections framework provides the functionality of the queue data structure. So guys, this is another data structure apart from the stack data structure that we learned previously, and to understand it more clearly, I have this image for you over here. So this is the first element in the queue that can be inserted over here at the front. So as you can see, this is front now, and whenever there is a second element that is added in the queue, it gets added over here to the right of the queue, and then third element, fourth, fifth, and then there are total 6 elements over here. Now guys, whenever you add more elements, it will be added at the end of the queue, but whenever you want to remove the elements, it will be removed from the starting of the queue. So as you can see, there is a deletion over here. So whenever you delete, this element will be deleted, and this second element will become the starting of the queue now. So next time whenever you remove the element, the second element will get deleted, and so on. The third, fourth and fifth will get deleted over here, but whenever you are adding the elements, it will be added at the end of the queue. So guys, this is the basic functionality of the queue. Now guys, this is the interface. So we can have different classes that implement the queue interface. So we have, first is ArrayDeque, then we have LinkedList, and we have PriorityQueue as well. So guys, to keep it simple in this video, we are going to use the LinkedList for now as the examples. So basically we are going to check some of the methods of the LinkedList. So let me just move to the IDE. I'll just remove these lines of code now. So what we can do is we can use the queue interface over here. So we have queue. So as you can see, we have the queue interface that is present in the java.util.queue package over here. And over here, the data type we will have as integer to keep it very simple. We are going to see the functionality of the queue that works on the first in, first out manner. So guys, we are going to have the object name that is queue1 over here, and we are going to provide a new, we will say linked list, as linked list is one of the classes that implements this queue interface.
Now inside this linked list, we are going to add the elements. So guys, the very first method, that is add, it inserts the specified element into the queue, and also we have offer as well, which inserts the specified element into the queue. So basically we can use either add or we can use offer. So let me just move to the ID and we will use both the methods over here. So we have queue1 dot add, let's say the first is the 1 integer, and let's say we add another element over here. We say queue1 dot, and instead of using add, we will use offer over here, and we have 2 over here. So guys, we have these 2 elements. I'll just copy this and paste this over here to add more 2 elements now. So we'll put 3 and we'll put 4. Now let's print this queue. So we have queue content is, and then we can have the queue object over here, that is queue1. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, queue content is 1, 2, 3, 4 in the sequence in which we added all these elements. So guys, basically add and offer can be used in order to add the elements in the queue. Now we have the element which refers the head of the queue. So guys, basically this the first element that we have, that is the head of the queue. So what I'm going to do over here is I am going to provide the print statement, and I'll say first element is, and then we can provide queue, that is queue1 dot element. So this element method that is being used with the help of this queue1 object, it is going to return the element that is at the front of the queue. So basically it is going to return 1, that is because it is at the start of the queue. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, queue content is 1, 2, 3, 4. First element is 1. There is another method that is called peek, which returns the head of the queue. It returns null if it is empty. So basically there is a difference guys. Whenever you're using the element, it also returns the head of the queue, but it will throw an exception if it is empty. So what I will do is I will use the empty method first. So we can use queue1 over here dot, as you can see we have the third method over here, it says clear. So after clearing this, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, queue content is 1, 2, 3, 4, but since we cleared the queue using the clear method, there was a Java util no such element exception. That's because we are now trying to access the front element of the queue by using the dot element method. So guys, it is throwing an error, but let's say we don't have the exception handling code over here. In that case, instead of using the element method, we can use the peek method in order to return the head of the queue. But even if it is empty, that is if the queue is empty, it will return null. So basically I'm going to remove this element now over here. So we have, instead of this element, we will provide peek. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, first element is null. So it is not throwing an error, but it is checking whether the queue is empty or not. And if it is empty, it is going to return null. So guys, it is safe to use peek over here when you are not doing exception handling. But in case if you are doing exception handling, you can also use the element method over here in order to get the head of the queue. Now guys, we also have the remove method, which returns and removes the head of the queue, throws exception if it is empty. We also have poll that returns and removes the head of the queue. It returns null if it is empty. So basically what I'm going to do is, instead of having queue1.peek, we can have poll over here. So we can have queue1.poll. So basically we have cleared the queue, so it is going to return null. That's because the queue is empty right now. So as you can see, first element is null. But let's say I don't clear it. So I'll just comment out this line and I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So in order to get the first element, we can use the poll. So as you can see, first element is 1. But guys, this poll element is also removing the element and returning it. So let us now print the content of the queue after we have executed this queue1.poll. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the first element was removed and it was returned as 1, and then the queue content is 2, 3, 4. That's because using this poll, the first element was removed, and now the head of the queue is 2. So this same thing we can print by using the peek method as well. So over here we are going to print, we have updated first element is
and then we will provide queue over here, queue1.peak. So this is going to return the element that is at the start of the queue. I'll save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, updated first element is 2 over here. That's because we have removed the first element by using the queue1.poll. And guys, in this way you can easily use the queue data structure over here based on the requirements. Guys, if you notice, when we provide the object name queue1 followed by dot, as you can see there are multiple more methods which you can use based on your requirements. So it depends on your Java program, it depends on your requirements, what you want to implement, and accordingly you can use these different methods. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs of the Java program. Java PriorityQueue class with the help of examples. So guys, the PriorityQueue class provides the functionality of the heap data structure. So to understand what is the heap data structure, I have an image for you over here. So as you can see, this is the root element, and a heap data structure is nothing but it is a binary tree. That means every node can have a maximum of 2 nodes. That is, this one is a child node and this is another, that is second child node. And then again this element that is 2, as a node it is having more 2 child nodes, that is 4 and 5. But over here it is having just single node, that is 9 over here. So minimum it can have 0 nodes, that is, as you can see, these are called as leaf nodes at the last level, and above these nodes are the non-leaf nodes which are at least having 1 child node over here. So guys, this is called as the minimum heap. That's because the child nodes are having numbers that are greater than the parent node over here. So as you can see, 4 and 5 is greater than 2 over here, 9 is greater than 3 over here, and this 2 and 3 elements over here is greater than the one that is a root node over here. And guys, the node that is at the topmost level is called the root node. Similarly, we can have max heap instead of min heap, and the diagram will look something like this. That is, the highest number out of all the numbers will be present in the root node, and then whatever child nodes are present, they will be smaller than its parent node. So guys, this is called the heap data structure that will be implemented by the priority queue. Now, unlike normal queues, priority queue elements are retrieved in a sorted order. Suppose we want to retrieve elements in the ascending order. In this case, the head of the priority queue will be the smallest element. So guys, as we have seen over here, by default it will be implementing the minimum heap. That means the very first element in the priority queue, that is the root node of the binary tree, will be always the smallest number. So you can have the ascending order while you are retrieving the elements from the priority queue. So once this element is retrieved, the next smallest element will be the head of the queue, and this will be the next smallest number. Guys, it is very important to note over here that the elements of a priority queue may not be sorted. So when they are stored in a particular object that we are going to see with the help of example, it is not going to be in a sorted order, but the elements are always retrieved in the sorted order. So when we are removing elements one by one from the priority queue, during that time the elements will be in the sorted order. So let us check this with the help of examples and see some of the methods of the priority queue that we can use. So I'll move to Eclipse IDE, and over here we are going to use the priority queue class. So I'll put priority queue over here. As you can see, this is the class, and we are going to have integers as the elements of this queue. So we have pq as the name of the object. It will be equal to new priority queue. So guys, similarly, like how we define a particular queue or we initialize a queue, similarly we initialize the object for the priority queue as well, and over here we can add the elements. So let's say we add the very first element as using this object, that is pq, followed by the dot operator. We have add method in order to add the elements. So inside this element it will take the type as integer. So we have defined the type as integer between these angled brackets. We have to provide the element as an integer. So let's say we provide 4 over here, and then let's say we add more elements over here. So I'll just copy and paste these lines of code. I'll just change the elements. That is, let's say if we have 2 over here, we have 1, and then we have 3. Now let us print the content of this priority queue. So over here we will have the print statement, and let's say we have priority queue content as the string, and then we will have pq as the object. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 1, 3, 2, 4, this is getting printed. That's because
all these elements were added in the priority queue. Now guys, these are not stored in a sorted order, but it is stored in the way similar to this min heap that we have seen. So basically the first node is the root node, that is the smallest number, and the child nodes are 3 and 2 over here. So over here, as you can see, 2 and 3, these are the elements, and then after that at the next level we have 4 over here. So this 4 is at the third level over here. But guys, when we try to remove or when we try to access the head of the queue over here, we will get the smallest number first. So which method we can use? As you can see over here, we already used add. Guys, we have seen previously when we were using queue that offer is also having the same functionality as that of the add. So it will add the elements in the queue. The next method is peek, which is going to return the head of the queue, but it is not going to remove the element. So the head of the queue will not be updated. So let us check this with the help of example over here. I will copy the print statement over here and I will just change the statement to the head of queue. So over here we will use head of queue and then pq object followed by dot, and then we have peek. So it will return the integer that is at the head of the queue. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, head of queue is 1, but this 1 will not be removed for now. So let me just print the content of this priority queue again after printing the head of the queue. Let me save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the content of the priority queue is still 1, 3, 2, 4. So this 1 was not removed. So guys, just in order to access the head of the queue, we can use peek. But we have another method over here, that is poll, which can be used in order to remove the head of the queue and also print that particular number which is being removed. So what we can do over here is, I'll just copy this line of code over here, that is a print statement, and I will change this statement to head removed and then followed by pq, and then we have dot poll as the method. So guys, what this will do is it will return the head of the queue and also it will remove that head of the queue. So after removing, we want to see the content of the priority queue. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, head removed, that is 1, and now the priority queue content is 2, 3, 4. So guys, as you can see, the element that is 1 was removed over here. We have another method that is remove, which will just remove the element from the priority queue. It will not return you the head of the queue. Guys, apart from this, you can also use the iterator as well. So let's say we want to remove the head of the queue one by one at a time, and we want to print the elements in the sorted order. So I'll just remove all these lines of code over here. I'll just keep priority queue content over here. What we can do is we can have the iterator. So this is the way that we define the iterator. We have the iterator interface, and this interface will be having the integer type. That's because the elements of the priority queue is the integer, and then we will name this iterator as the iterator, and then what we can do is we can use this object, that is pq. So we use pq followed by dot, and then we have something called as iterator method, which is going to return the object of this type, that is iterator. So I'm just going to use this iterator over here. And then guys, what we can have is we can have the while loop, and inside this while loop we can check whether this iterator is having the next element or not. So we can have iterator dot has next. So this will return either true or false. So if there is an element that is present, then it will return true, and if the element is present, what we are going to do, we are going to print that element over here. And what we are going to print is, we will say pq dot poll. So this is going to return the head of the queue currently, and it is going to remove that head, and then followed by, let's separate all these elements with a space character. So we have double quotes and we have a space character after this. So one by one it is going to check all the elements, and in the ascending order we will get all the elements getting printed on the screen. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, priority queue content 1, 3, 2, 4, and then we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4. So guys, these are all present in the new line. That's because we have used println statement. I'll just remove println method and we'll just keep print method over here. Let me just run this code. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the numbers we are getting in the sorted order. Guys, if we add more elements over here, so let's say I'll just add more elements. I'll add before these, that is, what I'll do is 14, 21, and we have 11, and we have 31 as well. I'll just save this file and try running this code now.
So guys, we should get all the elements in the sorted order, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 14, 21 and 31. So guys, in this way we can easily use the priority queue in case our requirements is in order to get all the elements in a sorted order while printing or while using these elements, then we can use the priority queue in our application. Guys, apart from all these methods, there are many more methods that you can use with the help of this priority queue. So when you use the object name, that is PQ followed by dot, you will get all these methods that can be used with the help of priority queue, and based on your practice you can explore these methods so that you get more knowledge about priority queue. Java Deque interface with the help of examples. So guys, the Deque interface of the Java collections framework provides the functionality of a double-ended queue. It extends the queue interface. So guys, to make it more easy for you to understand, as you can see in this diagram, it is similar to that of the queue. That is, when we add the elements, we can add it to the start of the queue. As you can see, this will be the first element, then we have second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth element over here. But when we remove the elements, it is deleted from the start, that is first in first out characteristics of the queue. But guys, this deque helps us in order to add the elements at the start of the queue as well, and it also helps us to remove the elements from the end of the queue. So there are certain methods that we are going to see in this video that will help you to add the elements at the start of the queue and also to remove the elements at the end of the queue, apart from adding the elements at the end of the queue and deleting the elements from the start of the queue. So guys, all these things we are going to see with the help of examples. So as you can see, in a deque we can insert and remove elements from both, that is front and rear side of the queue. Now classes that implement deque. So guys, since deque is an interface, we cannot create a direct object for this, but we can use the classes. So in order to use the functionalities of the deque interface, we have the following classes that implement it. So these are the classes that are ArrayDeque and LinkedList. So we are going to see ArrayDeque in this video, and these are some of the methods, that is add first, add last and offer first, offer last. So all these four elements are used in order to add the elements. Now it depends where you want to add, whether you want to add at the start of the queue and we can use the add first, or whether you want to add at the end of the queue where we will use the add last. And offer is also used in order to add the elements. So guys, let us see all this with the help of example over here. In the Eclipse IDE, what we can do is we can have deque. So as you can see, deque interface is being suggested over here, and I'll put integer over here. So we have integer, and then let's say we use the name of the object as deque followed by new operator, and then one of the classes that we can use over here is ArrayDeque, since we cannot create the object of this deque interface over here. So we will use ArrayDeque. So guys, as you can see, we have declared an object that is deque over here, which is of type ArrayDeque. Now we can add the elements. So let's say I want to first add the element as add. I'll just simply put add over here and the number will be 3. Now let's say I want to add one more element, which is 4 over here. Guys, in this example we are going to make sure that all the elements that we are adding are in a sorted order. So what we will do is, if the number is greater than the previous number, what we can do is we can add it after. So we can do add last over here. So as you can see, we have the add last method and we have 4 as the number. Now let's say I want to add the element as 2. So in this case, since 2 is less than the element that is 3, that is the head of the queue, we can put the element 2 before 3. So we will use deque followed by dot add, and then we have add first method in order to add the element at the start of the queue. So we can have 2 over here, and let's say we have another element that is 1. So what we will do is, again we will use the add first method. So we have deque followed by dot add first. Instead of this, we can also use offer first as well. So we can put offer first and then the element will be 1. Over here I'll put semicolon. So guys, in this way we have added 3, and then add last will add 4, and then add first will add 2, offer first will add 1 at the start of the queue. Now let's say we want to print the entire queue. So we will have the print statement over here. So we will put the string over here, that is deque content followed by semicolon, and then we will print the deque object over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, since we had added all the numbers, keeping in mind that all the numbers will be in the sorted order, we can see all the numbers in the sorted order. Let's say I want to add one more element over here in such a way that
the element is at the start of the queue. So what we can do is deque.add. We can use again the first method, that is add first method, and then followed by the element, that is let's say 10. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10 is getting printed at the start of the queue. So guys, this was not possible when we were using the simple queue interface. But with the help of a deque interface, we can either add the element at the start of the queue or at the end of the queue. In order to add 20 at the end of the queue in this particular position, what we can do is deque.add last. We can also use add in this case. That's because add and add last will have the same functionality, that is it will add at the end of the queue. So if we are using add, I will put 20 as the element over here and then semicolon. Let me just save this file. So as you can see, 20 is being added at the end of the queue. And guys, in this way we can easily use the add first and add last methods in order to add our elements one by one. Now guys, in the similar way we can remove the elements from the start or the end of the queue. So as you can see, we have poll first and poll last as well. So what will happen over here is, after we have printed the deque, let's say we want to remove the element from the start of the queue over here. So I will print the statement over here. So we have first element removed and then the element will be displayed. So we have colon followed by deque dot, we have something called as poll first. So as you can see, poll and poll first and poll last, these are three methods that will help us in order to remove the head of the queue. Now poll and poll first will have the same functionality. That's because both the methods will remove the elements at the head of the queue, that is the start of the queue. So we will use poll first in this case. So after removing the element from the start of the queue using poll first, we will again print the content of the deque. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first element removed, that is 10. So now 10 is removed. Now what is the head of the queue? 1. So from 1, all the other elements are getting printed in the queue. Let's say I want to remove the last element, that is 20 over here. So what we will do is, I'll just copy paste these two lines of code over here. And then instead of having this deque.poll first, I will use deque.poll last. So we have poll last as another method which will remove the last element from the queue, that is this 20 will be removed. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, this deque content is 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 and then we are removing the last element. So last element, so over here it should be last, that is last element removed, it will be 20 and then deque content will be 1, 2, 3, 4. And guys, in this way we can easily use the existing methods of the queue interface along with their extended methods, that is first or last. Guys, apart from this, there will be many methods that you can use based on your requirements. So when we put deque dot, as you can see, there are list of methods that can be used which are similar to queue interface as well, and there are some new methods as well which you can use with the help of deque interface. So guys, you can practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs, and based on your requirements you can implement deque interface. Java linked list with the help of examples. So guys, the LinkedList class of the Java collections framework provides the functionality of the linked list data structure, that is the doubly linked list. So it is having the similar kind of a image. As you can see over here, we have this data as the element and this data is associated with two pointers. One pointer is this previous over here, another pointer is next over here. So guys, whenever we add the elements, the pointers, that is next or previous, it points to those elements. So let's say if we add another element after this data, so this link, that is the next pointer, it will point to that particular data. And let's say we want to add some data before this data, so this previous will point to that particular data that will be added. So as you can see, link to previous element over here and this is linked to next element over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples as well. So as you can see, each element in a linked list is known as a node. It consists of three fields. One is previous, which stores an address of the previous element in the list. It is null for the first element, since first element will not have any previous pointer that is pointing to a particular data. The next element, it stores an address of the next element in the list. It is null for the last element, that's because it is the last element and we don't have any data after that, so the next will not point to any other data for the last element, and then we have data as well which stores the actual data. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now over here in the Eclipse IDE. So we have LinkedList class over here, so I'll use LinkedList. So as you can see, LinkedList is getting suggested, and let's say we have integer over here as the data type. You can also have string data type or any other data type as well within the angled brackets. And then let's say we have LinkedList object as LL, and then we provide a new LinkedList in order to declare this object. So we have new linked list followed by semicolon, and then guys we have certain methods in order to add the elements in this linked list. So as you can see, add method is used in order to add the elements in the linked list. So let me add few elements over here. So using this LL object, we will use add method. And let's say guys, instead of integer we have a string value over here, so we are going to have string elements inside our linked list. So we will define the first element over here as dog as one of the string of the linked list, and then let's say we add more 2 elements. So I'll just copy and paste over here, and let's say we have cat over here, and we have third element as cow, and let us just print all these elements inside the linked list. So we will have print statement followed by linked list content, and then colon followed by the name of the object, that is LL. So let me just save this file and try running this code so that we will see the content. So as you can see, dog, cat and cow. Now guys, how these elements are stored, I have another figure for you so that it becomes easy to understand. So as you can see, the very first element is dog over here. The previous pointer is not pointing to anything, so it is null, but the next pointer is pointing to the next object, that is cat. So this cat is over here, and the previous pointer of this cat, it is pointing to this element that was previous, that is dog over here. Similarly, the cat pointer that is next, it is pointing to the cow element over here, and this cow previous is pointing to cat, and the next is pointing to null. That's because this is the last element over here. And guys, in this way, this is the data that is being stored in the memory of the program. But guys, while accessing, we will only see these elements, that is dog, cat and cow, and behind the scenes they will have their own pointers. Now guys, let's move to another method over here, that is get method. Now what we can do is we can get a particular element from this linked list as well. So let's say this is at the 0th index, that is dog is at the 0th index. So I want to print what is the element at the first index. So I'll put first index element followed by colon, and then I will put LL dot get, and then followed by the index, that is 1. So it is 0th base index, so first element will point to this element, that is cat. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first index element is cat. Similarly, any index that you want to get, you can put over here, or else also we can use the for loop. So instead of having this statement, I'll just comment out this line. I will put for, and then followed by int I, it is equal to 0, I less than linked list dot, let's see if we get some size or something. So yes, we have LL dot size, and then followed by I plus plus. And then guys, what we will do is we will just print all the elements with print statement instead of println, since we want all the elements to be present on the same line. And then LL dot get followed by the index that will iterate from I to the size of the linked list, and then plus followed by the space character, so that we separate all the elements with the space character. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, dog, cat and cow, all these elements are getting printed in the linked list. Now let us move to another method. As you can see, set method is used in order to change the element at a particular position. So let's say if we want to change the second element, that is cow over here, and replace it with horse. So what we will do, I will just remove this line of code, and we will use LL, that is linked list object followed by dot and then set. So it takes 2 parameters, that is first is index and then followed by the element name, that is string element. So the index over here is 0, 1 and 2. So cow's index is 2 over here. I'll put 2 over here, and then I will put the element as horse over here in order to set that element on that position. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first we printed the content of the linked list, that is dog, cat, cow. So this thing is getting printed, dog, cat, cow. After that we have set the second index to horse, and then we are printing it again one by one using the for loop. So in this case, that is inside the for loop, it is getting horse as the second element. That's because we have used set in order to replace the existing element that was cow. And guys, in this way you can use these methods based on your requirements. Apart from this, the linked list object is going to have many other methods that you can use based on your requirements. So as you can see, there are many other methods that are similar to Queue interface as well. That's because this class is being extended with the help of the Queue interface. So all those methods that are present in the queue will also be present in the linked list. Java ArrayDeque with the help of examples. So guys, in Java we can use the ArrayDeque class to implement queue and deque data structures using arrays. So the ArrayDeque class implements these two interfaces, that is Queue interface and Deque interface. Now what are the different methods in the ArrayDeque? The ArrayDeque class provides implementations for all the methods present in the Queue and Deque interface. So guys, this ArrayDeque is also similar to Queue and Deque interfaces that we had seen previously. So let us check this with the help of examples as well, and let us see how we can add the elements and remove the elements from this ArrayDeque. So I'll just move to Eclipse IDE. So over here we will have ArrayDeque. So I'll provide ArrayDeque as the class name over here, followed by in the angled brackets we will have the data type. So let's say we are going to store the integer, and then I'll provide the object name as AD, and then followed by ArrayDeque. So guys, we have declared the ArrayDeque of type integer over here. So we are getting a red underline over here. That's because we have probably missed the new operator. So I'll provide the new operator over here, and I can also remove this integer. Yes, I can remove this, save this file. Okay, so we have ArrayDeque and AD as the object that represents the ArrayDeque class. Now let us add few elements with the help of add method. So I'll provide add. So as you can see, we have the method from the queue, that is add, and we also have the method from the deque that we have seen previously, that is add first and add last. So let's say I want to add the element, and the first element is 4. Guys, let us say we want to add all the elements in such a way that when we are going to read the elements from this add object, we want the elements in the sorted order. So I will use the add first and add last methods as well. So I will provide add, and let's say I want to add the element that is 3 over here, which will be before this element, which is 4 right now. So what we can use is add, and then we have first. So add first is the method that will be used in order to add the element at the start of the queue. So I will provide 3 over here, and let's say I want to add 2 now. So again I will use add first method, and the integer will be 2. And let's say I want to add 5 now. So we will use add last we can use. So this will add the element to the last of the queue, and the element will be 5. So guys, let's say we have added all these 4 elements for now. So what we can do is we can just print the content of this ArrayDeque. So I will provide the print statement over here, and then inside this we will have ArrayDeque content, and then followed by colon, and then we will have the AD as the object name for this ArrayDeque. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as I had told you, we will add the elements in such a way that whenever we are going to retrieve it, we are going to have the ascending order of all the elements. So as you can see, 2, 3, 4, 5. So first the element that is 4 was added, and then add first will add before 4, that is 3, and then again add first will add before this 3, that is 2. So 2, 3, 4 were added, and then this add last will add this 4th element over here, that is 5, and in this way we have all the elements in a sorted order. So guys, these are some of the methods that can help you in order to add the elements. Let us move to other methods. As you can see, we have get first and get last. This will only return the first and last element. So let us check this with the help of example now. So over here we will have another print statement. What I will do is first element, and then colon, and then we can have add dot get first. So as you can see, add.get first is being used. I'll save this file and try running this code. So the first element is 2, and that is what is getting printed. Let's say I want to get the last element, so I'll change this string, and I'll also change the method over here to get last. So get last method is being used over here. I'll save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, get last method is getting the element that is 5, which is the last element in this queue. Let's move to other methods over here as well. As you can see, poll first and poll last, this will return the start of the queue or the end of the queue, and it will also remove that element. So let us check these methods as well. So what we will do over here is we will put remove first element. So we will have remove first element, and I will use add dot, we have poll first. So poll and poll first will have the same functionality, that is, it is going to remove the first element from the head of the queue. And after this we will also print the content of the ArrayDeque that is updated after the poll method. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, remove first element. So first element is removed, that is 2, with the help of poll first method that we have used over here, and then followed by the content of the ArrayDeque, that is 3, 4, 5 were printed. Now let's say I want to remove the last element instead of this first element. So what I will do is remove last element over here. So I will provide a last element over here, and then over here instead of poll first we will use poll last. So we have this method. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the last element that is 5, it was removed. Remove last element is 5, and the updated ArrayDeque content will be 2, 3, 4. After removing this element that is 5, so 2, 3, 4 is getting printed. So guys, in this way you can easily use the ArrayDeque along with the methods that are provided with the help of Queue and Deque interfaces. Guys, apart from this you will get many other methods. So when you use this object followed by dot operator, as you can see there are many other methods that you can use based on your requirements. So guys, it depends on your practice. Please practice on your own so that you get different outputs based on your different inputs. Java map interface with the help of examples. So guys, the map interface of the Java collections framework provides the functionality of the map data structure. So elements of map are stored in key value pairs. Keys are unique values associated with individual values. So to make it more easy for you to understand, I have an image for you over here. So this is something that represents map in Java. So guys, on left hand side, as you can see, we have something called as keys, and on right hand side we have something called as values. So these keys that as you can see on the left hand side, these has to be unique, and then the values can be duplicate. So you can have any values over here depending on the data type that you define in the map data structure. But it is important to note that these keys has to be unique, and if you are providing duplicate keys in the map data structure, it might throw an error. And guys, in this way, the key that is US, it represents the United States, and then we have another key that is BR that represents Brazil, and then we have another key that is ES, it represents Spain. And in this way the data is being stored in the map data structure, that is, the key is representing a particular value over here. So we will check all this with the help of examples as well. So as you can see, the map interface maintains 3 different sets. The one set is the set of keys, another is the set of values, and then another set that we mostly use is the set of key value associations, that is mapping. So guys, we will check all this with the help of examples. So classes that implement map, since map is an interface, we cannot create objects from it. So there are certain classes that we can use, and in this video we are going to use the HashMap class over here. So we can use the below classes, that is HashMap. We can also use Enum map, LinkedHashMap, WeakHashMap, and tree map. So guys, all these classes can be used and they are having similar properties like that of map. So guys, let us move to example over here now. I'll move to Eclipse IDE and remove the previous lines of code. So guys, over here, in order to create an object of the map data structure, we will use the map interface over here. So as you can see, we have the map interface. It takes 2 parameters inside these angled brackets. The first is key. So key needs to be an integer or a string or any other data type. So in this case, what I'm going to do is we are going to keep the key as integer, and then let's say we have the value as string. So we have the key as the integer and value as the string, and then let's say I provide the object name as map, and then followed by equal to new, and then the class that we are going to use in this example is HashMap. That's because we cannot use map in order to initialize a particular object. So we are going to use HashMap over here. So as you can see, we have the HashMap followed by semicolon. Now guys, in order to add the elements inside this map object, we have the different methods. So one of the methods is put.
So this method is similar to add that we have seen previously with the help of Queue data structure. This put will help us in order to put a particular key along with its value. So we will use this method, that is put kv. So I will use map object over here followed by dot, and then we have put method. So the very first method is this put, and then it is expecting the key as an integer. That's because we have provided the integer as the key and value as the string. So integer, let's say I provide it as 1, and over here I have to provide the string. So let's say I provide 1 as the string. So guys, similarly I'll put more elements over here. So I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I'm going to do over here is I'll provide the keys as 1, 2, 3, 4 and the string representation of those numbers. So this will be 2, this will be 3 and this will be 4. So guys, in this way we have added few elements over here inside the map data structure. Now let us quickly print all these elements over here. So I'm going to have the print statement, and then over here we have map content. So map content colon followed by plus, and then we have map. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 and 4, 4. So on the left hand side, as you can see, this is the key representation, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then on the right hand side it is the string representation for that key. And guys, in this way we can easily add the elements inside the map data structure. Now guys, what if you have provided a duplicate key? So let's say I have provided the key over here as 2, and then I am keeping the value as something different, that is 4 over here, but this is duplicate key. That's because we have already provided 2 over here. Let me just save this file and run this code to see what happens in this case. So as you can see, instead of getting an error, what is happening is this 2 and then the value is being replaced. So as you can see, initially the 2 was assigned the value as 2 over here, but now we are updating the 2 with the value that is 4. So instead of Java throwing the error in this case of the duplicate key, it is just replacing the value of this key 2 by 4, and that is what we are getting over here. Now guys, let's say I don't want to get the value updated in case the key is already present. So we have another method, that is put if absent. So in this case, if the key is absent over here, that is k is not present, then the value will be updated. So over here what I will do is, instead of put, we will put if absent. So we have this method over here, put if absent, and it will take same parameters, that is key and value. And then let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 2 is having the value that is 2 that was first inserted in the map. Next time when 2 is again encountered as the key, this value that is 2 is not getting replaced by this value that is 4. That's because we have used the put if absent method over here. Now let us move to other methods. As you can see, we have put all. So this put all will take one parameter, that is another map, and it will simply copy paste all the key value pairs. So guys, this I will leave it up to you as an assignment for you so that you can practice on your own. Apart from this, we have get method as well in order to get the value of a particular key. So guys, let's say I'll remove this line of code over here, and then I'll put the fourth element, that is 4. It is having the value as 4. Now the content of the map will be printed, and let's say I want to get the value of the key that is having the value as 3. So what I will do is, I will have the print statement, and then the string I will put it as key it is equal to 3 is having value colon, and then we will have map dot get method. So get method will take a key and it will return the value of that particular key. So we are going to provide the key that is 3, as we have mentioned in this string as well. Key is equal to 3, it is having the value, and this get method will help us in order to get the value of this key that we have mentioned over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, key equal to 3 is having value that is 3. So 3 is getting printed. Let's say I want to get the value of 2. So I'll provide get 2 over here. Let me save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, key it is equal to, I have to provide 2 over here. I have already provided get 2 over here is having value 2. Let me just save this file and try running this code again. So key is 2 is having value 2.
And guys, in this way you can use the get method as well. Now guys, other methods are key set and values. So this will just return all the keys, the key set method, and the values method will return all the values. Let us check this with the help of examples. So over here we will have just a print statement, and I have just printed the map content, and then let's say all keys, and then followed by plus map dot key set. So as you can see, key set is the method over here. I'll provide a colon, and let's say we have another print statement wherein we will get all the values of the map. So we have all values, and then followed by map dot values. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all keys, it is 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are all the keys that are present, and then all values are 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are all the values that we had provided in our map data structure. So guys, in this way you can easily use these methods in order to create and access the elements of the map data structure. Guys, apart from this, you can also get all the keys and store it in a set and iterate through that set and print those values using the for loop. So that exercise I leave up to you as a homework for you. Guys, apart from this, the map data structure is having many other methods. So when you put map dot, you will see all the methods that can be used with the help of this map data structure, and based on your requirements you can use the required methods over here from this list. Java HashMap class with the help of examples. So guys, previously we have seen some of the examples of HashMap. In this video we are going to see more examples of the HashMap class. So the HashMap class of the Java collections framework provides the functionality of the hash table data structure. So guys, it provides the functionality of the hash table data structure that we had seen previously. Now it stores the elements in the form of key and value pairs. So we have one key, and associated to every key we have a particular value. Now the key that we define should not be a duplicate key. All the keys must be unique when we put them in the HashMap class. The keys are unique identifiers used to associate each value on a map. Now the HashMap class implements the interface, and in this video we are going to see the examples such as creating a hash map and then adding the elements and all these actions one by one. So guys, let us move to the Eclipse IDE over here. Let us first create a hash map now. So in order to create a hash map, we have to use the HashMap class. So when we type HashMap, we get the suggestion as the HashMap, and you can see this K and V parameters inside the angled brackets. So key is nothing but the data type of the keys that we want to store. So over here, let's say we want to store the key as an integer data type. So we put the integer data type over here, and let's say the values that we want to store is of the string data type. And then guys, we have HashMap object name. So let's say I put the object name as HMap, and then we provide a new operator followed by the name of the class, that is HashMap. We press on enter. So as you can see, we have just initialized an object of the data type HashMap, and inside that we are going to have the keys of the integer data type and the values as the string data type. Now guys, in order to add the elements, so this is the second action. In order to add the elements in a HashMap, we can use the put function that is being provided by the HashMap class. So we have to use the object name, that is HMap, that this object name that we have initialized over here, followed by dot, and then when we provide the put, you can see it takes two parameters, that is integer key and string value. That's because we have provided the keys as the integer data type and value as a string data type. So we press enter, and then we have to provide the key. So let's say I provide 1 as the key, and the string will be the string representation of this number, that is 1. So guys, similarly we can put more elements over here. So I'll just copy and paste this, and as you can see, we have duplicate keys over here. I have to replace them with some other keys. So as you can see over here, we don't have any duplicate keys now. The values can be duplicate since these are associated with different keys over here, but we are going to change the values as well. So I will put the string representation of all these numbers. So we have 3, and then we have 4 over here. So guys, in this way we can easily add the elements in a hash map. Now moving to next action, that is access elements of hash map. So directly we can use this object in order to access all the elements. So I'll put a print statement over here. So we have print, and then followed by, we'll put a string over here. So I'll put HashMap content is, and then followed by colon, and then let's say we provide HMap as the object name over here. Before this, we have to provide the concatenation operator, that is plus, inside this println statement. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, HashMap content is you have 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. So in this way we can easily print the content of the hash map. Guys, another way in order to get a particular value of a key in the hash map is to use the get method. So let's say I have another print statement over here and I want to specifically get the value of the key that is represented by this number, that is 3. So what I will do is I will put a string over here. So I'll put value of key equal to 3 is followed by colon, and then as I said, we have to use this object that is HMap over here that I am using, followed by dot, and then we can use the get method. So as you can see, get method, it is taking one parameter, that is object key. So we press on enter and we have to provide the key, that is 3 over here. So I'll put 3 as the key, and then let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, value of key 3 is 3, and in this way we can easily access any of the elements. Let's say I want to access the value of the key that is represented by this key, that is 1. So I'll put 1 over here. I'll change a string as value of key, it is equal to 1 is hashmap.get1. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we should get the value of key, that is 1. So key equal to 1 is 1. Now guys, let us move to another action, that is how do we replace the elements in a hash map. So let's say we already have this existing key is equal to 1 and the value is 1 now. But now after printing this, we want to change the value to something else. So what I will have to do is I will use this object that is HMap followed by dot, and then we have something called as replace method. So I'll type replace, and as you can see, we have multiple replace methods over here. The first two is the replace method and the last one is replace all. So we are going to use the first method, that is replace, and it is going to take two parameters, that is integer key and string value. So what I'm going to do is the value of an existing key I want to replace. So let's say I want to replace the value of key that is represented by 1, and then instead of 1 I will put it as 11. So guys, we are just changing the value of an existing key that is 1 by 11 over here, and what I will do is I will just copy this line that is printing the key equal to 1 value and then pasting it over here after changing the value of the key that is 1. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, hashmap content is the content of the hash map, and then we have value of key equal to 1 is 1 before we actually replaced the value by 11. So after we replaced it, again we are printing the value of the key equal to 1, and over here value of key equal to 1 is 11. That is done after we have used this replace method in order to update the value of a particular key in a hash map. Now guys, let us move to another action, that is how do we remove the elements from the hash map. So we can easily remove the elements of the hash map by using the remove method. So let's say I want to remove this element that is represented by the key equal to 3. So what I will do is I will use the hmap object followed by dot, and then we have something called as remove, and it takes one parameter, that is object key, that is the first one. It is also having another method that is remove, which takes two objects, that is it takes the value as well. So I'm going to use the first method, that is just going to take the key value. So I'll provide 3 over here, and then after removing this element I'm going to print the content of the hash map. So I'll just copy this print statement and paste this over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So over here we should see that 3 has been removed. So over here it was 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then as you can see hashmap content is 1 is 11. That's because we have replaced the value of 1 by 11, and then we have 2, and then directly we have 4. So 3 is no longer present now. That's because we have removed the element that was represented by the key 3 with the help of the remove method. And guys, in this way we can easily perform all the actions, that is adding the elements in a hash map, then accessing the elements, replacing the elements or removing the elements. Guys, apart from this there are many other
methods that you can use with the help of the HashMap object. So when we use HMap, that is the object of the HashMap, followed by dot, you will see all the methods that can be used. So for example, you can see this clear method over here, which will just clear all the elements in the existing HashMap. Apart from this, you can see over here entry set, which is just going to print all the key value pairs of a particular HashMap. And then we also have key set over here, which will just return all the keys that are present in the HashMap. And we also have the values as well. So as we can see, this values, it also returns all the values of the HashMap that is present. Apart from this, there are many other functions or methods that you can use based on the requirements. Java LinkedHashMap class with the help of examples. So guys, the LinkedHashMap class of Java collections framework provides the hash table and the linked list implementation of the map interface. So guys, we have already seen how the hash table functionality works with the help of HashMap class previously, and we have also seen how linked list works with the help of a double linked list with the help of examples in the previous videos. Now guys, we are going to see the combination of both these functionalities in a linked HashMap class. Now it extends the HashMap class to store its entries in a hash table. It internally maintains a doubly linked list among all the entries to order its entries. So guys, basically this linked HashMap, it is similar to that of the HashMap itself, and all the methods that are present in the HashMap is also present in the linked HashMap. Now what is the difference? We are going to see this with the help of examples as well, but the main difference is in this linked HashMap there is a doubly linked list that is being used in order to implement its functionality behind the scene, and that is the reason it takes little bit more memory compared to the HashMap that we have seen previously. Now linked HashMap preserves the order of elements added, so this is another added functionality of the linked HashMap, but it takes more memory due to double linked list implementation. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. First of all, we are going to create the linked HashMap. So let us move to the Eclipse IDE, and I'll just clear these lines of code that we had written previously. So now in order to create a linked HashMap, we will use the linked HashMap class over here. So we have linked HashMap class, and then in the similar way we are going to provide the keys and the values as well. Guys, in this example we are going to take the string as the key data type and the value will be integer. So integers will be the values and string representation of those integers will be the keys over here. So let us have the name of the object as LHM, that represents linked HashMap, and then we have the new operator followed by linked HashMap class over here in order to declare this object. Now guys, in order to add the elements in the linked HashMap, we are going to use the same method that we had used previously in order to add the elements, that is the put method. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this object, that is LHM linked HashMap dot, we have put method, and then over here the key that we are going to provide is the very first key is 1, and then the value will be 1 over here. Similarly, I will provide some more values over here now. So we are providing some more values over here. So over here what I will provide is, first of all I'll provide 3 and then 3, and then followed by over here we will provide 2, and then we have the value as 2, and then over here I'll provide 4, and then we have the value as 4. So as you can see, the keys are the string representation of these numbers which are represented as the values in this linked HashMap. Now guys, let us try to access the element. So in order to access the elements, we can either use the object name, that is LHM. So I'll just print this line of code over here. We have print, and then we have linked HashMap content followed by colon, and then we have plus, and then we have LHM. And then I'll just save this file and try running this code now, so that it will print all the combinations of keys and values. So as you can see, 1 1 3 3 2 2 4 4. So all the keys and values pairs are being printed over here. Now guys, let's say I want to access a particular element. Let's say I want to access the value of this key, that is 2 over here. So what I will do over here is I will just provide the print statement over here. So we have print statement, and then we have value of key equals 2, and then colon followed by LHM, and then dot followed by get. So guys, we use the get method and provide a particular key in order to get the value of that key. So I'll use this method, and then the key is 2. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So I have pasted this over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, value of key equal to 2 is 2. Now guys, this has to be same as that of the key, and it is case sensitive over here. What if we change the value of this key that is provided and we change the t to a lowercase t? So in this case, this 2 will not match with this 2 over here. And what will happen? Let us save this file and try running this code to see what will happen over here. So as you can see, value of key 2 is null. That's because we have not provided the value to this key that is using all the lower cases over here. If we provide another value, so let's say I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and I'll provide a value for a key which is having all the lower cases, that is 2, and then let's say I provide the value over here as 22. So in this case, we should get the value as 22 instead of null. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, value of key equal to 2 is 22. And in this way, we can easily access the elements of the linked hash map as well. Now guys, moving to next section, that is how do we replace the elements in a linked hash map. So guys, what I will do is, instead of this 3, I will provide the value as 33 over here. So what we have to do is, we have to use the replace method over here. So we have LHM and then followed by dot, and then we have something called as replace method. So as you can see, it takes 2 parameters, that is a key and a value over here. So we'll use this first method and we have to provide this key. So I'll just copy this from here so that I don't make any mistake and paste this over here, and then we have the value as 33 instead of 3. So we are just replacing the value of a key that is represented by 3. The old value was 3 and the new value we want to set is 33. Now I'll just provide the content of the linked hash map again. So I'll just copy this line of code and paste it over here in order to see the content of the linked hash map. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, linked hash map content 1 is 1 and 3 has become 33. That's because we have replaced the value of this key that is set to 33 over here now. Apart from this, we have all the same values, that is 2, 4 and 2 equal to 22, and over here as well 2, 4 and 2 equal to 22 over here. Now guys, moving to next section, how do we remove the elements from the linked hash map? So let's say I have added this element, that is lower cases of this 2 key over here as 22. Now I want to remove this. So how do we remove this? We have to use the remove method. So again, we are going to use the object name, that is LHM, linked hash map, followed by dot, and then we have something called as remove, and we have to use the same key. So guys, again it is case sensitive. Over here I'm just going to copy this key, that is lowercase 2, and then I'm going to paste this over here. So I'll paste this over here, and then after this, let's say I want to print the content of the linked hash map. So I'll provide the linked hash map content over here after removing the key that is lowercase 2. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 1, 3, 2 equal to 2 and 4 equal to 4. Now this 2 equal to 22 has been removed in this case. That's because we have used the remove method in order to remove the value and that particular key as well. So guys, in this way we can easily perform all these actions, that is from creating to adding, accessing, replacing and removing the elements in the linked hash map. Now guys, what is the main difference between the hash map and a linked hash map? So the very first thing that I already told you, this linked hash map uses double linked list internally, so it is going to use more memory compared to the hash map that we had used previously. Apart from that, it preserves the order in which the elements are added to the linked hash map. So as you can see, we added first 1 and then we have 3, 2, 4 and then 2, and in similar way all the elements were printed in this way. So it was 1 first, then we have 3, 2, 4 and then 2. So guys, this order is preserved in the linked hash map but not in hash map. So guys, let us change this linked hash map to a hash map now and see what the output will be. So I'm just going to remove this linked word over here and I'll just provide the hash map. So we are going to use the hash map class over here. I'll just copy and paste this over here, the same hash map, and then let me just save this file and try running this code. So before running this code, as you can see, the order in which the elements were added is preserved and in the same order the elements were printed over here. Now let us see what happens in the hash map now. I'll just run this code for you. So as you can see,
1, 3, 2, 4 and then 2, but over here you can see 1 is first and then 4 is being printed, but 4 was added at the 4th position, so the order is not being preserved over here. Next element is 2, so 2 was added over here, and then we have 2 again which was added last, and then 3 again which was added as the second element over here. Now guys, let me just remove these lines of code, that is replacing and removing all these content, so that we will see it doesn't have any impact on how the elements are being printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1 and then we have 4, 2, 2 and then 3. So guys, it doesn't have any impact irrespective whether we are using the replace or the remove methods over here. But the HashMap class doesn't preserve the sequence of elements that were added over here. So the same sequence in which you add the elements will not necessarily be printed in the same sequence over here as you can see in the console. So this you have to keep in mind, that LinkedHashMap will preserve the sequence in which the elements were added, and also it is going to use some extra memory compared to this HashMap class. Java WeakHashMap class with the help of examples. So guys, the WeakHashMap class of the Java collections framework provides the feature of the hash table data structure similar to that of the HashMap. Now it implements the map interface as well. Now what is the main difference between HashMap and WeakHashMap? So all the functionalities of the HashMaps and WeakHashMaps are similar, except keys of a WeakHashMap are of weak reference. So this is the main difference, that is the WeakHashMap keys are of weak reference, whereas keys of a HashMap are of strong reference. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples over here. So as you can see in this example, we have taken the WeakHashMap over here. So let me just copy this code over here now. So these lines of code I'll just copy so that we can save some time and paste it in our Eclipse IDE. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. With the help of WeakHashMap, we are going to understand with the help of examples the main difference between WeakHashMap and HashMap. So as you can see, we have also included the WeakHashMap package as well over here so that there are no errors. So as you can see in this WeakHashMap, we have provided the numbers as the object, and then we have string that is 2. It is being represented as the 2 over here, and integer 2 value it is equal to 2, and we have string value 4 as 4 and 4 value as the integer representation of 4, and then we are putting this as the key values. So as you can see, the key is the string representation that we have defined over here, and the value must be an integer data type. So over here we are providing numbers dot put. This means that we are adding the elements inside the WeakHashMap, and over here we have 2, that is this string that is 2 as the key, and the 2 value that is the integer representation of this 2 as the value over here. Similarly we have 4 and then 4 value as the key and value as well. Now we will print this WeakHashMap content, and then after this what we are doing is we are making the reference as null. So this 2, that is this key that we had defined over here, string 2, we are making it as null instead of this string representation that is 2. So guys, the value of this 2 will become null over here, and then we will perform a garbage collection by using system.gc over here, and then we will use the print statement in order to print the content of the WeakHashMap once again. So as you can see, WeakHashMap after garbage collection, and then we are printing numbers, that is the object of the WeakHashMap data type. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, WeakHashMap, it is equal to 4 is equal to 4 and 2 is equal to 2. So we have both the key value pairs over here, whereas WeakHashMap after garbage collection, that is after making this key 2 equal to null, the key that was 2 is removed now. That is because we have made the value of that key it is equal to null. So guys, this happens in order to save the memory. So whenever there is any key or there is any resource that we no longer need, and we provide the value to that key as null, with the help of a WeakHashMap we will be able to save the resources so that the key is being removed now from the resources and the memory is saved. But guys, the same thing will not happen with the HashMap, and this is what we call it as a weak reference, guys. So as we have seen over here, WeakHashMap are of weak reference, whereas HashMap are of strong reference. So let us check the HashMap example as well. So instead of WeakHashMap, I will put HashMap over here. So we have put HashMap over here. I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then we have HashMap. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, weak hash map after garbage collection. So even after making this 2 equal to null, this 2 was not removed over here, and then there is no saving of the memory even after we have provided the null value over here. So guys, this is the main importance of the weak hash map, that it will save the memory and it will remove all the resources that are not required currently. Apart from that, we can also use the other methods in order to add the elements and replace or access the elements as well. So when we use the numbers object, that is the object of the weak hash map, and then followed by dot, we will get all the methods that will help us in order to add elements, remove elements, replace elements or access elements as well. And guys, accordingly based on your requirements, you can implement the weak hash maps. Java enum map class with the help of examples. So guys, the enum map class of the Java collections framework provides a map implementation for the elements of an enum. So we have seen previously how enum works. It is just a list of some constant values. So in enum map, enum elements are used as keys. So basically the enum elements that are constant elements, these are used as keys, and then we can have the different values as well based on the data types of the map data structure. So it implements the map interface. So for example, as you can see over here, we have an enum, that is the name of the enum is size, and then we have these 4 constant values: small, medium, large and extra large. So these are defined as the constant values, and we can use the enum map, that is one of the map classes, and it implements the map interface as well. So we have different functions that are related to maps over here. So we have enum map, and then we provide the enum as the data type of the key, and then we can have any value. It can be integer or string as well, and then we have the object of the map and then new enum map. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples, and we are going to see all these methods, that is how do we create the enum map, followed by adding, accessing and removing elements. So let us move to the Eclipse IDE. So I will define enum over here outside the Java test class. So we have the enum keyword followed by the name of the enum, that is size, and then over here we will have the constant values, that is small, medium, large and then extra large. So guys, all these values can be accessed using the name of the enum, that is size over here. So what we will do is we will use the enum map over here. So I'll put enum map. As you can see, enum map is being suggested over here. We will use this enum map, and then over here it is expecting an enum. So this enum we have already defined as size. So I will provide size as the enum over here. So we have size, and then followed by, let's say we have integer value that will represent the value of all the sizes, and then we have, let's say, emap over here as the name of the object of this enum map class, and then we have equal to operator followed by new operator, and then we have enum map. So guys, in this way we can initialize the enum map, and then as you can see over here, we have to use the enum name over here followed by dot class inside these open and close parentheses. So over here I will use the size, and then after this size we will have dot class over here, and then followed by semicolon to end the statement. So guys, in this way we can easily initialize the enum map object over here. Now what we will do, we will add the elements. So as you can see, one of the methods over here is adding the elements. We have already created an enum map, so another action is adding the element. So we will use the put method over here once again. So we use the emap, that is the object name, followed by dot, and as you can see there are multiple methods that you can use, and we will use the put method, which is going to take 2 parameters. One is the key that should be of the data type, that is size, that we have defined, and then the value which will be of the type integer. So we will be using the first method over here, and then the enum that we are going to use over here is size dot, we will use the small. So the very first value we are going to use, and then the integer value that we are going to give to this particular key is 1, and then semicolon, and then let's say I want to add more elements, so I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then for different elements of the size, that is size dot, I will use medium, and then we will have large over here. So we have large, and then we have extra large. So we have extra large, and all these integer values we will just change them. So we have 1, 2, 3 and then 4, for small, medium, large and extra large respectively. So guys, in this way we have easily added the elements inside this emap object of the data type enum map. It is having all the keys that we have defined as enum over here, and the values are of type integer. You can have the values as the string or any other data type as well. Now guys, how do we access the elements? So as you can see, we have covered this section, that is adding the elements. Now how do we access the elements? So you can easily access by using the emap object, or else we can also use the get method of the emap object. So the very first thing that we are going to do is we are going to have the print statement, and then we will say enum map content followed by colon, and then we have emap. So as you can see, emap object is being used. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, enum map content is small 1, medium equal to 2, large is 3 and extra large it is equal to 4. So guys, for every key that we have used over here, we have provided the values, and the same thing is being printed over here. Now guys, let's say we want to specifically access the value of this key, that is size.large. So how do we get that? So I'll put another print statement over here, and then we will say enum map with key equals large in this case, and then we will provide colon, and then we can use the emap dot get method. So as you can see, when we type get, as you can see, there is a single parameter that is being taken, which will be the key of the map. So I will use the first method over here, and then in the key what we will provide is size.large. So basically we are trying to access this value that we had provided. So I'll just provide size.large over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now to see what will be the value of this size.large. So as you can see, enum map with key equal to large is 3. Similarly, you can get any of the value based on the key that you specify in the get method. So as you can see, we have used the get method and we have provided the key over here. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods. One of the methods is removing the elements from the enum map. So basically, let's say if I want to remove this medium entry from this map, so what I will use is the remove method. So we will use the emap object name and then followed by dot, and then we have remove, and then after this we have to provide the key, that is size.medium, in order to remove that object. So when we provide this, and then let's say I want to print the content of the emap once again, I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So basically, after removing the size.medium value over here, this two values should be removed and the key should also be removed, and we should only see small, large and extra large as the content of the emap. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, small, large and extra large. So since we have removed medium over here with the help of the remove method, it is not being displayed in this enum map content over here at the end of the program. So guys, in this way we can easily add the elements in the enum map object. Apart from that, we can also use the enum map object in order to access the elements and also to remove the elements. And guys, apart from all these methods, we have more methods that you can use. So once you provide the object name of the enum map followed by dot, you will see all the methods that is being displayed by the Eclipse IDE. So you can use any of the methods based on your requirements. Java sorted map interface with the help of examples. So guys, the sorted map interface of the Java collections framework provides a sorting of the keys stored in a map that we are going to see with the help of examples as well. It extends the map interface. So guys, since sorted map is an interface, we cannot create objects from it. So we had seen previously, if we are having an interface and we try to create an object out of it, we might get an error. So we have to use the classes that is related to that interface. Now in order to use the functionalities of the sorted map interface, we need to use the class that is tree map that implements it. So basically, we are going to use the sorted map on the left hand side, but on the right hand side, while initializing the object, we are going to use the tree map. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples, and we are also going to see some of the methods like additional methods such as first key or last key, which returns the first key or the last key of the sorted map. So let us move to Eclipse IDE, and I'll remove the previous lines of code over here. So guys, in order to initialize the sorted map object, we use the sorted map interface. So over here, as you can see, we have the sorted map interface, and then we are going to use integer as the key of this map, and then followed by the value must be the string representation of the integer. So I'll provide string over here, and then let's say I provide smap as the object name equal to new operator followed by tree map. Since we cannot use sorted map, since it is an interface, we have to use the class over here, which is tree map. So when I press control space, you can see tree map is being suggested over here. So guys, over here at the end we have to provide the semicolon. Now in order to add the elements in this tree map or sorted map, what we have to do is we provide smap followed by put, and then we have to provide the integer. So let's say the first integer that I provide is 2, and then the string representation over here we will provide as 2 as the string representation. Similarly, I'll add more elements. So I'll just copy and paste these values. Over here I'll provide it as 4, and then we will put 4 over here. So over here let's provide the value as 3, and then the string representation as 3 over here, and then let's say we provide the last element as 1. And then we have 1 over here. So guys, I have provided the random integers over here, that is first 2, and then we have 4, 3 and 1. So this is not sorted by default, but what sorted map will help us to do is it will sort all the keys, as we have seen the functionality of the sorted map over here. Basically it provides a sorting of keys stored in a map. So we are expecting that all the keys will be in a sorted order when we try to print the content of the smap object. So guys, what we will do over here is we will just provide the print statement, and then we will provide map content is followed by colon, and then we have smap, that is the object of the sorted map. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4. So guys, this is the main functionality of the sorted map interface that is being used by the tree map class, that is in order to sort the values of the keys that are being inserted in this sorted map object. So guys, whenever you have the requirement of having the sorted keys in the map, you can use the sorted map with the combination of the tree map class. And then guys, apart from this, we have certain additional methods over here. As you can see, we have first key and we also have the last key. So apart from this, as we had seen in the previous videos as well, this smap object followed by dot, we will see all the methods that are present. But this is an additional method, that is first key. It will return the first key to us. So what I will do is I will have the print statement first. So we will have print, and then I will provide first key is followed by colon, and then we have smap dot, and then what we will use is the first key method. So it is going to return the first key, and similarly we are going to have the last key as well. So I'll provide last key as the statement over here, and then dot followed by last key over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now to see what is the first key and what is the last key. So as you can see, first key is 1, that's because it is the smallest number, and last key is 4, that's because it is the highest number. So guys, let's say I provide one more number over here. Let's say I'll just copy this and paste this over here as the third element, but the element I provide over here is 10, and then instead of this 4, I will provide it as 10 as the string representation. Let me just save this file. Now for the last key, we should expect that 10 is being printed. That's because that is the highest key in all the keys that we have inserted till now. So let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, last key is 1, and let us say if we want to change the first key to less than 1, so any number that is less than 1, yes, we have 0 as well, and we have negative numbers as well. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. First we will check with 0 whether it works or not. So I will provide the 0 as a string representation. I'll save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first key is 0, and let's say I want to change the first key to a negative number. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then let's say I provide negative 5 over here. So I will provide the string representation as negative 5. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first key is negative 5, and over here as well you can see negative 5 is being printed first in the content of the map, followed by 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 10. So guys, in this way, if you have the requirement of storing the numbers in a sorted manner, and apart from that you want some mapping as well to some other values, you can use the sorted map with the help of the tree map class as well, you will be able to put each and every integer in your problem followed by a mapping that will be done to a string or an integer or a float value or any other classes as well based on your requirements. Java tree map class with the help of examples. So guys, the tree map class of the Java collections framework provides the tree data structure implementation. So basically you have the tree data structure which can be implemented with the help of this tree map class. Now guys, it also implements the navigable map interface. So basically this is the way that we are going to initialize a tree map object. So let us move to Eclipse IDE, and over here, in order to initialize an object of a tree map class, we are going to use the tree map class. As you can see, this is a suggestion that is given by Eclipse IDE, and over here it is going to take two parameters as the data types of the key and a value pair. So guys, we are going to use the key as an integer data type, and over here the value we are going to take it as the string representation of that integer. Now guys, we are going to use the object name as tmap followed by equal to new operator, and then we have the tree map class. So guys, over here we have just declared the tree map object with the name of the tmap. Now guys, what are the different functions that we are going to see for this tree map? So as you can see, we are going to first create the tree map. So this we have already done over here. We have created a tree map with the help of this object that is tmap. Now we can use this object in order to add elements in a tree map. So basically, as we have seen previously, we can use the put method. Also we have put all method as well, and put if absent method as well. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So let's say I want to add an element over here. I'll use the tmap object followed by dot, and as you can see, there are a number of methods that are suggested by Eclipse IDE. So over here we are going to use the put method, and with this put method it is going to take two parameters. The first thing is the integer key. That's because we have provided the key data type as the integer, and then we have the string value. That is because we have provided the data type of the value as a string data type. So guys, we are going to use this first method, and let's say I want to provide the integer 1 and then followed by the string representation of 1, that is ONE, that is 1. Now guys, similarly I am going to add some more elements over here. So let's say I add 2, 3 and 4, and then guys, I am just going to update the values of all these keys that we have added over here. So we will put 1, 2, 3 and then we have 4. So guys, now we have added the elements in this tmap object which is of type tree map. Now guys, how do we print this? That is, how do we access the elements of a tree map? So guys, over here I am going to use the simple print statement, and then I am going to provide tree map content is, so we are going to use this string and then followed by just the name of the object, that is tmap. So as you can see, I have just provided the tmap object, and this is what we are going to print. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, tree map content is 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 and 4, 4. So guys, these are the key value pairs that are being printed over here on the console. That's because we are printing the entire object, that is tmap. Now guys, apart from this put method, we also have put all method. So if we type tmap dot and then followed by put all, as you can see, put all, it is going to take one parameter, that is going to be the map. So in case you want to copy all these elements from tmap to another object, that is tmap1, so let me just create another object over here. So we will provide a tree map over here, and we provide the same key value data type. So we have integer as the key and then the string as the value, and then over here let's say I want to provide tmap1 as another map followed by new operator, and then we have the tree map class. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all these elements from tmap to tmap1. So what we can do is we can use tmap1 object followed by dot, and then we can use put all, and then we are going to use this method, and inside this as a parameter it will be the first map that we created, that is tmap, in which the content is already present. Now guys, what I'm going to do is instead of printing tmap, I'm going to print tmap1 over here. So we have provided tmap1. So basically we are providing the elements in the tmap and copying all the elements with the help of put all inside this tmap1 object, and then we are printing that tmap1 object over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, tree map content is 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Now guys, let's say I want to put another element over here inside this t map 1 apart from the t map content. Now what I will do is, I will use t map 1 dot. So since we have used put previously, I'm going to use put if absent in this case. So basically put if absent is used, it is going to check if a particular key is already present in the map or not, and if it is already present, then the new value will not replace the old value, and if the key is not present, then the new key value pair will be added. So guys, over here what I'm going to do is, I'm going to provide 5 and then the string representation will be 5 over here, and then we have semicolon. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 and then another element that is 5 equal to 5 is getting printed. That's because we have used put if absent over here. Now guys, let's say I want to provide 4 value over here. So let's say we have put if absent and then the key is equal to 4, but we have 5 as the value. So what should happen over here? So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 and 4. So for the key equal to 4, the value is already 4 over here, which was added in the t map. Now guys, what is happening when the control flow comes over here in the put if absent, the key is encountered as 4 and it sees that 4 is already present. So this value is not added inside this map, and that is the reason why 4's value will be 4 over here. Now guys, instead of put if absent, if we use the normal put over here, so I'll just copy this put method and provide put over here, and I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 4 equal to 5. So basically the new value that you are providing with the put method is replacing the old value that was already present. So guys, in case you don't want to replace the old value with the new value, you can use put if absent, or else you can use the normal put method. Now guys, there is another way to access the element, that is get method. So what I'll do is, I'll just remove these lines of code. I'll simply keep the t map object over here, and then we are going to access a specific key's value. So let's say I want to access the value of this key, that is 3 over here. So I'll provide value of key equals 3, and then for this we are going to use the t map object. So we have t map followed by dot, and then we have something called as get method. So this method is going to take a key as a parameter over here, for which it is going to return the value. So we are checking the value of the key, that is 3. So I have provided the key as 3 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, value of key equal to 3 is 3 over here. Now guys, we have another variation of get method, that is get or default. So let's say if that key is not present, then there will be a default value that will be passed to this tree map object. So what I'm going to do over here is, instead of get method, we are going to use get or default. So as you can see, get or default is there, and I'm going to provide a key in such a way that this key is not present in the tree map. So guys, what I'm going to provide is the key as the 5, and let's say I want to provide the default value over here as default. So guys, what we have done over here is, it is taking the two parameters, that is the first parameter is going to be the key that we want the value of, and if that key is not present, then we have to provide a particular value which will be of the data type string. That's because we have defined this map as a string value. So this value will be printed by default if this key is not found in the map. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, value of key equal to 3. So in case of 3, it should be 5 over here. But anyway, it is default over here. That's because key equal to 5 value is not present. Let me just run it again. So as you can see, value of key equal to 5, it is default. Now guys, let us say I want to get the value of a key that is equal to 1. So what I will do is, in this get or default, I will just change the key value to 1 over here. That's because I want the value of that key. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So this time the default string should not get printed. That's because the key 1 is already present in the tree map, and that is the reason why 1 is getting printed over here. Now guys, let us move to another method. So how do we remove the elements from the tree map? So we have the remove method. So let us check this with the help of example over here. I'll just remove this content, and then I will provide tree map content and then over here I'll just provide the t map over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it should print the content of the t map. Now guys, let's say I want to remove this element, that is 3. So this can be easily done with the help of the remove method. So we can use the object name, that is t map, followed by dot, and then we have something called as remove. So as you can see, this method remove, it takes one parameter, that is going to be the key. So over here we are going to provide the key as 3. That's because we want to remove that key from this map. And then guys, after semicolon, let me just print the content of the tree map again. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2 and then 4. That's because 3 is being removed after this line of code, that is tmap.remove, and then the parameter that was passed is the key, that is 3. Now guys, let us move to another method, that is replace elements from tree map. Now guys, you can easily replace the elements in this tree map. So basically I'm just going to remove these lines of code so that we have the original tree map content. Let me just run this code once again. So as you can see, we have 4 elements over here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now guys, instead of this key 4 equal to 4, I want to provide this value as 40. So guys, what we can do is we can use the replace method. So over here, I'm going to use the tmap object followed by dot, and then we have replace. So as you can see, this method, it is going to take a key and a string value. So basically the key is going to be this 4. So I'm going to provide the 4 as the key, and then over here the updated value I'm going to provide is 40. So guys, we have provided 40 over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to print the content of the tree map once again. So I have pasted this line of code over here once again. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, for the key equal to 4, instead of 4, we are getting 40 now. That's because we have replaced the value of that particular key. So guys, in this way you can perform different operations in the tree map. Guys, apart from these methods, there are many other methods that you can use based on your requirements. So once you provide the object name, that is tmap followed by dot, you can see all the methods that will be available for you in order to meet your requirements. Java set interface with the help of examples. So guys, the set interface of the Java collections framework provides the features of the mathematical set in Java. So basically it extends the collection interface. Now one of the important features of a set is that unlike the list interface, sets cannot contain duplicate elements. So guys, we had seen previously with the help of examples of the list interface wherein we were having the duplicate values, but in the set interface we cannot have the duplicate elements over here. So since it is an interface, there are multiple classes that can be used in order to implement this set interface. So we are going to see this HashSet class in order to check the examples of the set interface. Apart from that, there are many other classes such as LinkedHashSet, we have Enum set, we have tree set as well. So guys, as you can see over here, the set implementation using HashSet, we are going to declare the set in this way using the HashSet class. So guys, let us move to the Eclipse IDE over here and let us declare the set object. So we are going to use the set interface over here. So as you can see, set interface is being suggested, and then we are going to have the string as the animal. So animal is the object of the data type set, and then followed by equal to new operator, and then we are going to use the HashSet class. Guys, we cannot use set, that's because it is an interface. So we have to use a particular class because we cannot create objects out of a interface. So we are using the HashSet class over here, and then after the semicolon we can add new elements over here. So guys, in order to add the elements, we have something called as add method. So as you can see, there are multiple set methods that we are going to see in this video. So basically we are going to add the elements in the animal object. So we have to specify the animal object followed by dot, and then we have the add method. So let's say the very first animal that we provide over here is dog, and then guys, I'll just copy and paste this multiple times so that we can provide the different values of animals. We have tiger, we have cat, and then we have lion. So guys, in this way we can easily add the elements in the set. Now guys, how do we access all the elements inside this set? So there are two ways. So the very first way is to print all the elements inside this object, that is animal. So I'm going to do that first. So we are going to have the print statement over here, and then we have set content is, and then we have colon plus, and then we have the name of the object, that is animal. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have cat, lion, dog and tiger. Guys, one important thing that you can notice over here is this set interface is not preserving the order in which we have added the elements. So basically it is printing the elements randomly. This cat was the third element that we had added, but it is printing it as the first element. And then we have lion, and then we have dog, which was added as the first element over here. So guys, always remember, based on your requirements, if you are trying to preserve the sequence of elements in which they were added, so we have to take care when we are using set. That's because it doesn't preserve the sequence of elements in which they were added. So guys, this is one of the ways in which we can access the elements of the set. Now guys, we have another way, that is using the iterator method. So how can we access the set elements using the iterator method? So guys, over here what I'm going to do is I'll just remove this line of code, or else I'll just comment out this line over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the iterator method. So we have animal followed by dot, and then we have something called as iterator. As you can see, it is going to return the iterator of the type string. So we are going to use this method, and then we are going to receive that iterator using the iterator class. So I'm going to use the iterator class over here. So as you can see, this is the iterator interface and not the class over here. So we have the iterator, and then we have the string type, and then let's say I provide the object name as it and then followed by equal to. So guys, basically we are calling the iterator method and taking it on this it object over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to loop through this iterator. So iterator has its own methods, and one of the methods is hasNext that we are going to check. So basically we provide it dot hasNext over here, which is going to check whether there is a next element that is present. So yes, for the very first case, the first element that is present is dog over here, and it is going to print that element. So basically we have next, and then inside this what we are going to do is we are going to have the print statement, and in order to print the element of the set, we are going to use the it followed by dot, and then we have the next. So guys, this next method is going to access the elements of the set interface. So we are going to use this method over here, and then followed by, in order to separate them using the space character, I'm using this spaces over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, we have cat, lion, dog, tiger. Now guys, even after providing the space character, it is printing all the elements in the new line. So this is happening because we have used the println statement. I'll just remove the ln part over here. We are just going to use the print statement over here, that is a print method. Let me just save this file and try running this code. So as you can see, cat, lion, dog and tiger. We can separate them using the commas as well. So I can provide comma followed by a space character. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all these elements are separated by comma. You have to take care of the last comma that is appearing over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use the iterator as well in order to iterate through the elements of the set object. Now guys, let us move to another method, that is remove method. So in order to remove an element, we can easily use the remove method over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep this line of code so that we can access the elements of the set. I'm going to use the animal object over here followed by dot, and then we can remove an object. So in order to remove an object, we have to specify that object. So basically, let's say I want to remove cat from here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here inside this remove method, which is going to take one parameter. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So over here the cat element should not be printed, and this is what you are saying over here, that is lion, dog and tiger. There is no cat element. That's because we have removed the cat element from the set. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use. As you can see, we have the clear method as well, which is just going to clear all the elements from the set. So if we use this clear method, so no elements will be printed. So I'll just provide the clear. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, nothing is getting printed over here. That's because we have provided the clear method before printing the elements of the set. Apart from this, there is a size method as well, which is just going to return the size of the set. So what we are going to do is I'm just going to provide the print statement over here. So we have print, and then let's say size of set colon, and then we are going to use the animal object dot size. So guys, this size object is going to return a number, that is the number of the elements that are present in a set. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, size of set is 4. Now let's say before printing this size, I want to remove an element that is lion from this set. So what I will do is I will provide animal dot remove. So I'm going to remove this lion. So I'll just copy and paste this over here between the double quotes, and then we have semicolon. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, animal dot remove lion. After this line of code, we are printing the size. So the size of the set will be 3. That's because we have removed lion. Now let's say I want to provide the size before removing the element that is lion. So basically over here it is going to return the size as 4, but after removing lion it is going to return the size as 3. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, size of set is 4, and after removing lion we have size of set as 3 over here. And then we are getting the content that is cat, dog and tiger. There is no lion element. That's because we have removed the lion element from this set. So guys, these are some of the methods that you can use based on your requirements. Apart from this, we have many other methods that you can use. So basically we are going to provide the object of this set, that is animal, followed by dot, and as you can see there are multiple methods that you can use based on your requirements. So guys, practice on your own so that based on your requirements you get different output based on your different input. Java hash set class with the help of examples. So guys, we had seen previously how we can use the set interface, and we cannot create the objects of an interface, so we can use the hash set class. So this class can be used without specifying the set interface as well. So this hash set class of the Java collections framework provides the functionalities of the hash table data structure. It implements the set interface. So guys, we are going to see some of the methods over here. So let us move to Eclipse IDE. Now in order to create an object of this class, that is hash set, we are going to provide this class, that is hash set, and then inside these angled brackets we are going to provide the data type of the elements that we are going to add in this hash set class. So basically I'm going to provide the integer data type, and let's say we have set1 as the object name over here, followed by equal to new operator, and then we have hash set over here. So we have hash set. So as you can see, we have just declared an object that is set1 of the type hash set. Now guys, I'm going to add some elements over here. So let's say we have set1 dot add, and it is going to take one parameter that is going to be an element of the set. So let's say I provide 1 as the value. I'll just copy this and paste this over here. I'll add some more values, so 2, 3 and then 4. So guys, we have completed the first method, that is inserting elements to hash set using the add method. Now guys, how do we access the hash set elements? That is, with the help of iterator we can easily access the hash set elements. So over here what we are going to do is I'm going to provide set1 dot iterator. So as you can see, it is going to return the iterator type. So I'm going to use this method, and then over here I'm going to receive that iterator using this iterator interface. This should be of the data type integer. That's because the set is also of the data type integer over here, and then followed by id as the name of the iterator object. Now guys, we are going to traverse through this iterator in order to access all the elements. So we are going to use the while loop, and we are going to check whether this iterator, that is it, is having the next element or not using the hasNext method. So this hasNext method is going to check whether the next element is present or not. If it is present, the control flow will go inside these curly braces, or else it will come out of the loop. So basically I'm going to provide this print statement over here. I'm going to remove this ln so that all the elements are printed on the same line, and over here I'm going to provide it dot next. So next method of the iterator is going to return the elements of the set. So I'm going to use this method, and we are going to separate all the elements with the commas over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, all the elements, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 is getting printed over here. I'll just provide another statement over here, that is set content. So we have set content is colon, and then all the elements are going to get printed. Let me just save this file and try running this code. Set content is 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to take care of that last comma. We have not handled it properly over here. Now guys, one important feature of the set that we missed out in the previous video is sets cannot have duplicate elements. So over here all the elements are unique. But now guys, let's say I want to add the element 2 once again. So I'll just copy and paste this over here as the 5th element. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, still we are just having the 4 elements over here. What I will do is I will provide the size as well before this print statement. So I am going to have the print statement over here, and set size is, and then we are going to use the set object name, that is set1.size. So it is going to return the size of the set. Let me just run this code once again. So it says set size is 4. Even after adding the element, that is 2, once again as the 5th element, it is not going to add it in the set. That's because the element is already present and we cannot have duplicate elements in the set. So that if you have the requirement in such a way that you don't want duplicate items to be added in a particular collection, we can use HashSet class in order to add the elements and avoid all the duplicate elements being added again and again, unlike list classes. So guys, in this way we can easily access the set elements as well. Let us move to other methods, that is remove elements. So how do we remove the elements? We simply use the remove method over here. So what I am going to do is, after this print statement, I am going to remove one of the elements, that is 3 over here. So let me just provide set1 dot, and then we have remove, and let's say I provide the element that is 3 over here, and then we provide the semicolon. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So 3 should not get printed over here. As you can see, set content is 1, 2, 4. 3 is not getting printed. Set size is still 4, guys. That's because we have provided the remove method after printing the size. So if I provide the remove method before printing the size, so I'll just do this. I'll just save this file and try running this code. So first we are removing the element, that is 3, and then after that we are printing the size. So now the set size is 3. That's because we have 1, 2 and then 4 these elements inside set. And this is what it is getting printed over here. Now guys, coming to more important features of set, that is how can we find the union of sets. So we can use the add all in order to find the union of sets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide just 3 elements over here, that is 1, 2 and 3, and then I'll just remove these lines of code over here. I'm just going to keep this print statement in order to access the elements. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we have just 3 elements, that is 1, 2, 3 over here. Now guys, let's say I have another set over here. So I'll just copy this hash set line of code. I'll provide set2 as the object, and then I'll just copy these lines of code over here. I'll provide set2. I'll just copy this and paste this on the other lines over here as well. So over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide 1 as one of the values, and 4 and then 5. Now guys, as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 over here, and we have 1, 4, 5 in set 2. Now let's say we want to find the union of both these sets. Now guys, what do you mean by union? That means all the elements of set 1 and all the elements of set 2 are present in a union set. So that means 1, 2, 3 and then 4, 5 should get printed over here. So we have something called as add all method, which we are going to use with the help of set1 object. So for this set1 object, we are going to use dot followed by add all, and as you can see, this second method, it takes another collection. So the collection that we are going to provide is set2. So over here what is happening is, from this set2, that is 1, 4 and 5, these elements are getting added in set1. But guys, as I have told you, we cannot have duplicate elements, so only 4 and 5 will get added. That's because 1 is already present in set1, and all these elements now will get printed using this print method with the help of the iterator that we have already seen previously. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have found the union, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now guys, moving to another method, that is intersection of sets, which means which are the common elements that are present in 2 sets. So guys, we have something called as retain all method in order to find the intersection of sets. So basically, instead of using this add all, I am going to use the retain all method. So we have set1 followed by dot, and then we have retain all, and then I'm going to provide set2, and then we have semicolon. Now guys, what are the common elements in both these sets? Only one element, that is 1, is common, and that is what should get printed over here after providing the retain all method. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 1 is getting printed. That's because we have provided the intersection method, that is retain all, between these two sets. So behind the scenes what is happening is this retain method is finding the common elements in both the sets and only one element is common, that is 1. Let's say I provided 2 over here instead of 4. So let me just save this file. Now 1 and 2 both are present as the common elements in both the sets. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see 1 and 2 is getting printed with the help of this retain all. Now moving to another method, that is difference of sets, that is remove all. So what is the difference in both the sets? So as you can see 1 and 2 are the common elements. So these will not get printed if we use the remove all, but 3 should get printed. That's because set 1 is having 3 but set 2 is not having 3. So what I'll do is instead of retain all, we will do remove all. So we have remove all and it is taking the set 2 as the collection, and then we have semicolon. So over here this 3 should get printed. That's because 1 and 2 is already present in this set 2. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see 3 is getting printed. Now let's say instead of this 2 we have 4. So as you can see only one element, that is 1, is common in both the sets. So this should get removed and 2 and 3 should get printed over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see 2 and 3 is getting printed. So guys, in this way you can easily perform some of the operations of the set, that is union, intersection and difference of two different sets over here. Guys, apart from this there are multiple methods that you can use when you use the set object. So over here you can provide the set object, that is set1 followed by dot, and as you can see we have multiple methods that you can use based on your requirements. Java enum set class with the help of examples. So guys, the enum set class of the Java collections framework provides a set implementation of elements of a single enum. So we have seen previously how enum works with the help of examples. It is nothing but the list of constant values that we can use based on our requirements. Now guys, the enum set class implements the set interface. We are going to check this with the help of examples, but unlike other set implementations, the enum set does not have public constructors. So we cannot use the enum set class directly in order to initialize or declare a particular object. We must use the predefined methods to create an enum set. So one of the methods is all of. So guys, let us check this with the help of example. Let's move to Eclipse IDE. So over here the very first thing that we are going to declare is an enum. So let's say we have the enum and then the enum name is size, and then let's say we have different values which are constant values. So these are the values, that is small, medium, large and extra large. So as you can see, this is the way we define the enum, that is the enum keyword followed by the name of the enum. So in this case it is size, and then we have the curly braces open and close within which we have the constant values. Now guys, in order to create the object of the enum set class, we are going to go in the main method and we are going to have the enum set class. So as you can see, this enum set class is being suggested by Eclipse IDE, and inside these angled brackets we have to provide the type of the enum, which is going to be size in this case. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, that is size, and then let's say I provide the object name as eset, that is enum set. Now guys, how do we initialize this eset object? As you can see, we cannot use the enum set public constructors as it does not exist. So we are going to use one of the methods. First method is the all of. So basically it is going to take all the elements of this enum, that is size. So over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the enum set class over here. So we have enum set. I'm going to remove these angle brackets, and after this enum set we have, as you can see, we have all of over here. So this all of method is going to take a parameter over here which is of the type size. So I'll just copy this size and paste this over here followed by dot, and then we have class. So guys, this is the way we can initialize the enum set. That is, we define the enum first, which is going to have the list of constant values, and then if we want all the values of that enum to be present inside the object of this enum set class, so we are going to use the all of method. And after this, let's say I want to print all the elements of this enum set. So we have enum set content followed by colon, and then we have eset over here.
So guys, ESet is the object of the enum set. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, small, medium, large and extra large, all these elements are getting printed. That's because we have used all of, which means all the constant values will be added inside this set. Now guys, instead of all of, let's say if we provide none of, so this none of method is not going to take any of the values of this enum and it is going to create an empty enum set over here. So instead of this all of, I'll provide none of over here. So we have none of followed by size.class as the parameter of this none of method. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is an empty enum set. That's because we have used none of. Now guys, let's say I provide the range. That is the range method. It takes two parameters. First is the first element and then second is the second element. And in between whatever elements are there, those elements will get included in this enum set. So what I'll use over here is I'm going to provide range, and then inside this range I'm going to provide size dot. Let's say I want to provide the range as medium to extra large and I don't want to provide small. So the first element should be medium over here. So we have size dot medium and then comma we have size dot extra large. So as you can see, we have provided two parameters. First is size.medium and size.extra large. So basically these two elements and in between whatever elements are present, those will also be added in this set. Now let me just save this file and try running this code for you. So as you can see, medium, large and extra large is getting printed over here. That's because these elements we have included. So basically in order to get a range or a subset of the list of constant values inside the enum, we can use the range method in order to get the elements from the enum to the enum set. Now let us move to another method, that is of. So guys, this of method can be used in order to provide only specific method from enum to enum set. So I'll just remove these parameters for now. So we have removed this parameter and let's say I provide of method over here. So this of method, as you can see, there are multiple types of method and it is taking different number of parameters over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just specify small and large sizes inside this. So basically we have size dot small comma size dot we have large over here. So guys, only two elements we are providing over here. I'll just remove this extra large. So we are providing small and large elements. So these are some specific elements that we want to provide from enum to enum set. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, small and large is getting included. So guys, we use of whenever we want to provide specific elements from enum to enum set. Now guys, let us move to some of the functionalities of the enum set. That is, the very first method is inserting elements to enum set. So as you can see over here, we have enum set of and we have provided small and large as the specific elements to be present in this enum set, and that is what is getting printed over here. But now guys, during the runtime, we want to also add this medium. So what we can do is we can provide the ESet object over here followed by dot, and then we have the add method, and inside this method we can provide the value that we want to add. So we have the size enum followed by dot, and then we want to add the medium element over here. Let me just provide the semicolon. Let's save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, this medium element is also getting added in this enum set. So guys, accordingly in this way, based on your requirements, you can add the different elements inside this enum set. Let us move to another method, that is accessing enum set element. So guys, in order to access the elements of the enum set, you can use the iterator. So over here, what we are going to do is, I'll just comment out this line over here, and then we have the ESet object followed by dot, and then we have something called as iterator, which is going to return the iterator interface of the type size over here. So I'm going to provide this and I'm going to catch that iterator with the help of this iterator over here. So we have this iterator and then the type should be size, and then I'll provide the object name as IT. Now guys, as we had seen previously, how do we traverse through this iterator? Using the while loop. So inside this while loop, we have this iterator, that is IT dot has next, which is going to check whether the next element is present or not. If it is present, then it is going to go inside these curly braces and we are going to print the element. and this element is going to be printed with the help of it.next. So this next is going to return the next element that is present in this set, that is enum set eset object. So we are going to provide next, and then plus we are going to separate them with the help of comma over here. Now I'll just remove this ln, that's because it will go to the next line. So I'll just save this file and try running this code. So we should get all the elements in the same line. So as you can see, we have small and large that was initially added, and then we also added medium over here. So small, medium, large elements are already present in the set, and we have used the iterator it. It is going to check whether it is having the next element using the while loop, and if it is present, it is going to print. If it is not, it is going to come out of the loop. So all the elements are getting printed over here, that is small, medium and large. Now guys, let us move to another method, that is remove enum set elements. So guys, let's say after adding this medium, I want to remove this small size. So what we can do is we can use the object that is eset followed by dot remove. So remove method is going to remove one of the elements from this enum set. So I'm going to use the first method over here, and inside this I am going to provide size dot small. That's because we want to remove that small element from this set. So let me just save this file. Now we only have two elements, that is medium and large, and that is what should get printed over here with the help of this iterator that we have already seen previously. So let me just run this code once again. So as you can see, medium and large is getting printed. The small element is already removed from this enum set. So guys, in this way we can easily use the add method and remove method, and we can also access all the elements using the iterator method of the enum set. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use. So whenever we provide the object name, that is eset followed by dot, as you can see, there are multiple methods that you can use based on your requirements. Java LinkedHashSet class with the help of examples. So guys, the LinkedHashSet class of the Java collections framework provides the functionalities of both, that is hash table and the linked list data structure. It implements the set interface. So guys, the linked hash sets maintain a doubly linked list internally for all its elements. So guys, this is one of the reasons that it is going to use more memory. That's because doubly linked list is being used internally inside this linked hash set. It is going to have both the features, that is of the hash table and the linked list data structure as well. Now the linked list defines the order in which the elements are inserted in hash tables. So guys, we had seen previously that the simple hash set, it doesn't preserve the order in which the elements were added. So in order to preserve the order in which the elements are added in a hash set, we can use the linked hash set. That's because it is using the double linked list internally in order to maintain the sequence of the elements that were added in this set. So let's check all the methods one by one of the linked hash set. So the very first thing that we are going to see is how do we insert the elements in a linked hash set. So let us move to Eclipse IDE over here, and we are going to use linked hash set class. So as you can see, linked hash set is getting suggested over here, and for this linked hash set we are going to have the integer data type. We are going to have the elements of the integer data type, and then let's say I provide the linked hash set object name as the LHS to make it more simple, followed by equal to new operator, and then we have linked hash set over here. So guys, we have just declared the object that is linked hash set. Now how do we insert the elements? We provide LHS followed by dot, and then we have add. So as you can see, the very first method, it takes an integer as the parameter. So we are going to use this method over here, and we are going to provide the first element, that is 2 over here. Now let me just copy and paste it multiple times so that we can have more elements being added over here. So we have 2, 3, 4 and 5. So guys, I'll just provide the simple print statement over here. So for this we have LHS content is followed by colon, and then we have the LHS object. Let me just save this file and try running this code now so that we can see the content. So as you can see, LHS, that is linked hash set content, is 2, 3, 4, 5. If you can notice, this is the order in which we have added the elements. Let's say I'll just remove this line of code from here. I'll provide the element 5 after 2 but before 3. So we have 2, 5, 3, 4. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 2, 5, 3, 4.
So this is one of the important feature of the linked hash set. It maintains the order in which the elements were added inside the linked hash set object. Now guys, moving to next method over here, accessing the linked hash set elements. So one method we have already seen how we can access all the elements using the LHS object. Now let me just comment out this line, and we can also use the iterator over here. So we are going to use the object name, that is LHS, followed by dot. We have something called as iterator, which is going to return something related to the iterator interface over here. So I'm going to use this method, and then we are going to receive what we are getting from the iterator method using this iterator interface. And then the data type, it is going to be an integer. That's because we are going to navigate through the integer data type elements, and then we have the object name as IT. So guys, over here we are providing iterator interface followed by the IT object, and then this method, that is LHS.iterator, it is providing us the iterator so that we can navigate through the different elements. Now what we are going to do is we are going to provide the while loop, and then we have IT, that is the iterator, followed by hasNext, which is going to check whether we have the next element present or not. If it is present, then we are going to go inside the curly braces and print the element. So we have the print statement over here. I'll just remove this ln part so that we get all the elements on a single line over here. And then we have it.next, which is going to return the next element, followed by, let's say we want to separate them using the commas over here. Let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, 2534 is getting printed. Before this, we can also have the LHS content is, and then I'll just remove this part, and then I'll also remove this ln part so that we can get a prefix over here. So I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, LHS content is 2534, and in this way we can use the iterator as well in order to access the elements of the linked hash set object. Now guys, let us move to another method, that is removing elements from linked hash set. So basically we can easily remove the elements from the linked hash set by using the remove method. So what we can do is, before printing the elements, we can have LHS dot, let's say I want to remove the last element, that is 4 over here. So I'll provide remove, and then we have 4 over here. So I'll provide semicolon. So this element, that is 4, should get removed, and the content should get printed, that is 2, 5 and 3. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 253 is getting printed over here. Now guys, another important property of a set is that we cannot have the duplicate elements. So let's say I want to add the element. So instead of removing this, I'll use the add method over here, and I'll add another element in such a way that the element is already present. So let's say I want to add 3 over here. So 3 is getting added, and I'll add another element, that is 6. So one element which is already present and another element that is unique, which is not already present in this set. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6. 3 that was added 2 times in the set over here once, and then the second time over here is only present once. So unlike list in which we can have the duplicate elements, inside the set objects we cannot have the duplicate elements. So this is one of the important properties of any of the set classes and the set interface. Guys, apart from this, you can also perform many other operations of the set, that is finding the union or intersection or the difference between the two sets with the help of this linked hash set class. Now guys, what is the difference between this linked hash set and a normal hash set class that we had seen previously? So as you can see over here, linked hash set maintains a linked list internally. So basically there is a sequence of all the elements that were added in the linked hash set, and if your requirement is to use a set and also to preserve the sequence in which the elements were added in the set, you can use the linked hash set, or else you can use the normal hash set in which the order of the elements will not be preserved. Now the linked hash set class requires more storage than hash set. Now guys, this is obvious. That's because it is internally having the linked list being implemented, so it is going to use the more memory and more storage. Now the performance of the linked hash set is slower than hash set. So as far as performance is concerned, it is very much obvious that you should use hash set instead of linked hash set. That's because of the only reason, that is the linked hash set maintains the linked list internally, so it is little bit slow compared to hash set.
So as you can see, this is the reason that is being provided. It is because the linked list present in the linked hash set. So guys, these are some of the difference of the linked hash set versus hash set over here. Java sorted set interface with the help of examples. So guys, the sorted set interface of the Java collections framework is used to store elements with some order in a set. So guys, we have seen previously that a particular set interface, it doesn't preserve the order in which the elements are stored, and it can be retrieved in any order. But if you have the requirement of sorting the elements that are present in the set interface, we can use the sorted set interface. Now it extends the set interface, so basically whatever functions are present in the set interface will also be present in the sorted set interface. Now guys, in order to use the functionalities of the sorted set interface, we need to use the tree set class that implements it. So basically, as I have told you previously as well, for a particular interface we cannot create an object of it directly. So we have to use a particular class in order to declare an object which can be used in order to call its methods. So guys, let us see how this object can be created in the Eclipse IDE. So over here, what I will do is, the very first thing is we have to use the sorted set interface. So as you can see, Eclipse is suggesting us this sorted set interface over here, and then I'm going to provide it as an integer data type. That's because the values that we are going to provide are going to be integers. So over here I will put as sorted set, so SSET. So this is the object that we are going to create, followed by equal to new operator, and then we have to use a class that is called tree set in order to create this object that is sset. So over here, as you can see, tree set is the class that is being suggested by Eclipse IDE. So we will provide the tree set class over here. So guys, in this way we have easily declared a particular object of the sorted set type by using the tree set class. Now guys, whatever elements we add over here, they must be printed in a sorted order. So let's say I want to add some numbers. So the very first number that I'm going to add is, let's say 2, and then I'm just going to copy and paste this multiple number of times, and over here I will provide some more data, that is 4, and then we have 3 and then 1. So guys, if you notice, we have not provided the elements in a sorted order, that is, it is 2, 4, 3 and then 1. But since we are using the tree set class, when we are going to print these numbers, it should be printed in a sorted order, which means that the numbers in this object is being stored in a sorted way. So guys, over here I'm going to access this set. So I'm simply going to provide the print statement over here, and inside this we will have content of sorted set followed by colon, and then I'm going to provide the name of the object. So over here, let me just save this file and try running this code to see what will be the output. So as you can see, content of sorted set, as you can see, we have the sorted set elements, it is 1, 2, 3, 4. So guys, it depends on your requirements. In any order you can add whatever elements you want, but it will be in a sorted way. This is by default ascending order. We can also use the comparator in order to retrieve the elements in the descending order as well. So guys, let's say I want to add another element over here, and then before this 4 I'll add one more element, that is, let's say 10. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 10 is the highest number out of all the elements that are present, and that is the reason why it is coming at last, and you can see all the numbers are displayed in the ascending order over here. Now guys, apart from this functionality of the sorted order, the sorted set also have some more methods that can be used. So the very first method that you can see over here is the first. It returns the first element of the set. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. We just want to get the first element in the set. So over here, what I will do is, after we have printed the content of the set, I will provide another statement over here, and I will say first element in set and then colon, and then I'm going to use this object that is sset followed by dot, and then we have something called as first. So guys, this is going to return us the integer that is going to be the element of the set. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first element in set, it is coming as 1. So even though we have added 1 as the last element, but still it is stored as the first element. That's because we are using the tree set class, and we are also using the sorted set interface, which is internally going to sort all the elements that we have added. Now guys, similarly we can print the last element of the set as well. So let me just copy this line of code over here, and then I'll paste this over here, and I'll just change this from first to last, and then over here in this method I'm going to use
the last method over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it should give us the highest number, that is 10. So as you can see, last element in set is 10. And guys, in this way you can easily use the first or the last method. These are some of the additional methods that can be used when we are using the object by using the sorted set interface. Now guys, let us move to some more methods. Over here, as you can see, we have the headset method. So it returns all the elements of the set before the specified element. So let's say I want all the numbers before this number, that is 4. So this number, that is 4, as you can see, I want all the numbers before this number, that means 1, 2 and 3. So we can use the head set and provide this element, that is 4. So let us check this with the help of example now. So I'll provide the print statement over here. So I'll provide elements before number 4, and then we have colon, and then I can provide s set dot head set. So this is the method that is going to take an element as the parameter. So I'm going to provide it as the 4 since it is the integer values that we are storing in the set. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. We should get all the elements that are present before that 4th element. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 getting printed. And then guys, similarly we have the tail set as well, which is going to return the elements of the set after the specified element, including the specified element. And then after that we also have the subset as well, which is going to return all the elements between element 1 and element 2, which we pass as the parameters in this method, that is subset. So guys, these methods I leave up to you so that you can practice on your own and you can get different outputs based on your different input. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use using the sorted set object. So over here, when we provide the object name, that is sset followed by dot, as you can see, there are multiple methods that can be used based on your requirements. Java tree set class with the help of examples. So guys, the tree set class of the Java collections framework provides the functionality of the tree data structure. And as we have seen previously as well, the tree data structure helps us in order to have a list of elements in some sorted order. So guys, this is the way in which we can initialize the tree set object using the tree set class. And previously we have also seen how we can use the tree set class with the help of the sorted set interface as well. So guys, let us check all these methods of the tree set, like how do we insert the elements to tree set, access the tree set elements, and remove the elements from the tree set elements. So let us move to Eclipse IDE to check the examples. So guys, basically in order to declare the tree set object, we will use the tree set class over here, and as you can see, it is suggested by the Eclipse IDE. We are having this tree set class, and over here we are going to have the list of integer values. So inside the open and closed angled brackets, we are going to give the integer as the data type of the values that we are going to store in this tree set object. Now guys, we are going to use the t set as the object name for this tree set class, and then followed by equal to new operator, and then we have the tree set class over here. So guys, this is the way that we declare a particular object for a tree set class over here. And now the very first method that we are going to see is how do we insert the elements to tree set. Now guys, as I have told you, that tree set helps us in order to store the elements in a sorted order. If you use the normal hash set, it will not store the elements in the sorted order. So when you want the elements to be stored in a sorted order and to be retrieved in a sorted order, you can use the tree set class. So guys, over here we are going to add some elements in the random order. So basically we are going to use the object name over here. So we have t set dot, we have add function. So as you can see, the very first method, that is add, it is taking one integer as the parameter, since the data type of the values in this object is going to be integer. So we are going to use the first element, and let's say I provide the integer as 4 over here. Now guys, I'm going to simply copy and paste these on the other lines as well. And now guys, as you can see, I am just going to change some numbers over here. So let's say I put 2, and then we have 1, we have 3, and then let's say we provide this number as 5. So guys, as you can see, we have added 4, 2, 1, 3 and 5. So this is not in a sorted order, it is in a random order. So let me just show you how the elements will be stored and retrieved in this tset object. So I am simply going to provide the print statement over here, and inside the print statement I will provide tree set content is as the string and then followed by plus operator, and then we have the t set. So guys, over here this is going to print the content of this particular object, that is t set, which is of the type tree set over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, tree set content is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in this way we can get the sorted order of the elements that we have stored in the tree set. So guys, the very first thing, that is adding or inserting the elements to tree set, we have already done. Now how do we access the tree set element? So basically, as you have seen over here, we can easily access the tree set content using the t set object. Now guys, there is another way by using the iterator as well. So what I will do over here is I will comment out this line and I'll just copy this and paste this to the next line as well. I'll remove this object, that is t set, from here, and instead of println I am going to use the print statement. Now guys, we are going to print each and every element of this t set using the iterator. So let me just save this file and try running this code now before we use the iterator. So as you can see, tree set content is, this is a string that we are printing right now, and then after this, using the iterator, we are going to iterate through all the elements that are already added in the t set and print it on the console. So guys, over here what we have to do is we have to use the object name, that is t set, followed by dot, and then we have something called as iterator, which is going to return us something related to the iterator data type. So guys, I am going to use this function over here, and then I am going to catch the value using the iterator interface over here. So as you can see, Eclipse is providing us this suggestion, iterator interface. It should be of the data type integer. That's because the values of the t set that we have provided are of integer data type, and then followed by, let's say, the object name, it will be it, followed by equal to operator. So guys, over here we are just getting the iterator of the t set object and storing it in it. Now we can use this object, that is it, in order to traverse through all the elements of the t set. So what I'm going to do is we are going to use the while loop, and then we are going to use the it dot, we have something called as has next. So guys, this method is going to check whether there is a next element that is present or not inside this set. So I'm going to use this, and if it is present, it is going to return true, and if it is not present, then it will return false, and the control flow will come out of the loop. So over here inside this, we are going to have the print statement over here. So we have println over here, but instead of println I'm going to provide print. That's because I want to print all the elements on one line. So guys, over here what we are going to do is we are going to use the it, that is the iterator dot, we have something called as next as well. So guys, these are two of the most important functions that you can use in the iterator. That is, first is has next, which is going to check whether there is a next element that is present or not inside the iterator, and there is a next method as well, which is going to return the next value that is present inside this set. So guys, I am going to use this first method, and then followed by we are going to separate all the values using the comma. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 being printed. We are getting this last comma, that's because we are putting the comma after each element, so we have to handle it appropriately. But guys, the main thing over here is we are iterating through all the elements of the tree set, and we are getting all the numbers in a sorted order, and this is another way in order to access the elements. Now guys, let us move to another method. As you can see, we have completed access tree set elements as well using the two methods. Now we are going to check remove elements from tree set. So guys, let us say I want to remove this element, that is 3, from here, and I just want to print 1, 2 and then 4 and 5. So what we can do is we can use the remove method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to print the set twice. The very first thing is using the t set object, we are just printing all the elements, and then after this we are going to remove one element from the t set. So guys, we can use t set object name followed by dot, and then we have something called as remove. So this remove method, it will take one parameter, as you can see, which is going to be the value which we want to remove. So guys, I'm going to use this method over here, and then followed by the parameter that I'm going to provide is this value, that is 3, and then we have semicolon. So guys, basically the very first thing that is going to happen is we are going to print all the elements using this t set, and then we are going to remove the element, that is 3, and then we are again printing the content of the t set using the iterator in which this 3 should be removed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then after this remove method over here is removing the element that is 3 over here, and then the tree set content becomes 1, 2, 4 and 5. So guys, in this way we can easily remove the elements from the tree set as well. Guys, apart from this we have more methods that can be used using the tree set. So as you can see, we have first and last methods as well. So let us check this with the help of examples now. So over here I am going to provide the print statement, and then we can say first element is, and then colon, and then we can have t set dot first method. So guys, this is an additional method. This is not present in the hash set, but it is present in the tree set. That's because all the elements are stored in a sorted way, and we can easily get the first element and the last element of a tree set. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just copy paste this line of code over here so that we can get the last element of the tree set as well. So I'm going to provide last element is, and then instead of first we can put last over here. So guys, as you can see, we have first and then last. So these two lines of code should print this 1 and 5 values respectively. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first element is 1 and last element is 5. Guys, over here it is continuing on the same line. So what we can do is over here, before printing the first element, we can provide println statement over here and without passing any parameters. So guys, the control flow will go to the next line, and then this first element will get printed on the next line. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first element is 1. So basically this print statement doesn't allow us to go on the next line after the execution of this line of code. But when we use the println method, it allows us to go to the next line once that line of code is executed. Now guys, apart from this we have more methods. As you can see, we have poll first, we have poll last as well, which is going to just remove the first and last elements from the tree set. So let's say these first and last elements I want to remove. So what we can do is basically we can provide t set dot poll first, and then again we will use t set dot poll last over here. So guys, after semicolon, let me just print the content of the t set once again. So I'll just copy this line of code and paste this after this poll first and poll last statements. So guys, basically first we have printed the first and last element. Now we are removing the first and last element, and then we are printing the content again. So the content should be 2 and 4 respectively. That's because we have removed the first and the last element using this poll first and poll last methods. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, as you can see, tree set content is 2 and then 4. We have removed 1 and 5 using this poll first and poll last methods. So guys, similarly we have more methods, that is head set, tail set and subset as well, which I will leave up to you so that you can practice on your own, so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Now guys, what is the difference between a tree set and a hash set, and when we should use that? So basically, unlike hash set, elements in tree set are sorted in some order. So basically by default it is the ascending order in which the elements in the tree set are being stored, but we cannot preserve the same order in the hash set object. Now guys, tree set provides some methods for easy navigation, such as we had seen, we can use the first and last methods over here to get the first and last element in the tree set, and then we can also use the head set, tail set and then the subset as well. Now guys, as far as performance is concerned, hash set is faster than tree set for basic operations like add, remove, contains and size. That's because it is not preserving the order in which the elements are being added, and tree sets, it runs some particular algorithm behind the scenes in order to sort the elements that we have added in the tree set object. So guys, basically these are some of the differences. Now based on your requirements, if you want to have the elements in the sorted order, you can use the tree set, but in case the performance is one of the important things that you have to check, then you can use the hash set in order to avoid the duplicate elements being present in the set objects. Java algorithm to sort collections using sort method. So guys, basically the Java collections framework provides various algorithms that can be used to manipulate elements stored in the data structures. So guys, one of the methods that can be used is a sort method in order to sort the elements. So let's say for example in an array list, we can have the random numbers which needs to be sorted. So we can use the sort method easily in order to sort the elements instead of providing our own custom defined sorting method. Now guys, the algorithms in Java are static methods that can be used to perform various operations on collections. So we have the collections class that can be used in order to call these static methods in order to perform the task based on our requirements. So guys, let us see the example of sorting using the sort method. So let us move to Eclipse IDE over here, and the very first thing that I'm going to provide is an array list. So over here we are going to store the list of numbers in an array list. So the data type will be the integer data type between these angled brackets, that is open and close brackets. Now guys, over here I am going to provide the object name as numbers, and then we are going to have the new array list in order to declare this object. Now guys, let us say I want to add some numbers in this array list. So what we can do is we can use this object that is numbers over here followed by dot, and then we can add an integer. So let's say I want to add the integer as 4 over here. Now guys, similarly I will add more elements now. So I'll just copy this and paste this line of code on the other lines as well. And let's say over here I provide some more numbers, that is 5, 2, 1 and then 3. So guys, as you can see, this is not in the ascending order or the descending order, it is in the random order, that is 4, 5, 2, 1, 3. So first let us print these numbers over here on the next line of code. So I'll provide the println statement, and then we have list content is, and then followed by colon, and then we can simply put this numbers as the object. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So this line of code is going to print the content of the array list object. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 4, 5, 2, 1, 3 in the order in which they were added. Now guys, if your requirement is to print these numbers in the sorted order, so what you can do, so over here we can use the sort method in order to sort all these numbers in the ascending order. So over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the collections class. So as you can see, when we type this collections over here, you can see this suggestion, that is collections class. So we will use that collections class followed by dot, and we have something called as sort. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can check, but over here we are going to use the sort method, and it is going to take a list as a parameter. So we are going to use this method over here, and we will provide this array list, that is numbers, as the parameter. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So guys, now what is happening is collections.sort, and then this numbers object as the parameter. It is sorting all the elements inside this list, that is numbers, and returning those sorted elements to this object, that is numbers again. Now what we can do is I'll just copy and paste this line of code after sorting the elements of the list, and over here we can provide sorted content is, and then we will print the numbers again. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code so that we can see the sorted content of the list. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the sorted content of the list. So guys, this was possible, that's because we have used the sort method, that is the inbuilt method inside this collections class, and we can provide this list of numbers over here in order to sort all the elements. Now guys, let us check another example. So let's say using the same numbers, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the random class. So over here we can provide the random class. Now guys, the random class is used in order to generate random numbers or any other values as well. So over here, using this random class, we will use the random as the object name followed by equal to, and then we have new random. So this is the basic way in which we can initialize an object of the random class. Now guys, what I'm going to do is how many numbers I want. So let's say I want 20 numbers to be generated. So I will loop through int I, it is equal to 0, I less than 20. So this means that 20 times we are going to go inside this for loop followed by I plus plus, and inside this for loop I'm going to generate the numbers using this random object. So over here what I'm going to do is we will use this numbers object. So we have numbers followed by dot, and then we have the add, and then it is going to take integer as the parameter. Now how do we get the integer? Using this random object. So I'm going to use the random object followed by dot, and then we have something called as next int. So as you can see, we have next int over here, and then I'm going to use this next int followed by semicolon. Now guys, randomly integers will be generated and they will be added to this numbers list, and then after this, after 20 numbers are getting generated and added to the numbers list, first we are going to print the content of the list, and then we are going to sort the content of the list numbers, and then we are going to print again the sorted content of the numbers. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we are getting some big numbers over here. That's because we have used the nextInt method over here and we have not provided any limit. So guys, what I will do is there is a variation of this nextInt. So as you can see, we have nextInt followed by there is a parameter that is int bound. So what we can do over here is we can provide a specific number and up to that number only the numbers will be generated. So let's say I want the numbers to be between 0 to 9. So we can provide 10, that is the number which will be excluded from the numbers to be generated. So this particular line of code over here, nextInt, after providing the parameter as 10, it will only generate the numbers between 0 to 9. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, these are some of the numbers that are getting generated. So it is in random order, that is 3, 2, 2, 2, 9, 8, 9, 6, 4, 5 and so on. So guys, as you can see now on the next line of code, that is the sorted content, is you can see all the numbers are being displayed in the sorted order. So first it is 0 and then we don't have the element 1. We have 2, that is 6 times, and then we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9. So guys, all these numbers are in a sorted order. That's because we have used the collections.sort. And guys, in this way you can easily use the sort method in order to sort the elements inside a particular list based on your requirements. Java algorithm to shuffle collections using shuffle method. Now guys, this shuffle method of the Java collections framework is used to destroy any kind of order present in the data structure. So the very first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a list of numbers which is in the sorted order of the ascending order, and then we are going to destroy it. That means we are going to shuffle it using the shuffle method. So as you can see, it does just the opposite of the sorting. So let us check with the help of example shuffling using the shuffle method. So let us move to Eclipse IDE over here, and the very first thing that we will do is we will have the array list over here. So we have the array list and the data type that we are going to store is the integer values, and over here let's say we have the numbers object as the array list object followed by new operator, and then we have ArrayList class over here and then semicolon. Now let's say I want to add some sorted numbers inside this numbers list. So what I will do is I will use the for loop, and then over here I will go from int I, it is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, and then I plus plus. So guys, what this will do is it will go through I it is equal to 1 to I equal to 10, and these are the numbers that I want to store inside the numbers list. So what I can simply do is I will use the numbers object followed by the add method. So we can see this add method, it takes one parameter that will be an integer. So this integer will be this I that we are going to loop through. So I am going to use this I and then followed by semicolon. Now guys, what we will do is after this we will just print the content of the list which will be in the sorted order. That's because I it is going from 1 to 10. So we can put the string over here as the initial list content followed by colon. I'll just correct the content spelling over here, and then after the colon we have the plus operator and then followed by numbers as the object. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, initial list content, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it is in the sorted order now. That's because we are looping through 1 to 10 and we are storing this I variable value over here each time that the control flow is going inside this for loop. Now guys, let's say I want to shuffle these numbers. So instead of the sorted order, I want these numbers to be printed in the random order. So what we can do is we can use the shuffle method of the collections class. So over here we can have the collections class. So as you can see, this is the collections class over here followed by dot, and then we have something called as shuffle. So as you can see, we have the shuffle method and it takes one parameter as the list over here which we are going to provide as the numbers object. So I'm going to use this first method and provide this object that is already present, that is numbers over here, and then after this guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to print this statement once again so that we can get the content of the list. Now I will provide shuffled list content, it will be numbers. That's because after shuffling the numbers will be saved in this list, that is numbers object. Let me just save this file and try running this code now to see the shuffle in action. So as you can see, the numbers are being shuffled. So it is 1, 8, 10, 3, 9, 2, 6, 4, 7, 5. And in this way we can easily shuffle the content of a list. Guys, this becomes very important when you are creating some games related to cards such as solitaire or spider solitaire or any other games or any other requirements where you need to shuffle the content of the list. Now guys, let us say I want to shuffle the list once again. So what I will do is I'll just copy paste these two lines of code. That is, I will shuffle the numbers once again and I will print the list content once again after shuffling. So guys, I'm going to paste these lines of code over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So the list content, it is printing 3 times. The very first thing is 1 to 10. Then we have shuffled the list. So it is printing 4, 7, 2, 1 and so on. And then again we are shuffling the list over here. And the shuffled list again we are printing. So as you can see, the list that was shuffled first time, it is getting shuffled once again the second time. And the numbers are getting shuffled over here. And in this way we can easily use the shuffle method of the collections class in order to shuffle the list of elements that are present inside the list. Java algorithm to search collections using binary search. Now guys, the binary search method of the Java collections framework searches for a specified element. So basically this binary search method is going to take one parameter that will be the element of the list, and it is going to check that parameter, the position of the parameter that is present inside that list. Now guys, it returns the position of the element in the specified collections. So basically it is very important to note that the collection should be sorted before performing the binary search. That's because the binary search uses the tree data structure internally in order to search a particular element. Now guys, as we have seen previously, the tree data structure, it stores the elements in a sorted order, and that is what the binary search needs. That is, the collections should be sorted before performing the binary search method. Now guys, let us check this with the help of example searching using the binary search method. So let us move to Eclipse IDE over here, and what I will do is I will provide the sorted content of the list inside the Arraylist object. So we are having the Arraylist class over here, and then the data type of the values will be an integer that we are going to see, and then we have the numbers object, and then we can have the new Arraylist over here. So guys, over here we have just declared the Arraylist object, that is numbers, and what we will do is we will add some numbers over here in the sorted order. So we will use the for loop once again. We have int I, it is equal to 1, and it goes from I 1 to 10. So basically we will have I less than or equal to 10 over here, and then we are going to have I plus plus. Now guys, what we will do over here, we have to use this numbers object, that is the array list, followed by dot and then add method. So this method is going to add integers over here, and where the integers will come from, it is going to come from this variable, that is I, which is going from 1 to 10 inside the loop. So we will provide I as the integer over here, and then we have semicolon. So guys, let us check this whether the numbers are being added in the list successfully or not. We are going to have the print statement over here, and I will put list content is followed by colon, and then we have numbers object over here so that we can print the list content. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, list content is, it is printing from 1 to 10, and it is in the sorted order. So guys, this is the condition that we have already met when we are going to use the binary search over here. Now after printing this, let's say I want to find the position of the element that is 5 over here. So what is the position of the element that is 5? So we can easily search that by using the binary search. So we can use the collections class over here. So we have collections class and then followed by dot, and all these methods are static methods, and that is why we are using the class name in order to refer these methods. So basically we are going to use the binary search over here. So as you can see, this first binary search, it is taking 2 parameters over here. The first parameter is the list name, that is the object name, which will be numbers in our case, and then followed by comma, and then we have another parameter that will be the key. That means the value that we want to find, and that is the value that is 5. So guys, we will use this first method over here, and for this list we are going to provide numbers as the object, and over here the second parameter, it will be the value 5 that we are going to search for. Now guys, what it will do is it will return the integer data type that will be the position of this value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch that integer value over here to int position and then followed by equal to operator. So basically this collections.binary search, it is searching a particular element inside this list, that is numbers, and then the value that it is searching for is 5 over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will just print this position. So over here we will have the print statement. So we can write position of value 5 followed by colon, and then we can have position as the integer value. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, position of value 5, it is being printed as 4. So guys, it is counting from 0th position, that is the first element is at the 0th position, then we have 1, 2, 3 and then 4. So the value 5 is present at the 4th position. Similarly, what is the position of this value, that is 8. So after this is 4, we have 5, 6, 7. So 8 is present at the 7th position. So let's say I want to confirm the same. So we can provide the value over here as 8 instead of 5, and I'll just change this string value to position of value 8. It will print the position. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. It should print the position as 7. So as you can see, position of value 8, it is 7 over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the binary search method using the collections class over here, provide the list object, and we can also provide the value that we want to search for. It will return the position of that particular value, and we can access that position to complete our requirements. Java algorithms for data manipulation in collections. So guys, in Java, the collections framework provides different methods that can be used to manipulate data. So we have different inbuilt methods that can be used with the help of this collections framework in order to meet our requirements. So we are going to see some of the methods. The very first one is reverse, that reverses the order of elements. So guys, let us check this with the help of example. So in the Eclipse IDE over here, we will declare an array list. So we have array list over here as the class, and the values that we are going to store is the integer data type. And then let's say we provide the object name as the numbers over here, followed by new operator, and then we have array list over here. So we have just declared the array list numbers. Now guys, I'm going to add some numbers over here. So let's say I go from int I, it is equal to 1 up to I want to add 5 numbers over here from 1 to 5. So I, it is less than or equal to 5, and then I plus plus. So using this for loop, I'm going to add the numbers in the numbers array list. So we have numbers array list over here, followed by dot, and then we have the add method that is used in order to add elements in the array list, and then as a parameter I'm going to pass this variable, that is I. So basically the control flow will go 5 times inside this loop, that is I1 to I5, and then all those numbers will get added in the numbers array list, and then we have semicolon. So let me just print the list for you over here. So we have the print statement, and then we can say array list content is followed by colon, and then we have the name of the object, that is numbers over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, array list content is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all the numbers are being displayed over here. Now guys, very important thing, how do we reverse these numbers? So basically you can see this reverse method, it reverses the order of the elements. So we have the elements being displayed in the sorted order over here. I want to display it in the descending order. Currently it is in the ascending order, that is smallest to highest. I want to display it from the highest to smallest number. So what we can do is we can use the collections class over here. So we have this collections class followed by dot, and then we have something called as reverse. So as you can see, this reverse method, it takes one parameter that will be of the type list. So we are going to use the first method over here, and numbers is the object that we are going to pass. Now what is happening is it takes the parameter as the numbers, that is this array list, and then it will reverse all the elements inside this array list and store those numbers again in the numbers object. So let me copy this line of code, that is we will print the array list content once again. So array list content, we can say after reversing, so that we can identify that this is the statement that is executed after reversing the array list numbers. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, array list content after reversing, it is displaying 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that is in the descending order of the numbers. And guys, in this way we can easily use the reverse method in order to reverse the content of the array list. Let us move to another method. Over here we have something called as swap. So it basically swaps the position of two elements in a collection. So let's say I want to swap the first two elements, that is 5 and 4. So 4 should occur first and then 5 should occur. So what we can do is we can again use the collections class over here. So we have collections class followed by a dot, and then we have something called as swap. So as you can see, this is the method. It takes three parameters over here. First is the list parameter, where we will provide the numbers as the object, and then it says int I and then int j. So these are the two indices that needs to be swapped over here. So let me select this method. We have the numbers object. Let's say I want to swap 0 and 1 position, because these are at the 0th and 1 position over here. So let me just save this file now. But before running this, I want to print the content of the list once again. So we will provide the println statement over here once again, and we say array content after swapping over here, so that we can identify that this is the content after swapping the elements. Let me save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, array list content after swapping, it is 4 first and then we have 5. So the first two positions we have swapped, that is the elements have swapped their positions, and in this way you can easily use the swap method in order to manipulate the content of the array list. Now let us move to another method. Over here we have something called as add all, which adds all the elements of a collection to other collection. So guys, let us define another array list over here. So we have array list. So inside this array list we are going to store the integer values. So we have integer values, and let's say we have new numbers over here followed by new, and then we have array list. Now guys, let's say I want all the elements in the numbers list, that is 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, to be present in the new numbers. So we can use the add all method. So we have to use the new numbers object, that is the object that we have created right now, followed by dot, and then we have add. So as you can see, we have add method as well. We have something called as add all method as well, which takes one parameter over here, which you can see in the third method. The parameter is going to be another array list or another collection object. So we will use this third method, and over here we will use the previous object, that is numbers. So basically what this means is whatever content is present in the numbers, it should be added in the new numbers object as well. So now we will print the content of this new numbers. So we will say content of new numbers followed by colon, and then we have new numbers over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, content of new numbers, it is 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, and in this way we can easily use the add all method in order to add all the elements from one array list, that is numbers, to another array list, that is new numbers. Now let us move to another method. Over here we have something called as fill. So it replaces every element in a collection with the specified value. So guys, let's say we have these 5 elements inside this new numbers, but I want all these elements to be replaced by a value that is 10 over here. So what we will do is we will use the fill method that is present inside the collections class. So we have this collections class followed by dot, and then we have something called as fill. So as you can see, it takes two parameters. The first parameter is the list, and the second parameter is the value that you want to fill. So over here I will provide new numbers as the array list, and then over here I will provide the value as 10, so that all these values, that is 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, will get replaced by this specific value, that is 10. So now let me just copy and paste this line of code over here in order to print the content of the new numbers, and over here I will say after filling with 10. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, content of new numbers after filling with 10. So all these elements have been replaced by 10. So we have 5 values which are same, that is having the value 10 over here. And in this way we can easily use the fill method as well in case you want to fill all the numbers with a specific value. Guys, apart from this we have another method, that is copy. So I'll leave this up to you so that you can practice on your own. Basically it creates a copy of elements from a specified source to destination. It is similar to add all, but you can practice on your own so that you get the experience about the various methods in the collections framework. framework. Guys, apart from these, there are many other methods that you can use inside the collections class. So as you can see, once you provide the collections followed by dot, these are many methods that you can use in order to manipulate your data or view your data as well based on your requirements. Frequency, disjoint, min and max methods in Java collections. So guys, the very first method is frequency, which returns the count of the number of times an element is present in the collection. So basically, if we want to find the count of a number that is present inside a particular array list, we can use the frequency method. Let us check this with the help of example over here. So what I will do is, we will have the array list object over here, and inside this array list we are going to store the integer values. So we have the numbers object and then followed by new operator, and then we have something called as array list over here. So in this way we have declared the object that is numbers of the type array list. Now let's say I want to add the numbers from 1 to 5. So we will have the for loop. Inside this, I will go from 1 to I less than or equal to 5 over here, and then we have I plus plus. So basically the control flow will add all the numbers that is 1 to 5 inside the numbers array list. So we will have numbers followed by dot, and then we will use the add method, and as a parameter we will provide the variable I. So this will add the numbers from 1 to 5. Now guys, in this array list I want some duplicate numbers as well. So let's say when I's value is 3, I want that 3 to be added inside the numbers array list. So that will be done by this particular line of code, but it will also come inside this if condition. So if I it is equal to 3, what I want is, I want to add 2 over here once again. So numbers dot add, I will provide the specific value that is 2. So what will happen over here, after 1 and 2, 3 will be encountered as I's value. So 3 will be added in the numbers array list, and then after that it will check whether I is equal to 3. Yes, it is. Then it will add another number that is 2 over here. So after the element 3 we will have 2, and then followed by 4 and 5. So guys, in order to confirm this, let me just print the content of this array list over here. So we have println statement, and then we have array list content is followed by colon, and then we have numbers object over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, and then when I's value is 3, 2 is again added over here, and then we have 4 and 5. So guys, in this way, if you have some duplicate numbers over here inside the array list, we can use the frequency method in order to check the count of those duplicate numbers or the count of a unique number as well. So over here, let us use the frequency method now. We have something called as collections class over here. So using this collections class, we can get the frequency method. So as you can see, frequency method takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is the list itself. The second parameter is the object for which we want to find the count. So basically it is going to return an integer data type. So we have the numbers array list over here that is being mentioned, and then over here I want to find the frequency of the value that is 2 over here, which is being displayed twice. So basically the count should be 2. But now guys, this particular method, it returns an integer that will be the frequency. So I am going to catch that number as the count over here, which is going to be of the data type int. And then guys, what I will do is, I will simply have the print statement over here, and then we will say count of value 2, and then colon, and then we can put count variable name. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, count of value 2 is 2. Let me put another method over here, and we will again add the same number that is 2. So we have numbers dot add, and then I have provided 2 over here. Now the frequency of the value 2 is 3 over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 2 over here 2 times, and then in the end we have 2 again. So the count of value 2 is 3. And then guys, in this way we can easily use the frequency method in order to check the count of a particular value inside the array list. Now apart from this, we have another method that is disjoint. It checks if 2 collections contain some common element. So guys, let us say we have another array list over here. So we have array list, and then I will provide the data type as the integer, and then the name of the object as new numbers followed by new operator, and then we have the ArrayList class over here. So over here in this new numbers, I will add some different numbers. So again, I will go with this for loop, but inside this for loop I want to change the numbers, that is it goes from 11 to, let's say I goes to 15 over here, and then I'm going to add those numbers, that is from 11 to 15 only. So over here I'm going to use the new numbers as the object instead of this numbers, and then let me just print this list once again. So we have new numbers list is, and then we will have new numbers over here. So guys, this will print the content of the new numbers. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1 2 3 2 4 5 2 as the content of the array list, and over here we have 11 12 13 14 15. Now guys, the disjoint method, it will check whether the two collections contain some common element. If it is having the common element, then it will return false, and if it is not having the common elements, that means disjoint, then it will return true over here. So it is going to return the boolean value over here. So guys, what we will do is we will use the collections class over here, followed by dot, and then we have the method that is disjoint over here. It takes two collections, so we will use the numbers and new numbers as the two array list over here, and then what it will do is it will return the boolean value. So we will store that boolean value in the boolean data type, and we will say disjoint as the variable name, and then guys we will print the disjoint value over here. So we have the print statement, and then we just say disjoint followed by colon, and then we will have this boolean value that is disjoint over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it says disjoint, it is equal to true. That's because none of the values are same over here, that is common over here in both the array list. Let's say I want to have some numbers as common numbers in both the array list. So what I will do is, let's say we already know that 2 is present inside the numbers array list. So I will add that number in the new numbers array list as well. So we have new numbers followed by dot, and then we have add, and then we have the element that is 2. So now we have the element 2 that is also present in the new numbers list, and we also have 2 in the array list, that is numbers over here. So the disjoint value should be false over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, 2 number is being added in the new numbers list, and disjoint value is being displayed as false over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use the disjoint method in order to check whether there are common numbers in the two array list present or not. Now guys, two of the most important methods over here, that is min and max. These methods of the Java collections framework are used to find the minimum and maximum elements respectively. So over here, let's say I want to find the minimum and maximum numbers in the new numbers list. So what we will do is simply we will have the print statement over here, and then so we say minimum over here followed by colon, and then we have collections class once again. So collections class can be used in order to find the minimum and maximum values in a particular array list. So we have dot followed by min. So as you can see, min, it takes one parameter which is going to be a collection or the array list. So we are going to provide this new numbers as the array list over here. So this is going to print the minimum value inside this new numbers array list. Similarly, I am going to copy this and paste this on the next line so that we can also find the maximum inside this array list. So we will have collections dot, instead of min I will have max over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code so that we can find the minimum and maximum values. So as you can see, new numbers list is 11 12 13 14 15, and then we have the element that is 2. So minimum of all these elements is 2 over here, and that is what is being displayed over here, that is minimum is equal to 2, and maximum of all these numbers is 15 over here, and that is what is being displayed, that is maximum is equal to 15. So guys, these are two of the most important methods, that is minimum and maximum, that you can use easily in order to find the minimum and maximum values in your array list or any other collection. Java iterator interface with the help of examples. So guys, the iterator interface of the Java collections framework allows us to access elements of a collection. So basically, in case we have an array list, we can use the iterator interface in order to iterate through the elements of the array list. So we are going to check the various methods of an iterator. The very first method is the hasNext, that returns the true value if there exists an element in the collection. So let us check this with the help of examples now over here. So let's say we have the array list, we have the same array list that is going to store the integer values over here, and we use the same name, that is the numbers object over here, followed by new operator, and then we have the ArrayList class. So guys, this is the way that we declare a particular array list by giving some name over here. I have given numbers over here. Now guys, let us say I use the for loop in order to add the numbers inside this array list. So int I, it goes from 1 to less than or equal to 5 over here. So 1 to 5 I am going to add the numbers over here. So we have numbers dot add, and then I provide the variable I in order to add the numbers from 1 to 5. Now guys, let's say I want to print these numbers over here. So simply I can use the println statement and provide the string ArrayList content followed by colon, and then I can provide the numbers object. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But guys, if you notice, we have something called as square brackets over here at the start and end of the array list content. So let's say I don't want those square brackets. So in that case, I need to access all these elements one at a time and separate them using these commas. So in this case, we can use the Iterator interface over here. So I will provide another statement over here saying we have array list content using iterator. So guys, we have array list content using iterator over here followed by colon, and instead of println I will just remove this ln part so that we get all the elements of the array list on a single line after this string. So what we are going to do now is we have something called as iterator method. So that method can be used using this object, that is numbers over here. So we will use the numbers object followed by dot, and then we have the iterator method. It is going to return something which is going to be of the data type iterator. So we are going to catch that in another variable. So I am going to use this method, and I need to catch that in the variable of the type iterator over here. So this iterator will be of the data type integer. So I am going to provide integer over here, and let's say I give the name of this object as it followed by equal to. So basically this it is going to take the object that is being returned by this method, that is iterator, by using the numbers object. Now guys, I can use this it object in order to call these methods of the iterator. So first method is hasNext, which returns true or false based on whether there is a value that is present in the array list or not. So what we will do is we will put the while loop, and then we will go through all the elements in the array list. So inside this while loop, we will have it.hasNext, which is going to return a boolean value whether it will be true or false. So basically at the start it will be true because the first element is 1 over here. It will return true until it reaches 5, and then after that it will not find any element, so it will return false and it will come out of the while loop. So basically inside this while loop, what we are going to do is we are going to use the print statement over here. So we have the print statement over here, and then I am going to use the next method. So as you can see, next method, it returns the next element of the collection. So we can use the next method by using the it object followed by dot, and then we have something called as next over here. So we are going to print the next, and then followed by we have the comma character over here, and then followed by space. So guys, in this way all the elements will get printed using this next method of the it object, and then we will separate all the elements using the comma and space characters. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 array list content using iterator, and then the last comma is because we are printing the fifth element, that is 5 over here, followed by comma. So we have to handle it appropriately based on our requirements. Guys, apart from this, we have more methods related to iterator, that is remove. It removes the last element returned by the next, and we also have for each remaining. It performs a specified action for each remaining element of the collection. So guys, both these methods I leave up to you as a homework for you, so that you can practice on your own and get the experience based on the different methods of the iterator. Java input output streams. So guys, there are different types of streams in Java. Now depending upon the data a stream holds, it can be classified into a byte stream or a character stream. Now what is the difference? A byte stream is used in order to read and write a single byte, which we say 8 bits of data. Basically all byte stream classes
are derived from base abstract class called the input stream and the output stream. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples in the upcoming videos as well. Apart from this, we have something called as character stream, which is used in order to read and write a single character of data. So this is the only difference. The byte stream uses a single byte, that is 8 bits of data at a time, and a character stream, it uses a single character. Now all the character stream classes are derived from base and abstract classes, that is reader and writer. So guys, in order to make it more easy for you to understand, I have this diagram for you. So when you are reading data from source, we say the data, it is going from source to program. So for example, let's say we want to read some data from a file. So your file becomes the source of the data and we are reading it into the program. So basically this term is called the input stream, and we can use the input streams in this case, whether it is a byte stream or a character stream. And when we are doing the reverse, that is writing data to destination. So when the data is being returned to destination, we are writing the data from a particular program to a particular destination, which can be a particular file or it can go to some other program as well. And in this case, we say it as the output stream. It can be a byte output stream or a character output stream. Now guys, there are different classes that can be used in order to accomplish this task, that is using the input stream or using the output stream over here. We have something called as file input stream when we are reading the data in the form of bytes of data, and we also have something called as file reader as well, which reads the data based on the characters. Similarly, we will have the file input stream and the file writer as well. So these are the classes that we are going to see in the upcoming videos. Java input stream class with the help of examples. So guys, the input stream class of the Java IO package is an abstract superclass that represents an input stream of bytes. So basically the input stream classes helps us in order to read some particular data from a particular file or any other source of data. Now since the input stream is an abstract class, it is not useful by itself, but however its subclasses can be used to read the data. So basically this input stream, it is of the type abstract class, so we cannot use the object out of it directly. We have to use its subclasses in order to create the objects. So basically the subclasses of the input stream are, we have file input stream, we have byte array input stream, we have object input stream as well. So guys, we are going to check the file input stream with the help of examples. We are going to see what are the different methods of the input stream by using the file input stream over here. The very first method is going to be the read, that is going to read bytes from the stream and stores in a specified array over here. So let us check this with the help of example. Now what I will do over here, I have already created a test file over here. As you can see in this particular directory, if I open this test file, it is having, this is a test line in a test file. So this is the content of this file. I'll close this file for now. So basically this is the file which is going to be the source file in order to read the content. So over here, what I will do is I will provide the input stream class, which is an abstract class. So we have the input stream. I provide the name of the object as input, followed by new operator, and then we have something called as file input stream. So guys, as you can see, there are multiple constructors related to file input stream over here. The third constructor, it takes a parameter in the form of a string data type. So that is what we are going to use, and the string is going to be the path of the file which we want to read over here. So how do we give the path of the file? Over here, I'll just copy this directory. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste this inside the double quotes over here. So inside the double quotes, we have this directory, that is the path where the file is present, and over here at the end I want to give the name of the file. Guys, remember that instead of a single backslash, it is using double backslash. That is done in order to escape a single backslash over here. So we have to use the double backslashes. So after this, I provide the test file over here, that is the name of the file. So as you can see, this is the name of the file, that is test file, and then followed by the extension, that is txt, and then we have a semicolon over here. So guys, in this way we have initialized the input object over here. Now we are getting a red underline. It says unhandled exception type file not found exception. So let me put this inside the try catch block over here. So we have the try block over here, and then inside the catch block I'll provide the exception. So we have the exception class E, and then let's say the exception is found and
we have to handle it appropriately. So we say error and then colon, and then we have something called as a dot get message. So guys, basically in case there is file that is not present in this particular path, so it will be an exception for this particular program. So in this case, the control flow will go to this catch block and the exception will be handled appropriately in order to let the user know about this. Now what we will do is we will use the various methods of the input stream. The very first method is going to be available. So it is going to return the number of bytes available in the input stream. So let us check this with the help of example over here. So we use input object over here. We have input followed by dot, and then we have something called as available. As you can see, it returns an integer value. So we have to use this method and we have to provide an integer variable over here to catch that value. So we have int followed by, we give the name of the variable as count. That's because it is going to count the number of bytes present in this input stream. Now guys, let us say I want to print that count. So we have print statement over here, and inside this we will have count and then followed by plus, and then we have the count variable. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, count is 35. Now guys, this count is equal to the number of characters that are present inside this test file. So as you can see, each character over here, it is of a 1 byte, that is 8-bit, and that is what is being printed over there, that how many bytes are present in this file. There are total 35 bytes in this file, and that is what is being printed over here. Now guys, I want to read the content of the file. So how will I do that? I will provide the input object followed by dot, and then we have something called as read. Now guys, inside this read there are multiple methods. So we are going to use this second method, which takes one parameter, which is of the type the arrays of byte over here. So guys, I'll provide the second method over here, and before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the byte array. So we have byte array, and then we provide the name of the variable as the content over here. It is equal to new, and then we have the byte, and then we have to specify the array size. So the maximum size, let's say I want to provide it as 100. That's because it is less than 100. The bytes that are present is 35 over here. So basically I'm going to provide this name of the variable, that is content, as the parameter inside this read method. Now this is done so that the read method, it will read the content of the file and it will store it in a particular variable, and in this case the variable is content over here. So I'll provide a semicolon. Now in order to print this content, what I will do is I will convert it into a string. So I will have the string followed by the variable name. So let's say we have file content over here. It is equal to new string. And then inside this new string, as you can see on the second method, we have the parameter of the array of bytes. So I'm going to provide the content since it is having the array of bytes over here, and then we have semicolon, and then after this we can easily print the content of the file by using this file content string. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the print statement over here, and I will provide file content and then colon, and then we have file content as the name of the variable which is having the content of the file over here. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it says count, it is equal to 35, and file content, it is displaying this is a test line in a test file. The same string is present in that file. So if I open this file once again, it is showing this is a test line in a test file. So let me put some more lines over here. I'll put this is another test line, and let me just save this and close this. Now if I want to run this program once again, then the updated content should be displayed over here. So let me just run this code once again for you. So as you can see, this is a test line in a test file, and then I'll scroll this little bit. This is another test line. So the updated content of the file is getting printed over here. And guys, in this way we can easily use the input stream. We can use the file input stream class. Along with it, we provide the path of the file that we want to read. We can also use the available method in order to count the number of characters that are present in a particular file content, and after that we can use the read method over here using the input object. Now the read method, it takes one parameter which is going to be the array of bytes. So we have provided the array of bytes
variable over here, and that variable is being converted into string by using the string constructor, and we are providing the content, that is the array of bytes over here, to the string constructor and storing the content in a particular string, and that string we are printing over here as the file content. Guys, over here if you notice, the count of the characters have been increased to 61 over here. That's because we have added another statement, that is this is another test line over here. Now guys, apart from this, it is very important that you use this method, that is close, which closes the input stream. So at the end of the program, since you have opened the input stream using this file input stream, you have to use this object, that is input, in order to close the file. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this object, that is input, followed by dot, and then we have something called as close. It is not going to return anything, but it is a best practice that we close the file so that we can optimize the memory, and then after this we can simply print the statement that the file has been closed over here. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we have count as 61, and then file content, the content of the file is being printed over here, and then we have the statement, that is the file has been closed, after actually closing this file using the input object. So guys, that's it in this video. Make sure that you practice on your own so that on different contents of the file you get the different outputs. You can also use the other methods as well. So over here, if we use the input object followed by dot, you can see many other methods are present in order to get different properties of the file that we have opened over here. So Java output stream class with the help of examples, and we are going to see the file output stream class in our example. So guys, the output stream class of the java.io package is an abstract superclass that represents an output stream of bytes. So basically, let's say if you want to write some data into a file from your program, you can use the output stream class or its subclasses in order to perform the operations. Now guys, since the output stream is an abstract class, it is not useful by itself. That means we cannot create an object out of it. So there has to be some subclasses which we should use. So basically its subclasses can be used to write the data. Now what are its subclasses? We have the file output stream, which we are going to check with the help of examples. We also have byte array output stream and object output stream. And here are some of the methods that we are going to check in our example using the Eclipse IDE. So over here we will use the output stream class. So we have output stream. So as you can see, Eclipse is suggesting us this output stream class over here, but it is an abstract class, so we cannot create direct objects out of it. So we will create output object followed by equal to new operator, and then we will use the file output stream instead of just the output stream class. So basically this is the class using which we can create the objects. Now guys, as you can see, there are multiple constructors in this file output stream class. So basically we are going to use the third constructor that takes a string name. So basically this is going to be the path of the output file. So we are going to use this, and inside the double quotes I am going to provide the path of the file. Now guys, we have two files over here. As you can see, the first file is the Java tutorial, in which I have the notes of all the Java tutorial videos, and the other file is the test file that we have used previously in order to read the data from this file. We are going to create a third file over here, which is going to be the output file. So I will provide this path over here. I'll just copy this and I'll paste this in between the double quotes, and over here at the end, after the double backslash symbols, I will provide output.txt. So guys, this is going to be a text file, and the name of the file is going to be the output file. Now guys, we need to write some data in this output file. So what we can do is we can use the methods that are provided by this file output stream class. Now what are the methods? As you can see over here, write method is there, which writes the specified byte to the output stream. Now this write method, it writes one character at a time. So we have to use some kind of a loop in order to go through all the characters and write into the file. But we also have write, which takes array of byte characters. So basically this writes the bytes from the specified array to the output stream. So guys, we are going to have the array of bytes in our case to be returned to the output file. So let us check this with the help of example. Over here, first I am going to define the string that I want to write. So we have string data, and I will say this is a test line from program, and then full stop. So guys, this is a string that we have, and this string we are going to write into our file. So what we will do is
using this output object that we have created over here, I can use the write method, but before that we have to define the array of bytes. So over here we will provide array of byte over here, and then I will say array, it is equal to, we can use the object of this string, that is data. So I will provide data dot, we have something called as get bytes, which will return the array of bytes over here. So basically what we are doing over here, guys, is we are converting this string data to the array of bytes, and the data will be stored in this array of bytes over here that we have defined. So this method we are going to use in order to get the bytes. Now this line, that is, this is a test line from program, is stored in this array of bytes, for which the object name is array, and the same array we are going to store in the output file that has been defined by this output object. So we will use the output object over here followed by dot, and then as I told you, we have the write object. Now we have multiple methods with the same name, that is write, which is called as method overloading, but it depends on the parameters that we are passing. So it is going to be the very first method which takes the array of bytes over here, as you can see. So we are going to use this, and the same array object we are going to pass this in our write method. And then guys, after that it is very important that we close the connection which closes the output stream over here using the close method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put output dot close over here, which is going to close the connection after writing this data into the file. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So it says error exists in required project, Java project, proceed with launch. I'll say cancel, and over here what is the error? We have not specified the semicolon over here at the end of this line of code. Now guys, again we are getting another error. It says unhandled exception type file not found. So what I will do is I will surround this with try and catch block. So over here we will say try followed by open curly braces, and over here we will close the curly braces, and then we will have the catch block over here. I'll say exception in case there is a file not found error or some other error that is occurring over here, and I will say print this line of code if there is an error. So I'll say error, I'll say e dot get message, that will print the error message. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, as you can see, it is saying terminated. We have not written anything on the console using the println statement. But guys, if you go in the directory and check, as you can see, there is an output file that is already created now. So when we open this output file, it says this is a test line from program. And guys, in this way, we can easily write the content from a program to the file. Now guys, let us say I want to add another line, and I also want to print some statement before closing the connection so that we can get the confirmation that the content is written in the file. So what I will do is, first of all, I will have the print statement over here, and I will say content written in file. And then guys, let us add another line over here. I'll just copy this line of code, and we will have string data 1 in this case, and I will say this is, I will say another line over here. So this is another line. Now guys, what we have to do, again in the same array, since we have already returned the array content, I will say once again array, it is equal to, this time we are going to use the data1 and get its bytes. So we are going to use data1 dot get bytes over here. So the bytes of data1 will be stored in the array now, and we are going to use the same line of code, that is output dot write and then array in the brackets, in order to write the content in the file. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, content written in file. So basically this statement is getting printed. Now we will go in our directory and check the output file. So as you can see, this is a test line from program, and this is another line. So both the lines are written in our file over here. And guys, in this way we can easily write content from a program to a external file. Guys, apart from this, we have many other methods that you can use using the output object over here. So once you put output over here followed by dot, you will see all the methods that can be used in order to perform your operations. Java buffered input stream class with the help of examples. So guys, the buffered input stream class of the Java IO package is used with other input streams to read the data more efficiently. Basically the data over here is read in bytes, and it is more efficient in order to use the buffered input stream if you want to read any content of the file into the program. Now let us check the working of the buffered input stream. The buffered input stream maintains an internal buffer of 8192 bytes. So guys, basically it is having the buffer of 8192 bytes in which the data is stored as a buffer. Now during the read operation in buffered input stream, a chunk of bytes is read from the disk and stored in the internal buffer. So basically it reduces the operation of reading from the disk and it stores some data temporarily in an internal buffer, and from the internal buffer bytes are read individually. So in this way the number of communication to the disk is reduced. That's because we are using the internal buffer which is of the size 8192 bytes over here. Now guys, this is why the reading of bytes is faster using the buffered input stream compared to the other input streams that we have seen previously. Now guys, let us check this with the help of examples again. We will see the methods of buffered input stream such as read, available method and close method as well. So let us move to Eclipse IDE over here, and in order to initialize the buffered input stream class, we use the buffered input stream class over here and we define the object of the buffered input stream. So let's say we have BIS as the buffered input stream object over here equal to new buffered input stream. So as you can see, it is having two constructors over here. The very first constructor, it is taking the input stream as the parameter. So we are going to provide the input stream as the parameter. Now which input stream we need to provide? We can provide any input stream. So over here in this example, I will provide file input stream as the parameter to this buffered input stream, in which we have to provide the path of the file. Now guys, what will be the path of the file? As we have seen previously, we already have a test file over here. As you can see, this is the test file and this is the content, that is, this is a test line in a test file and this is another test line. So both these lines we are going to read with the help of buffered input stream. So I'm going to use this directory path over here. I'll just copy and I'll paste this in the Java code over here, followed by double backslash characters and then the name of the file, that is test file over here .txt, that is the extension. So guys, we have provided the name of the file as well. Now we can easily read the content of this file. Since we have used the BIS as the object, we have to use this object in order to read the content of the file. We can use the read method that we have seen. So guys, previously we had seen that we can use the read method along with the array of bytes, but this time we are going to use this read method which is going to read a single byte at a time from the input stream. So over here I will provide BIS dot read. Now this read, that is the first method, it is returning an integer. So that integer we have to take in a particular variable. So what I will do is I will initialize this integer, that is I over here, which is going to receive this integer that is being returned by this method, that is read. Now this integer, that is I, it is having the integer representation of one character, that is of the t. Now what we will do is I will print the content of this I over here right now. So we have the system.out.print statement over here and I can say first character of file and then colon and then we can have I over here. Now guys, this is going to have the integer representation. Let us confirm this. I'll just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, first character of file, it is 84. So this is having the integer representation. I want the character representation of this. So we can easily convert it to character by having the prefix, that is char over here inside the open and close brackets in this way. So as you can see, before this I, we have provided char, that is the data type, within open and close brackets. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, t is getting displayed and that is the first character of this file, that is t. And in this way we can easily read the characters from the file. Now guys, let us say I want to print all the characters. So what we will have to do is we will have to go in a while loop. So over here I will change this content, that is file content is colon and then I will remove this part as well. So what we will do is we will go in a while loop. We have to check whether the i's value is not equal to -1 or not. So we provide I not equal to, we put -1. So guys, basically when it is not equal to -1, that means there is some character that is found by the read method over here and that character is being given to the I. But in case at the end of the file, when the content or when the control flow goes to the end of the file and there is no other character to be read, then it returns -1 and we have to come out of the loop once we reach the end of the file. So over here inside the while loop, what we will do is we will simply print the content of the I. So we have print statement over here and I'm going to say I, but before that I want to print the characters. So I am prefixing it with the char data type over here, and then after that what I will do is I will simply copy and paste this line of code so that I can read the next byte, that means the next character, which is H. And then similarly using the while loop, I will read all the characters one by one at a time until I reach the end of the file over here, and the control flow will come out of the loop once it finds -1 as the value of I over here. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, file content is one by one all the values are being read from the file and it is being displayed over here. This is a test line in a test file, and then if I scroll on right, this is another test line, and at the end of the file over here after this line, this is another test line. It encounters -1 over here as the I's value and it comes out of the loop. So guys, in this way you can easily use the buffered input stream as well, which is one of the efficient ways in order to read the data. Guys, after this it is very important that we close this connection. So by using this object, that is bis followed by dot, we have something called as close method, which is going to close this stream, that is buffered input stream, that we have used in order to read the file. Guys, apart from this there are many other methods that you can use using this buffered input stream object. So when you use bis followed by dot, we have many other methods such as mark, and then we also have read into the array of bytes. We also have the available method which checks how many more bytes are present to be read by the buffered input stream. So guys, you can practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different output. Java buffered output stream class with the help of examples. So guys, the buffered output stream class of the Java IO package is used with other output streams to write the data into a file using bytes more efficiently. So guys, as compared to file output stream, the buffered output stream class will be more efficient since it uses an internal buffer. So let us check the working of the buffered output stream now. The buffered output stream maintains an internal buffer of 8192 bytes. So guys, basically this is the internal buffer where the content will be stored temporarily and the disk IO operations will be reduced using this internal buffer. Now during the write operation, the bytes are returned to the internal buffer instead of the disk. Once the buffer is filled or the stream is closed, the whole buffer is returned to the disk. So guys, basically the write operation between the program and the disk is reduced over here since we are using the internal buffer of 8192 bytes over here. So as I said, the number of communication to the disk is reduced. This is why writing bytes is faster using buffered output stream compared to any other output stream class. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples. We are going to see different methods of buffered output stream and we are going to write the content into the file using the program. So let us move to Eclipse IDE. So over here we are going to initialize an object for buffered output stream. So as you can see over here, we are having buffered output stream as the suggestion given by the Eclipse IDE, and over here I will provide BOS as the object name, that is buffered output stream class object, and then followed by a new operator, and then we again have buffered output stream over here. And as you can see, there are multiple constructors over here. It takes different number of parameters, so we are going to use the first constructor which is going to take one output stream. Now in this output stream we are going to provide new file output stream class over here, and with this new file output stream we are going to provide the path over here. As you can see in the third constructor, it takes one string as the parameter which can be the name of the file or the path of the file. So we are going to use this constructor, and inside the double quotes I am going to provide the directory path where I am going to store the output file. So as you can see, we only have two files over here, Java tutorial where I am storing the notes for the Java programming language, and we have this test file which we have read previously using the buffered input stream class. Now we are going to copy this directory path over here. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. Guys, remember there are double backslashes over here in order to escape a single backslash. So in Java we have to use double backslashes in order to provide the directory path. And now over here at the end I am going to provide the file name, that is output.txt. So we have provided output.txt and then we will end the line using the semicolon. Now guys, what we will do is we will use this BOS, that is the buffered output stream object, in order to write the content into a file. Now before writing the content, let me just define the content first. So we will have string data and I will provide this is a test line as the content of the file and then followed by semicolon. So guys, this content we are going to write into a file using the buffered output stream object. So what we will do, we will have BOS followed by dot, and then as I have told you, we have this write method in order to write the content into the file. So we can use this write method over here. Write method is being suggested over here, and you can see the first method that is taking one parameter, that is the array of bytes. So we are going to use that method over here and we have to provide the array of bytes. Now how do we convert this string data to the array of bytes? We can simply put data dot get bytes over here. So this will return, as you can see, it is returning the array of bytes, and the same can be provided to the write method. So let me just select this get bytes method, and over here the data, that is the string, is being converted to bytes, that is the array of bytes, and this array of bytes is being given to this write method, and BOS will help us in order to write this content into the file. And now guys, after this, let me put a confirmation statement over here that content is returned to file, so that we get the confirmation after the execution of this program that the content, that is this particular string, is being returned to the file. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So guys, we are getting the error over here. What is the error? It says IO exception cannot be resolved to a type. So basically this was the program from the last video that I forgot to remove, and now over here we are getting another error. That's because we have not surrounded this IO exception using the try catch block. So the first option, that is add throws declaration, I will provide that, and we have the throws IO exception on this method, that is main. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code since the errors are gone now. So as you can see, content is returned to file. So basically we should have this file over here, that is output, the name that we had given in our program, inside this directory path. So if I open this, there is no content that is being written in this file. So guys, let me check why it is not written. So it may be because we have forgot to close the connection. The close method, it is used in order to close the buffered output stream. So let me just try closing this connection over here. We will say BOS, that is the buffered output stream object, followed by dot, and we have the close method over here. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we have content is returned to file. Let me check opening this file output. Okay, now we can see the line. So this is a test line. So guys, basically it is very important that we close the connection, or we close the stream over here that we have opened using the buffered output stream or file output stream or any other input or output stream class. This will help us to ensure that the contents that we want to write into the file are actually written into the file. Guys, apart from this, we have another method, that is flush over here, which is used in order to clear the internal buffer. So whenever you want to read some fresh content and write it into the file, you can perform this first operation initially so that you can clear the data from the internal buffer over here in order to avoid the unexpected content being written into the file. Java PrintStream class with the help of examples. So guys, the PrintStream class of the Java IO package can be used to write output data in a commonly readable form, that is text, instead of bytes. So far we have seen the input stream and output stream classes that uses bytes in order to read and write data into the external file, but this print stream class is used in order to write the output data in a commonly readable form, that is text over here, instead of bytes. Now let us check the working of the print stream over here. So unlike other output streams, the print stream converts the primitive data, that is integer or characters, into the text format instead of bytes over here. So we had seen previously that we were getting the integer data type when we were reading using the buffered input stream class, and we were converting that integer to a character. But when we are using the print stream, the integer or the characters are automatically converted to the text format instead of the bytes, and then after that it writes that formatted data to the output stream. So this we are going to check with the help of examples. So over here the print stream class does not throw any input or output exception. Instead we need to use the check error method to find any error in it. So basically we don't need to provide the try catch block when we are using the print stream class, but we have to use the check error method in order to check whether there is any exception that is occurring. So guys, let us check the methods of the print stream with the help of examples over here. Now in the Eclipse IDE, what we have to do is, the very first thing I will show you is a simple system.out.println, and I will explain you the content of this print statement over here. So basically this system is the built-in class. As you can see, Java Lang system, the system class contains several useful class fields and methods, and then after that this out, as you can see, this is the standard output stream and it belongs to the print stream. So since it belongs to this print stream class, we can use the println method which is present inside the print stream class over here. You can see this, see the println methods in class print stream. So basically all the methods that are coming after this out, it belongs to the print stream class. And then what we can do is simply we can provide some string over here. Let's say I provide the name of this YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, and then I'll save this file and try running this code now. So guys, as you can see, Programming for Beginners is getting printed over here, and this is the basic functionality of the println statement by using the system.out.println. Now guys, what is the difference between println and print? Now this println method will help us to print a particular string or any content that we provide as the parameter over here, and then after that it will go to the next line. So let's say I have another print statement over here. I provide println, and then let's say I have 1 2 3 4, and let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, this second line, that is 1 2 3 4, is being printed on the second line. That's because we have used the println method over here. What if we simply use the print method? So in this case, the control flow will not go to the next line while printing the content of this parameter that we have provided. So let me just show you. I'll save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, Programming for Beginners, and then we do not have the next line. That's because we have used the print method over here. The control flow continues with the parameter that we want to print in the second line of code over here. And guys, this is the main difference. The println statement help us in order to go to the next line in the console, whereas the print statement will not go to the next line in the console. Now guys, let us check the examples with the print stream class. So over here I will provide print stream. So we have print stream over here, and then let's say I provide the object name as PS followed by equal to new operator, and then again we have the print stream over here. So print stream is having the multiple constructors over here. In different constructors there are different parameters. So first parameter is the file, then we have output stream, we also have the string file name. So we are going to use this third parameter. That's because we only have to provide the path of the file where we want to write the content. So I will provide this, and then inside the double quotes I will provide the directory path. So we have Java tutorial file over here, and we also have the test file from which we read the content. So I'm going to create a third file, that is the output file over here. So I will just copy this directory path. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and then after that I will provide the name of the file, that is output.txt over here, and at the end I will provide the semicolon. Now guys, it is very important to handle the exception. So as you can see, we are getting the error unhandled exception type file not found. So I will simply select the second option, that is surround with try catch block, so that we don't get any exceptions over here. Now guys, let's say I want to write into this output file. So what we have to do is, as you can see, we have the print statement. Similar to how we have printed the content on the console, we can use the print method or the println method in order to print the data into the output stream. And as I have told you, the difference is this print method prints the specified data to the output stream, whereas the println, it prints the data to the output stream along with the new line character at the end. So guys, this is the important difference. So what we are going to do is, I will provide PS followed by dot, and then I will say print over here, and then I will provide the statement as this is test line. And then guys, after that what we will do is, we will close the connection by using ps.close method over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code. After running this code, we will get the third file over here, that is the output file, and it should have this content, that is this is test line. So I'll run this code now. So as you can see, this is saying terminated. That means the program has been executed. Now I will go to this directory. As you can see, there is an output file that is being displayed. I'll open this file. As you can see, this is a test line is being printed over here. Now guys, what I will do is, I will have another line. So I will just copy this and paste this over here. This is another line. And then guys, in the first line I want to put a full stop at the end, so I'll put full stop in both the lines over here. And then after that, in order to confirm whether the content has been written in the file or not, I'll provide a print statement over here on the console. So we have file written successfully. So guys, this statement will help us in order to confirm that the program execution has been completed. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, file written successfully. I will go to this directory. I'll open this output file. As you can see, this is test line and this is another line, that is a second line that we have added. Now guys, important thing, both the lines are on the same line in the notepad file. As you can see, on a single line, both the text is being displayed. Now what if I want this line, that is this is another line, to be on the next line? What I can do is, instead of print statement, I can use the println statement as I have explained to you. So over here on the first line, I have provided the println method. So the control flow will go to the next line, and on the next line, this line should get printed. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we see file returned successfully. I'll go to this directory. I'll open the output file. As you can see, this is another line is coming on the new line over here. And guys, this is the main difference between print and println. Guys, apart from this, we have another method over here. So if I show you, we have something called as printf. The printf method can be used to print the formatted string. So let's say we have a particular format. So what I will do is, on the second line as well, I will provide the println, so that the third line that we are going to print now, it comes on the new line. So what we will do is, we will say ps.printf. So we have something called as printf method over here, which can write the data in a particular format. So the very first method we are going to use, and what is the format? We have to provide the string over here. I will say my age is, and then let's say I want to provide 25, but this is the static string. The age can be anything. So what I can do is, I can provide %d over here, which means it is going to take integer as the arguments. So what are the arguments? I can simply provide 25 over here, and then after this semicolon. So guys, what is happening over here is, I am providing 25, that is number over here, and this my age is %d. This %d will check whether there is an argument over here, and yes, we are providing the argument. So the same argument will be provided over here as the %d. So let me just save this file and try running this code now, so that you can see this content in the output file. So file returned successfully, and over here in the output file, as you can see, my age is 25. You can have any other number over here. So instead of 25, or else you can have the variable name as well over here. So let's say I have another variable, that is int age, and I provide the age as 22 years. So we have age is equal to 22, and this age variable I can provide in this as a parameter, that is the second parameter of the printf method. And let me just save this file and try running this code now. Over here, 22 should be the age that should be printed in the file. So over here, file returned successfully. I'll go to the output file. As you can see, my age is 22. So guys, in this way you can easily use the printf method as well in order to format your string in a particular way. You can also take this age from the user by using the scanner class or any other classes as well, which takes the input from the console. Java reader class with the help of examples, and the subclass that we are going to check is the file reader with the help of examples. Now guys, the reader class of the Java IO package is an abstract superclass that represents a stream of characters. So basically, when we were using the file input stream or any other input stream classes, we were dealing with the stream of bytes over there. But when we are using the file readers or any other reader classes, we are dealing with the stream of characters directly. Now since a reader is an abstract class, it is not useful by itself. However, its subclasses can be used to read data, and one of its subclasses is file reader. Now apart from file reader, we have more subclasses. As you can see, subclasses of reader, we have buffered reader, input stream reader, file reader, and string reader as well. So you can use any of the classes over here. The main functionality of all these readers is to read the file content from the external file into the program. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples. The methods of file readers is what we are going to see. Now let us move to Eclipse IDE, and over here I will provide the reader class. So we have reader, and then let's say I provide file reader over here. So we have file reader as the object name, followed by equal to new operator, and since we cannot create object out of this reader class, we have to use its subclass. So one of the subclass is FileReader, and that is what we are going to check in this video. So over here, FileReader is having multiple constructors, as you can see, and the third constructor, it is taking the parameter as the file name, and that is what we are going to use. Apart from that, if you are comfortable with any other constructor, you can use that appropriately. So we are going to use this constructor, and over here inside the double quotes, I am going to provide the path of the file that I am going to read. So basically I am having this test file, the content of which, as you can see, we have 2 lines over here, and this is what we are going to read into our program by using this external file. So guys, over here I am going to provide this directory path. I'll just copy this directory path and paste this inside the double quotes inside the FileReader constructor, and over here we are going to have the double backslashes, and over here we are going to give the name of the file, that is testfile.txt. So as you can see, this is the test file, that is the name of the file, and we have given the name of the file over here, and then we will end this statement by using the semicolon. Now guys, we are getting a red underline, that's because we have to handle the exception. So over here I'll simply select the first option, that is add throws declaration. So it is going to throw the declaration, that is file not found exception over here. Now guys, we can use this FileReader object now in order to read the content of the file. So basically what we will do is, we will first check whether it is ready or not. So this ready method, it checks if the reader is ready to be read. So what I will do is, I will simply provide print statement over here, and I will say ready question mark, and then we will invoke this ready method by using this FileReader object over here. So we have this FileReader dot ready method. So this ready method over here, as you can see, again we are getting the red underline. It says unhandled exception type IO exception. So again I will select the first option, that is add throws declaration. So it has added the exception, that is IO exception over here. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now, so that we can see the result of this ready method. So as you can see, ready, yes. So since it is ready, it is providing true. If the file reader was not ready to read the content, it will return false over here. Now guys, how do we read the content? We have another method, that is read, which reads the content into the array of characters. So guys, in the InputStream classes, we had seen that the data was being read in the array of bytes over there, but in case of the reader classes, we will see that the content will be written in the array of characters directly instead of bytes. So basically this reads the characters from the stream and stores in a specified array. So over here what we have to do is, first of all we have to declare an array of characters. So we have character, and then let me simply put array as the object name equal to new character, and we have to provide the size, that is 100 over here. So 100 is the maximum size that we are providing, and then we are going to read the content of the file in this array. So what I will do is, I will use this file reader. I'll just copy this and paste this over here, followed by dot, and then we have something called as read. So guys, this first read method is used in order to read one character at a time, but we want to read the entire content of the file. So we are going to use the second method, that is the read method, which takes one parameter as the array of characters. So I'm going to use that, and this array object I am going to provide as the parameter in this read method, and then we will end the line of code with the semicolon. Now we simply have to print this array content on the console. So what we will do is, we will have the println statement over here, system.out.println, and I will say file content is followed by colon, and then we will have the array as the file content. And then guys, very important thing, we have to close this file reader. So we have this file reader object over here, followed by dot, and then we have this close method. What is the importance of close method? This close method helps us to close the reader. So basically this is the very important step whenever you are reading or writing into the file or any other streams. This will help us to avoid the unexpected output that we can see during our program execution. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, file content is, we are getting some garbage value over here. Now guys, we have simply provided array over here. That may be the reason why we are getting the garbage value. What we will do is, we will convert that into the string. So we have string dot value of, so we will have the value of method being used, and over here I will provide the parameter as the array of characters. So we have provided this, and let me just save this file now. Let us check how it is being printed over here as the string. So as you can see, file content is this is a test line in a test file, and then this is another test line. That's because all the content is on a single line. That is why we are getting this content on the single line. So guys, in this way we can easily read the content of the file by using the file reader and use it in our program, or we can also write it into the other external file as well. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods of the file reader object. So when we provide file reader object over here followed by dot, as you can see, there are multiple other methods that you can use based on your requirements. Java writer class with the help of examples, and we are going to see the FileWriter class in this video. So guys, the writer class of the Java IO package is an abstract superclass that represents a stream of characters. So basically this writer class is a superclass, and we have many subclasses, out of which one is the FileWriter class that we can use in order to create an object. Now since writer is an abstract class, it is not useful by itself. However, its subclasses can be used to write data. So basically, what are the different subclasses? We have buffered writer, we have output stream writer, file writer, and string writer. So today in this video we are going to see examples with the help of this file writer class. So what are the different methods? The first method is the write method, which is used in order to write the characters from a specified array to the output stream, and there are multiple other methods which you can use based on your requirements. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. So over here in the Eclipse IDE, we will have the writer class first over here. So we have writer class. As you can see, it is suggested by the Eclipse IDE. This is the first class that we have selected, that is a writer class. And then over here I will say FW, as we are going to create the object of a file writer class, followed by equal to new operator, and we have something called as file writer. So over here in the file writer class there are multiple constructors that you can use. So based on your requirements you can choose the appropriate constructor. Over here I am going to use the third constructor, which takes only the string file name. That means the name of the file in which we want to write some data. So basically guys, the file writer class can be used in order to write some data into the file or any other output stream. So over here I already have the directory. So as you can see, in this directory I have two files, that is Java tutorial, which is containing the tutorial content of the Java programming language. The other file is a test file which is having some data, but we are going to create another file which is going to be the output file, in which we are going to write with the help of our file writer class. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this directory path over here, and then I'll paste this over here inside the parenthesis as the parameter of the file writer, but the file name must be enclosed within the double quotes. So over here inside the double quotes I will provide the path first, and then followed by double backslashes, and then I will say output.txt. That's the name of the file that we are giving in order to write the content in this file. And then guys, after that at the end of the line we will have our semicolon, and then what we will do, we will use this file writer object, that is FW, in order to write some data into this file, that is output.txt. But guys, before this we are getting some unhandled exception type, that is IO exception. So I will just select the first option, that is add throws declaration over here. So it will throw IO exception, as you can see over here. Now guys, let's say I want to write some data into the file, that is the output.txt file. So what I will do is I will use this FW object followed by dot, and then we have something called as write method. So as you can see, there are multiple write methods. So this is called method overloading. That's because the name of the method is same, but we have different parameter data types. So over here the parameters that are being taken are of different data types. So over here I am going to use this third method, which takes the string parameter. So we are going to pass the string parameter over here, and what I will do is, this is first line in output file. So guys, this content we are going to write in our output.txt file. And then guys, what we can do is, in order to make this program more efficient, I will say fw.close. Guys, this becomes very important. That's because we should close the output stream in order to reduce the usage of the memory as well. So this close method is very important in order to close the output or the input stream or any other stream that you are working with any of the objects that we have seen previously. So guys, now let me just save this file and try running this code now. But before running this code, we should have the confirmation that the output file is already written. So what I will do is, I will simply put a print statement over here, and on console we will say that file content is returned. So guys, when this message is printed on the console, we will get the confirmation that this write method has been executed successfully and a new file is created in the directory path that we have mentioned over here. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now.
So as we can see, file content is written, and let's go to the directory now. So as you can see, there is an output file that is being created over here. Let me just open this file. So it says this is first line in output file, and guys, in this way we can easily write the content in the output file. Now guys, apart from this, let's say I want to add another line over here. So what I can do is I can again use the fw object followed by write method, and then I can put another string over here. So let's say I put this is another line in output file, and then guys, before that I want to have a full stop over here and then the space over here, so that the next line is appended after the first line. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we get the confirmation file content is written, and then if I go to the directory over here, it says this is first line in output file. Now guys, this second line is being continued over here. So if I maximize the notepad file over here, as you can see, after the first line the second line is being continued over here. What if we want the second line to be on the next line of the notepad file? So what we can do is we can provide a /n character over here at the end of the line. So when we do /n over here, the control flow will go to the next line, and then whatever content is there on the next line, that will be printed. So guys, over here I'll provide a full stop now. Let me just save this file and try running this code once again. So file content is written. Let me just go to this file, output file, and then let me maximize this. So as you can see, this is first line in output file, and then after the control flow encounters /n, that is a new line, it comes to the new line, and then the second line, that is this is another line in output file, is getting printed on the other line. And guys, in this way you can easily write the content in an output file or any other file based on your requirements. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use for the file writer object. So if we type fw followed by dot, we have many other methods being suggested by the Eclipse IDE. So based on your requirements, you can use the required methods and practice on your own. Java buffered reader class with the help of examples, and we are going to see file handling example in this case. So guys, buffered reader class is one of the subclasses of the reader superclass that we have seen previously. Now the buffered reader class of the Java IO package can be used with other readers to read data in terms of characters. So guys, we had already seen buffered input stream, in which we were reading the data in terms of bytes over there, but in buffered reader we can read the data in terms of characters more efficiently. Guys, this is very important because this is one of the most efficient class that you can use in order to read data from console or else the external file as well. So let us check the working of the buffered reader now. The buffered reader maintains an internal buffer of 8192 characters. So basically it has an internal buffer of 8192 bytes. Now during the read operation in the buffered reader, a chunk of characters is read from the disk and stored in the internal buffer. So guys, this is the main functionality of the buffered reader, due to which it is more efficient than other readers. Basically a chunk of characters is read from the disk and stored in the internal buffer, and from the internal buffer characters are read individually. So this is why the number of communication to the disk is reduced, and this is the secret that buffered reader is more efficient. The number of communication to the disk is reduced when we are using the buffered reader. So this is why reading characters is faster using buffered reader. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples over here. So in Eclipse IDE, we can directly use the buffered reader class over here. So when we type buffered reader, as you can see, buffered reader is getting suggested in the Eclipse IDE, and over here I will say br as the object name for this buffered reader, followed by equal to, and then we have new operator, and then we have buffered reader class over here as the constructor. And for the constructor part, we are going to create a file reader object. So we can directly put new file reader over here. Guys, this is because we cannot provide the file name over here directly by using the directory path. So we have to use one of the classes from the reader class. So it is file reader that we are using over here. Now guys, as you can see, file reader over here, we have the third constructor which takes the file name as the parameter. So we are going to provide the file name inside this file reader class. So inside the double quotes, again I will go to my directory, and over here I have three files. So the first file is Java tutorial, which is having the content of the tutorial for the Java programming language. Over here we have the output
input file which we had created in the previous video while using the writer class, and over here we have something called as test file. So guys, the content of the test file is something like this. We have, this is a test line in a test file, and this is another test line. So this is what we are going to read by using the buffered reader class object. Now guys, one change I will do over here is I will get the second statement on the second line of this notepad file, and then we will have a full stop over here. Let me just save this file. Now guys, I'll close this file and I'll copy this directory path over here. So let me just copy this and I'll paste this inside the file reader parameter. So I have pasted this over here, and then we have the name of the file, that is testfile.txt. So guys, this is the name, that is test file, and that is the same name that I have given over here in the path. Now guys, we are getting a red underline over here. That's because we have to handle the exception over here. So it says add throws declaration as the first option. So I have provided the throws declaration over here. Now guys, the important thing, how do we read the file now? How do we read the content of the file? So by using this object. So let me just use this object over here followed by a dot, and then we have multiple methods over here, as you can see. Now one of the most important method which was not present in the previous reader classes is this read line method, which will help us in order to read a particular string within the file. So guys, basically this will read one line at a time. So let me just put this read line over here, but this will return a string. So we need to have a string variable as well, which will take that data by using this read line method. So what I will do is I will provide a string over here. We will say string data, it is equal to br.readLine. Now guys, we are getting a red underline. That's because we have to handle the exception. So I'll simply select the first option, that is add throws declaration over here. So we have the throws IO exception. Now guys, as you can see, there are no more errors. br.readLine, it will read the first line over here. So if I open this file once again, this first line will be read into the data string that we have defined over here. As you can see, string data, it is equal to br.readLine. Now guys, let us print this data now. So how do we print this? We will simply provide the print statement. So we have print ln, and we'll say the first line followed by colon, and then I will say data over here. And so guys, in this way, using these 3 lines of code, you can easily read any data from any particular file that you want to read based on your requirements. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it says the first line, that is, this is test line in a test file. So basically this read line, it is just reading one line at a time. So if you have the requirement of just reading one line, you can use the buffered reader, which is one of the most efficient readers, in order to read the file and read the first line from the file. But guys, what if I want to read the entire content, that is the second line as well, and the actual scenario will be reading all the lines from the file? So guys, basically it is very rare that you will have only 2 lines over here in a particular file. You can have thousands of lines as well. So how we can read all those thousands of lines in a file? So basically what we have to do is we have to provide this particular line of code in a while loop. So I will simply modify this code now. Over here I'll just provide the comment, and then what I will do is, let's say I want to first declare the string that is data, and then it is not containing anything, so it is a blank string over here. Now guys, we have to use the while loop. Now why do we use the while loop? Because continuously we have to read the lines by using the br.readLine method. So over here inside this while loop, what we will do is we will say br.readLine method. So we are using the readLine method over here, and we can check whether it is not equal to null. So when we provide not equal to null, it will check whether the next line that is read, is it containing some data or not. And if it is containing some data, it will go inside the loop, and if it is null, which means there is no more data in the file, then it will come out of the loop. Now guys, what we will do is over here inside the while loop, I will say data, it is equal to br.readLine over here, and then we can have this print statement over here. So I'll just cut this line of code from here, and I'll provide inside the while loop over here. Now guys, what I will do is I will just remove this content, that is the first line, because we are going to read the entire content of the file. And now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, this is another test line. Now guys, this is the second line that is coming over here. What happened to the first line? That is, this is a test line in a test file that is not being printed over here. That's because guys, we have already wasted one readLine method over here in order to check whether the content is null or not. So basically we did not print that, and the next time that the control flow checks this, that is br.readLine, the control flow in the file already went to the next line by reading the first file in the first instance of the read line. So what we have to do is, inside this condition only, we have to provide data, it is equal to br.readLine, and then this part, that is data, it is equal to br.readLine, we have to enclose within the brackets. So over here I'll open and close the brackets. So what is happening over here is, first the control flow is coming over here, data, it is equal to br.readLine. So it is going to read the first line and it will assign it to the data, and then the control flow will check whether this particular data is equal to null or not. If it is not equal to null, then it will go inside the while loop, and now we have to remove this part because this line of code is being already executed over here. So guys, this is one of the efficient way we can provide the assignment of the data over here within the condition inside the while parenthesis. And now we simply have to print the data after reading the line one at a time inside our file. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, now the first line is coming, that is, this is a test line in a test file, this is another test line. Now guys, it depends on your file, the content of your file will be read and displayed over here. So let me just add some more lines over here. This is line, and then I'll say this is another line over here, and then we have full stop. Now let me just save this file now, and after I come over here, let me just run this file once again. So as you can see, all the 4 lines, that is the content of the file, is getting printed over here. So guys, in this way, using only 4 to 5 lines of code, you can easily read the entire content of the file. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different outputs. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods inside the buffered reader object. So as you can see, after providing br and then dot, we have different methods that can be used in order to manipulate or read the data from a particular file. Java BufferedWriter class with the help of examples. Now guys, the BufferedWriter class of the Java IO package can be used with other writers to write data in characters more efficiently. So guys, basically this BufferedWriter class, like any other writer class, can be used in order to write some data in an external file. Now the main difference between the other writer classes and the BufferedWriter class is that the BufferedWriter class is more efficient. That's because it writes a data in characters and it uses an internal buffer as well. So let us check the working of the BufferedWriter over here. So the BufferedWriter maintains an internal buffer of 8192 characters, which means it has an internal buffer of 8192 bytes over here. Now during the write operation, the characters are returned to this internal buffer first instead of the disk. So basically the buffer is filled or the writer is closed, the whole characters in the buffer are returned to the disk. So basically this reduces the IO operation between the disk and the program. And guys, this is the secret behind the buffered writer is more efficient compared to other writer classes. Now guys, the number of communication to the disk is reduced, and this is why writing characters is faster using buffered writer. Now guys, let us check buffered writer with the help of examples in the Eclipse IDE. So guys, over here we will first create an object of a buffered writer. So we have something called as buffered writer over here. So as you can see, Eclipse is suggesting us this buffered writer class, and using this buffered writer, that is BW object, we are going to initialize the buffered writer object. So new operator followed by buffered writer. So guys, in this way we initialize a particular buffered writer object. Now in the constructor, as you can see, it takes one parameter, that is the writer over here. Now guys, we cannot provide a direct file name which can be used in order to write the content, but we have to use another writer class in order to initialize this buffered writer. So what I will do is I will use new FileWriter over here, which we have already seen previously, that FileWriter is also used in order to write the content in a particular file, and it has one constructor which takes the file name as the parameter. So we are going to use this constructor over here. and within the double quotes I'm going to provide the name of the file. So where I want to store the file over here. So as you can see, I have two files over here in this particular directory. One is Java tutorial, the other one is a test file which I have used previously in order to read the content. Now guys, I will create another file, that is the output file over here. So I will take this directory path, I'll copy this directory path and paste this within the double quotes, and then I will provide the name of the file as the output.txt over here. So as you can see, this output.txt file will be created in this directory path over here as the third file. Now guys, after this line of code, I will provide the semicolon, and then guys, we are getting a red underline over here. That's because we have to handle the unhandled exception. So I will say first option, that is add IO exception over here. Now guys, we can use the BW object in order to write the content in the file. So what I will do is I will use this BW object over here. So we have BW followed by dot, and then we have many other methods that you can use in order to accomplish your requirements. So guys, over here I'm going to use this write method which takes one parameter, that is going to be the string, and it is going to write the content into the file. So I'm going to use this write, and it takes one string over here. So what I will do is, this is first line in an external file, and within the brackets I'll say output. So guys, this is the line, that is, this is first line in an external file, and inside the bracket we have output over here, and this is what we are going to store in our external file, that is the output.txt. And then guys, after writing this first line, let's say I only want this line to be stored in the file, what I will do is I will close this connection. So over here, by using the bw dot, we can have the close method in order to close this connection. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. But before running the code, I will also have one statement that will confirm whether the file content is being returned or not. So over here, after writing into the file, I will have the print statement, and I'll say file content return successfully. So guys, I'll say file content return successfully over here on the console. So this will print on the console over here, and that is how we will come to know that the file has been created over here. Now let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, file content return successfully is getting printed. If we go to the directory, it will say output file over here, as you can see. Now let me just open this file. It says this is first line in an external file, that is output. And guys, in this way we can easily write content into the file. Now guys, let us say I want to add another line over here inside the file. So what I will do is, again I will just copy paste this line of code, that is the write method, and I'll say this is another line over here. So I'll say another line followed by full stop, and over here on the first line as well I'll say full stop and then space character. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we have over here file content returned successfully. Inside the directory path we have this is first line in an external file, that is output, and this is another line. So guys, in this way we can easily write the content using the PriorityWriter class. Now guys, let's say I want this second statement on the next line, that is the second line over here. As you can see, this is a continuous one line only in the notepad file. So what I can do is I can provide the new line character over here at the end of the first line. So over here, after the first line, I can provide this /n, which is a new line character, which will make the control flow go to the next line on the file when it is writing the content over here. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So as you can see, file content returned successfully. If I go over here inside the output file, as you can see, this second statement is being written on the second line, and it is not being continued on the first line as we had seen previously. So guys, in this way you can write the content in the file. You can either have the continuous line of statements, or you can have them in the new lines as well. So guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use based on your requirements. So when we provide bw followed by dot, we have something called as append as well, which will try to append the data at the end of the file or in between the file as well. Apart from that, there are many other methods that you can use in the PriorityWriter class. Java StringReader class with the help of examples. So guys, the StringReader class of the Java IO package can be used to read data in characters from strings. So basically, so far we have seen the reader classes which were reading data from files. Now the StringReader class is one of the classes which will read the data from string and in the form of characters. So this is the way that we can initialize a string reader. So we have the StringReader class followed by the object name, that is input over here, and the new string reader, that is the constructor, and it takes one parameter, that is the string, that it is going to read the data from. So over here the string is present in this data variable over here. So what are the different methods of a string reader? So as you can see, we have read method over here which reads a single character from the string reader. So basically when we have the entire string inside this data variable, and let's say you want to read only few starting characters from the data string, so you can use the read method inside the while loop or inside the for loop as well, and count the number of characters that you want to read and read them appropriately. And then after that we also have the read method, and it takes character array which will read the characters from the reader and stores it in a specified array as well. So let's say if you want to store the data from the data string to the array of characters, you can use this read method. We also have the ready method as well. So guys, this is the use of the string reader class. Basically, in order to use the reader methods for a particular string data, you can use the string reader object. So guys, let us move to the Eclipse IDE in order to check the examples. So let's say we have the string data over here. So we have data first, and let's say I provide the string as this is a test string over here, and then we have the semicolon. Now guys, let's say I want only the first 10 characters from this string. So basically you can use the substring method as well from the data, but in case you want to use the string reader class object, you can use the string reader class over here. So we have string reader. As you can see, this is the string reader class that is suggested by the Eclipse IDE, and I will say sr as the object name, followed by new, and then we have string reader over here. So as you can see, there is only one constructor over here which is taking the string as the parameter. So we are going to provide this data as the string, which is going to be the parameter over here, and then followed by semicolon. Now guys, let's say I only want to read the first 10 characters from this string, and I want to separate them using commas over here. So what I will do is I will go in a loop. I will say for int I it is equal to 1, I is less than or equal to 10, and then I'll say I plus plus. So over here what I'm doing is I'm going from I is equal to 1 to I less than or equal to 10, meaning 10 times the control flow will go inside this loop over here. Now inside this loop what we will do is we will simply print the characters by using the sr object over here. So one character at a time we are going to take. So we have sr followed by dot, and then we have something called as read. Now guys, there are multiple types of read method over here which is called method overloading, but it takes different parameters. So as you can see, we are going to take the first parameter which is going to return an integer data type. So we have to convert it into a character data type in order to print the characters one at a time. So I'm going to use this read method over here followed by semicolon, and then guys what we will have is we will have the int variable over here, and let's say I give the name of the variable as x over here. So what we are doing is we are reading the integer over here inside the integer variable, that is x. Now we are getting a red underline over here. It says unentered exception, so I'll select the first option, that is to throw the exception. Now we will simply print this data over here, that is the integer x, but in the form of the characters. So we will have the print statement over here, but instead of print ln I will say print. That's because I want all the characters on the same line separated by commas. So over here I'll say x, but this x needs to be printed in the form of characters. So over here I will prefix the character data type. So as you can see, inside this open and close brackets we have the char data type and then followed by x. Now guys, after this we will have the plus operator, that is the string concatenation, followed by double quotes, and then we will have comma followed by space character. So all the characters will be separated by a comma and a space character over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, this is A. So all the space characters are also included, but there are total 10 characters that are being printed over here. Guys, what I'll do is I'll remove the space character after this comma so that it becomes more readable over here. Let me just run it once again. So as you can see, first 10 characters are being printed over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then guys, the last comma we have to handle appropriately. That's because after printing the last character, we are printing the comma as well. So guys, in this way you can easily use the StringReader class in order to read or manipulate the data in a particular string. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods over here. So when you type sr, that is the object name, followed by dot, you will have many other methods which can be used, which are similar to the reader class methods as well. So you can use these methods based on your requirements. Java PrintWriter class with the help of examples. So guys, the PrintWriter class of the Java IO package can be used to write output data in a commonly readable form, that is text. So basically you can use the PrintWriter class in order to write some text in an external file. Now let us check the working of a PrintWriter. So unlike other writers, PrintWriter converts the primitive data, that is integer, float, characters, etc. into the text format. So whatever integers or float values you have, or the array of characters that you want to store in an external file, you can convert them into a text format, which is done by the PrintWriter class, and then after converting, it writes that formatted data to the writer. Now guys, we will check some of the important methods of the PrintWriter. The very first method is print, which prints the specified data to the writer. The next one is the println, which prints the data to the writer along with a new line character at the end. So in case you want the next statement to be present on the new line, so you can use the println statement. We can also use the printf method, which will be used to print the formatted string. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now in the Eclipse IDE. So over here, we will first create the object for a PrintWriter class. So as you can see, PrintWriter is being suggested by Eclipse IDE over here. And then let's say we provide the object name as pw followed by new, and then we have PrintWriter constructor over here. So as you can see, there are multiple constructors over here. We are going to use the third constructor, which is going to take the file name as the string as the parameter. So over here, we will provide inside the double quotes, we will have to provide the entire path where we want to create the file. So as you can see, we have two files over here. Java tutorial is one file and another file is a test file. Now we are going to create a third file by using our PrintWriter class. So I will copy this directory path over here and paste this inside the double quotes and then followed by the name of the file. So after double backslashes, I will provide output.txt. This is the name of the file, guys. So this new file will be created in this directory path that we saw just now, and then at the end we will provide the semicolon. Now guys, as you can see, we are getting a red underline over here. That's because we need to handle the unhandled exception. So I'll just select the first option, that is add throws declaration over here. Now guys, let us say I want to add one line over here in the output.txt file. So I will use this object, that is pw followed by dot, and then I will use the first method that we have seen, that is print. Now as you can see, there are multiple print methods, which is called as method overloading. That's because it is having the same name, but the parameters that it is going to take is different. It can be an integer, it can be a float as well, it can be the array of characters as well. So guys, what we are going to provide is, we are going to provide the string. So over here, I will say this is first line in external file, full stop. So guys, this line we are going to store in an external file, and then guys, after this we have pw.close method in order to close the string. This becomes very important in order to save the memory while you are running your programs. Now guys, before running this file, I will provide another statement which will be on the console. So I'll provide system.out.println method over here, and I'll say file return successfully. So guys, over here, this statement will be printed on the console and not in the file. That's because we are providing it on the system. As you can see, it is system.out.println, which will print the statement on the console and not in the external file. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, we have got the confirmation file returned successfully. Now if we go in the directory path, as you can see, the output file is created over here, and if I open this, as you can see, this is first line in external file, and that is what we had written in our code. So as you can see, this is the one, that is using the print method, we had written something over here. Now guys, let us say I want to add another line. So what I will do is, I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and I'll change the content of this line, that is, this is another line, and then we have full stop. Now guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, file returned successfully,
and then if I go in this directory and open this file, so as you can see, this is first line in external file, and then we have this is another line. Now guys, one thing if you notice, both the statements are continuous over here and it is on the same line. So after the end of the first line over here, after this dot, the second statement is continuing on the same line. So what if we want this second statement to be present on the second line in the notepad file? So what we can do is we can use the println method instead of print. So over here, when you type println, so if I put println over here, as you can see, this println method is another method which will make the control flow go to the next line. So what will happen is this first line will be printed now, and when the second print, that is this particular print, is encountered, the control flow will be on the second line. So let me just save this file and try running this code now to see what happens. So as you can see, file returned successfully. I'll go over here, I'll open the output file. As you can see now, the second statement is on the second line, that is this is first line in external file. After this, the control flow goes to the second line. That's because we have used println for this statement to be printed in our notepad file, that is the external file, and the second print method is making this statement, that is the second method, to be printed on the second line. So guys, in this way we can either use print or println method in order to print the statements. Now guys, I'll make this method as well as println, because we are going to use another method, that is printf, in order to print a formatted string. So guys, when this printf will be used, so basically let's say if I use this object name, that is pw followed by dot, and then we have something called as printf. So as you can see, there are two printf methods over here. We are going to use the first method, that is going to take the first parameter as a string and second parameter as the one of the arguments that we are going to provide to the string. So over here, I'll say the string is my age is %d. Now guys, this %d meaning it is an integer that you are going to provide as the second argument. It can be %f as well, which will represent a float value. It can also be %s, which will represent a string value. So based on your requirement, you can provide the required format over here. And this %d, I'm going to provide some particular age. So let's say my age is 25 over here. So I'll provide this number, that is 25, as the second parameter, and then we will have a semicolon. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. What we should expect on the third line is my age is, it should be replaced by 25, this %d. So let me just open this file once again now after running this. So as you can see, my age is 25 now. So instead of having this direct number, we can have some variable as well. So let's say if I provide a variable over here as age, so we have int age, it is equal to, let's say your age is 21 over here in this case, and then we provide semicolon. So over here we can simply provide the variable name, that is age. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here instead of 25. So your age will be displayed. So basically what we are doing is I will print my age is, and then this %d, the value will be taken from this parameter, that is age, which is right now 21. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we have file returned successfully, that is the confirmation message, and then we will go to the output file. As you can see, my age is 21, so 21 is getting printed. So guys, this variable can be anything. It can be a user input as well, or it can be a value that is coming from another function as well. So it depends on your requirement what you want to have the value as. So the main important thing over here is using the printf, you can have the formatted string being printed and stored in an external file or any other output stream. So guys, these were some of the functionalities of the PrintWriter class. Apart from this, you can have many other methods, as you can see, while you provide the object name followed by dot. As you can see, there are multiple other methods that can be used based on your requirements. Java scanner class with the help of examples, and we are going to see how we can read user input and add two numbers with the help of the scanner class. So guys, basically the scanner class of the java.util package is used to read input data from different sources like input streams or users or files or any other source of data. So guys, previously we have already seen the reading of the input streams by using the InputStream classes, and also using the files as well by using the FileReader class and the BufferedReader class as well. Now today in this video we are going to see how we can read the user input, like user is supposed to provide some data and we can do some operations on that data. Now guys, first let us check the working of the Java scanner. So guys, basically the scanner class reads an
entire line and divides the line into tokens. So basically these tokens are small elements that have some meaning to the Java compiler. So you just need to know that the entire line that is read by the scanner class, it is divided into small tokens. Now it is very important to note that by default white space, that means the space character, is used to divide the tokens. So let's say if we have the sentence having the 5 words, so that sentence will be divided into 5 words based on the space character in between them, and we will have 5 different words being read by the scanner class. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples. First of all, we are going to see this method, that is nextInt, which reads an integer value from the user. So let us switch to Eclipse IDE over here, and the very first thing that we want to do is we want to declare a variable of the scanner type. So we have the scanner, and as you can see over here, you have this third class, that is scanner, which belongs to the java.util package. So guys, this is very important that java.util package is the correct package in which we have to use the scanner class over here, and then we can have sc as the object name, and then we will have new scanner, since this is the constructor over here. And what will be the source? As you can see, there are multiple constructors over here. We want the source to be the console. So in order to have the source as the console, we can have system.in over here. So I'll say system.in. So guys, basically this system.in will help us in order to read the data from the console. Apart from that, you can have any other stream over here, or you can have the directory path as well of a particular file from where you want to read the data. Now guys, after this we have to provide the semicolon. Now what we have to do is we have to use the nextInt method belonging to this scanner object, that is sc. So over here I'll say sc followed by dot, and then we have something called as nextInt method. So as you can see, this nextInt, it will return an integer. So guys, basically when the control flow encounters this method over here, it will wait for the user input, that is it will wait for the input from the console, since we have provided the system.in over here, or else if we are reading from the file, it will take the next integer that is present via the scanner and it will assign it to a particular integer. So over here we have to assign this value to a integer over here. So I'll say int, and then let's say we provide int number as the variable. So basically, since we are going to provide some data over here, it is going to assign that data, that is a number, to this number variable. Now before this, what we have to do is we have to tell the user that you need to provide some number. So we will just include a print statement over here that will ask the user to provide some number. So I'll say enter some number, and then we have colon over here, and then guys, instead of println, I'll say print. That's because user should provide the number on that same line on which this string is printed on the console. And then guys, after taking the user input using this nextInt method and storing it in the number, what I will do is I will just print this number. So basically I'll say println statement over here. So we have println statement, and I'll say number value is, and then followed by plus we have this number variable. So guys, basically whatever number we have entered on the console, it will be printed by using this string, that is number value is, and then followed by the variable name. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is asking enter some number over here, and the control flow has stopped over here. That's because it has encountered the nextInt method and the integer is expected from the console. That's because we have provided system.in over here. So what I will do is, let's say I provide the number as 10, and then I have to press enter on the keyboard. So when I press on enter, it says number value is 10 over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the scanner class. Along with that, we can use the nextInt method with this in order to read any number as the user input. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that belong to the scanner class. So when we say sc object followed by dot, and then when we type next, as you can see, there are many other methods. We can provide the next boolean, we can also provide next byte. Over here there is next double, then we have next float. So based on your requirement, which data type you want to store or use in order to manipulate them, you can use the required method over here. So guys, the very first example we have already covered, that is the nextInt. Now the next method that we are going to see is next line, which reads a line of text from the user. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples. So over here, what I will do is, instead of entering some number, I will say enter some text over here. So when we say enter some text, so over here we have to provide the next line method. So after this dot, we will have next line over here. So as you can see, this next line we are going to use. So this next line method is going to return the string variable. So over here I am going to change from integer to string, and then I'll say str, and then over here we'll say entered string is. So I'll say entered string and then is. So we have to just change this variable name, that is str. So over here whatever string will be entered over here, after enter some text, the same string will be printed over here by using this print statement, where entered string is will be included in the string. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code now. So over here it says enter some text, and then I'll say this is YouTube channel programming for beginners, and then when I press enter, so as you can see entered string is, this is YouTube channel programming for beginners. The entire string, that is the entire line, was read by using the next line, and then it was stored in the string, and then this string was used in order to print that particular string with this statement, that is entered string is. And guys, in this way you can easily read the lines as well. Instead of system.in over here, you can have any path of the file that you want to read, and line by line all the content of the files will be read by using this scanner. Now guys, if we see the other method that is next, what it does is it reads a word from the user. So basically whatever line we have entered, as you can see these are having multiple words over here, so word by word will be read by the scanner class, and it will be stored in the string variable over here. So guys, this next method I'll leave up to you so that you can practice on your own. Guys, apart from this, I wanted to show you how you can add two numbers when you are using the scanner class. So basically I'll just remove these lines of code over here, and I'll say scanner, it is sc object, and what I want to do is, let's say I want the first number, that is int a, it is equal to sc followed by dot, and then we have next int over here. So next integer will be read by the program, and before that what I will say is I will give the instruction to the user that enter first number and then colon, and then guys similarly I will copy this line of code over here and I'll paste this over here. I'll say enter second number over here so that we can have the second number as well, and we can add the two numbers, and I'll say int b, it is equal to sc dot next int. So basically we have another statement wherein we are storing the number in B and the first number was stored in A. Now what we have to do is we just have to do A plus B in order to have the sum of these numbers. So I'll say another print statement over here. So we have sum of these numbers followed by colon, and I'll simply say A plus B over here. So we can use this expression, that is A plus B, and have the sum of both the numbers that were being entered by using the scanner class over here and the next int method. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So we are having the first instruction, that is enter first number. So let's say I provide the number 11 over here and then I press enter. So it says enter second number over here, and the second number that I provide is, let's say 12. So the sum of both the numbers will be 11 plus 12, it is equal to 23. So when I press on enter, it will say sum of these numbers, it is 23. So guys, in this way we can easily take the input from the user on the console and add those numbers. Guys, apart from this you can have any other operations over here as far as two numbers are concerned, but this was the basic way in which you can read numbers by using the scanner class. Java typecasting to convert data types, and we are going to see certain examples including string to integer conversion. So the process of converting the value of one data type such as integer, float, double or any other data type to another data type is known as typecasting. Now guys, where this is important, so basically we can have some data in the form of string and you want to add that particular string to some other number. So first of all we need to convert that string into an integer before you can add that integer with some other number, and in such cases we need to use the typecasting over here in order to convert the data types. So as you can see over here, there are multiple types of typecasting over here, that is converting of data. The very first thing is integer, which is of 4 bytes. It is converted to a double, which is of 8 bytes conversion. So basically this is called widening conversion. That's because we are going from a lower number of bytes to a higher number of bytes, and that is done automatically. So guys, let me show this with the help of example now. So over here in the Eclipse IDE, let's say we have the integer number, it is equal to 10, and we want to convert this integer to a double. So what we can do is we can simply have the double data types, that is double, and let's say the variable name I provide is double number over here, and then it is equal to, I just need to provide the variable name, that is number over here. So I just provide the variable name number over here, and then we have the semicolon, and then when I want to print this double number, I'll simply say double value is followed by colon, and then I'll simply use this double number variable. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So guys, over here automatically the conversion is taking place. That's because integer is of 4 bytes over here, but double is of 8 bytes. So we are going from a lower byte to the higher byte, in which there is no explicit data type that is supposed to be mentioned over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, double value is 10.0 is being displayed over here. That's because in double we have the decimal values over here. So in this way we can convert the integer to a double data type. Now guys, let us move to another example. Let's say we have double and we want to convert it into an integer, which is called narrowing conversion. That's because double is of 8 bytes, and over here we are going from 8 to 4 bytes over here, that is integer, and that is why the name, that is narrowing conversion. So over here what we will do is, let's say we already have this double number, that is 10.0. Now we want to convert it into an integer. So what we will do is we will provide int, and then the variable name will be int number over here. So I have provided int number, it is equal to, when we simply provide double number over here, so I'll just copy this and paste this over here, we should get an error. So when I provide semicolon, it is having a red underline over here. It says type mismatch, cannot convert from double to int. So guys, basically we are going from a higher byte to a lower byte. That is the reason why it is throwing an error. So what we can do is we can do a typecasting over here, and explicitly we can provide the data type over here before the variable that we have mentioned over here. So what I will do is, before this double number I will provide open and close parenthesis, and inside this I will simply provide the data type. So as you can see, inside the open and close parenthesis we have the data type, that is integer, which is having the lower bytes compared to the variable that we have provided, and in this way we can convert the double number to the integer number. So over here what I will do is, I'll simply copy this print statement and I'll paste this over here. I'll say int value is, and then I'll provide this int number over here. I'll paste this int number. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, double value is 10. The int was converted to double first, and then that same double was converted to the integer number, and it was stored in this int number, and over here we are getting int value is 10, and in this way we can convert the double number to an integer value as well. Now let us move to another example. We have int to string representation example. So over here we can use one of the methods of the string. So basically, let's say if we use the same example, that is int number, which is having the value 10, what we can do is we can convert that value and store it in a string. So let's say over here we have string, and then the variable name is str. What we will do is, we cannot simply provide the int number over here. So if you think that I can just copy and paste this over here and then it will be converted to the string, so it cannot happen in this way. What we have to do is we have to use one of the methods inside the string class. So over here I will use the string class followed by dot, and then we have something called as value of. So as you can see, there are multiple value of methods over here, which is called method overloading, but the parameters that each of them are taking are different. So basically we have to use this value of, which is taking the parameter as an integer value. So I will use this value of method, and the integer value will come from this int number that is being copied over here, and then we will have the semicolon. And then guys, what we can do is simply we can have the print statement, and I'll say string value is, and then we can have the str over here. So I'll say str. So guys, over here string value is, and then 10 should be displayed. That's because this integer is now converted to a string value. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, string value is 10 is being displayed over here. Now guys, let us move to another example. Over here, string to int conversion. So before this, what I will do is I will try to add the string, that is the string value is, this is stored in str variable over here. Can we add some other number over here? So basically what I'm going to do is I will have the print statement and I'll say add to in str and then followed by colon, and then what I will do is inside the brackets I'll say str plus 2. So basically what I'm doing over here is this 10 that is stored in the str, I'm adding 2 over here. So what should be the value? So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it is saying 102. That's because this 10 is considered as a string over here and you are doing plus 2 over here, and this 2 is again converted automatically to a string and it is being concatenated to this string. But in case you want to add these two numbers, that is you want this string to be a number and 2 should be added to that number, that is 10, and the answer must be 12. So in that case what you have to do is you have to use the integer class and then we have something called as parseInt method in order to convert from the string to integer. So what I will do over here is I will say integer and then we have integer followed by dot. We have something called as parseInt. So basically as you can see, parseInt, it is taking one parameter over here. It takes two parameters as well, which is a part of method overloading, but we will only provide this one parameter, which is the string, and in this string we will provide str as the string, so that this particular str value, that is the string value, is converted to an integer and that integer is added to 2 and the result is being displayed as the integer value. So guys, let me just save this file now and try running this code. So instead of 102, as you can see, we are getting 12 over here. So 10 plus 2, it is equal to 12. So in this way we can also convert the string to an integer, and while converting the integer to string, we have the string dot value of. Java lambda expressions with the help of examples. So guys, the lambda expression is an anonymous or unnamed method. So basically a method without any name is called a lambda expression. So over here we have the syntax. As you can see, similar to a method, after the method name we can have the parameter list inside the open and close brackets, but instead of having the curly braces over here, we have something called as lambda operator or the arrow operator. So as you can see, it is first hyphen followed by greater than symbol over here, and this is called the arrow or lambda operator. And then we have the lambda body. In this lambda body, either we can have a single expression or we can have the block of code over here. So when we are having a single expression, the result of that expression will be returned over here, or else if we have the block of code, the return statement should be present inside the block of code. Now let's see the working of the lambda expression. A lambda expression is not executed on its own, rather it forms the implementation of the abstract method defined by the functional interface. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples, like how the lambda expression can be used. So let us check these examples. The first example is single expression to print data. So let me move to Eclipse IDE. So first of all, we need to define an interface that is having an abstract method. So outside this class, that is Java test class, I will have an interface. So we have interface over here. I'll say my interface. So as you can see, this is my interface, and inside this my interface, let's say I want to provide an abstract method that is going to return the pi value. So I will say get pi value over here and then open and close brackets. And since pi value is a double data type, what I will do is I will provide the double data type before the method name, which is going to be the return type. So guys, in this way we have just defined an abstract method over here, which is not being defined over here, but it will be implemented by the lambda expression. So how do we use that lambda expression? Over here, first of all, we need to declare an instance of the my interface. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here, and let's say I provide the object name as reference over here followed by semicolon. Now guys, normally when we define the interface, it is being implemented by other classes, and over there we need to define the get pi value method. But over here in the lambda expression, what we will do is I will provide this reference object name over here followed by equal to, and then we will have this lambda expression. As you can see, we have the open and close brackets and we are not taking any parameter over here. followed by the lambda operator, that is hyphen and then greater than sign, and then we have the value of pi as 3.14 followed by semicolon. So as you can see, this is the lambda expression, that is open and close brackets, which is having the parameter list. Over here there are no parameters that we are passing, followed by the lambda operator and then the expression that we have. So this particular thing is being assigned to this reference object. Now how do we get the value of pi? By using this get pi value, we simply have to use this object, that is reference. So what I will do is I will have the print statement over here. So I'll say pi value is followed by colon, and then I will have reference as the object name over here, followed by dot. And as you can see, this get pi value, the method that we had defined over here, is being suggested by the Eclipse IDE. So this is the get pi value that will help us in order to get this value, that is 3.14. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, pi value is 3.14. So guys, in this way, without actually implementing or without having the body of this method in some other class, we can use the lambda expression over here, and we can have any expressions over here in order to assign that expression to this method. So whenever this method will be called, whatever expression that we had used in our lambda expression, the result will be returned using this reference object. Let me just change this value. So let's say pi value, I want to change it to 3.20. So let me just save this file and try running this code. Instead of 3.14, it should come as 3.20 over here. So as you can see, 3.2 is coming. So guys, basically the correct value of the pi is 3.14, and I should not deviate from that. So I'll just keep the value as 3.14 over here. So in this way, you can easily create an interface, and inside the interface you can have that abstract method, and in order to return some value by using that abstract method, you can use the lambda expressions over here. Guys, it is very important to note that whenever you are defining this interface, you should have only one abstract method inside that interface in order to implement this lambda expression over here. The next example is lambda expression with functional interface to add two numbers. So what I will do is over here only I will make certain changes in order to explain you how you can add two numbers by taking the parameters over here in the lambda expression and adding those numbers. So what I will do is I will provide a followed by comma, and then we have b. So over here two parameters are being passed, and both of these parameters are numbers over here, and I want to return the addition of these two numbers, that is a sum of these two numbers. So I'll say a plus b over here. So we are getting a red underline over here. It says lambda expression signature does not match the signature of the functional interface method get pi value. So guys, over here what I will do is I will say integer over here instead of double, since the sum of both the numbers will be integer. And what I will do is I will change the method name to add numbers over here. But guys, these add numbers, it is going to expect the two numbers. So I'll say int a followed by comma and then int b. So guys, these are the two parameters that will be expected by this add numbers method. So over here, while using the reference, what I will do is after this we will have dot followed by add numbers, since we have changed the method name, and after that we will have two numbers over here which will be added based on this lambda expression. So I'll say 10 and then the other number is 20 over here. So guys, we have these two numbers, that is 10 and 20, that is being passed, that is int a and b, and using this lambda expression over here, as you can see, 10 and 20 will be passed over here, and the sum of both the numbers will be returned back to the reference and it will be printed over here. So I'll say sum is, so I'll remove this value. So I'll say sum is over here and then followed by reference dot add numbers, and I have provided two numbers in the parameter list. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, sum is 30. So guys, you can provide any numbers over here. Let's say I provide 15 over here as one number, and let's say I provide 21 as the other number. So 21 plus 15, it is 36. Let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, sum is 36, and in this way you can easily use the lambda expressions. You can have no parameters at all, or multiple parameters, or a single parameter as well, and you can have single expression over here or the block of code as well with the return statement. So guys, practice on your own so that on different inputs you get different output. Java file class to create and delete files in a directory with the help of examples. So guys, the file class of the java.io package is used to perform various operations on files files and directories. Basically, a file is a location that can be used to store related information, and a directory is the collection of files and subdirectories. So we will see how we can create and delete a particular file in a directory. So over here, as you can see, this is the syntax to create the file. That is using the file class. We have this object, and then we have this constructor, that is new file, and over here we have to give the path name of the directory where we want to create or delete the file. So guys, these are certain file operation methods that we are going to see with the help of examples. First of all, we will create a file using the create new file over here. So let us move to the Eclipse IDE. So over here, the very first thing that we have to do is we have to declare a file object using the file class. So over here, as you can see, this is the suggestion that is given by the Eclipse IDE. Over here, the package is java.io. So this is the class that we want to use, and then we have the object name. So let's say we provide the object name as file, and then equal to new, and then file, which is the constructor. So over here, guys, there are many other constructors that are present. So this is called method overloading, but we have different parameters that can be passed. So we are going to use the first constructor, which takes only one parameter, that is the string path name, that will be the path of the directory. So over here, I'm going to select this, and inside the double quotes, I'm going to provide the directory path. So which directory path I'm going to provide? Over here, I have this directory. I'll just copy this. Notice, guys, that we have only three files over here, that is Java tutorial, output file, and the test file over here. So we are going to create another file, that is the fourth file, using the file class in our example. So over here, I have provided the path of the directory, and then at the end of the statement, I'll provide a semicolon. Now guys, we can use different methods of this file object in order to create and delete files. So over here, what I will do is I will use the method. So first of all, I will provide the file object name followed by dot, and then we have something called as create new file. So as you can see, this create new file method is there, which will return a boolean value, true or false. So if the file is successfully created, it will return true, or else it will return false over here. So what I will do is I will say create new file, and I will take the value in a boolean variable over here. So I will define a boolean variable, and I'll name it as file created. So guys, if the file is successfully created by using the create new file, it will return true, and the value of the file created will be true, or else the value will be false over here. Now guys, we are getting a red underline. It says unhandled exception type IO exception. So what I'll do is I'll add throws declaration over here in order to handle the exception. Now guys, important thing is after providing the path over here, I need to provide the file name that I want to create. So what I will do is I'll have the double backslashes over here, and then I'll provide the name of the new file as new file.txt. So guys, notice that the file with this name will be created in that same directory, and it will be the fourth file that we will be creating. So new file is the file name over here. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, the program got terminated over here. If we go in the directory, as you can see, we have the fourth file over here. The name is the new file, and it will not have any content, guys. That's because we have not written anything. Guys, in order to have the confirmation in the program itself, what we can do is I can check in the if condition whether this file created is true or not. So inside the if condition, I'll say file created. If it is true, then it will go inside this block of code, and then we can have the print statement over here that file created successfully. So we have file created successfully over here, and then guys, we can also have the else part, and I'll just copy this line of code over here. I'll say file creation issue. So over here, file creation issue. So guys, if the file created is true, it will print this file created successfully, or else it will print file creation issue. So let me just save this file, and before running this code, what I will do is I will just delete this file, that is new file over here, so that the file is created once again. So let me just run this code once again over here. So as you can see, file created successfully is being displayed over here, and if we go in the directory, it says new file. Over here we have got the new file that is being created. So after creating a new file in a particular directory, we can also use the FileWriter or the BufferedWriter classes in order to write data into the file, and we can also use the FileReader or any other reader class in order to read the content of the file. So guys, these topics I have covered separately, so you can watch them as well. The links to those videos I have given in the description section. Now guys, how do we delete a particular file from a directory? So since now we have already created this file, that is the name of the file is new file
file.txt over here. I will show you in the directory once again. So this is the new file that we have created. It is not having any content. Now how do we delete this file? So basically we have the delete method as well, which we can use. So what I will do is I will remove this block of code over here since we have already created the file, and what I will do is I'll say file followed by dot, and then we have something called as delete method. So this delete method, it returns a boolean data type. It will return true if the file is deleted successfully, or else it will return false. So we will catch that boolean value as well. So in order to catch that, we will have a boolean variable, and I'll say file deleted and then equal to. So guys, in this way file.delete, it will delete this particular file, that is new file.txt that we have given to this file object. So before running this code, notice that we already have this file, that is new file, and this should be deleted from this directory when we are executing this line of code. Now what I will do is, before executing, I will say this file deleted. If it is true, I will print some statement so that we get the confirmation on the console. So we will have the print statement, and I'll say file deleted successfully. So we have file deleted successfully over here, and then the same println statement we will have in the else part, in which I will say file not deleted. I'll remove this successfully word over here. So guys, we will get the confirmation on the console as well if the file gets deleted or not. So let me just save this file and try running this code now. So as you can see, it says file deleted successfully, and if we go to the directory over here, there is no new file that is present, which was created by us using the create new file method. So guys, in this way we can easily create and delete the files from a particular directory using the Java program. Guys, apart from this, there are many other methods that you can cover when you are using the file object over here. So when we say file object followed by dot, as you can see, we have many other methods that can be used. We can also check whether the directory that we have given over here, or the file path that we have given over here, is a directory or not. So is directory is used in order to check whether the path that we have given is a directory. If it is a directory, then it will return true, or else it will return false. So guys, let us check an example of a directory over here. I'll just remove this block of code over here, and I'll just provide the directory path. So I'll just remove this file name that we had provided, and I'll provide the directory path over here. So what we can do is we can say file, I want to check whether this is a directory or not. So I'll say is directory. So as you can see, is directory method returns a boolean data type. So I'm going to select this method over here, and I'm going to catch that boolean value over here. So I'll say is directory and then equal to. So guys, if it is directory, then is directory variable will be true, or else it will be false. So over here what I will do is I will check whether is directory is true. So I'll just provide this as true, and if it is true, then we want to print that this is a directory. So I'll say this is a directory over here, or else if it is not directory, then it must be a file. So guys, over here I'll have the same println statement over here, but in this case I'll say this is a file, since it is not a directory. So guys, let me just save this file and try running this code. Since we have only provided the directory path, it will be a directory in this case. So let me just run this code. So as you can see, this is a directory. Now let us take an example of a file. So what I will do is I will go inside this directory. I will copy this file name, that is output. So I have copied this. This is the output.txt, and what I will do is at the end of this directory path name, I will provide double backslash, and then I'll paste this file name followed by .txt. So guys, over here I am giving the file name. So basically this file object is having the file name reference. So let me just save this file now and try running this code. So it will check whether this is a directory or not. So we are getting this as false over here. So since it is not a directory, it is a file, and in this way this is a file statement is being printed over here on the console. Passing command line arguments with the Java program with CMD prompt. So we are going to see how you can run a Java program with the help of a CMD prompt. So guys, the command line arguments in Java allow us to pass arguments during the execution of a program. So let's say you have a Java program and you want to pass some arguments, that is you want to pass some data to that program before you can run that program. So you can easily do that with the help of CMD prompt and passing the command line arguments, and that is what we are going to see with the help of examples. So guys, over here as you can see, this is the example.
we first have the class over here being defined, and inside the class we have the public static void main that we have been using in the previous examples as well. And inside these parentheses, as you can see, this is a function main, and there are parameters inside this open and close parentheses. So what is the parameter? Only one parameter is there, that is args, which means arguments, and it is the array of string. So guys, you can pass the array of strings while executing this code via the command prompt. And over here we are having the print statement, and then you can loop through all those arguments. So as you can see, we are having the for loop over here, and one by one, each time the argument's value is being taken in the string, and we are just printing that string that we have passed from the command line. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. So over here what I will do is, we already have the main function over here, and we have the arguments variable, which is the array of string. So what I will do is, I will have a print statement over here. So we have this print statement, but I will have the print function and not the println, so that we can print all the arguments in one line along with the content that we are going to write. So we can say arguments list is, and then followed by colon, and then one at a time we will print all the arguments that we have passed from the command prompt. So over here what I will do is, I will say for loop, and the data type will be string over here, and then let's say I use the variable str, and then we have colon, so we can use this arguments variable. So I'll just copy this and paste this over here. So guys, this is the advanced for loop that we had seen previously as well in the examples. So using the advanced for loop, you can loop through all the arguments that have been passed from the command line. So what I will do over here is, I will simply print all the arguments over here, and I will use the print statement. So over here, print will help us in order to print all the arguments in one line. So inside this print method, I will pass the parameter that is str, because str is having one string at a time from the list of strings that were passed in the arguments variable. And then let's say we want to separate all the words by using the space character. So over here I will have the double quotes, and then this is the space character that we will use in order to separate all the words in our arguments list. So guys, let me just save this file now. Now how do we run this code? So basically, if we try running this code over here only, so when I run this code, what it will do is, arguments list is, and we have not provided any arguments over here, that is why it is blank. These arguments are supposed to be provided from the command prompt only in Windows. So basically we need to go to the source folder of this Java project. So as you can see on the left, I need to right click on this, and Eclipse is having one of the interesting feature, that is, as you can see in this show in, it is having the option of System Explorer, where it will take you to the Explorer path where this Java project is saved. So I can click on the System Explorer. So as you can see, there are multiple projects that I had already created over here. I need to use the Java project folder. So I'll go inside this Java project, and as you can see, there is a source folder over here where we can see all the source files that are being present that we have written, that is the Java programs. So I will go inside this, and this is the Java test class that we need to execute. So over here, as you can see, this Java test class, that is the name of the class, should match with the name of the files that are present in this source folder. So before executing this Java test class, there is one step that we have to perform, that we need to create the dot class out of it. So guys, basically we need to go to this directory and open the CMD. So over here, I will go to this directory path over here and type CMD, so that the command prompt will be opened with this particular directory path. I'll zoom in little bit so that you can see it properly. So basically we have to use the Java C command over here. So when we are going to create a dot class file, we have to use the Java C command over here. As you can see, this is the command that we have to use, followed by a space character, and then the name of the Java program, that is Java test class dot Java extension. So over here I will provide Java test class followed by dot, and then we have Java. So guys, basically we are using this command, that is Java C command, followed by the name of the file, that is Java test class dot Java. So what this will do is, it will create an intermediate file that will be a dot class file, which we can execute with the Java command. So when I press on enter over here, if you notice, there will be an extra file. So as you can see, this is the file, that is Java test class dot class is the extension, and this is the main file that we need to execute. So basically I'll come back to the command prompt over here once again, and this time I need to use the Java command. So instead of Java C, see, I just need to use the Java command. Guys, over here what we have done is we have compiled the Java program, and that is why this is the Java C command in order to compile a Java program. So when we compile a Java program, a corresponding .class file is created out of it, and that .class file can be executed in order to execute the content of that Java program, and that is how the Java programs work when we use the command prompt. So over here I will use the Java command followed by the space character, and I will have the Java test class. So over here it will be just the name of the file, that is the Java test class, and then we can press enter. But before pressing enter, we have to provide some arguments as well. So in order to provide a particular argument, what I can do is I can provide the space character and I can say programming. So this is the first argument over here. As I have explained you, we can have the multiple arguments, all will be stored in the array of strings. So let us say I provide more strings over here. So I'll provide programming followed by space, and then let's say I provide for followed by space, and then let's say I provide beginners over here. So it is saying programming for beginners. All these are 3 words and they will be stored in this array of string over here, and one by one they will be printed as we have provided the print statement over here. So guys, let me just press enter over here and let us see what will be the output. As you can see, I have maximized this command prompt. Over here we get arguments list is, and then it is saying programming for beginners. So basically what we have done is, while executing this class, that is Java test class, we have provided 3 strings, that is programming for beginners, and the same strings are being printed using this print statement over here. Guys, we can have any number of arguments as well. So let's say I run this code once again, but this time I will provide some different arguments over here. Let's say I just want to provide one string, that is programming. So I'll say programming over here, and then when I press enter, it says arguments list is programming, and in this way you can either pass 0 arguments or any number of arguments to your Java code and manipulate that argument whatever you have passed using the command line in your program itself. So guys, this is the way in order to compile your Java program and to run your Java program with the help of arguments or without the arguments as well. So guys, it is very important that you practice on your own so that you get the understanding of different functionalities of the Java programming. So guys, over here we have come to the conclusion and we have learned a lot about the Java programming language. In case you have any queries, you can comment in the comment section below. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, so stay tuned.